On the reef at the shore of Guiyun Island, Ling Yaohan sat upright, wearing a moon-white cloud-like fairy skirt, with a beautiful face and a calm posture. The sun was rising, and the rays of light were spreading everywhere. Her whole body was shrouded in a layer of faint spiritual light. With her breathing, the purple air of the morning sun was slowly absorbed by her. When the glow of the sunset faded away, Ling Yaohan opened her clear eyes, jumped lightly, and landed steadily on the shore from the reef. She looked around, her lips slightly raised, revealing a bit of joy. It feels so good to be able to practice. Although I started a few years late, it's not too late. Ling Yaohan is from the Ling family of Guiyun Island. Her mother Xingru was murdered while she was pregnant, which caused her to be born with congenital deficiencies and become weak and sickly since childhood. It was not until she was 14 that her father Ling Xinrui accidentally obtained the rare 9-ben ginseng and used it as medicine, which completely cured her illness. After that, when she tested the spirit disc again, 8 colors of light appeared. She was a cultivator with full spiritual roots that was hard to come by in 1,000 years. Complete spiritual roots are different from regular spiritual roots. They possess 5 elements of spiritual roots and 3 kinds of mutated spiritual roots, which makes their cultivation potential beyond common sense. In the history of the Yunlan realm, there had been 4 cultivators with complete spiritual roots, all of whom successfully ascended to the spiritual world and became famous for a time. Before she was 14, Ling Yaohan had never thought that she could embark on the path of cultivating immortals. Now, she is full of confidence in the future. Following the gravel road along the shore, Ling Yaohan embarked on the journey of the Hui people. The Ling family is located in the southwest of Guiyun Island. It is one of the 3 major families along with the Liu family and the Mo family. However, the Liu family has become increasingly powerful in recent years, and the atmosphere on the island is quite tense. Fortunately, this place is the core area of the Ling family, and she had a smooth journey. Entering the family territory, she passed by the martial arts field and stopped when she heard the sound of a fight. Ever since she successfully drew qi into her body, she would come here every day to watch her tribesmen practice and learn from their experiences. Although she is currently only at the 2nd level of qi training, she can still benefit from fighting against those at the 4th level of qi training. A loud bang suddenly came from the martial arts arena. Ling Yaohan looked up and saw a young man wearing soft armor lying on the stage, covered in blood. His opponent was obviously stunned by the scene and stepped forward to check the injury after a while. Soon, a deep voice came from a distance. "Ling Wang, what's going on?" As the words fell, a middle-aged man wearing a brocade Taoist robe and with an elegant face landed on the stage. He walked closer to check on the unconscious young man in soft armor, fed him a white pill, and then used a hand gesture to dispel the black air that appeared on the young man's forehead. The black air formed the word need, and then dissipated. Seeing this scene, Ling Yun's expression suddenly changed. He looked up at Ling Yaohan, who was walking towards him, with a hint of complicated emotions in his eyes. "Uncle Yun, how is Brother Yicheng?" Ling Yaohan stepped forward quickly and asked with concern. Ling Yun calmed down and replied, "I fed him the blood-ending pill, and his injuries are healing. But the black energy may not be completely eliminated, so the clan leader needs to use the exorcism mirror to investigate." Ling Yaohan frowned slightly. "What's going on with that black energy?" Ling Yun said in a deep voice, "This is the spell of the word ni. When your mother Xingru was attacked that year, the method was exactly the same." Hearing this, Ling Yaohan's expression suddenly changed, and she stepped forward quickly. "In this case, can we follow the clues and find out the real culprit?" Ling Yun sighed. "We can't be sure at the moment. We have to wait until Yicheng wakes up. Yaohan, you must be careful during this period." Ling Yaohan nodded and said goodbye, and decided to tell her mother about this. Seeing this, Ling Yi also took the initiative to accompany her. The two walked along the bluestone path, passing through pavilions and towers, all the way to Shengru's courtyard in the northeast. When they opened the gate, Shengru was tending to the spiritual herbs. When she heard the noise, she looked up and saw her daughter. A gentle smile appeared on her face. "What's wrong? Honor, what happened?" Shengru wiped her hands and asked directly. Ling Yaohan told the story of what happened in the ring one by one, with concern in her tone. "Mother, Uncle Yun said that Brother Yicheng's situation is similar to what you experienced back then. You must be careful." Hearing the ni spell, Shengru's expression became solemn, and she murmured, "Could it be that the person behind the scenes has extended his evil hands to the clan?" Ling Yaohan asked tentatively, "Mom, Have you had doubts in your heart for a long time? Shengru was silent for a moment, then sighed. That's true. Not only me, but your father and the clan leader also know this. But the Ling family is not as strong as the other party right now. If we act rashly without evidence, it will only backfire. Is it the Liu family? Ling Yaohan asked in a low voice. Shengru sneered. Who else could it be except them? Their power has been growing stronger and stronger over the years, and they have made it difficult for the Ling family and the Mo family to breathe. Unfortunately, this is a world where strength is respected. Even if the weak are right, they are powerless in front of the strong. She paused, a hint of unwillingness in her tone. My path to the Tao is broken. They can't target me anymore. But you are different, Yaohan. You are a full spiritual root cultivator. The Liu family will never let you grow. Ling Yaohan's hands hanging at her side clenched unconsciously, and a hint of coldness flashed in her eyes. She whispered, Mom, I will definitely find out your vengeance. No matter who it is, I will not let it go. Ling Yaohan closed her eyes, calmed down, and said solemnly, Mom, don't worry, Honor will protect herself. I have learned a lot from watching the brothers' fights recently. I plan to retreat for a few days to break through to the 3rd level of Qi training and do my best to improve my strength. Shengru nodded, with a tone of admonition. Don't rush into cultivation. Being impatient and irritable can easily lead to an unstable foundation. Honor understands and will definitely not take risks on her own path. Ling Yaohan answered seriously. Since she detected her spiritual roots and successfully drew qi into her body, Ling Yaohan has been practicing for more than 3 months. Her progress is already very fast, but Shengru is still worried that her daughter will neglect her foundation. She knew very well that the path to becoming an immortal was not only about cultivation, but also required a stable state of mind. Being too eager for quick success would be counterproductive. Recalling the past, Shengru said in a low voice, Honor, when I was 6 months pregnant with you, I learned that your grandmother was critically ill. In order to see her for the last time, your father and I left the island overnight. Our journey was smooth, but on our return, we were attacked by men in black robes in the Xingyu Sea. She paused, her eyes flashing with a complex emotion. There are at least 8 foundation-building cultivators in that group of black-robed people, and your grandmother's family is definitely not able to afford them. If it weren't for the protective treasure given by the clan leader, your father and I would have died long ago. But even so, I was still seriously injured, and it caused you to suffer from congenital deficiencies. Ling Yaohan clenched her fists slightly when she heard this. Mom, where do those black-robed people come from? Are they related to the Liu family? Shengru had a hint of hatred between her brows. It was the Liu family. No one else could have arranged it like that at the time except them. Over the years, they have swallowed up the small forces that depended on the Ling family, and now they are almost the only one in power. Honor, you have to remember that strength is the foundation. My mother's path is broken, and they will not attack me again, but you are different. You are a full spiritual cultivator, and the Liu family will never let you grow up. Ling Yaohan lowered her eyes and said firmly, Honor understands. I will be careful and will never let anyone ruin my path. At this time, Ling Yi stood aside and suddenly said, Aunt Ru, was there anything unusual before you and Uncle Rue were attacked? Shengru was stunned for a moment, then shook her head. No. Why are you asking this suddenly? Ling Yi whispered. I'm just curious about how that group of people appeared. Shengru thought for a moment and replied. They appeared suddenly. They must have used a secret method to hide their bodies. At this time, Ling Yaohan and Shengru looked at Ling Yi at the same time, with some inquiry in their eyes. Ling Yaohan asked tentatively, Sister, do you know something? Ling Yi hesitated for a moment, then spoke with a complicated expression. When I saw the word formed by the black gas, some memories suddenly came to my mind. My intuition told me that it was a real event that happened 10 years ago, and it was related to the clan leader. Hearing this, Shengru frowned slightly and asked in a deep voice, Can you tell us the details? Ling Yi pursed her lips and thought for a moment, finally making up her mind and said, That was when I was 5 years old and had my spiritual roots tested. My father ignored me, and I often went to Gaisai Forest in the north of the clan land alone. That time, I discovered something unexpectedly. Ling Yaohan couldn't help but ask, Sister, Gaisai Forest is a forbidden area of our clan. It is guarded by restrictions all year round. How did you get in? Ling Yi stammered. I was young at that time and didn't know where I couldn't go. As for the restrictions, I didn't encounter them at all and entered Gaisai forest smoothly. Ling Yaohan frowned slightly, but did not dwell on it and continued to ask, "What happened next? Sister, what did you see?" Ling Yi's eyes narrowed slightly, and she said slowly with a touch of reminiscence, "The Gaisai forest is filled with fog, and it's hard to see clearly. I almost got lost the first time I went there, and after that I only dared to stay on the edge. The strange thing is that even though the place is mysterious, it makes me feel safe, as if it is protected by some unknown force." She paused, then continued, "The sixth time I went there, I had just been scolded by my father, so I ran to Gaisai forest in a rage and painted in the grass at the edge to relax. Suddenly, I heard footsteps coming from the depths, and the tribe leader walked out of the fog with a jade scepter in his hand. Then, I lost consciousness, and when I woke up, I found myself leaning against the door of the bamboo house, and all my memories of Guiyun were gone." Shengru frowned and said, "These seem to have nothing to do with the Ni spell." Ling Yi nodded. "I am also confused, but these memories were indeed restored when I saw the spell cast by Brother I Ching." Shengru pondered for a moment, and then warned, "If it is really the clan leader who sealed your memory, it means that he does not want others to know about the forbidden area. Just in case, do not tell anyone about this for the time being." "Yes, yeah, understands." Ling Yi responded. The atmosphere was a little tense, and Ling Yaohan spoke to ease the tension. "It's almost lunchtime. Why don't you stay for dinner?" Ling Yi nodded in agreement, forcing a smile. Although the food was delicious, her mood was still heavy, and she just suppressed her worries temporarily. After dinner, Shengru told her daughter, "Your father is in seclusion to break through to the middle stage of foundation building. Don't disturb him for the time being. If it weren't for the clan leader, I would have died long ago. He is a trustworthy person. You don't need to worry too much about this matter. Just focus on your cultivation." Ling Yaohan nodded. "Don't worry, mother. Honor knows that cultivation is the foundation. I will immediately go into seclusion to break through to the third level of qi training." Shengru said comfortedly, "Okay, you concentrate on your cultivation and leave the outside matters to me." After entering the quiet room, Ling Yaohan sat in meditation to regulate her breathing and steadily circulate her spiritual power. From morning till night, 2 days passed in a flash. As the spiritual light flowed, Ling Yaohan successfully broke through the third level of qi training. The clan was calm and peaceful. Ling Yi did not mention the memory to others. However, Ling Yicheng was treated in time, and the black energy had been cleared. When clan leader Ling Zhuo learned that his disciples were attacked, he was furious and ordered the elders to investigate thoroughly. After a thorough investigation, the clues pointed to the shadowless palace far away in Fang Island. Shengru frowned upon hearing the news. Wank has always been mysterious, with a nascent soul cultivator in charge. Why would such a force target the Ling family? Ling Yaohan comforted her. "Mom, no matter what conspiracy there is, the Ling family will work together and will be able to overcome the difficulties." Shengru sighed. The situation is becoming more and more complicated now, and perhaps there are not many peaceful days left. "Honor, no matter what happens, you must put yourself first. Your talent is 1 in a million. As long as you stay alive and cultivate to the point of ascending, I will have no regrets." Ling Yaohan felt a pang in her heart, but she suppressed her emotions and said firmly, "My daughter will definitely cherish this hard-earned opportunity and will only pursue the truth in this life and will not be disturbed by other things." Shengru nodded with satisfaction and said, "Since you have made this determination, I am relieved." Ling Yaohan asked hesitantly, "Mother, how much do you know about Wank? I rarely hear people from my clan mention this force." Shengru turned and walked into the main room, motioning Ling Yaohan to follow, and took out a half-cut black talisman paper from the cabinet and asked, "Do you recognize this?" Ling Yaohan looked at it carefully for a moment and said uncertainly, "It looks like a psychic talisman?" "Yes. This is a talisman used exclusively by ghost cultivators. It is said to have originally come from Wank." Shengru spread the talisman paper flat on the table and said slowly, "The 2 continents of Yunlan realm, Tianzi continent and Xining continent, are where Taoists and ghosts live separately. The Xining continent is suitable for ghost cultivators to survive, and the Tianzi continent is not supposed to have ghost cultivators, but the existence of the shadowless pagoda is intriguing." Ling Yaohan seemed to be thinking, "Mom, are you saying that Wank might be related to ghost cultivation?" Shengru nodded. "Many years ago, when I was still in the Sheng family, I heard of the name of Wank. Its influence is spread all over Tianzi continent, not just in Fang Island. After that, She took out a white storage bag from the bunk bed and handed it to Ling Yaohan. Here are 1,000 spirit stones. While things are calm now, go to the market to buy elixirs, talismans, and magic tools. For those who practice Taoism, the magic weapon must be in line with their heart. Your father and I have already prepared enough spiritual stones for you. Be sure to equip yourself well. Ling Yaohan looked at the storage bag with mixed feelings in her heart. She was about to refuse, but was interrupted by Shengru. In an emergency, use the resources if you have them. Strength is the foundation, and external objects can save your life at a critical moment. If you really feel bad, it won't be too late to return it to us when you have a higher level of cultivation. Shengru stuffed the storage bag into her arms, her eyes firm and unyielding. Ling Yaohan sniffed and whispered, "Mom is right. I'll listen to you." Shengru continued to remind him, Guyun Fang is the closest to the clan. It's a good place to go. In addition to the basic 5-element spells, you should also pay attention to the ice, thunder, and wind spells. If you come across a suitable one, come back to me if you don't have enough spirit stones. Honar understands. Ling Yaohan nodded and then said, "Before going to the market, I want to go to the magic pavilion first." Shengru thought for a moment and nodded. "All right. The Mingyao clan master of the magic pavilion has strict requirements, so remember to be more polite when you see him." "Yes, Honar knows." The magic pavilion is located in the northwest of the clan's land. Ling Yaohan took a shortcut through the water corridor and rockery and came to a 3-story attic. The attic was quiet and full of restrictions. She straightened her clothes and said respectfully, "Uncle, Yaohan came here to seek magic." As soon as the words fell, the restriction disappeared instantly. The door of the pavilion slowly opened, and a loud voice came out. "Come in." Ling Yaohan walked into the pavilion and looked at Ling Mingyao, who was sitting cross-legged against the wall on the right. Then she lowered her brows and stopped about 10 feet away and bowed respectfully. "Yaohan greets my great uncle." Ling Mingyao nodded slightly. "You have full spiritual roots, and the techniques suitable for the Qi training period are all at the first level. According to the custom of the clan, you can choose up to 3 at a time. You can go and see for yourself." "Yes, Yaohan obeys your command." Ling Yaohan responded solemnly, then walked towards the neatly arranged jade shells on the first floor of the magic pavilion and began to select carefully. The Ling family has been established for thousands of years and has a large number of magic spells, but as Shengru said, there are very few magic spells related to ice, wind, and thunder, and most of them are basic mortal-level magic spells. Magic techniques are different from martial arts techniques. The former are mainly for attack and are divided into 5 levels: Heaven, Earth, Mysterious, Yellow, and Ordinary. Ling Yaohan's target this time is the yellow-level magic techniques. Spells that are too high-level cannot be practiced by those in the Qi training stage, and low-level ones are not enough to meet her needs. After a brief screening, she chose 3 yellow-level techniques. Qingmu Huiyuan Ju quickly restores spiritual energy and has a healing effect. Shenhua Ju mainly attacks, and Hota Duni Ju focuses on defense and underground escape. After taking the jade slips, Ling Yaohan held them in both hands, walked to Ling Mingyao, and said respectfully, "Uncle, Yaohan has chosen the magic." Ling Mingyao nodded slightly, waved his sleeve to take the jade slips, and engraved them with his spiritual consciousness. After only 6 breaths, he had completed the production of 3 brand new jade slips. He used his spiritual power to hand the jade slip back to Ling Yaohan, and then said in a calm voice, "You can go and practice now." Ling Yaohan took the jade slip, bowed, and took her leave, walked out of the magic pavilion, and went straight to Guyun Fang. Guyun Fang is located in a place surrounded by clouds and mist, with a first-level illusion array on the periphery. A cultivator can identify it by simply activating his spiritual power. After a while, she passed through the illusion array and came to a stone tablet. The 3 words Guyun Fang were clearly visible. At the entrance, 2 Qigong monks in black robes were guarding. Seeing a girl in white approaching, one of them stopped her and said, "If you are not from Guiyun Island, you need a wooden pass to enter." Ling Yaohan took out the wooden sign and said in a clear and gentle voice, "I am a disciple of the Ling family, Ling Yaohan." After the guard took the wooden sign and confirmed it again, he looked suspicious. "Ling family disciple? Why have I never seen him before?" His companion whispered, "Doesn't this name sound familiar to you?" More than 3 months ago, a strange phenomenon occurred in the Ling family. The rumored cultivator, with full spiritual roots, was her. The guard was shocked and said in disbelief, A cultivator with full spiritual roots that is hard to come by in 1,000 years. That's right. It's not impossible for the Ling family to rise because of her. The guard was amazed, then handed the wooden sign back and let him go. The streets in Fang are wide and lined with shops. Ling Yaohan observed for a moment and stopped in front of a building with a plaque with the words Wanling Pavilion inscribed on it. This 8-story pavilion is the most conspicuous structure in the market town. It is said that its owner is not a member of the 3 major families, but a mysterious, independent cultivator. Wanling Pavilion mainly sells elixirs, talismans, magic tools, and array plates, with a wide variety of products, and has always been famous for its fairness. Ling Yaohan paused for a moment, then walked into the pavilion. A pretty maid came towards them with a smile on her face. Her cultivation level was comparable to Ling Yaohan's. Both of them were at the 3rd level of Qi training. "What do you need, fellow Taoist?" The maid's voice was gentle and professional and respectful. Ling Yaohan nodded slightly and said simply, "I want to pick out a few talismans and magical instruments suitable for cultivators in the Qi training stage, and I also need some elixirs to restore spiritual power." The maid's eyes lit up and she made a gesture of invitation. "Please follow me. There just happened to be a new batch of magic tools in the pavilion. Maybe we can find something suitable for you." After Ling Yaohan entered the Wanling Pavilion, the maid who came towards her bowed slightly and said in a kind tone, "Xylan greets this Taoist friend. I wonder what you would like to buy." After Ling Yaohan returned the gift, she replied, "I want to buy magic tools, elixirs, and talismans." Xylan smiled and said, "The first floor of the pavilion is the medicine area, the second floor is the talismans, and the magic tools are on the 3rd floor and above. Fellow Taoist, please follow me." In the medicine area, Ling Yaohan bought 2 bottles of medium-grade blood-replenishing pills for healing and 3 bottles of medium-grade spirit-gathering pills for restoring spiritual power, spending a total of 60 low-grade spirit stones. In the talisman area, she selected 8 types of talismans, including the Ice Thorn Talisman, the Gale Talisman, the Thunder Talisman, etc. She also purchased talisman pens, talisman paper, and cinnabar to try to make talismans, spending a total of 50 low-grade spirit stones. On the 3rd floor, the various magical instruments suspended in the bubbles attracted attention. Ling Yaohan finally chose a water-blue longsword. Xylan introduced. This sword was refined by Master Rongyu. It was originally intended to be a spiritual weapon, but due to material problems, it became a top-grade magic weapon. The price is 500 low-grade spiritual stones. Although she felt the price was a bit high, Ling Yaohan still bought it considering the quality of the sword. Then, she asked if there was any spell for mutant spiritual roots. Xylan took her to the 7th floor, and in the ice spiritual root area, she found a spell called Mysterious Ice Condensation Mirror. This method combines offense and defense. It can form a black ice shield for defense, use an ice mirror to weaken the enemy's spiritual power, and launch ice arrows. It is a practical yellow-level technique. She eventually spent 300 low-grade spirit stones to buy this technique, spending a total of 630 low-grade spirit stones, leaving her with only 85 spirit stones. Ling Yaohan couldn't help but secretly sigh at the high cost of the path of cultivation, and became more determined to earn spirit stones as soon as possible. After leaving Wanling Pavilion, she walked through the market town and was about to return to her clan's territory when she heard a fierce quarrel ahead. Following the sound, she saw 2 monks confronting each other. One of them had a square wooden sign with the words Lu Feng on his waist, and he was from the Lu family. The other person had a golden thread wrapped around his wrist with Mo Yusin engraved on it, and he was a disciple of the Mahe school. Both of them were at the 5th level of Qi training and were arguing over a magic weapon. After Lu Feng used his power to buy the magic weapon, he ridiculed Mo Yusin and the argument escalated. Ling Yaohan originally planned to leave by taking a detour, but she heard Lu Feng mention the changes that happened to the Ling family 14 years ago and hinted in a threatening tone that the Mo family might follow in the Ling family's footsteps. Lu Feng seemed to realize that he had let the cat out of the bag and became angry and embarrassed. He raised his hand to attack Mo Yusin, and then his eyes fell on Ling Yaohan, who was watching from the sidelines. Seeing that she was only at the 3rd level of Qi training, he sneered and suddenly shot an arrow from his sleeve, aiming at her, intending to silence her. Looking at the sleeve arrow coming at her at high speed, Ling Yaohan quickly dodged by moving her body to the side, but the sleeve arrow went straight towards Wang Hui, a cultivator stationed in Guyun Fang. Wang Hui snorted coldly, raised his hand, and firmly grasped the hidden arrow, his eyes cold. "There are rules in the market. Anyone who attacks the guards will be captured directly, no matter who it is. Before he finished speaking, he flashed and rushed towards Lu Feng like an arrow. Lu Feng's expression changed when he saw this. But relying on the power of the Lu family, his tone remained tough. Fellow Daoist Wang, you dare to interfere in the affairs of the Lu family? Besides, I wasn't targeting you in the beginning. Wang Hui sneered. What about the Lu family? Without the Yuaniing in charge, they're only strong for a short time. The master is now in seclusion to break through. Don't you Lu family know anything about this? Wang Hui's men did not stop and tied up Lu Feng with ropes in a few seconds, imprisoning him in place. Lu Feng was angry, but unable to resist. He could only glare at Mo Yusin and Ling Yaohan fiercely. Then he was taken back to the market by Wang Hui. After the farce was over, Mo Yusin walked towards Ling Yaohan with a smile, saluted and said, My name is Mo Yusin. May I know what your name is? Ling Yaohan. She returned the salute indifferently. Mo Yusin showed a bit of surprise. So you are the full spiritual root cultivator of the Ling family. I am really sorry for causing trouble for you before. It's okay. Ling Yaohan shook her head. The fault is Lu Feng. Mo Yusin hesitated for a moment, then said solemnly, Lu Feng is a vindictive man. You must be more careful when you go out in the future. In addition, the words he just mentioned unintentionally may be closely related to you. Ling Yaohan's expression became serious. Thank you for the reminder. I will report this matter to the elders of the clan as soon as possible. After the two said goodbye, Ling Yaohan went straight back to the clan's land. 2 cups of tea later, she arrived at Yilanju and told Xingru in detail what had happened in Fang. Xingru looked solemn after hearing this, and only breathed a sigh of relief after repeatedly confirming that her daughter was unharmed. She told Ling Yaohan that this matter was of great importance and should be reported to Elder Ling Si, who was in charge of punishment in the clan, as soon as possible. Jinwei Zinmingtang is the place of punishment for the Ling family. Anyone who violates the clan rules will be taken here. When Ling Yaohan arrived, Ling Yi, who was stationed there, was surprised. Why is the sister of the Han clan here today? I have something important to report to my 4th uncle. Ling Yi scratched his head. My 4th uncle went out this morning and has not returned yet. But as usual, he usually comes back before sunset. So why don't you wait for a while, my cousin? Ling Yaohan nodded and sat on a stone bench not far away and waited. Soon, Ling Yi hesitated and asked, Sister Han, is it related to the Lu family? Ling Yaohan roughly explained the conflict in Guyun Fang and Lu Feng's words. Ling Yi said angrily, Lu Feng has been bullying for a long time by relying on the power of his family. His talent is mediocre, and he can only build a foundation at most in this life. But he dared to hint at something that happened 14 years ago in his words. It is indeed necessary to investigate. Ling Yi continued, the owner of the market town had reached the Golden Core state 100 years ago, and is now in seclusion to break through to the nascent soul state. This may not be a bad thing for the Ling family. The owner acts casually and has no dealings with the Lu family, which may be more fair. At this time, a rough voice came. Xiao Yi is right. I already know about Lu Feng's affairs, and this person will receive the punishment he deserves. Ling Yaohan looked up and saw a middle-aged cultivator striding towards her. It was Elder Ling Si. Ling Yaohan heard the voice transmission and knew that great-uncle Ling Si was about to arrive. About 3 breaths later, a middle-aged cultivator in a light blue Taoist robe approached from afar. It was Ling Si, one of the 3 golden elixirs of the Ling family. Ling Yaohan stood up and saluted, saying respectfully, Yaohan greets the uncle. Ling Si stroked his black beard and said kindly, Follow me into the hall to talk. After entering Shiming Hall, Ling Yaohan reported Lu Feng's remarks one by one. Ling Si looked solemn after hearing them and said, Earlier, the clan leader, Brother Mingyao, and I speculated that the incident 14 years ago was related to both Wank and the Lu family. Do you know the true origin of Wank? Ling Yaohan shook her head. Tingfeng Island is very far away from Guiyun Island, so it's rare to hear about it. Ling Si explained, Wank is a killer organization that specializes in taking on missions involving spirit stones. Although it is driven by spirit stones, we still need to be vigilant about the existence of this force. Ling Yaohan nodded. In that case, their behavior is easier to deal with than collusion between the 2 forces. Ling Si turned his gaze and asked, Are you here to find the magic and instruments you need for cultivation? That's right, Ling Yaohan said frankly. Yaohan has bought something suitable for herself. After a brief thought, she asked tentatively, Uncle, Is there anyone on Guiyun Island who practices the art of tampering with memory? Ling Xi's expression condensed, and he replied, "This kind of magic has a certain evil nature. If you practice it carelessly, you may easily go astray. The only person who practices this magic on the island is Lu Ji." Ling Yaohan told Ling Yi about her abnormality and the memories related to Guiyun Island in detail. Ling Xi's expression became more serious after hearing this, and he said, "Guiyun Island's restrictions have never been removed. Her memory was probably tampered with by the caster, with specific scenes added. The image of the clan leader was most likely forged by the caster." Ling Yaohan asked, "Uncle, is there any way to restore memory?" Ling Xi pondered and said, "It's possible, but it depends on the situation. I will arrange for Ling Yi to come and ask, so you don't have to worry too much." Ling Yaohan responded respectfully, and seeing that there were no other instructions, she said goodbye and left Zimingtang, returning to Yilanju to tell Xingru what she had heard. After returning to the quiet room, Ling Yaohan took out the talisman paper, cinnabar, and talisman brush purchased from Wanling Pavilion and prepared to try to draw a talisman. She opened the true explanation of talismans and familiarized herself with the steps of making talismans again. Talismans are divided into 9 levels, and Ling Yaohan can currently draw a first-level talisman. After comparing the patterns of the Ice Thorn talisman, she mixed cinnabar and began to draw. However, failure was inevitable, and the sound of talisman paper exploding could be heard from the quiet room from time to time. After repeated attempts, the 61st talisman finally appeared successfully. A faint light flashed, and the talisman exuded a faint chill, symbolizing success. Ling Yaohan held the talisman in her hand, her heart filled with joy. This was the first time in her cultivation that she had used her own abilities to refine something of practical value. With the experience of the first success, Ling Yaohan's progress in making talismans was significantly accelerated. 5 days later, she had used up all 1,000 pieces of talisman paper and made a large number of talismans, including low-grade, medium-grade, and high-grade ones, but she failed to successfully draw the best-grade talisman. After the talisman paper was used up, Ling Yaohan relaxed and felt an intense fatigue. She put the talisman into her storage bag, performed a cleansing spell, and then fell into a deep sleep on the stone bed. She slept for a whole day and night. After waking up, she took out the water blue sword she bought at Wanling Pavilion, felt the biting coldness coming from the sword, thought for a moment, and named it Ningbing. Since the magic weapon required the 4th level of Qi training to be refined, she put it away for the time being and began to practice the new technique she had learned. 9 days later, Ling Yaohan successfully mastered the 1st level of the Xianbing Ningjing technique, and then spent more than 20 days to successively cultivate the first levels of the Qingmu Huiyuan technique, the Divine Fire technique, and the Hooded Dundee technique. At this point, her practice of magic has begun to show results, and her accumulation is enough to try to break through to the 4th level of Qi training. After careful preparation, she closed herself off in a quiet room to improve her cultivation. 1 month later, Ling Yaohan successfully broke through, and the 4th cyclone condensed in her dantian. After consolidating her cultivation, she spent 2 days refining the Ningbing sword and walked out of the quiet room after ending her retreat. As soon as she left the quiet room, Ling Yaohan noticed that the atmosphere within the clan was more depressing than ever before. When she saw Xingru, she keenly noticed the reluctance in her mother's eyes and couldn't help asking, "Mom, has something happened in the clan?" Xingru reached out and stroked her cheek, her eyes complicated as she said, "Half a month ago, your aunt from the Lanxi clan returned from a training trip and brought back a piece of news. 14 years ago, the Tianji Sect predicted a hexagram, which indicated that the future situation of the Yunlan realm would undergo drastic changes due to a cultivator named Ling. It is not clear who it was, but that year several pregnant women from the Ling family were murdered. Our Ling family was one of them." She paused and continued, "Recently, the master of Guyun Fang successfully overcame the tribulation and broke through to the nascent soul stage. As his concerns were reduced, the master revealed some secrets of the Liu family and Wang to the clan leader. Combining the existing clues, the clan leader and elders confirmed that what happened 14 years ago was done by the Liu family in collusion with Wang, and their purpose was to get the Man of Destiny in the Tianji Sect's hexagram." Ling Yaohan's heart suddenly shook, and she felt a sense of foreboding when she heard Xingru's words. Xingru said in a heavy tone, "After discussion, the clan decided to select disciples with excellent qualifications and send them to the big sect, and you are one of them. This is to protect the Ling family's heritage and to preserve the hope of revenge in the worst-case scenario. Ling Yaohan was stunned for a long time and finally reacted. Her voice trembled and she choked with sobs. "Mom, what about you and Dad? Aren't you leaving with me?" Shengru shook her head and said earnestly, "Yaohan, you are the future of the Ling family. Your father and I will stay here to protect the family. The arrangements made by the clan leader are just in case. You have to believe that the Ling family will not be in trouble." Ling Yaohan's eyes were filled with tears, and her heart was hard to calm down, but she knew that her mother's decision could not be changed. She pursed her lips, held back her tears, and nodded firmly. Ling Yaohan was silent for a long time after listening to her mother's instructions. She had been with her parents since she was a child, and she was reluctant to hear that they would be separated for a long time, but she also understood that it was related to the survival of the family, and she could not be willful. She took a breath, suppressed her emotions, and asked, "Mom, have you found out about Sister Yi's affairs?" Shengru nodded and said, "It is confirmed that it was done by Lu Ji of the Lu family. Ling Yi's memory has been restored. When she was young, she did not go to Guiyun Island, but Wan Yu Pavilion. When she was out with her father, she met Lu Ji. Although the other party did not make things difficult for her openly, he secretly cast a spell to tamper with her memory. If she is not discovered in time, she might become Lu Ji's puppet." After hearing this, Ling Yaohan asked worriedly, "How is the sister now?" Shengru comforted her. "She's fine now. I want to see her during my retreat. Her father cares a lot about her now, and he's not as cold and indifferent as before." Ling Yaohan breathed a sigh of relief and asked again, "Mom, how many people did the clan leader arrange to leave Guiyun Island?" Shengru said truthfully, "There are 5 of us in total. In addition to you, there are Yu Wei, Peng Zhe, Ben Er, and Xiaofu. It was decided 10 days ago that you will leave on the ship in 5 days. This is the safest way. I have packed your clothes and daily necessities. After you leave, everything depends on you." Shengru's eyes darkened, and her tone was filled with reluctance and determination. "Remember, this is a world where the strong prey on the weak. When facing your enemies, you must never be merciful, otherwise you will be the only one who suffers." Ling Yaohan said seriously, "My daughter understands and will not fail in her mission." The news of Ling Yaohan's exit from retreat soon reached the ears of clan leader Ling Zhua, who summoned her to Suhua Pavilion. When she arrived, the other 4 clan members who were about to leave the island were already waiting. Not long after, Ling Zhua appeared. His temples were slightly gray and his eyes were steady. He glanced at everyone and slowly spoke. "The matter of leaving the island must be kept secret. If you need to purchase resources in the next few days, don't go to the market in person. You can ask a clan member with whom you have a good relationship to do it for you. 5 days later, at midnight, you'll be escorted away by Ming Yao." After saying that, he waved his sleeves and summoned 5 crystal-clear, half-moon-shaped jade pendants, which fell into the hands of 5 people respectively. Ling Zhua continued, "This jade pendant has a restriction inside it that cannot be broken by anyone other than a nascent soul cultivator, but it can save your life in times of crisis. After leaving Guiyun Island, Ming Yao will escort you to Piamia Sect, one of the 4 major sects in Tianzi continent. In half a year, Piamia Sect will hold its once-in-a-decade disciple recruitment conference. You all meet the requirements, so you must go all out." His eyes were dignified and his tone was stern. "Remember, no matter how each of us develops in the future, we must not harm each other. If such a thing happens, if there is solid evidence, the rest of us can join forces to clean up the mess." The 5 people said in unison, "Follow the teachings of the clan leader." 4 days later, at 11:30 p.m., Ling Yaohan said goodbye to her mother Shengru, and then came to the quiet room where her father was in seclusion, standing there for a long time. She leaned forward and bowed, choking with sobs. "Dad, my daughter is leaving and won't be back for a long time. Please take care of yourself." Although she was reluctant, she understood that a monk in seclusion should not be disturbed easily, so she wiped away her tears and turned to leave. On the way, she met Ling Yue, who was also heading to the main gate of the clan territory. Ling Yue's eyes were red and swollen, and she had obviously just cried. When she saw Ling Yaohan, she said softly, "Today is my 15th birthday. I should have been reunited with my family, but it happened to be a time of separation. Sister Yaohan, what are your expectations for Piamia Sect?" Ling Yaohan pondered for a moment and said, "I don't know much about Piamia Sect. I only know that it is one of the 4 major sects in Tianzi continent. My hope is to be able to join the sect smoothly, learn skills well, and come back to see my parents when I have enough strength. Ling Yue wiped her tears and forced a smile. My father told me that there are more than a dozen nascent soul cultivators in Piamia Sect. If I have the chance, I must strive to become their disciple. But mother said that nothing can be forced. Otherwise, it is easy to have inner demons. There was some trepidation in her tone. I have never left Guiyun Island. I am both curious and afraid of the outside world. I am afraid of being hurt by all kinds of people or losing myself. Ling Yaohan comforted her softly. Sister, the path of a cultivator is to fight for life against the heavens. As long as we keep our original intentions, we can resist temptation. As for the harm, as long as we are strong enough, we can pay it back one day. She paused and said firmly, my mother once told me that only by keeping your original aspiration in mind can you achieve your goal. The two of them talked as they walked, and soon arrived at the place where the ship was docked. The other three were already waiting, and Ling Mingyao stood beside them. When boarding the ship, Ling Yaohan looked back at the Ling clan for the last time, her eyes full of reluctance and determination. Afterwards, she and the other four followed Ling Mingyao into the cabin, and each found a seat to sit down. In the night, the ship set sail and left Guiyun Island. The atmosphere in the cabin was gloomy, and everyone knew that they didn't know when they would return, and they might never see each other again after parting today. After midnight, Ling Mingyao walked into the cabin and broke the silence. Piamia Sect is located in Shianshu. It will take us a month to leave the Xingyue Sea, then arrive at Fengyuan continent, make some adjustments, and then go to Xianxin continent through the teleportation array. Ling Fu, the youngest of the five, asked curiously, Uncle, since Fengyuanzhou is close, why don't we join the sect there? No matter how powerful the Liu family and Wank are, they can't hunt us down in a big sect, right? Ling Mingyao patiently explained, Fengyuan's who has many deserts, and the number of sects and overall strength are not as good as Swan Kju. Among the 5 continents of Tianzi continent, Qikong continent has the strongest overall strength, but it is the farthest from the Xingyue Sea and takes too long to reach. Moreover, the Xuanhao sect of Qikongzhao has just accepted a disciple, so the next one will have to wait 10 years. Swan Kju is second only to Qikongzhao in strength, and Piamia sect will be recruiting disciples in half a year, so it is the best choice. Everyone nodded, and the atmosphere eased slightly, but everyone still had complicated emotions in their hearts. They looked into the unknown future and path, and each of them fell into deep thought. At midnight, Ling Yaohan and 5 others followed Ling Mingyao onto the ship and sailed toward the Xingyue Sea. On the way, Ling Mingyao reminded him earnestly, Piamia sect recruits about 2,000 disciples each time. With your qualifications, it is not difficult to enter the sect. But the most important thing in cultivation is yourself. Although joining a large sect is beneficial, how far you can go in the end depends on your efforts. The 5 people responded in unison, and the atmosphere became a little more relaxed. However, the path of cultivation is never peaceful. A few days later, when the sky was slightly bright, a second-order sea beast equivalent to the great perfection of foundation building blocked the way. Ling Mingyao swung his sleeve and a sword flashed, cutting it in half, and the sea water instantly turned red. Ling Yaohan looked out the porthole at the rapidly receding sea of blood, secretly thanking herself for having a strong escort. In the next few days, everything was calm, but half a month later, Ling Yaohan suddenly woke up from her meditation with a frown on her face. What's wrong? Ling Mingyao asked when he saw this. Ling Yaohan suppressed the uneasiness in her heart and said in a serious tone, Uncle, I feel a strong sense of crisis, and it is on this ship, not anywhere else. Ling Mingyao's heart was shocked, and he immediately released his spiritual sense to investigate, but found nothing. After a moment, his face suddenly changed, and he whispered, If your premonition is true, the situation may not be good. Before he finished speaking, the entire ship began to shake violently. He immediately waved his sleeves to set up a defensive ban, and at the same time took out a tortoise-shell magic weapon, covering the entire ship in a light blue light circle. Someone is attacking us. Be prepared. Ling Mingyao shouted loudly, and his figure turned into a stream of light and flew out of the boat. Inside the cabin, Ling Yaohan steadied herself and helped up the frightened and pale Ling Fu. Through the porthole, she saw 10 attackers besieging the ship. They were all wearing black robes and covering their faces with scarves. 3 of them had powerful auras comparable to Ling Mingyao and were Jindan cultivators. Ling Yaohan's heart sank. Uncle is fighting against 3 Jindan alone. The situation is extremely unfavorable to us. The other 4 people in the cabin also looked panicked. Ling Fu couldn't help crying and asked, "Are we all going to die here today?" Ling Yaohan forced herself to stay calm and soothed him. "Don't panic. We have the jade pendant given by the clan leader. As long as it's still there, it won't be that easy to die." As she spoke, an idea suddenly flashed through her mind, and she remembered the cargo transported by this ship, a large amount of talismans and fire attribute elixirs purchased by the Ling family from Guyun Fang. Perhaps we can use these resources to fight for a chance of survival. She lowered her voice and briefly told the others the plan. Ling Yaohan quickly directed the other 4 people to move the talismans and pills in the storage room into the cabin. Some of the defensive talismans were distributed to everyone, and the other part of the offensive talismans were piled near the cabin door, ready to be detonated at any time. She took out the ice thorn talisman and the jade slip of the mysterious ice mirror from her storage bag and carried them close to her body, ready to use magic to counterattack at any time. At the same time, the sounds of fighting outside became more intense. Ling Yaohan saw through the porthole that Ling Mingyao was fighting 3 Jindan cultivators alone and was already exhausted. The 7 foundation-building cultivators around the ship were constantly attacking the defensive light shield. "We can't delay any longer," she ordered decisively. "Activate the talisman formation to give Uncle a chance to counterattack." She bit her fingertips and used the blood to activate the talisman. In an instant, a fiery spiritual light surged out of the cabin, and countless flames, ice blades, and thunder intertwined into a net, breaking through the cabin door and attacking the enemy. The sudden attack caught the 7 Foundation establishment monks who were besieging them off guard. 3 of them were seriously injured on the spot, and the rest were forced to retreat several feet. Ling Mingyao seized the opportunity and unleashed the final power of the tortoise-shell magic weapon. A stream of sword energy swept out, forcing back the 3 Jindan monks and temporarily alleviating the crisis of the ship. The 7 foundation-building monks outside were still frantically attacking the defensive light shield, trying to break the formation and capture the 5 people on the boat. Ling Yaohan thought calmly and quickly came to the cabin where the spiritual plants were stored and found the jade box marked with the red blood fruit. This spiritual plant is the main material for refining demon-luring pills and is also a favorite of sea beasts. Normally, restrictions are used to isolate the smell to prevent attracting high-level sea beasts. She came up with a plan. If she could sprinkle the red blood fruit juice on the enemy, she could attract the sea beasts to attack them. Although the red blood fruit was extremely valuable, her life was at stake, so she could not care less. After putting the jade box into the storage bag, Ling Yaohan returned to the deck and pretended to shout loudly. "Don't be afraid, everyone. With the defensive magic weapon, they can attack. From now on, we will fight back with all our strength. The more spiritual power they consume, the better it is for us." Her words were quickly echoed by Ling Yue. Yes, everyone attacked together. Don't just sit there and wait to die. Everyone understood that she had other plans, and they all took action. Various spells were activated from the boat, shining brightly. Outside, 7 black-robed monks sneered at the scene. The burly man in the lead taunted them. "They are just some juniors in the Qi training stage. Their attacks can't even break our defenses, and you still want to fight back? You can still have a chance of survival if you kneel down and beg for mercy. Otherwise, when Ling Mingyao can't hold on any longer, you will all die." Inside the ship, Ling Yaohan did not say much to the enemy. She secretly performed basic fog condensing techniques, causing thick fog to cover the ship and block the enemy's sight. At the same time, she took out the red blood fruit, crushed the fruit into juice, and then used water ball technique to divide it into several balls to wrap the juice. In order to lower the enemy's vigilance, she activated a stack of ice spikes, and the ice blades flew towards the 7 foundation-building monks. The black-robed monk easily blocked it, and the leading man sneered. "You dare to provoke the foundation-building monks with just this trick? Come on, more talismans so that we can cool down." Ling Yaohan's expression remained unchanged, and she thought to herself, "Okay, I'll let you guys relax your vigilance." She quickly activated the second wave of ice spikes, and the icy air was even stronger. This time, she quietly hid the water ball wrapped in red blood juice behind the talisman attack and accurately hit the enemy. The water ball was mixed with the ice spike rune, making it difficult to distinguish. When the enemy waved his sleeves to block it, the water ball suddenly exploded, and the juice instantly splashed onto the 7 black-robed monks, emitting a special sweet and fishy smell. The burly man frowned, lowered his head, and sniffed the clothes. His expression suddenly changed. Oh no, it's the smell of the red blood fruit. Clean it up quickly. However, before he could finish his words, the sea around him began to surge violently, and countless sea beasts rushed towards the ship. A third-level sea beast in the front leaped out of the water, bit the closest black-robed monk, and dragged him into the sea. Retreat! The burly man roared, but at this time the smell on their bodies had already attracted the sea beasts. More and more sea beasts were swarming around, and each of them had an astonishing murderous intent. Ling Yaohan watched all this calmly, breathed a sigh of relief, and said to her companions in a low voice, "They are entangled by sea beasts and have no time to take care of us for the time being. Take this opportunity to repair your spiritual power and be ready to respond to changes at any time." At the same time, Ling Mingyao caught the enemy's panic, seized the opportunity, and quickly launched a counterattack. He activated the last power of the tortoise-shell magic weapon, and a blue sword light swept out, forcing the three Jindan monks to retreat several feet. After a fierce battle, the group of sea beasts completely engulfed the black-robed monk, and Ling Mingyao took the opportunity to take back the magic weapon and led the ship away from the battlefield quickly. When the ship was far away from the bloody sea, everyone on board finally breathed a sigh of relief. Ling Yaohan leaned against the bulkhead and closed her eyes tiredly, but her hand was still holding the storage bag, and her expression was alert. Ling Mingyao returned to the cabin and looked at Ling Yaohan approvingly. "The plan of the red blood fruit is brilliant. Your generation is indeed outstanding." Ling Yaohan was slightly startled, then whispered, "Thank you, uncle, but you still have to protect us." Mingyao waved his hand and said, "The danger is not over yet. Proceed with caution. Remember, the path of a cultivator is full of dangers and obstacles. This is just the beginning." After the words were spoken, everyone was in awe, nodded silently, and began to prepare for the next possible crisis. Chapter 15, Escape. The red blood juice wrapped in the water ball is lighter in color and is not easily noticed among the icy spikes in the sky. The 7 foundation building practitioners were hit by the water balls accidentally, and the juice splashed all over their bodies. A fragrant aroma wafted out and spread to the surrounding sea areas. Damn it, I fell into a trap. The sturdy man's face was gloomy under the black scarf. He obviously recognized the origin of this thing and immediately cast a cleansing spell all over his body. However, the juice of the red blood is special. Once you get the strange fragrance on you, it will take at least 2 incense sticks to get rid of it. The next moment, a loud splash was heard from the sea, and then a saber-toothed shark about 6 meters long jumped up, opened its bloody mouth, bit his body with lightning speed, and dragged him into the water. The nearby sea water was instantly dyed red with blood. The cultivator, who had reached the great perfection of the foundation building stage, only had time to let out a scream before he was completely silent. The other 6 foundation building masters were also attacked one after another, but they were prepared and were not killed in one blow. However, they were chased by hordes of sea beasts and could not hold out for long, and in the end they all became food for the sea beasts. The 4 Jindan who were engaged in a fight naturally noticed the movement here. While Ling Mingyao was quite surprised, he couldn't help feeling relieved in his heart. On the other side, the 3 Jindan who besieged him all had gloomy faces and attacked more and more fiercely. However, Ling Mingyao himself is quite powerful, and even if the 3 of them join forces, it will take a while to determine the winner. All the besieging foundation builders around the ship had left, each fleeing for their lives. Ling Yaohan stopped casting the spell under the admiring gazes of her 4 fellow tribesmen, and her tense mind relaxed a little. She was only at the 4th level of Qi training, activating 100 talismans at a time and controlling 21 water balls. It was a struggle for her to hold on until now. Ling Yue keenly noticed that her body was weak and knew it was due to overconsumption, so she quickly poured out a high-quality spirit-gathering pill and fed it to her. The remaining 3 people also gathered around Ling Yaohan, their faces showing obvious concern. The battle between the 4 Jindan was still going on. At this moment, a beam of light appeared in the distance. It was moving at an extremely fast speed, and the direction it was heading was exactly where the 4 were fighting. Ling Yaohan, whose spiritual power had recovered a little, saw this scene and couldn't help but worry. The pressure from this escaping light was extremely strong. If it was an enemy, my great-uncle would be in danger. However, unexpectedly, the 3 Jindan enemies who had attacked fiercely before saw the escaping light and abandoned their opponents without hesitation and turned around to flee. Ling Yaohan clearly saw the three people each take out a golden talisman, which disappeared in a flash of light. She couldn't help but recall the teleportation talisman she had seen in the true explanation of talismans before, which could be used to teleport short distances and facilitate escape. At this time, the extremely powerful escaping light was approaching, revealing the figure of the person coming, who was a Taoist with green eyebrows and white hair. Ling Mingyao lost his opponent and had some free time. When he saw the newcomer, he quickly straightened his clothes, stepped forward and bowed, and said respectfully, "Mingyao greets Senior Zhongli. Thank you for coming to rescue me this time." Mingyao is very grateful. The Taoist waved his dustpan, raised his hand, and said kindly, "No need to be polite. The black scars these people are wearing can block their aura and prevent detection by spiritual consciousness. They are probably afraid of being recognized. If I'm not mistaken, they are most likely acquaintances." Hearing this, Ling Mingyao nodded and pondered. When I was fighting with them just now, although the three opponents attacked fiercely, it seemed that they were not fully effective, as if they were deliberately hiding some of their methods to fight the enemy. However, according to my intuition, these people should not be from the same force, and one of them gave me a very strange feeling. On the surface, he attacked fiercely, but as he approached, he secretly reduced his power. He was very careful, and if I wasn't the one being attacked, I would never have noticed. After saying this, Zhongli Yuan reminded, "When I noticed the movement here, I used my spiritual sense to roughly check Guiyun Island. Except for the Ling family where you belong, there are 2 golden elixir auras. The rest of the forces are not there." Ling Mingyao was stunned, and a possibility came to his mind. He calmed down and replied respectfully, "Thank you for telling me this, Senior. It's just a small favor." Zhongli Yuan said kindly, "Fellow Taoist Ling Zhua and I are old friends. Now that his people are in trouble, how can I sit back and do nothing? I've already guessed the purpose of your leaving. With the uncertain factor of wank, fellow Taoist Ling Zhua's consideration is indeed the most appropriate. But don't worry too much. As long as the Yuaniing of this force does not join forces to attack, I am confident that I can protect the Ling family." On the ship, Ling Yaohan heard this conversation and instantly realized that the visitor was the mysterious owner of Guyun Fang, who had broken through to the nascent soul stage not long ago. Chapter 16 Feng Yuanzhou. After learning the identity of this Taoist priest, Ling Yaohan's worries about her family were alleviated a little. With a nascent soul protecting them, the Liu family would be somewhat apprehensive. Thinking of this, she became more and more eager to improve her own strength. In a world with a strong prey on the weak, strength is the basis of everything. The crisis was resolved, and Zhongli Yuan did not stay long. After he left, Ling Mingyao flew to the ship, waved his sleeves to put away the tortoiseshell magic weapon hanging in the air, looked at Ling Yaohan who had recovered, and praised her with satisfaction. "You did a good job this time. When facing a strong enemy and lacking strength, it is best to use wisdom to defeat him." After saying this, he took out a crystal-clear jade bead, dragged it with his spiritual power, and handed it to the girl in white, smiling and saying, "This is the Ningxuan bead, a top-grade defensive magic weapon. It will be your reward for your great contribution this time." Looking at the fist-sized bead in front of her that was emitting a hazy spiritual light, Ling Yaohan was overjoyed. She immediately bowed to express her gratitude and reached out to take the treasure. This is the second top-grade magic weapon she obtained after the ice sword. The remaining 4 people all looked at her with envy, and no one expressed dissatisfaction. In their opinion, this was what Ling Yaohan deserved. With the cultivation level of the 4th level of Qi training and a clever trick, he used sea beasts to kill 7 foundation-building warriors. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed such a feat. At this time, Ling Mingyao continued, "After this, those 3 people will most likely not turn back, but we must not take it lightly. It's thanks to Yaohan that she noticed something was wrong in advance, so we were not caught off guard. We are still a long way from Gulan Island. You should all rest and gather your strength. I will check the surroundings regularly to ensure there are no hidden dangers." After these words were spoken, the 5 people responded solemnly. Coming to the main cabin, Ling Yaohan began to try to refine the Ningxuan pearl. As a cultivator, the more means you have, the greater the chance of saving your life when encountering a crisis. The Ningzuanzu is mainly for defense, and the Ningbing sword is mainly for attack. If possible, Ling Yaohan planned to wait until she had enough spirit stones to purchase a top-grade magic weapon for siege purposes. As time went by, the other 4 people in the main cabin each entered a state of cultivation, and more than half a month passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, the speed of the ship slowed down. Ling Yaohan, who had just woken up from meditation, realized that they had reached the edge of the Xingyu Sea. Having never left Guiyun Island, she couldn't help but become curious about the surrounding environment. Just as he was about to look at the scenery outside through the porthole, Ling Mingyao walked in and said bluntly, "The front is Fengyuan Island. It is already dark now. There are often sandstorms on Fengyuan Island. All kinds of poisonous creatures appear at night, so it is not suitable for travel. It is not appropriate for the ship to dock at the shore, so you get off the ship first. I will put it into the storage ring, and then we will go to Mingsha City, which is the nearest city, and stay overnight." The next day, we set out at noon and headed to the largest Luosha city in Fengyuan Continent to complete the spiritual herb transaction, and then traveled to Xianxin Continent via the teleportation array. After saying that, Ling Pingza asked curiously, "Uncle, why can't we stay on the ship for one night and leave directly the next day, even if there are poisonous creatures at night? They should not be able to escape to the ship. After all, there are defenses all around." Speaking of this, Ling Mingyao's face became a little solemn. He sighed and explained, "Once entangled by those poisonous creatures, the defense of the ship will be unable to resist. The poisonous creatures I am talking about do not only refer to various poisonous insects. If you are curious, once you enter Mingsha City, you can go to the city wall at 11 o'clock at night and take a look. Then you will understand. Every city on Fengyuan Continent is surrounded by extremely powerful bands, and only in these cities can safety be guaranteed." Having said this, he walked out of the cabin first, gently dropped down from the deck, and stood steadily on the beach. Seeing this, Ling Pingza touched his head and said nothing more. However, he had already made a plan in his heart. After arriving in Mingsha City, he would act according to his uncle's suggestion to resolve his doubts. Chapter 17, Mingsha City. After a stick of incense, the group arrived in front of a city wall about 10 feet high. The entrance to Mingsha City was empty, and there were no guards. Ling Yaohan felt strange at first. After all, according to her great-uncle, there were bands around the city. How could one enter the city if there was no one guarding it? When they were approaching the city gate, Ling Mingyao, who was walking in front, did not slow down his pace, but walked straight through and disappeared from their sight. Ling Yaohan was extremely surprised when she saw this scene. Not only her, but the other 4 people also felt the same way. I stretched out my hands tentatively, and the part that was touching the city gate seemed to be hidden by something. Ling Yaohan took a big step forward and disappeared. Seeing this, the remaining 4 people also moved and stepped forward. A moment later, a completely different scene appeared before their eyes. The streets were filled with monks in various costumes, as well as a group of people riding camels and wearing silver armor. The city wall is extremely thick, with stone stairs on both sides leading to the top. It was exactly 2/4 past 10 o'clock, time for dinner. Ling Mingyao had obviously been here before, and he led everyone to an inn with ease. Ling Yaohan looked up at the plaque, which had the words "Full Moon Frost" inscribed on it, which sounded quite elegant. They all brought fasting pills with them in order to reduce expenses. When Ling Mingyao asked if they needed to have meals, the 5 of them shook their heads surprisingly in unison. After settling down in the inn, Ling Yaohan was about to meditate when there was a knock on the door. "Sister Yaohan, do you want to go to the city wall together to see what's going on outside?" This was Ling Ping's voice. Ling Yaohan thought for a moment, then stood up and opened the door. To her surprise, Ling Yue, Ling Fu, and Ling Bin were also here. Seeing her appear, Ling Yue smiled and said, "We have already asked our great-grandfather. Mingsha City is very safe. The environment here is very different from Guiyun Island. I just feel it is new and strange. We will only stay in Mingsha City for one night, and I am afraid we will not come here again. As for the poison mentioned by our uncle, we all want to see it for ourselves. Sister Yaohan, why don't you go with us to take a look?" After saying that, Ling Yaohan nodded and said, "Okay, let's go together." As the hour of high approached, the 5 people reached a consensus and left Man Yu Shuang together. The shops on the street were brightly lit. This place was still some distance away from the city wall. However, when everyone asked Ling Mingyao for his opinion, the latter had said that the poison would not disappear before the hour of Yaan, so they were not in a hurry. At this moment, there were only a few monks on the street. The moon was high in the sky, shining on the 5 people walking side by side. The whole atmosphere was peaceful and harmonious. Along the way, Ling Fu, the youngest of the five, was the most lively, talking and laughing with everyone. However, she also knew her limits and kept her voice within a certain range so as not to disturb the strange monks. After about an incense stick of time, the group gradually approached the city wall. When they reached the stone stairs, Ling Yue, who had the highest cultivation level and was the oldest, took the first step up, and Ling Yaohan was the last. Among the five people, they are the strongest. This way, if they encounter danger, they can protect the other three to the greatest extent. Standing on the 10-foot-high city wall, Ling Yaohan looked through the city blockade and looked at the endless desert outside. Except for the fine sand near Mingsha City, illuminated by lights, the rest of the place was dark. However, as cultivators, as long as they circulate their spiritual power and focus it on their eyes, they can see everything clearly. This has no effect on them. At this moment, there is still a cup of tea time before the hour of high, and the poison has not appeared yet. After a moment, Ling Yaohan remembered what she had seen when she entered the city before. She stretched out her hand and touched a layer of barrier. After staring at the water curtain-like object for a while, she said thoughtfully, "The seal here seems to be one way, which looks a bit strange." Hearing this, Ling Yue withdrew her gaze from the distance and asked, "Did Sister Yaohan find anything?" "I can't say for sure," Ling Yaohan said thoughtfully. "Normally, the seal is formed by cultivators who are proficient in this method with the help of natural treasures, special spells, and various complex patterns, relying on a certain medium. In order for the seal to identify friend or foe, the person who sets it up needs to follow the operating rules of the seal, set up matching pattern nodes, and seal it into something like a jade pendant. But when we entered the city before, we didn't use any tokens and passed through the blockade on our own. And I just tried it out, and the way out is obviously different from the way in. The seal of Mingsha City is mainly set up to resist poisons. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be so easy to enter the city. I'm very curious, if there is no token, how does the seal identify the enemy?" As soon as she finished speaking, there was a sound of applause from afar. Chapter 18 Monster. Ling Yaohan turned her head and saw an old man with white hair and a face as red as a full moon standing on the eaves of the tallest building in the city. She was about to speak, but she heard this person speak first. "Are you guys not from Fengyuanzhou?" Although it was a question, the old man's tone was very affirmative. Ling Yaohan naturally understood this. The aura of the person coming was unfathomable. She did not dare to neglect him. She immediately saluted from a distance towards the top floor, and then replied respectfully, "We are from the Xingyusi." After she finished speaking, she stood up, but was surprised to find that the old man had appeared at the city wall, only a few feet away from them. He stroked his long beard and said with a smile, "It seems that you are from Guiyun Island. Is the person in the inn your elder?" "Exactly." The purpose of the visitor was unknown. Ling Yaohan tensed up and couldn't control her nervousness. If her guess was correct, this old man was also a nascent soul cultivator like the owner of Guyun Monastery. Just as she was thinking about countermeasures, she heard the man continue, "Don't be nervous. I'm not here to embarrass you. I just happened to pass by here and heard your conversation. On a whim, I came down to stay for a while." Having said that, the old man looked at Ling Yaohan with a hint of admiration in his eyes. Generally speaking, the methods of setting up bans are similar, but there are always exceptions, and the ban on Mingsha City is one of them. Fengyuan continent is different from the other four continents. Not only is the spiritual energy relatively thin, but it is also the most dangerous. Therefore, the ban on some cities on this continent is mainly used to identify evil demons and mutated creatures affected by unknown things. Take Mingsha City, for example. Any cultivator, as long as he does not practice evil methods and does not have evil energy on his body, can directly pass through the ban. As for going out, they can go through the tunnel in the center of the city. You are right about one thing. The ban is indeed one way. People can enter the city gate, but cannot exit. This is also the characteristic of Mingsha City. Well, I have said what I need to say, so I will not keep you here any longer. Look at you, you are guarding against me like a thief. Oh, do I look so much like a bad guy? The old man muttered a few words at last. Then his figure flashed and disappeared on the spot. It was not until this moment that Ling Yaohan completely relaxed. After a while, she looked around and wondered. It seems that no one in the city has found the trace of this senior. After saying this, Ling Yue pondered, maybe it's because his Taoism is so profound that others can't detect it. I guess only we can hear this senior's voice. Otherwise, the cultivators in the city wouldn't have no reaction at such a long distance. Look, the poison is coming out. Ling Pingzhe pointed forward with a look of horror on his face. At this moment, a rustling sound was heard in the desert, and then dense scorpions mixed with all kinds of strange poisonous insects emerged from the yellow sand and began to gather in the direction of Mingsha City. Along with them appeared some monsters with sharp teeth and claws, resembling mummies, and walking crookedly. Although Ling Mingyao told them that Mingsha City was safe, after seeing these monsters with their own eyes, their worries, which had just been put to rest, became tense again. Ling Fu sensed the powerful aura coming from the monster closest to the city wall and asked in a trembling voice, "What are these? Zombies?" "Not really." Ling Yaohan shook her head and pondered. Judging from the aura exuded by these monsters, they are stronger than the foundation establishment stage uncles and aunts I usually see in the clan, but not as strong as the Jinan cultivators like my great-uncle. If it is a zombie, the corresponding one is the white zombie. The joints of zombies at this level are stiff, and they can only jump and walk. But look at these monsters. Although their walking postures are a bit weird, their limbs are very flexible. Moreover, zombies live in extremely dark and humid places all year round, and the desert obviously does not meet this requirement. Another thing is, if you look closely at their skin, it is covered with a layer of faint lines which zombies do not have. I think this should be a rather special creature. I'll ask my uncle about it when I get back. Ling Fu recovered and hummed, then said, "That's the only way." While the two were talking, a large number of poisonous insects and several monsters were approaching the city wall below. At the moment it was about to touch, the originally motionless seal suddenly burst out with a dazzling light, and the surrounding poisonous objects were instantly reduced to ashes. After the test, they realized that the city's defenses were the same as usual, and the remaining poisonous creatures scattered and went to look for prey elsewhere. On the city wall, the 5 people were shocked by the power released by the ban. It took them a long time to come back to their senses, and they felt a little more awe for the person who set up such a ban. Chapter 19 Teleportation. After returning to the Full Moon Frost Inn, as it was already late, the few of them discussed and decided to ask about the monster tomorrow. The night passed in a flash, and at 6:15 on the next day, a group of 6 left the inn and came to the center of Mingsha City, the entrance to the tunnel that the mysterious old man had mentioned. On the way, Ling Yaohan mentioned what happened last night. As expected, Ling Mingyao was unaware of the old man's arrival. Despite this, he did not have much worries in his heart. After all, it would be effortless for a nascent soul to deal with them. Since the other party showed no ill intentions and did not take action, it means that everything is really as that person said, and he just happened to travel here. As for those monsters, Ling Mingyao seemed to be a little shy and didn't say much. He only said that they would know when they reached a certain level of cultivation. The tunnel entrance is extremely wide and can accommodate 10 people walking side by side. 6 people entered, and after walking for about 3 cups of tea, they arrived at the exit. The surroundings were bare, with no one else except the monks hurrying around. Ling Mingyao waved his sleeves and took out a tortoiseshell-shaped magic weapon. He casually made a hand gesture, and the magic weapon grew in the wind. It soon became 3 meters long and wide and fell on the desert. Next, we will use this Lingxi jade plate to go to Luosha City. If we use it with all our strength, we will be able to reach our destination at noon. After those words were spoken, Ling Yaohan and the other 4 stepped onto the jade plate in an orderly manner. After finding a suitable position to stand firmly, a ray of spiritual light rose from all around them, forming a defense that enveloped everyone. The strong winds brought by the high-speed flight of the magic weapon were completely blocked by the defensive aperture. Ling Yaohan took this opportunity to take a quick look at the scenery along the way. Most of the time, it is a desert with some sparse green plants. Apart from that, there are some bases of forces, but most of them are not as large as Mingsha City. At noon, a huge city appeared in everyone's sight. Ling Mingyao, who had been controlling the magic weapon to fly, said, "This is it. After we enter the city, I will take you to the teleportation array to line up. I will go somewhere else to complete the spiritual herb transaction, and then we can leave together." After saying that, Ling Fu asked, "Uncle, are there a lot of people at the teleportation array?" "Yes." Ling Mingyao nodded and smiled. Swan Kju is much more prosperous than Wanzu, so there are often cultivators going there. As for the purpose, there are roughly 4 types. The first is to do business and earn spirit stones. The second is to gain experience and resources for cultivation. The third is to live there all year round, and those who have such plans basically will not come back. The last one is to avoid enemies and escape from here. It takes a lot of time to queue up. Even if you are lucky, it will take an hour or two to get your turn. This long time is enough for me to go to Ling Yaohan. Half a cup of tea later, the 6 people successfully entered Rakshasa City. This city is 3 times the size of Mingsha City. The city gate is located in the northeast, while the teleportation array is in the southwest. Flying is prohibited in the city, so the group can only walk. When they arrive at their destination, 5 instant sticks of time have passed since they first entered the city gate. What comes into view is an open-air venue built of white marble. The monks are lined up in an orderly manner, with each person half a meter apart. Although there are many people, it is not noisy. Ling Mingyao received a queue number from a middle-aged man sitting on a rosewood chair, from 1994 to 1999. The teleportation array can only accommodate 1 person, so he kept the number plate at the front for himself so that he could arrive at Swan Kju first and pick up the disciples who were being teleported. Ling Yaohan got the number 1995. She took a quick glance ahead and found that most of the cultivators in line were at the great perfection of Qi training or foundation building stage. There are very few people like them who are only at the 4th level of Qi training. Therefore, when they first arrived here, many cultivators cast their gazes in their direction, but when they realized that they were traveling with Jindan, they immediately looked away. Just as Ling Mingyao said, queuing was extremely time-consuming. When he completed the spiritual herb transaction and returned here, the queue in front of him was only half as long. After waiting for more than 3 hours, it was finally their turn. After Ling Mingyao was teleported away, Ling Yaohan stepped onto the magic circle and embedded the 2 medium-grade spirit stones that her uncle had prepared in advance and distributed to them into the grooves. The next moment, the array patterns lit up layer by layer, and the spiritual light flickered inside the magic circle. After a moment, Ling Yaohan's figure disappeared from the spot. Chapter 20 Breakthroughs. The transmission began, and a strong feeling of dizziness came over me. My body was suspended in the air, and I lost my balance. Ling Yaohan subconsciously closed her eyes. After about 6 breaths, the feeling of discomfort subsided, and her legs landed on the ground. She opened her eyes and saw a completely different scene. Not far away, there is a clear pond, with cranes playing and dancing on the water. From time to time, you can hear their clear chirping sounds. The surrounding area is filled with bird song and flowers, creating a peaceful atmosphere. After concentrating for a moment, he found that the spiritual energy here was indeed richer than that in Fenjuanzu. There were not many people near the teleportation array, but Ling Yaohan did not find it strange. For cultivators to practice, they would naturally choose places with abundant spiritual resources. There were very few people who would do the opposite. Not long after, Ling Yue, Ling Pingze, Ling Fu, and Ling Bin were also teleported over one after another. After everyone gathered, Ling Mingyao led them to leave this place and started moving towards the direction of Piamia Sect. Although the journey was long, it was quite smooth and nothing major happened. Occasionally, when he encountered monks fighting, Ling Mingyao would take a detour and never had any conflicts with anyone. 2 months later, the group of 6 stopped at Gulan City, which was the closest to Piamia Sect. There are still more than 3 months before the Sect recruits disciples, so they need to find an inn or cave to stay and wait. Gulan City is extremely prosperous, with a constant stream of monks coming and going, and each area in the city is clearly divided. The entrance to the city gate is due south, and there are several shops around it that sell Swan Kju maps and various gossips. The southwestern region specializes in selling talismans, elixirs, and spiritual plants. The southeastern region mainly sells refining materials and weapons used by monks. There are many captive spirit beasts in the northwest area, none of which have recognized their master. The northeast area is where the monks rent their residence. Ling Mingyao took everyone on a tour around the city. After getting a general familiarity with the area, they came to the northeast area of the city. After weighing the pros and cons, they chose to rent a courtyard with 6 houses. There is a small spirit gathering array in the courtyard, making the spiritual energy more intense. Ling Yaohan came to the corresponding house, looked around casually, then took out the cushion, placed it on the open space, and began to meditate and practice. In the past few months, due to traveling a lot, she has not been able to find a chance to improve her cultivation. Now that she is in a place with rich spiritual energy, she naturally will not miss such a good opportunity. Immersed in cultivation, The Tai Su Yu Gyan technique was immediately put into practice, speeding up the absorption of spiritual energy. The rich spiritual energy washed over the meridians again and again, widening them. From morning till night, 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. In the house where Ling Yaohan was, the originally scattered spiritual energy gradually gathered into a small vortex and flowed towards her. This process lasted for about half a cup of tea. By the time the vortex dissipated, her cultivation had broken through to the 5th level of qi training. At this moment, in the courtyard, a larger spiritual energy vortex is slowly forming. Ling Mingyao sensed something strange, walked out of his house, clasped his hands together, and waved them around. A restriction was formed, concealing the situation in the courtyard. At the same time, Ling Yue and the other 3 also sensed the commotion and came to the courtyard. After watching for a while, Ling Bin asked, "Uncle, how did this spiritual energy vortex form?" Ling Mingyao withdrew his gaze from the sky and explained with a smile. It was caused by Yao Han's breakthrough in cultivation. This kind of situation is rare. If I am not mistaken, her cultivation can continue to break through a level. She was able to break through 2 levels in a row. Ling Yue was surprised, and then she sighed softly. By then, Sister Yaohan will be at the same level as me. I started practicing several years earlier than her, but I didn't expect that she would catch up so quickly. Although she said this, she was extremely happy in her heart. If all 5 of them can pass the entrance examination to Piamia Sect, then they will be from the same sect and the same clan. In the eyes of others, they naturally belong to a group, so the stronger the clan members are, the better, so that no one dares to bully them. Not only her, the other 3 people also thought so. Being chosen by the family and sent to the sect to practice in order to avoid possible disasters on Guiyun Island. He not only has good qualifications, but also naturally has a good character. Ling Mingyao, who had been secretly observing the reactions of the 4 people, nodded with satisfaction. People from the same clan should unite to join a large sect and share the same glory. The spiritual energy vortex in the sky was still gathering. He thought for a moment and told the 4 people, "You can go back and practice. There is a spiritual energy gathering array here. The spiritual energy is rich. In 3 months, if enough spiritual energy is accumulated, your cultivation can be further improved." After the words were spoken, the 4 of them responded in unison. The courtyard has been silent since then, and apart from the constantly gathering vortex, no other changes can be seen. Inside the house, Ling Yaohan was immersed in cultivation, unaware of what was happening in the outside world. After more than half a month, the vortex stopped condensing and became extremely solid. At a certain moment, it began to drift, passing through the houses and hovering above the head of the girl in white. Then, spiritual energy that was so rich that it was tangible began to flow downward. As time went on, the 6th cyclone gradually formed in Ling Yaohan's dantian, and her cultivation level also broke through to the 6th level of qi training at this moment. Chapter 21, Admission Test. After the breakthrough, the vortex of spiritual energy in the sky dissipated immediately. Ling Yaohan consolidated her cultivation and continued to immerse herself in practice. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, more than 2 months have passed. On this day, Piamia Sect was about to recruit disciples. Ling Mingyao sent a message to wake up the 5 people who were meditating and practicing, and they left Wudao City and headed towards Yinwu Mountain. There were many monks along the way, and it was very lively. Yinwu Mountain is the mountain used exclusively by Piamia Sect to recruit disciples. Ling Yaohan glanced at the endless crowd and roughly estimated that there were at least 20,000 cultivators taking part in the sect admission test. According to my great-uncle, Piamia Sect used to recruit around 2,000 disciples, which means that only 1 out of 10 people could join the sect, and the competition was quite fierce. The hidden mist mountain was shrouded in clouds and mist. The entire mountain was cut off from the mountainside by high-level monks of Piamia Sect, and a place was built on it for testing disciples entering the sect. When they arrived here, there were already hundreds of foundation-building monks around them, all wearing pure white Taoist robes with bamboo leaf patterns engraved on the right sleeves and light green jade plates hanging around their waists. After a stick of incense, 2 people with unfathomable auras slowly descended from midair. One of them was wearing a moonlit skirt with apricot-colored gold thread and had a gorgeous appearance. The other one was wearing a green robe with a long belt, wide sleeves, and straw sandals. The female cultivator stepped forward and announced the start of the sect admission test. After that, the first disciple on her right, who was dressed in a pure white Taoist robe, spoke up and briefly explained the testing process. The first step is to test bone age. Those who are over 5 years old and under 16 years old are qualified. Ling Yaohan already knew this, but the second step of testing the spiritual roots was somewhat beyond her expectations. The object that Piamia Sect uses to test spiritual roots is not a spirit plate, but a magic weapon called the reflecting water mirror. Those without spiritual roots will have their reflections shown in the water mirror, while those with spiritual roots will have their corresponding spiritual root color shown, along with a purity value. The purity of spiritual roots is divided into 10 levels, with level 1 being the lowest and level 10 being the maximum. The third step is the assessment of one's character, the specific content of which will be revealed when the time comes. The bone age test is extremely quick, taking only half a cup of tea, and it eliminates a group of people who rely on luck. When it came to the spiritual root test, Ling Yaohan waited for about 3 incense sticks of time before it was finally her turn. She walked to the reflecting water mirror and stood still. A soft spiritual light enveloped her. After a moment, 8 colors of light flowed on the water mirror, and the purity of the 3 mutant spiritual roots of ice, wind, and thunder was displayed as 10, and the purity of the 5 elements of spiritual roots of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth was 9. As soon as this result came out, it attracted great attention. The huge venue became noisy, and some monks couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. It's actually a complete spiritual root that is hard to come by in 1,000 years, and the spiritual root is extremely pure. Yes, from the beginning of the test till now, 7 people with single spiritual roots have appeared. Among these people, the highest spiritual root purity is only 9. After a comparison, the gap is obvious. Wait, don't you find it strange? I remember that fellow Taoist had a bone age of 14. With such aptitude, he shouldn't be only at the 6th level of Qi training at this age. Well, what's the matter? I just started late. Not everyone starts practicing at the age of 5. Take me for example. I've lived in the mountains since I was young. I didn't know there were cultivators who could fly until I was 11. Later, by chance, I was lucky enough to fall into a cave where a cultivator had passed away. I also happened to have spiritual roots. Due to various coincidences, I embarked on the path of cultivation. Everyone was talking at once. Some were envious, some were jealous, and a few were even speculating about Ling Yaohan's identity. No matter how noisy the scene is, the test is still carried out in an orderly manner. Ling Yue and the other 3 lined up behind Ling Yaohan and quickly completed the second step of the test. Among them, Ling Yue and Ling Bin both have dual spiritual roots. The former has gold and earth spiritual roots, both with a purity of 6, while the latter has fire and wood spiritual roots, with fire being 5 and wood being 6. Ling Fu and Ling Pingza have 3 spiritual roots, and the purity is between 4 and 6. The reason why clan leader Ling Zhua chose them from among the dozen or so peers with 3 spiritual roots in the clan was because he considered their cultivation speed and their daily behavior. If something happens to the Ling family, the person most likely to avenge the entire family will be Ling Yaohan, and the rest of the people can serve as her assistants. Therefore, when Ling Zhua was selecting disciples to send out, Ling Yaohan was one of the must choices, and the first thing he considered about the remaining 4 was their personalities. The jealous ones were eliminated first. Those who were extremely competitive, had a bad temper, and were prone to causing trouble were also not selected. Those with a changeable personality were excluded even more. The last type, those who were too virtuous and easily betrayed their teammates, were also rejected by him early on and kicked out of the list. Among the remaining candidates, he began to consider the qualification issue and finally finalized Ling Yue and the other 3. The test on the field was still going on. Ling Yaohan didn't pay too much attention to the discussions of the crowd. For her, strength was the most important thing. She was still weak now, so no matter how wonderful the words of others were, they were all hypothetical. After about 2 incense sticks, the spiritual root test was over, and all those with single or double spiritual roots passed the assessment. Those whose total purity of 3 spiritual roots is less than 10 will be eliminated. Those whose total purity of 4 spiritual roots is less than 15 will be eliminated, and those whose total purity of 5 spiritual roots is less than 20 will be eliminated. After the test was over, more than half of the monks left dejectedly, and the originally bustling place suddenly became much quieter. Chapter 22, Character Assessment. After the eliminated candidates leave, the character assessment officially begins. Hundreds of Piamia Sect disciples in the field gave each person who passed the first 2 tests a fist-sized crystal ball. Those who take the test need to probe their spiritual consciousness into the crystal ball. The sooner they break free, the higher the score they'll get. When Ling Yaohan first heard the content of the assessment, she was surprised. She thought that the character assessment would be something like the ladder to heaven that most sects used, but she didn't expect the facts to be completely different. The crystal ball felt cool to the touch, like warm jade. The test had already started, so she did not hesitate at all and directly probed her spiritual consciousness into it. The next moment, she found that the place she was in had changed drastically. What came into view was a magnificent palace, and she was sitting on a high platform in gorgeous clothes, with a crowd of people kneeling below her. This is the temptation of power. Anyone who touches the crystal ball with their spiritual consciousness will fall into different illusions, taking what they see as real scenes, and completely forgetting that they are participating in a character assessment. Ling Yaohan looked at everything in front of her and felt uncomfortable in her heart. Even though she had lost her memory, she knew very well that this was not what she was pursuing. No matter how powerful you are, if you cannot achieve immortality, you will end up as a handful of earth after 100 years. What is the point? As I thought of this, the scene in front of me suddenly shattered, followed by another change. This time she became a person who could not practice cultivation, but lived a life of luxury, and could rely on elixirs to prolong her life, gaining the so-called immortality. Her family members treat her like a treasure, and since they are all very powerful, no one can harm her, so she has lived a carefree life since childhood. Looking at the people around her who were trying their best to make her happy, Ling Yaohan suddenly felt a sense of absurdity in her heart. Everything she has now was not obtained by her own strength, but was given by others. These people are not trying to please her, but her powerful family who stand behind her. If one day she is no longer regarded as a treasure by them, then everything will come to nothing. What good end will there be for a useless person who is unable to practice? Being strong on your own is the greatest guarantee. What you get by relying on others is just flowers in the water and the moon in the mirror. This kind of life is not what she wants. As soon as this thought appeared, the illusion was shattered, and the previously sealed memories returned. Ling Yaohan's consciousness directly broke away from the crystal ball. At the same time, an ethereal voice rang in her ears. Congratulations, you are the first person to pass the character test. From now on, you will be a disciple of my Piamia sect. Ling Yaohan looked up and saw that the person who spoke was the female cultivator who had previously announced the start of the sect admission test. At this moment, the crystal ball in her hand had disappeared. Looking at the other person's smiling face, she bowed to him and said respectfully, "Thank you, senior." "What's there to thank me for?" the female cultivator said with a smile. "Since you have passed the test, don't just stand there. Come over here and talk to me." The other party was most likely a nascent soul cultivator. Ling Yaohan did not dare to neglect him. After answering yes, she lowered her eyes and walked forward with light lotus steps. What she didn't notice was that the monks on both sides, dressed in pure white Taoist robes, were looking at her with envy. Seeing the respectful look of the girl in white, the female cultivator coughed lightly, trying to make her voice sound gentler. "Don't be so reserved. It took you less than 10 breaths to break free from the two illusions. Piamia sect has been established for more than 5,000 years, and there are so many people who have participated in the sect entrance test. You took the shortest time for this third test. Even for me, when I entered the sect, it took me a full half cup of tea to break free from the illusion. By the way, I haven't asked you what your name is yet." Ling Yaohan paused and said with a hint of smile, "Disciple Ling Yaohan. So your surname is Ling." The female cultivator seemed to remember something and looked at the girl in white with a hint of surprise. But she concealed it very well and returned to normal in an instant, then talked about other things. "I have been keeping an eye on you since you found out that you have all your spiritual roots. Is the person who came with you a member of your clan?" "That's right," Ling Yaohan said truthfully. "The disciples and their group came here together under the leadership of the elders of the clan." The female cultivator hummed and said bluntly, "You performed brilliantly when testing your spiritual roots earlier, and I also observed their reactions. You are not the kind of jealous people, which is not bad. As long as they can pass the character test within 5 incense sticks, they can become disciples of Piamia sect." Chapter 23, All Kinds of People. After this was said, the young man beside him reminded, "Sister Shen, admission to the sect is based on the assessment ranking." Shen Shiming curled her lips and said, "From the previous assessments, many people passed the exams close to the 5th incense stick and became disciples of Piamia sect. If Yaohan's clansmen can pass the test within 5 incense sticks, it means that they are qualified to become disciples of Piamia Sect. If they are outside the top 2,000 by then we can just give all those who are ahead of them to the sect, and then who will gossip? In my opinion, since the rules are made by humans, they can naturally be changed. This is not a major matter concerning the survival of the sect, so it is not advisable to stick to the old rules. And if you look at the performance of these monks in the field, I don't think it is possible for 2,000 people to break free from the illusion. Alas, another class with fewer disciples. Ling Yaohan listened to the words of the senior beside her and set her gaze to the center of the examination venue. The monks who were sitting cross-legged in meditation had different expressions at this moment. Some looked painful, as if they had been severely tortured. Some have an obsessed look on their faces, with their hands hugging the air, and it seems that they are immersed in beauty. Some of them had silly smiles on their faces, and I don't know what they had encountered. The last type is pointing at the air and scolding, which means falling into the temptation of power. All living beings are different. After a moment, Ling Yaohan focused her attention on the 4 members of the same clan. There were traces of tears on Ling Yue's face. Obviously, she had encountered a sad thing, but overall she looked calm. Ling Bin had a blank expression on his face, and no one could guess what kind of illusion he had fallen into. Ling Fu and Ling Pingza both had smiles on their faces and did not make any big movements. After a stick of incense, monks began to break free from the illusion one after another. After nearly 2 incense sticks, Ling Yue successfully got rid of the illusion. After opening her eyes, she immediately looked for Ling Yaohan. When she saw her standing next to a senior with high cultivation level, she nodded at her with a smile on her face. After that, she turned her attention to the other 3 of her people who were still trapped in the illusion, hoping that they could all pass the test. It would be a blessing if the 5 of us could join the sect together. If anyone is missing, it would always be a pity. After nearly an incense stick of time, Ling Fu broke free from the illusion. Not long after, Ling Bin also managed to escape. However, for some reason, Ling Pingza was still trapped in the illusion. As time passed, the 4 began to get anxious. Ling Yaohan looked at this cousin who was 3 years younger than her. Seeing the happy expression on his face, she had some guesses about the content of the illusion. Ling Pingza's parents died young, and he was raised by Aunt Lan Shi. If the people who appeared in the illusion were his parents, then everything would make sense. When it was almost 5 incense sticks, nearly 3/4 of the cultivators in the field were still trapped in the illusion. Fortunately, Ling Pingza finally escaped from the illusion on time and passed the test successfully. After Shun Shiming announced the end of the assessment, she stretched out her hand and waved a large amount of spiritual light forward, covering the entire testing area. After a moment, the crystal balls in the hands of the remaining people who were still trapped in the illusion turned into ashes. After this incident, these people woke up immediately. A few of them showed shame on their faces, knowing that they had no chance to join Piamia Sect, and left in disappointment. Most people showed regret and remorse, looking back every few steps as they left the place. There were also a few who hoped for luck and stayed where they were and did not leave. Because after a rough glance, they found that there were only more than 1,600 people who passed the assessment this time, so they deliberately delayed time and place to see if they could take advantage of the opportunity and enter Piamia Sect. However, the result was bound to disappoint them. Shen Shiming spoke directly and announced the number of disciples that Piamia Sect would recruit this time: 1,624. The sect entrance examination was successfully concluded. Although the number of disciples recruited was not as many as in previous years, the 2 nascent soul cultivators did not look depressed, but rather quite excited. The prosperity of a sect does not depend on the number of people, but on the strength of the top cultivators. In their view, one cultivator with full spiritual roots is equal to all disciples. Chapter 24. Piamia Sect. Outside the testing site, Ling Mingyao learned that all the disciples he brought had passed the assessment. He took one last look at the 5 of them, then turned and left Inwu Mountain. The escort mission was successfully completed, and he needed to return to Guiyun Island in the Xingyue Sea to continue protecting the Ling family. Ling Yaohan noticed her uncle leaving and stared at his back until he completely disappeared from her sight. Along the way, the great-uncle took good care of them and never put on airs in front of them. Although he was a Jindan cultivator, in her eyes, he was just an amiable elder. Parting brings sorrow, so my uncle chose to leave directly without saying goodbye to them. After the assessment, The young man who was standing next to Shen Shiming with his hands behind his back waved his sleeves and took out a magic weapon shaped like a green leaf and activated it. The creature grew faster in the wind and soon became a huge monster hundreds of feet long. If you look from a distance, it looks like a small boat suspended in the mist. After a while, a row of green jade stairs appeared on the green boat, leading directly to the test site. At this time, Shen Shiming said, "This is the Qingling boat. Everyone who has passed the assessment will be a disciple of my Piamia sect. From now on, you can go to the Qingling boat one by one and head to the sect." As soon as he finished speaking, a neat response rang out in the venue. Everyone lined up in an orderly manner, and after about a cup of tea, all of them arrived on the Qingling boat. The monks, originally standing on both sides of the venue, dressed in pure white Taoist robes, bowed to the two nascent souls, and then each of them flew away into the distance with a beam of light. There is a high-level illusion array around Piamia's sect, and outsiders cannot enter even if they know the location. When the flying boat stopped above a vast forest, Ling Yaohan observed it carefully. There were birds and animals in the forest, and it looked full of vitality. Even though she knew it was an illusion, she could not see any flaws. Shen Shiming waved her sleeves and cast a spell downwards. The scene in front of her instantly shattered, and majestic mountains appeared before her. On top of the mountains, there are towering palaces. Looking at the whole mountain, the peaks are undulating and the pavilions are scattered all over the place. The Qingling boat slowly landed in front of a building located on top of a mountain range, but Shen Shiming did not let everyone leave. Ling Yaohan took a quick look around. On the plaque of the building in front was written the words Jingxin. Apart from the two nascent souls and the new disciples, there was no one else here. This place gave her a sense of solemnity. She just felt strange in her heart. This didn't seem like a place where disciples who had just entered the sect could come. After a while, layers of golden patterns appeared on the ground here, with Qingling boat as the center, and expanded to the surrounding areas at an extremely fast speed. This process lasted for 3 breaths, and then everything returned to calm. Everyone was quite confused about what had just happened, but no one asked questions for a while. At this moment, the Qingling boat, which had originally stopped, rose into the air again and landed on a shorter mountain not far away. Shen Shiming took in the expressions on the faces of the disciples and explained after a moment, "We just went to Taiha Peak, which is specially built to deal with evil spirits. In the past, when Piamia's sect recruited disciples, there were many well-disguised demons that sneaked in, and without exception, they were all exposed on Taiha Peak and killed by the demon-slaying formation." Hearing this, everyone felt a chill in their hearts, and at the same time, they also felt more intuitively the attitude of Piamia's sect towards demons and evil spirits. At this time, Shen Shiming continued, "In order to train disciples, all newcomers must stay in the outer sect for 2 years. Of course, during this period, if someone can successfully advance to the foundation building stage, he or she can naturally become an inner disciple. If not, then 2 years later, elders from the sect will come to recruit disciples, and those who are chosen can become registered disciples or direct disciples. The former is equal to an inner disciple in status, while the latter is higher than an inner disciple. Those who are not selected will continue to practice in the outer gate until they have established their foundation before they can enter the inner gate. The place we are going to later is the Chaoyang Peak External Affairs Hall. The word Chaoyang means a bright future. This is the starting point of your path of cultivation. The specific matters in the outer sect will be explained to you by the stewards in due course. Now that you are disciples of Piamia's sect, you must remember not to violate the sect rules. Otherwise, you will be severely punished." After the words fell, a uniform response sounded. Yes, disciples will remember this. After a while, the green spirit boat landed at its destination. The moment it landed, the entire boat turned into a ball of green mist and flew back into the young man's sleeve. There was already a steward waiting in front of the External Affairs Hall. Upon seeing everyone arriving, he stepped forward and bowed to the two nascent souls. Shen Shiming only gave a brief explanation and didn't say much more. At this moment, Ling Yaohan suddenly felt something. She looked up and saw this senior winking at her mischievously, then turned into a beam of light and flew to a distant peak. After the two nascent souls left, the steward cleared his throat and mentioned the sect rules and the cultivation resources and monthly salary that everyone was most concerned about. Outer disciples are given 20 low-grade spirit stones per month, and 1 bottle each of the spirit gathering pill, blood deeming pill, and essence nourishing pill. All of them are of medium quality, used for healing, restoring spiritual power, and practicing respectively. Each new member of the sect is given a low-grade magic weapon, a blue steel sword, 2 sets of outer disciple uniforms with dust-removing formations, and a cushion for training. In addition, other cultivation resources within the sect must be exchanged through contribution points. Contribution points are obtained from sect missions. Outer disciples are forced to complete a mission every month. Those who fail to meet the requirements will no longer receive a monthly salary that month, and the missions will be accumulated to the next month, and they will accumulate over time. Upon hearing this request, some monks began to discuss in low voices, complaining about the fact that unfinished tasks would be accumulated to the next month. However, in Ling Yaohan's view, this request is very normal. The sect does not recruit disciples to keep idle people. Since they are given resources for cultivation, it means that their strength can be continuously improved. In this case, if the monthly tasks cannot be completed, how far can one go on the path of spiritual practice? Chapter 25, External Affairs Palace. The residences of the new disciples are all on Chaoxia Peak, which is adjacent to Chaoyang Peak and appears to be slightly flat and wide overall. Qigong practitioners cannot fly, so they can only walk to this peak. When leaving Chaoyang Peak, everyone received a storage bag embroidered with bamboo leaf patterns and a string of numbers, which contained the things that the steward said the new disciple should get. In addition, there is a semicircular wooden plaque representing the identity of an outer disciple of Piamia Sect. When seeing this thing, Ling Yaohan remembered the monks in pure white Taoist robes that she had seen on Inwu Mountain before. They had light green jade plates hanging around their waists and could fly. If nothing unexpected happens, these people should be inner disciples. The numbers on the storage bag correspond to the residences on Chaoxia Peak. Ling Yaohan got 0001. The residence is at the top of the peak, and it takes a lot of time to climb up. Ling Yue, Ling Fu, and Ling Bin live on the mountainside, while Ling Pingze lives at the foot of the mountain. The 4 of them were indignant on behalf of Ling Yaohan along the way and complained about the steward. After all, the storage bag was not obtained by drawing lots, but was distributed by the steward. There are a total of 3,000 houses on Chaoxia Peak, but only 1,624 people joined the sect this time, leaving nearly half of the houses vacant. However, the manager chose to arrange Ling Yaohan to stay at the top of the peak, so it was much more difficult for her to go down the mountain than for others every time. Ling Yaohan didn't care too much about this, and just laughed it off. As long as the manager does not withhold cultivation resources, she will not care about trivial matters such as the location of the residence. The 4 people's complaints completely disappeared when they reached Chaoxia Peak. This is because the spiritual energy on the peak is not evenly distributed. Generally speaking, it is most concentrated at the top of the peak and most sparse at the foot of the mountain. Now they finally reacted and realized that they had wronged the manager, and they all apologized to him in their hearts. After meeting several fellow disciples in succession, Ling Yaohan gradually discovered that the location of the residence was determined according to the ranking of the character assessment. Ling Pingze did not perform well in this assessment and finished it on time, so he was arranged at the foot of the mountain. Not only her, the other 4 also reacted at this moment, and they all expressed their gratitude for the sect's fairness. At the same time, they also apologized again in their hearts for their previous actions. After 5 incense sticks, Ling Yaohan arrived at the top of the mountain. There is only one bamboo house here, and there are restrictions around it. After taking out the wooden identity card and imprinting it into her spiritual consciousness and activating it, Ling Yaohan walked to the bamboo house, waved the wooden card forward, and the restriction was immediately lifted. After doing this, she reached out and pushed open the bamboo door with a creak. The house was spotless, with nothing else except the necessary bamboo bed, bamboo chairs, and bamboo table. After looking at it for a while, Ling Yaohan closed the bamboo door, set up restrictions again with the help of the wooden sign, then took out the outer disciple clothes, placed them on the bamboo bed, and looked at them carefully. The overall color is light blue, and it is a wide-sleeve Lucian skirt style. The cuffs are engraved with bamboo leaf patterns, and the workmanship is extremely delicate. There was no dust removal formation on the moon-white cloud sky water rippling Lucian skirt that Ling Yaohan was wearing now. So she needed to use cleaning magic to clean it frequently, so she immediately changed into the clothes of an outer disciple. Therefore, she discovered that the size of dresses could be changed at will, and there was no such thing as dresses not fitting. It was already late at night. After changing her clothes, Ling Yaohan took out her cushion and began to meditate. She waited until 3/4 past midnight before going to bed on her bamboo bed. As the day gradually brightened the next day, she got up and left the bamboo house, preparing to go to the External Affairs Hall of Chaoyang Peak to accept the mission for this month. The steward once said that outer disciples receive their monthly salary after completing their tasks, and there is no fixed time. Although it is the beginning of the month, she doesn't want to delay any longer. As it turned out, there were many people who shared the same idea as her. When they arrived at the External Affairs Hall, it was exactly 1 o'clock in the morning, which was not too late, but the place was already full of monks. When she saw the huge crowd, Ling Yaohan thought that it was a good thing that the manager did not allow them to accept the task on the spot yesterday. Otherwise, the External Affairs Hall would have been packed with people. In fact, everyone came here early in the morning, not only to complete the task earlier, but also to get a simpler task. After all, the later you come, the fewer options you have. Ling Yaohan looked around the crowd, but did not see any of her 4 fellow tribesmen. After about half an incense stick of time, some of the monks in front dispersed, and she got a chance to finally step into the External Affairs Hall. At the entrance to the palace, there stands a jade disc about half a meter high, on which are written the task level classification and acceptance methods. External missions are divided into 4 levels: A, B, C, and D. Level A is the most difficult, but it also gives the most contribution points after completion. Level D is the least difficult, and naturally gives the least corresponding contribution points. The entire Foreign Affairs Hall is divided into 4 areas. Each area corresponds to a task level, and the difference can be seen at a glance. Each area is hung with wooden signs. Each sign corresponds to a task and has a ban on it. If you like a task, just touch it with your identity card, and the ban will be removed. After the mission is completed, the person who accepts the mission must go to the Chaoyang Peak Foreign Affairs Pavilion to hand it over and receive the mission reward and monthly salary. Ling Yaohan looked around and found that the Class C and Class D task areas were crowded with people, so she temporarily came to the Class B area and began to check the various tasks carefully. Chapter 26, Accepting the Mission. Most of the Class B missions are related to hunting monsters. Some require the submission of fresh monster skins, furs, and bones. Some require monster meat to make spiritual meals, and some directly require living creatures. There are many kinds of monsters involved in it. Ling Yaohan counted them carefully and found that there are 62 kinds in total. It is worth mentioning that there are cultivation restrictions behind each task. The lowest requirement is to practice Qi at the 6th level, and the highest requires practicing Qi at the 9th level before you can accept it. With Ling Yaohan's current level of cultivation, there is only one mission she can accept in the Class B area. This task is not to hunt monsters, but to go to the Lake Center Mausoleum to pick 6 dark moon spirit flowers. After completion, you can get 50 contribution points. The wooden sign depicts the shape of the flower and provides detailed instructions for the mission destination. The Lake Heart Mausoleum is located 100 miles southwest of Piamia Sect. It takes half a day for a Qi cultivating cultivator to get there. For some reason, only Qi cultivating cultivators have been allowed to enter this place since ancient times. If cultivators at the foundation building stage or above approach, they will be blocked by an invisible restriction. This restriction is extremely complex and contains infinite pressure, which even the nascent soul cannot break. As for the spiritual transformation, once they have made a breakthrough, they will try every possible means to find a path to ascend to the spiritual world. Huxi Mausoleum has no attraction for them, and they will not bother to do something here that is thankless. Over time, this place became recognized as a place that only Qi cultivating monks could enter. Ling Yaohan quite liked this task, and for some reason, there seemed to be a voice urging her to go to Huxin Mausoleum. Therefore, she accepted the task without any hesitation. After leaving the External Affairs Hall, Ling Yaohan did not rush to her destination immediately. Before that, she needed to understand how wide the Lake Har Mausoleum was and what was the most effective way to find the Dark Moon Spirit Flower. Since Piamia Sect is one of the 4 major sects in Tianzi Continent, there must be a market nearby. On the way to the sect on the Qingling boat, Ling Yaohan carefully observed that there was a large market 10 miles northwest of the sect. She planned to go there to buy relevant information. On her way down the mountain, a strange voice called her. "Are you Ling Yaohan, the full spiritual root cultivator who performed brilliantly during the sect entrance examination?" Hearing this, Ling Yaohan paused, turned around, and saw a heroic woman sitting on the pine and cypress trees beside the road. Judging from the aura around him, he is undoubtedly a foundation-building cultivator. With a change of mind, she bowed to him and said in a neither humble nor arrogant manner, "Uncle Master, it is you who is my disciple." The woman hummed and said with some surprise, "He is quite polite without any arrogance of a genius." Having said this, she paused, took out an object, and used her spiritual power to pass it to Ling Yaohan. "This is a first-level formation plate that I refined. It is used to conceal your aura. It is my gift to you." Ling Yaohan was stunned for a moment and did not accept it immediately. The process of refining the array plate is quite complicated, and even if it is only the first level, it is still worth a lot of money. As the saying goes, one cannot accept gifts without merit. She did not know the other party, so she did not dare to accept it rashly before figuring out his purpose. Just as he was about to open his mouth to decline, he heard the other party speak first. "Don't think too much. I am now in the late stage of foundation building, and the first-level array disc is of no use to me. This is what I refined before, and it has been gathering dust in the storage ring. After Master went back yesterday, he has been talking about you all the time. I was very curious, so I wanted to see what kind of person could attract Master's attention. Well, now that I've met you and you've got a good attitude, I naturally have to give you a gift. My master knows that I am here. If I don't give me anything, I'm afraid he will nag me when I get back. Just take it as nothing to me. But you are different. Your cultivation is still at a low level, so it would be safer if you have a hidden object when you go out of the sect. Hey, if you refuse, I will destroy this formation." Hearing this, Ling Yaohan finally reached out to take the formation plate and thanked him respectfully. At this time, the woman continued, "My name is Lin Qinghua, and I saw the mission you accepted in the Foreign Affairs Hall. If I'm not mistaken, you're planning to find out more about the Lake Heart Mausoleum and the Dark Moon Spirit Flower, right?" After saying this, Ling Yaohan nodded and said, "That's true. I plan to go to the market to inquire about this kind of news." "Go to the market? That will cost you spirit stones. You might as well ask me directly." Lin Qinghua jumped down and landed smoothly, then continued, "How about this? I will tell you some of the information I know, and if you feel it is not detailed enough, it will not be too late to go to the market. There has always been an ancient legend about the Lake Center Mausoleum, which is that there are a large number of monks' tombs buried underneath, containing many rare treasures. Only chi-cultivating monks can enter here, and this is also mentioned on the task sign. Many forces once sent a large number of chi-cultivating monks into the Lake Heart Mausoleum, but after digging and searching, they found nothing. As time went on, no one believed the rumor anymore, and whenever someone heard it, they would just laugh it off. The terrain of Huxinling is complex, and it is shrouded in fog all year round. When you get there, it is best to make some marks along the way, otherwise you may get lost. Dark moon spirit flowers grow in cool and humid places, so you can focus on finding places where there is no sunlight. In addition, this flower grows together with the withered heart vine, which feeds on the blood of monsters, so this flower will most likely appear in places with many corpses. There is one thing you need to pay attention to. Although the withered heart vine usually does not attack cultivators, it may not attack people who are picking dark moon spirit flowers. The reason why this mission requires one to be at least at the 6th level of Qi training to be accepted is because of the withered heart vine murder case that happened in the past. Dark moon spirit flower is an essential ingredient for refining the spirit concentration pill, so this task is issued every month. Initially, this task was placed in the Class C area, with no restrictions on cultivation level. Once, a disciple at the 4th level of Qi training accepted this task, but he died there. In order to find out the truth, Manager Yin sent 3 disciples who had reached the great perfection of Qi training to check. In the end, they discovered that the man had died because his blood was sucked dry by the withered heart vine. The attack power of this vine is generally equivalent to that of a cultivator at the 5th level of Qi training. So later on, the quest to find the Dark Moon Spirit Flower added a cultivation limit of the 6th level of Qi training. Chapter 27, Lake Heart Mausoleum. The information Lin Qinghua mentioned was very detailed. Ling Yaohan kept it in mind and saved herself the trip to the market. At this moment, she was very grateful to this uncle whom she met for the first time, and she also vaguely guessed that the other party's master was Shen Ximing. After informing Lin Qinghua of all the information related to the Lake Heart Mausoleum and the Dark Moon Spirit Flower, he left Chaiyang Peak without staying any longer. Ling Yaohan left the sect and began to move towards the southwest. Along the way, she met several fellow disciples, and each time they greeted each other before continuing on their way. Piamia Sect is one of the 4 major sects in Tianzi continent and is very famous. There are no cultivators robbing nearby, so half a day later, Ling Yaohan successfully arrived at Huxin Mausoleum. As soon as she entered this place, She carved a crescent mark with broken stones under a tall cypress tree. After that, she chose a direction based on her intuition. Not long after they left, Ling Yaohan suddenly remembered what her cousin Ling Yi had said a few months ago. In the other party's tampered memory, a foggy area appeared. This was the real experience of the caster Lu Ji. Huxenling is shrouded in fog all year round. Such places are not common. Perhaps there is some connection between the two. Shaking her head and retracting her thoughts, Ling Yaohan continued to mark various bushes, looking for the existence of the dark moon spirit flower. Half a cup of tea later, the corpses of monsters on the road ahead gradually increased. She concentrated and was on guard, and sure enough, she saw the withered heart vine not far away. The dark moon spirit flower is wrapped in vines, so it is a bit difficult to pick it successfully. Ling Yaohan used the thick earth escape technique, and a layer of yellow spiritual light instantly formed, protecting her inside. At the same time, she slapped her storage bag, and the ice sword appeared instantly. She held it in her right hand, making an attacking posture. When she got close to the withered heart vine, she gripped the hilt of the sword tightly and swung it forward several times. The sharp blade cut off most of the vine branches in the blink of an eye. To ensure that everything was safe, Ling Yaohan quickly found the root of the vine and pulled it out by the roots. After confirming that there was no danger, she took out an empty jade box, picked the dark moon spirit flower, and put it away carefully. After successfully picking the first flower, she marked it on a willow tree not far away and continued walking forward. After an incense stick of time, Ling Yaohan found the second flower and used the same trick to pick it successfully. But at this moment, she heard the sound of dead branches breaking. Oh! He looked around intently, but saw no one. There is no one guarding the area around the Lake Heart Mausoleum. Anyone who practices Qigong can enter this place, so it is not ruled out that someone is hiding here and killing people to steal treasures. Time passed by little, but Ling Yaohan never let down her guard. The expected attack did not come, so she tried to move forward until the third dark moon spirit flower appeared, and everything around her became calm. But she was very clear that what she heard before was not an illusion. After she took the dark moon spirit flower with high alert, everything around her changed. The white mist around slowly condensed and turned into a person with an unclear face. After seeing what the man was holding, she showed surprise on her face. It's actually the Jade Scepter. The thing that appeared in Sister Ling Yi's tampered memory actually appeared before my eyes. Could it be that Lu Ji had been to Huxenling during his Qi training period? The person transformed from the white mist walked straight towards Ling Yaohan with a full sense of oppression. At the same time, the long-lost sound of dead branches breaking was heard again. Ling Yaohan moved a few steps to the side, and the person transformed by the white mist also changed direction. At this point, she was certain that the other party was targeting her. Suppressing the fear rising in her heart, Ling Yaohan immediately started to practice the mysterious ice mirror technique. The temperature around her dropped sharply, and an extremely thick layer of black ice shield formed around her body. Countless black ice formed into mirrors, surrounding the person transformed by the white mist. Sharp arrows formed by ice were continuously shot out, attacking his vital points. The latter exploded into a ball of white mist in continuous attacks. But before Ling Yaohan could breathe a sigh of relief, another person holding a jade scepter and with an unclear face appeared. This time, Ling Yaohan chose to attack with fire. She immediately used the divine fire technique and pointed at the enemy's location. The latter dodged the attack with a flash, still maintaining his forward posture, and walked slowly towards her. Seeing this, Ling Yaohan used several divine fire spells, using her spiritual sense to control the raging fire to attack the unknown humanoid monster from 4 directions: front, back, left, and right. This time the opponent did not dodge and was directly burned to ashes by the raging fire. However, the next moment, another figure appeared not far away. After all, Ling Yaohan was only at the 6th level of Qi training, and using magic continuously was quite a burden for her. Up to now, more than half of the spiritual power has been consumed. The monster seemed to be immortal, and in order to avoid running out of spiritual power, she began to consider evacuating the place. Judging from the current situation, the opponent's speed is not fast. As long as she can run out of Huxenling in time, she may be able to get rid of this monster and then return to the Sect to report the matter. Unfortunately, things went against her wishes. As she sped away, the humanoid monster also sped up and followed her, and the distance between them was getting closer and closer. If it continued like this, It was only a matter of time before it was caught up. In desperation, Ling Yaohan had to take out a spirit-gathering pill and swallow it to replenish the spiritual power that was constantly being consumed. She stopped and continued to fight the monster. After destroying it again, she turned around and ran without stopping, but a fourth figure appeared directly in front of her. This time Ling Yaohan no longer remained silent. Instead, she pursed her lips and said in a cold voice, "What exactly do you want to do? I just accepted the Sect's mission to come here to pick the Dark Moon Spirit Flower. I didn't offend you, did I?" The monster did not answer, but pointed to the northwest. Ling Yaohan understood and asked tentatively, "Which direction do you want me to go?" After that, the monster nodded. After receiving a positive reply, Ling Yaohan fell silent. The place the other party pointed to was deep in the lakeside mausoleum. If there's a trap, then she would be walking into it if she went there. At this moment, the white mist in the sky changed again and gradually condensed into 8 words in the air. "There is no danger, and it won't hurt you." Seeing this, Ling Yaohan recalled carefully. Since the monster appeared until now, it has never attacked her, but just kept trying to get closer. Judging from the current situation, the other party will not let her leave easily. If the fight continued, when her spiritual power was exhausted, she would have no choice but to obey his will. In that case, we might as well go there now, so that if we encounter danger, we will still be able to fight. Chapter 28, Ancient Ruins. After making the decision, Ling Yaohan began to move towards the northwest. After walking a few steps, the figure transformed by the white mist dissipated and condensed into a ball, drifting forward, heading towards the northwest. Ling Yaohan immediately understood that the other party wanted to lead the way for her, so she just followed the thing. After about 3 cups of tea, a stone tablet covered with sword marks appeared before their eyes. The spherical object hovered in midair and no longer moved. After a moment, it turned into a ball of white light and merged into the stone tablet. Ling Yaohan was just feeling strange when suddenly something unusual happened around the stone tablet. A light blue light burst out from it and enveloped her completely. The next moment, Ling Yaohan was no longer there. At this moment, her body was suspended in the air in darkness and falling down continuously. As a Qi training practitioner, she could not fly. If she fell at this speed, she would probably die on the spot. Just as she was thinking of a solution, the white mist that had disappeared reappeared, condensed into the shape of a cloud, drifted to her feet, and held her up steadily. The descent speed slowed down slightly, and Ling Yaohan's safety was temporarily guaranteed. But the area below is like a bottomless pit with no end. Ling Yaohan began to deliberately calculate the height of her descent, and after about an incense stick of time, she finally landed on the ground. It was pitch black all around, without a single ray of light. It's at least 100,000 feet deep. Will we be able to go back then? Ling Yaohan closed her eyes and forced herself to calm down. She then channeled her spiritual power into her eyes and gradually saw the scene in front of her clearly. What meets the eye are large pieces of broken walls and ruins, exuding an ancient atmosphere. The place where she was standing was similar to a martial arts arena, with relatively empty space around it. The clouds transformed from the white mist had long disappeared. Standing here for a long time, one would have an illusion that she was the only one left in the world. Shaking her head to get rid of the strange thoughts in her mind, Ling Yaohan looked around, took out the Ningbing sword and Ningxuan pearl, held the sword in her right hand and the pearl in her left hand, and was on guard. After that, she slowly left the arena and walked towards a relatively intact building in the north direction. Due to its age and the lack of dust removal formation, this place is filled with cobwebs and a thick layer of dust. When she got closer, Ling Yaohan could clearly see the name of the building through the gaps in the spiderweb: Xuan Hall. In the world of cultivation, buildings named after palaces are basically sections. Could this place be the ruins of an ancient sect? With this guess in mind, Ling Yaohan waved her sleeves and brought up a stream of spiritual power, swinging it forward and tearing off all the spider webs attached to the temple door. The palace door was closed tightly, and there were no restrictions outside. She tried to reach out and push inside. With a creaking sound, the heavy palace door slowly opened to the inside. After seeing what was going on inside, she couldn't help but take a step back. In the pitch-black space, hundreds of monks who had already passed away were sitting cross-legged on the ground with their heads lowered. The moment the temple door opened, all the bones were blown away by the wind, leaving only the empty cushion in its place. Unlike outside the temple, This place is clean, and there is not a single dust or cobweb. At the upper position in the hall, something was emitting a faint glow. Ling Yaohan walked forward slowly, examined it carefully, and found that it was a palm-sized jade plate with the words Tian Ling Yili engraved on it. After watching for a while, she pondered. Yili is obviously a person's name. Could Tian Ling refer to a sect? This name sounds familiar, as if I have seen it somewhere. She frowned and thought for a moment, and a look of shock gradually appeared on her face. Yes, Tianling Sect. When I was young, I saw the name of this sect in an ancient book collected by my clan. It is the most mysterious sect in Yunlan realm. 10,000 years ago, there were traces of people from this sect entering the world. Each of them was very powerful, and the lowest among them had the cultivation level of an early golden core. For the next 3,000 years, people from this sect often appeared before the world. However, what is strange is that no one from the outside world can find the sect's headquarters, as if these people appeared out of thin air. Just 7,000 years ago, the Tianling sect monk disappeared for unknown reasons and never appeared in the world again. Chapter 29, Remnant Soul. At this moment, a faint chirping sound was heard from the distance. Hearing the noise, Ling Yaohan put down the jade token and walked out of the hall. A white shadow flashed by and quickly ran into a half-collapsed building in the distance. Ling Yaohan hesitated for a moment and decided to follow. Qigong practitioners cannot practice fasting, so she must find a way to get out and not miss any opportunity. The fasting pills in the storage bag could only sustain her for more than a month. If she was still trapped here by then, she would never be able to leave. Only a small part of the plaque with the word soul written on it remains outside the building, and most of the rest has disappeared. The door of the palace was half open. Ling Yaohan looked inside through the gap and found that this was where the Tianling sect placed the soul lamps of its disciples. Now, without exception, these soul lamps have all been split in half and are lying crookedly on one side. But after looking around carefully, she did not find any trace of the white shadow. Just as he was about to leave, an old voice suddenly sounded. After 7,000 years, someone finally came here? Who? Ling Yaohan's whole body was tense, with the ice sword immediately held across her body, making her fully alert. Don't be so nervous. After so many years, my soul is already very weak and cannot possess anyone else's body. The voice sounded again, but this time it was filled with helplessness and sighs. My name is Mingyu, little girl. Since you can come here, you must have full spiritual roots, right? That's right. There was nothing to hide about the spiritual roots, so Ling Yaohan said frankly. I accepted a mission from the sect and came to the Lake Heart Mausoleum to pick the Dark Moon Spirit Flower, but I ended up meeting a figure transformed by white mist. After several struggles, I was unable to shake it off, so I shouted at it. It once condensed words with white mist saying that it would not harm me. Later, under its guidance, I came to a stone tablet and was then teleported here. Senior, can you tell me the origin of the white mist? After finishing speaking, the old voice let out another long sigh. You've been to the Shuyan Palace, so you must have known that this is the ruins of the Tianling sect. The white mist was transformed from the spirit of the great array that protected the sect. When the sect was destroyed, it suffered severe damage and fell into a deep sleep. It only woke up more than 1,000 years ago. The reason it's pestering you is because it senses that you are a cultivator with full spiritual roots, and it wants to bring you here. Little girl, do you understand soul contract? Ling Yaohan nodded. I know a little bit. It is an equal contract signed between the cultivator and the soul. After saying this, the remnant soul got straight to the point and said, Since you understand, I'd like to ask you, are you willing to sign a soul contract with me? Hearing this, Ling Yaohan was stunned for a moment and did not respond immediately. Once the soul contract is signed, neither party can harm the other, otherwise they will be punished by heaven. Although it is an equal contract, the soul body itself has many limitations, so the cultivator actually holds a dominant position. It can be said that the soul contract is essentially not much different from the spirit beast contract. The remnant soul has existed for a long time. So how could it be willing to sign a soul contract with her, a little cultivator who is only at the 6th level of Qi training? Ling Yaohan's mind was full of thoughts and doubts, and she was unable to make a decision for a moment. At this time, the remnant soul continued to speak. I know this matter is a bit sudden. You don't have to give an immediate answer. Listen to what I have to say first, and it won't be too late for you to make a decision after I've finished. The reason why I chose to sign a soul contract with you is because you are a cultivator with full spiritual roots, and you will have a great chance of ascending to the spiritual world in the future. My soul is extremely weak now. After signing the soul contract, it will stabilize and will not continue to weaken. If you sign a soul contract with me, I will do my best to help you cultivate and tell you everything I know. This clause can be added when signing the contract. I will not regret it. But I also have a condition. That is, if you ascend to the spiritual world one day, you must take me with you and cannot leave me in the Yunlan realm. Also, after we get out of here, please help me find a piece of soul-nourishing wood. If my soul lives in the soul-nourishing wood, my strength will slowly recover. Although this process is long, it is better than staying where you are. Moreover, my strength has increased, and I will become a strong helper in your future cultivation journey. After saying this, Ling Yaohan said carefully, "Excuse me, what was your cultivation level when you were alive? How strong are you now? Also, why did the Tianling sect fall? Are there any enemies of the Tianling sect in the current cultivation world?" You are such a clever little girl. You asked all kinds of questions. The remnant soul made a joke, and then said bluntly, "I have already broken through to the spirit realm during my lifetime, and I'm only one step away from going to the spirit world. As for now, it is difficult for me to maintain my soul and body. What strength do I have? If I have to say, I can barely fight against the foundation-building cultivators." The demise of the Tianling sect was not caused by the cultivators in this world, but by the spiritual world, so there are no enemies of the Tianling sect in the Yunlan world. Ling Yaohan thought she had heard wrongly and couldn't help but repeat, "The enemy is from the spirit world?" Chapter 30, Mysterious Light Fantasy Bell. Yes, Kanhun changed the subject and said bluntly, "You don't need to care too much about the sect's enemies. Now, 7,000 years have passed, and those enemies may not still be alive. Back then, there were 5 of them who suppressed their cultivation and came down to this world. The entire Tianling sect fought a desperate battle, and 2 of them were dragged down by us and died here, and the remaining 3 were also seriously injured. Judging from the situation at that time, even if their cultivation was restored after returning to the spirit world, it would be unlikely for them to make further breakthroughs." Ling Yaohan was silent for a moment, then asked tentatively, "Why did the Tianling sect encounter such a powerful enemy? This involves secrets. Although the Tianling sect has been destroyed, I hope you can make a guarantee before answering this question. Regardless of whether you agree to sign a soul contract with me or not, do not mention anything about the Tianling sect to anyone else after you leave this place, not even your parents or relatives. Can you do it? If possible, please swear an oath to the heavens. This matter is of great importance. If you cannot keep it secret, I would rather let it be buried in the long river of history and become an eternal secret. It can be kept secret." Ling Yaohan thought for a moment and agreed. Then his face became serious and he said, "Ling Yaohan, a disciple of Piamia sect, swears to heaven today that I will not mention the affairs of Tianling sect to anyone else. If you break this oath, your inner demons will haunt you and your path to enlightenment will be cut off." After hearing this, the remnant soul finally opened up his heart and slowly told the story of the past. However, the first sentence she spoke surprised Ling Yaohan. The Tianling sect was not originally a sect in this world. More than 10,000 years ago, the Tianling sect was a medium-sized sect in the Xianling realm of the spirit world. The sect fell apart due to a fight for a precious treasure. In order to preserve the sect's heritage, the sect leader at the time ordered 2 elders to lead hundreds of elite disciples in the sect to flee the Xianling realm. However, they were eventually caught up by someone. It happened that someone from the lower world ascended to heaven, and they happened to be nearby, and the ascension passage had not yet been closed. At that time, the 2 elders were already at the end of their strength, so they used up their last bit of spiritual power to push all the surviving disciples into the ascension channel. The mortal world that this ascension passage leads to is the Yunlan realm. In the ascension channel, the space turbulence was extremely large. Those disciples were not people who had ascended, and they did not have the protection of the guiding golden light, so half of them fell in the channel. The rest came to the Yunlan realm and survived here for a long time. Thousands of years passed like this. During this period, some people cultivated to the level of gods and ascended to the spiritual world again, while others died while sitting in meditation. Just 7,000 years ago, those 5 damn guys heard the news from somewhere that the treasure was brought to the underworld by us, so they tried every means to hunt us down. But the problem is that the treasure is not with us at all. The 5 people who came down were the descendants of the original group of cultivators. Fortunately, their cultivation was suppressed by the heavenly Tao of this world, so we were able to severely injure and kill 2 of them. However, the Tianling sect in this world was also destroyed because of this. When you first came here, you went to the Shuyan Palace. The monk who passed away there used a kind of sacrificial method belonging to the spiritual world and died together with those 2 people. As for the 3 people who were seriously injured, after returning, they probably reported to those monks that the treasure was not in this world, so no one from the spiritual world came down afterwards. I won't hide it from you. It's impossible to say that there is no risk at all in signing a soul contract with me. After all, I was once a cultivator of the Tianling sect. Even after death and becoming a ghost cultivator, one still retains the memories of life. If those old guys in the spirit world were still alive and knew about it, there might be trouble. The possibility of this happening is extremely small, but I can't guarantee that it won't happen. Well, I have said everything I need to say. It is up to you to decide whether to sign the soul contract or not. Hearing this, Ling Yaohan pondered for a long time. If she could get guidance from someone who had achieved the state of divine transformation in his lifetime, it would be of great help to her future path of cultivation. Moreover, since the Tianling sect was once a sect in the spiritual world, the skills it possessed must be of a very high quality. If a soul contract was signed, Mingyu would most likely choose to tell her some of the details in order to help her improve her strength and ascend to heaven soon. The most crucial thing is that the 2 forces, the Lu family of Guiyun Island and the Wank of Tingfeng Island, always pose a threat to the family. It would be best if they could become stronger as soon as possible and eliminate the hidden dangers. As for the possible threat from the spiritual world mentioned by Mingyu, in her opinion, 7,000 years have passed, and those people have not come, so there is almost no possibility of them coming in the future. The purpose of a cultivator is to fight for his life against the heavens. If he is timid, how can he practice cultivation? Thinking of this, she had already made a decision, and immediately said solemnly, "Senior, I choose to sign the soul contract." Mingyu was overjoyed when he heard this. "Okay, I was right about you. You won't regret your decision today." As these words fell, a man and a soul recited the relevant spells at the same time. In just a moment, rows of golden characters exuding oppression appeared in the air. 2 breaths later, the characters turned into 2 streams of light. One flew towards Ling Yaohan, and the other flew towards the remnant soul. After the soul contract was successfully signed, Mingyu continued, "The Tianling sect in this world has another treasure, the Shuangguang Huanzi Bell. Since you and I have signed a contract, this treasure should belong to you. My soul has always been living in this spiritual treasure. There is a secret door in the heart and soul palace where you are. I have already unlocked the hidden restriction, and you can see it now." Hearing this, Ling Yaohan looked around and indeed found a black secret door in a corner of the hall that had not yet collapsed. She walked closer with lotus steps, stretched out her hand, and pushed it open, revealing a rather narrow space. In the middle is a stone jade platform, on which is placed a bell that is about a foot in diameter, exquisitely and beautifully shaped, and purple gold in color. At this time, Mingyu's voice sounded again. "This is the Shuangguang Huanzi Bell, a top-grade spiritual treasure brought down from the spirit world. Although it cannot be compared with the legendary treasure in the Yunlan realm, it is definitely something that drives countless cultivators crazy. Your cultivation is still low, and you are not yet able to refine it and recognize it as your master, so you can only keep it for now." As soon as he finished speaking, a stream of light flew out from the bell and transformed into a beautiful woman with a bun on her hair, a long dress with narrow sleeves. When Ling Yaohan saw Mingyu's appearance, she was stunned for a moment, then laughed and said, "When I first heard you call yourself, I imagined you to be an old lady holding a cane. I didn't expect you to look so young." Mingyu curled his lips and said, "I just look young on the outside. I'm almost 9,000 years old. My strength is extremely mismatched with my age. I'm just an old woman. To be honest, if it weren't for the Shuangguan Huanzi Bell, I would have died long ago. It's a blessing in disguise that I can hold on until now. I say you shouldn't call me senior anymore. It sounds weird. Just call me by my name. As for my age, you can ignore it if you can. My strength is about the same as yours now. So just treat me as your peer, and there is no need to treat me specially. I will do my best to help you cultivate in the future. We will work together to achieve your ascension to the spirit world as soon as possible." Chapter 31, Nine-Tailed Fox. Having said that, Mingyu paused for a moment, stretched out his hands, and patted his palms twice. Although the other party was in soul form, Ling Yaohan could still hear the sound. The next moment, a white shadow flashed past from outside and quickly stopped half a meter away from her. At this moment, Ling Yaohan finally saw the appearance of this creature clearly. It was a snow-white fox, but it had two tails. The latter opened his dark eyes, tilted his head, and stared at her without blinking. At this time, Mengyu continued, "In these 7,000 years, you are the first cultivator to come here, and it is the first living being to arrive here." Hearing this, Ling Yaohan asked curiously, "I wonder how long it has been here?" 1,000 years, Mengyu said with a smile. "Don't underestimate it, because it's so small, it's quite powerful and very intelligent. Previously, when you were in the Shiyan Palace, it was this creature that made the sound and led you to the Shinhuan Palace. In my opinion, this little guy should be the legendary nine-tailed celestial fox. Logically speaking, the nine-tailed heavenly fox should not appear in the mortal world. I guess it must have encountered an accident and ended up in this world. I once tried to ask the little guy, but unfortunately, it didn't remember anything. Even in the spirit world, the nine-tailed sky fox clan is a powerful existence. If you can make it recognize you as its master, you will have a powerful helper in the future." Ling Yaohan blinked and said hesitantly, "Since the nine-tailed sky fox is a powerful race in the spirit world, if I take this white ball as my master, will I not be beaten up by them when I ascend to the spirit world one day?" "Don't worry, it won't happen." Mengyu shook his head and laughed. "If the nine-tailed sky fox wants to recognize its master, it can only do so voluntarily, and no one else can force it. They always have the instinct to seek good fortune and avoid danger. And those who can make them recognize their masters are all people with great luck and pure hearts. There are also many nine-tailed sky fox clans in the spiritual world who choose cultivators as their masters. How should I put it? It is mutually beneficial and beneficial to both sides. By following people with great luck, they can also benefit a lot. Don't forget, there is the immortal realm above the spirit realm, and even they all aim to ascend to the immortal realm." After finishing speaking, Ling Yaohan nodded thoughtfully and said nothing more. She looked at the white ball that was still staring at her and was about to say something, but unexpectedly the fox spirit leaped up and pounced directly at her. Ling Yaohan subconsciously reached out to catch it, and the fox successfully fell into her arms. She then opened her mouth and spit out a thumb-sized, crystal-white jade bead. Seeing this, Ming Yoshi said happily, "It has taken the initiative to recognize you as its master. This jade bead is its inner elixir. Let's quickly establish a spirit beast contract." Ling Yaohan nodded and said okay. Then she clasped her hands together and silently recited the corresponding method. A moment later, rows of silver glowing characters appeared in the air and then transformed into two rays of light, one flying towards Ling Yaohan, and the other sinking into the inner elixir of the nine-tailed heavenly fox. The spirit beast contract was successfully signed. Looking at the white ball in her arms, Ling Yaohan's eyes curved into a smile. She didn't expect that she would have such an adventure the first time she accepted a Sect mission. After a sudden change of mind, she asked, "Do you have a name? If not, how about I give you one?" The white ball chirped twice. Ling Yaohan understood what he meant, frowned and thought for a moment, then said, "This is the ruins of the Tianling sect, and you are a nine-tailed fox, so you are destined to be associated with the word heaven. The word Luo has auspicious meaning, so why not call it Tianluo?" After saying this, Bai Chuanzi wagged his tail, obviously very satisfied with the name. Through the spirit beast contract, Ling Yaohan sensed that Bai Chuanzi was now at the peak of the second level, equivalent to a human cultivator who had reached the great perfection of the foundation building stage. The nine-tailed heavenly fox has an extremely long lifespan, but its cultivation progress is very slow. In 1,000 years, for a cultivator, the lifespan of a golden elixir would be no more than 600 years. So as long as one is still alive, his cultivation level must have at least reached the nascent soul stage. It is said that the way of heaven has its own balance, and now it seems that it is absolutely true. Thinking of this, Ling Yaohan suddenly remembered something and continued to ask, "Tianluo, can you hide one of your tails and turn into an ordinary fox?" As soon as she finished speaking, a rather childish voice came from her sea of consciousness. "Master, it's okay." Tianluo's tail swung left and right twice, and one of its tails immediately shrank and disappeared. The characteristics of the nine-tailed heavenly fox are very obvious. Even if it has never appeared in the mortal world before, it cannot be ruled out that other cultivators may recognize it and try to snatch it away. Ling Yaohan asked this question in order to avoid causing unnecessary trouble, but she didn't expect Bai Tuanzi to be able to do it. To be on the safe side, she continued to ask, "Does this have any effect on you?" The babyish voice sounded again. "No, master, don't worry, it's easy for me to hide my tail." After hearing this answer, Ling Yaohan finally felt relieved. It's good that there is no impact. Having said this, she turned her gaze to Mengyu, who was standing beside her, and asked carefully, "According to what you said before, when we were at the lake center mausoleum, the white mist transformed by the formation spirit could tell that I was a full spiritual root, so they brought me here. Besides having better aptitude and being more likely to ascend to the immortal realm than other cultivators, is there anything else special about the full spiritual roots?" Chapter 32. Array Spirit. Mengyu said truthfully, "The teleportation restriction on that stone tablet can only be triggered by cultivators with full spiritual roots. This is related to a hexagram that appeared before the sect was overthrown. You should have seen a jade plaque with the words Tianling Yeli engraved on it in the Shian Hall before. Some monks are born with a certain premonition of crisis, and this nephew is one of them. Before those 5 people came to Yunlan realm, he told us clearly that he felt a disaster was about to happen. He mainly studied magic and divination in the sect, but predicting the fate of a sect would have a huge backlash, and he might very well die on the spot. As a hexagram practitioner, one's own destiny is also impossible to predict. You also know that for a sect, high-level cultivators are the key to determining its success or failure. So we directly asked Yi Li to calculate the future fate of the remaining 10 nascent soul great perfection people in the sect except him, as well as me who had not yet had the chance to ascend. As for the result, it was naturally a tragedy. The hexagram shows that, except for me who can retain a trace of soul, the rest of us will all end up with our souls torn apart. At that time in the Yunlan realm, no sect could do this, so the first person we thought of was the people from the spirit realm, and from then on, we began to prepare for war. At that time, Yi Li predicted the situation within 100 years, so later he predicted for me alone, and this time the time was extended indefinitely. The result of the hexagram showed that thousands of years later, my fate would be intertwined with that of a cultivator with full spiritual roots. It was also because of this hexagram that, after the spirit of the sect protection formation awakened, I asked it to help move the sword-testing monument originally located here to the outside world, and set up a special restriction on it. Hearing this, Ling Yaohan suddenly realized, so that's it. Thinking back to when she attacked the white mistransformed figures several times in the Lake Center Mausoleum, she couldn't help but ask, how is the formation spirit doing now? I thought it was an enemy before and attacked it several times, but it never fought back. It's fine. Mengyu smiled and said, for these thousands of years, thanks to its company, I didn't feel so bored. When you leave this place, take it with you. It is intelligent and understands human nature, so it won't cause you any trouble. If you agree, I will call it out. Ling Yaohan was stunned and asked with a hint of doubt. Since it is a formation spirit, its body is here, and the formation cannot be moved, can the formation spirit leave this area? Of course it is possible. Mengyu explained, its situation is a bit special. The Tianling Sect's protective formation is not set up on the spot, but relies on a spiritual object. So just take this spiritual object away, and it will follow you away. By the way, after it developed spiritual consciousness, the then sect master gave it a name, Nian Gui. Ling Yaohan repeated the name and pondered. That sect master wants to return to the spirit world. Could he be one of those elite disciples you mentioned? Smart. Mengyu praised first, then explained. He is the first-generation leader of the Tianling sect in this world, and also the most powerful one. Later, he cultivated to the state of transformation and ascended to the spirit world again. Hearing this, Ling Yaohan couldn't help but feel a little confused. Back then, those 2 elders went through so much trouble to send the elite disciples out. The people chasing them must have recognized these elite disciples. If they ascend again, will they really not fall into the tiger's mouth again? Mengyu shook his head. I heard from my master that the spirit world is very complicated and has many realms. In fact, the forces that destroyed the Tianling sect back then did not come from the Xianling realm. The treasure first appeared in another realm called the Qingkong realm. As for how he ended up in the Xianling realm and became involved with the Tianling sect, my great-grandmaster did not mention it, and I did not dare to ask more. The reason why the cultivators of Qingkong domain could hunt down the people of Tianling sect and scrupulously was because the lord of Xianling domain happened to be away from the domain at that time. Not only that, the master said that many powerful people in the Xinling realm were not there at the time, so the people from the Qingkong realm had the opportunity to take advantage of the situation. In fact, on weekdays, the boundaries between the various domains of the spiritual world are strictly distinguished, and cross-domain pursuit is not allowed. For example, in the mortal world, where a large number of mortals gather, a country is spontaneously formed. Every country has borders. If a non-national crosses the border without permission, he will be severely punished. The same is true for the various realms of the spiritual world. Even for the first elite disciple to ascend to the spiritual world again, more than 400 years had passed since his ascension. The master once said that no matter which realm it is in the spiritual world, the domain master must not leave the realm for more than 300 years. Otherwise, the next domain master will automatically take over his position. So when he ascended, the order of the Xinling domain had already been restored, and with the domain lord in charge, it was basically impossible for him to be hunted down by those people again. As for the 5 people who came to Yunlan realm 7,000 years ago, I questioned them when they came to me. The 5 men were very cautious and did not give a direct answer. They only said one sentence: "As long as we all die, who can prove that they have been here?" I don't know what method they used, but I can be sure that they came down secretly. Forget it, let's not talk about this for now. The spiritual world is still very far away from us. You are only at the 6th level of Qi training now, and you still need to stay in Yunlan realm for a long time. Let's talk about the future later. Yeah, Ling Yaohan nodded slightly, and then started talking about the formation spirit. Since Nian Gui can leave, I agree to take it with me. What should I do next? I'll call it out first. Meng Yu's tone this time carried a hint of gratitude. She looked into the empty space and said softly, "Nian Gui, come out. You can leave here with me now." Chapter 33, Lingyu. A moment later, a blurry figure appeared not far away, but the jade scepter in its hand had disappeared. At this point, Ling Yaohan already had some guesses about the spiritual object. After the formation spirit returned, it did not stay where it was, but walked directly out of the hall. Meng Yu motioned Ling Yaohan to follow, and he walked out as well. A man, a soul, a fox, and a spirit walked around the ruins of the Tianling sect for most of the time and came to a place that looked quite sacred. Nian Gui stretched out his hand and pointed forward. Ling Yaohan looked up and stared intently for a moment. Then she saw a jade scepter that was completely white, about a foot long, and made of unknown material, floating in the air on the stone platform. The jade scepter appears and disappears from time to time, and it is difficult to find it without careful observation. At this time, Nian Gui turned into a ball of white mist again and floated towards where Yu Gui was. When it got closer, the white mist dissipated and completely merged into the jade scepter. A clear cracking sound was heard, and spiderweb-like cracks suddenly appeared in the space around the jade scepter. Then there was a crashing sound like pieces of debris falling to the ground. It was not until this moment that Ling Yaohan realized that the jade scepter was not suspended in the air, but was carried in an invisible container. Meng Yu explained. The Lingyu is wrapped in Lioli Ban, an invisible object that can avoid the detection of divine consciousness. Lingyu was originally hidden together, and the reason we were able to see it was mainly because of Nian Gui. So this thing is called Lingyu. Ling Yaohan was quite embarrassed at this moment. To be honest, when I first saw Nian Gui holding this thing in Xinling, I mistook it for a jade scepter. After saying this, Meng Yu chuckled. It's not your fault. Judging from its appearance alone, this thing does look like a jade scepter used for sacrifices in the mortal world. The Lingyu was also something that the Sect's predecessors brought out from the spiritual world. It is a natural treasure, specially used for setting up formations. It was created by heaven and earth, and often appears in places with rich spiritual energy. The spiritual energy in the Yunlan realm cannot reach the conditions for forming Lingyu, so there is no such thing, and of course no one recognizes it. Nian Gui has lifted the surrounding restrictions. You can go forward and take out the Lingyu directly, so that it can leave with us. Ling Yaohan nodded and walked a few steps to the platform. The moment she touched it, she found that although the Lingyu looked quite small in appearance, it actually weighed more than 1,000 pounds. Fortunately, she was a cultivator, and as her spiritual power circulated, she naturally lifted up the Lingyu. Then, at Meng Yu's signal, she temporarily put it into the storage bag. At the same time, Nian Gui reappeared, this time turning into a white cloud. Ling Yaohan knew that the other party was going to take her away from here, so she immediately took light steps, came to the cloud, and stood firmly. Mengyu took one last look at the ruins of the Tianling sect, then retracted his gaze after a moment, turned into a ray of spiritual light, and flew back to the Shuangguan Huanxi bell that Ling Yaohan had brought out. Not long after, the white cloud transformed by Niange slowly rose up, and Ling Yaohan left the ancient ruins with a fox, a soul, and a spirit. The ascent was much slower than the descent, so by the time we reached the ground, most of the day had passed. It was already late outside, but Ling Yaohan took into consideration that she had only picked 3 dark moon spirit flowers. So after returning to the Lake Heart Mausoleum, she did not stop for a moment and continued searching. Nian was very familiar with this area. Under his leadership, the remaining 3 flowers were quickly found, and the Sect's mission was successfully completed. Chapter 34, Return to the Sect. After picking the 6 dark moon spirit flowers, Ling Yaohan remembered something and asked Nian, who had transformed into a human form again. About 400 years ago, did you encounter a man with kite shoulders and jackal eyes in the Lake Heart Mausoleum? He had a scar on his right cheek. She had heard Ling Xinrui mention the appearance of several Jindan of the Lu family on Guiyun Island. When Lu Ji was young, he had a dispute with his fellow tribesmen and was scratched on the right face by the other party with a poison dagger. In order to remember this lesson, the man kept the scar on his face. Later, after he achieved success in cultivation, that fellow tribesman was severely retaliated against and died a miserable death. Nian nodded, and then the white mist gathered around him and slowly condensed into a few lines of words in the air. When the man entered the Lake Heart Mausoleum, he was carrying an evil monster on his body. In order to prevent him from getting close to the sword-testing monument, I cast a spell to knock him out and threw him out of the Lake Center Mausoleum. So that's how it is, Ling Yaohan said thoughtfully. No wonder there was such a foggy place in the memory of Ling Clan's sister that was tampered by him. However, he actually carried the monster with him during the Qi training period. Daddy once said that Lu Ji had 5 spiritual roots and could cultivate to the golden core in 400 years, which was quite a feat. Now it seems that his cultivation level was obtained through some kind of evil magic. In the Xianguang Huanxi bell, Mengyu asked curiously, "Who is Lu Ji?" "He is one of the enemies of the Ling family." Ling Yaohan explained succinctly, "I was born in the Ling family of Guiyun Island in Xingyusi, and Lu Ji is from another family on the island. The reason why he joined Swan Kju Piamia sect was because of the threat posed to the family by the Lu family and another force in the Xingyusi. The clan leader sent me and 4 of my clan members out to prevent the entire Ling family from being wiped out. As long as there are people alive, if the family encounters an accident, there will always be a day for revenge. Speaking of which, when my uncle took the 5 of us away, it was a secret, and I don't know how those men in black who attacked us on the way found out about it." After saying this, Mengyu comforted him. "When your strength improves, you will investigate these things step by step, and eventually you will know the truth. Since the Ling clan leader sent you to the Piamia sect to practice, then don't let him down." Ling Yaohan hummed, "I understand. Before I become strong enough, I will just focus on cultivation, and I will talk about the Lu family's affairs later. Now that I have picked all 6 dark moon spirit flowers, it is time for me to return to the sect." When leaving, the moonlight sprinkled on the earth, illuminating the road ahead. Ling Yaohan slowed down and recalled the experiences of the day, as if it was a dream. Looking up at the twinkling stars in the sky, everything was silent at this moment. My heart, which had been quite excited because of obtaining the treasure and spiritual pet, completely calmed down. Because there was no spirit beast bag, Tianluo was always held in her arms. Reaching out and stroking the other person's smooth and soft head, Ling Yaohan continued to move forward slowly. This time, after walking for a short while, I saw a familiar figure on the road ahead, rushing towards here quickly. The latter originally looked anxious with a frown on his face, but after seeing her, he suddenly relaxed. "Sister Yaohan, I'm glad you're okay. I finally found you." The person who came was Ling Yue. She continued, "At 12 p.m. tonight, I went to the Byway Hall for dinner and happened to hear other brothers and sisters mention that a new disciple had taken on a grade B mission. They said that the person who accepted the mission was a cultivator with full spiritual roots, and I immediately thought of you. I bravely approached you to ask, and then I learned that you hadn't been home for a whole day. I was worried that something had happened to you, so I tried to find out the route of the mission you took and came to check on you." Hearing this, Ling Yaohan said in a gentle voice, I'm sorry to have worried you. There were indeed some twists and turns during the mission, but now everything has been resolved and the mission has been successfully completed. After that, Ling Yaohan nodded, completely relieved. Only then did she notice that her sister was holding a snow-white fox in her arms. Could it be your pet? Well, its name is Tianluo. It's a good name, Ling Yaohan said bluntly. It seems that Sister Yaohan has gained something extra from this mission. I would like to congratulate her in advance. When I go out to gain experience in the future, I will also find a beautiful pet. It is almost midnight. Let's go back to the Sect first. It is not safe to stay outside. Ling Yaohan nodded and said okay, and the two began to walk side by side, talking and laughing along the way. After about an hour, they finally returned to Piamia Sect. Chapter 35 Conflict. At 3:15 a.m. the next day, Ling Yaohan arrived at the Foreign Affairs Pavilion of Chaoyang Peak to prepare to hand over the task. Because she had full spiritual roots, the steward Wang Mu was very kind and promptly transferred 50 contribution points to her identity card and also gave her a monthly salary. In Piamia Sect, every month, Jindan cultivators go to Luyan Peak to teach the basics of alchemy, weapon refining, talisman making, and formation to the disciples in the Qi training stage. Today's lecture was on the art of alchemy, and Ling Yaohan didn't want to miss the opportunity to attend the class. So after receiving her monthly salary, she said goodbye to the steward, went down the mountain, and quickly traveled all the way to arrive at Luyan Peak before noon. In order to practice the art of alchemy, one must possess fire's spiritual roots, so Ling Yaohan only saw Ling Bin and Ling Fu here. The two were very happy to see her coming. They trotted to her side and chatted about what they had encountered in the sect in the past 2 days. After an incense stick of time, they walked into the hall, where the three of them sat next to each other, cross-legged on a cushion, listening to a man with a round face at the top talking about the common sense of alchemy. From choosing the necessary furnace to controlling the temperature, the next step is the proportion of materials. At the end, it directly lists several types of elixirs commonly used in the Qi training stage and explains them in detail. Ling Yaohan gradually became absorbed in listening and wrote down all the key points word for word. When all the lectures were over, the Jinan took out the alchemy furnace from the storage ring and began to refine the alchemy on the spot as a demonstration. To be on the safe side, this person deliberately set up a ban around him to prevent any accidental harm to the disciples who were attending the class. When the alchemy began, Ling Yaohan stared intently at the other person's movements, from selecting materials, putting them into the furnace, refining, to fusion, condensing the pill, and opening the furnace without missing any details. After the elixir was successfully refined, the Jinan mentioned something that made Ling Yaohan quite interested. Any disciple of Piamia Sect who goes to Dan Fang and passes the assessment can receive a high-quality alchemy furnace for free. She didn't have many spirit stones on her now, and the alchemy furnace was very valuable. When she learned that there was a chance to get it for free, she naturally wanted to give it a try. After the class was over and the Jinan cultivator left, Ling Fu stretched and asked in a low voice, "Sister Yaohan, do you want to go and see the Danfeng assessment that Elder Xia mentioned?" "Of course I do," Ling Yaohan said bluntly. "I plan to go there soon. Xiaofu, do you want to go with me?" "Yeah." Ling Fu's eyes curved, and she said with a smile, "It's a rare opportunity to travel with Sister Yaohan, so I naturally can't miss it." As she said this, she looked at the young man beside her and suggested, "Brother Bin, come with us. Danfeng is far from Liyunfeng, so we can keep each other company on the way. We can also take this opportunity to see the scenery of Piamia Sect." Ling Bin subconsciously glanced at Ling Yaohan when he heard this, and seeing her nod, he readily agreed, "Okay, I'll go with you." Just as the three were about to leave, a slightly sarcastic voice came over. "That reward is not so easy to get. As a new disciple, you'd better be quiet. If you run away empty-handed, there will be many people who laugh at you." When they heard this, the smiles on their faces disappeared immediately. Ling Yaohan turned her head to look at the source of the sound, and saw a girl in gorgeous clothes and exquisite makeup, leaning against the sandalwood table with her chin supported by one hand, staring at the three of them without blinking. Judging from the aura around him, he has reached the 8th level of Qi training. Ling Yaohan had never seen this girl during the sect entrance examination, and guessed in her heart that she should be a disciple who entered the sect last time. She reached out to hold Ling Fu, who was about to get angry, and looked at the strange girl, saying expressionlessly, "The Elder Xia who taught just now said it clearly that as long as you are a disciple of Piamia Sect, you can go to Danfeng to participate in the assessment. Senior sister was distracted during class and didn't hear the sentence? If this is true, the word contented would be more appropriate to describe my senior sister. Besides, the three of us don't want to go there in a big way. Our fellow disciples are all busy practicing, who would go out of their way to find out the whereabouts of others just to laugh at them. Even if there are a few abnormal people who focus on this, how far can such people go in the path of cultivation? Perhaps these words touched a sore spot for the other party. The girl slammed the table and stood up, her face flushed red. You are such a sharp-tongued girl. Just wait for me. One day I will teach you a lesson. After uttering these harsh words, the woman left Bushing Hall without looking back. Ling Fu stared at the other person's departing back, stamped her feet fiercely, and said indignantly, "What a crap, relying on her higher cultivation level to act so arrogantly. Seeing her like that makes me want to go up and slap her twice." "Don't worry, she won't have an easy time," Ling Bin said meaningfully. Article 37 of the Piamia Sect's rule states that anyone who threatens a fellow disciple without any reason will be punished to stay in the Cliff of Regret for 3 years, and all cultivation resources will be revoked during this period, as long as there is solid evidence. As he said this, he spread out his right palm, and a semicircular black stone suddenly appeared. Seeing this thing, Ling Yaohan asked in surprise, "Could this be a photo stone?" "That's right." Ling Bin nodded and explained, "This photo stone was given to me by my father before I left the clan. It was for me to keep as evidence in case of such a situation. I didn't expect it to come in handy after only being in the sect for a few days." Chapter 36 Decision. After a pause, Ling Bin continued, "The discipline hall in charge of punishment in the sect is in Shanming Peak. We left Lian Peak and happened to pass this peak on the way to Dan Peak. When the time comes, we will go directly to the discipline hall and report the whole story to the law enforcement elder." After saying this, Ling Fu pondered, "That person didn't tell me her name just now, so I'll have to spend some time to find out her identity. Her name is Chu Yu, and she is a disciple who joined the sect last time." A strange voice was heard, and the three of them looked back and saw a handsome young man walking towards them. When he came closer, the young man bowed to the three people and said loudly, "Zhang greets the 3 junior brothers and sisters." The 3 of them returned the greeting, and Ling Yaohan said at the right time, "Thank you, senior brother Zhang, for telling me the other person's name." Zhang cupped his hands and said with a smile, "It's just a small favor. You are too polite, junior sister. Chu Yu is a domineering person who relies on her father, who is in the Jindan stage. I joined the sect at the same time as her, and I have been bullied by her twice. There is one thing that junior sister needs to pay attention to. Although her father is not a cultivator of Piamia sect, he is a close friend of an elder in the sect who has reached the great perfection of Golden Core. Chu Yu had offended many disciples in the past, but he was always protected by this elder." Thinking of what the steward Wang Mu said on the day she joined the sect, Ling Yaohan asked carefully, "Does this senior sister Chu have a master?" Zhang shook his head. "No, Chu Yu is arrogant and wants to take yuanying as his master. I heard that during the sect entrance test, Master Shen looked at you differently. I think she got jealous of you after learning about this." Hearing this, Ling Yaohan asked curiously, "Is the honorific title of first seat used exclusively by the sect to address seniors in the nascent soul stage?" "That's right," Zhang explained. "In Piamia sect, only nascent soul cultivators can become the master of a peak. In order to distinguish between yuanying cultivators and Jindan cultivators, the sect defaults to calling yuanying cultivators the chief seat and Jindan cultivators the elders." "I see. Thank you, senior brother Zhang, for clearing up my confusion," Ling Yaohan said sincerely. "We have taken note of what senior brother just said about senior sister Chu. We will definitely act carefully. In that case, I will not say any more." Zhang wishes the 3 junior brothers and sisters all the best in their journey. After the young man left, Ling Yaohan and his 3 companions also went down Luyun Peak together. As she walked on the road, Ling Fu thought about what she had heard before and couldn't help but feel worried. That guy named Chu Yu has the support of the Golden Core Elder. If the 3 of us go to the discipline hall to file a complaint, will he bite us back? Ling Yaohan thought for a moment, shook her head and said, "Piamia sect is a large sect that is in charge of the place of punishment. If it can be controlled by a Jindan cultivator, it would be a laughing stock. If this is true, it means that the sect is corrupt and will only decline." On the day of the sect entrance test, after I completed the assessment of my character, Abbot Shun had a private conversation with me. During this period, she mentioned that Piamia sect had been established for more than 5,000 years. To have been able to last for such a long time, every system may not be perfect, but it should be pretty close. In my opinion, since we have the evidence, we should go and take a look. This will also be a good opportunity to understand the Sect's attitude towards such matters. After that, Ling Bin agreed. What the clan sister said is right. Now that we have the evidence, we must give it a try. Chu Yu's last sentence was obviously directed at her clan sister. Her cultivation is higher than ours now, and I don't know what kind of trouble she will cause at that time. As the saying goes, it is better to strike first than to strike first. If the Sect rules could be passed to have her punished in the cliff of regret and her cultivation resources cut off, then in 3 years, her sister's cultivation would surely surpass hers. By then, even if she comes out, the threat will be much smaller. After all conspiracies and tricks are nothing compared to absolute strength. Chapter 37, Discipline Hall. After an incense stick of time, the three of them arrived at Shanming Peak. The Discipline Hall is located on the hillside of this peak, and there are disciples patrolling back and forth. Before they got close to the palace, the patrolman discovered them. After some questioning, he immediately brought them to the mountainside to the Discipline Hall, and then went into the hall to report the matter. While waiting, Ling Yaohan and the other two straightened their clothes and straightened their appearance. After a while, the door of the hall opened, and the patrolling disciples who had gone in to report earlier came out and allowed the three of them to enter the hall to meet the law enforcement elder. Ling Fu, the youngest, inevitably became nervous at this moment. Ling Yaohan, who noticed this, reached out and patted her shoulder gently, signaled with her eyes that she didn't need to worry too much, and then stepped into the discipline hall first. Ling Fu felt a little relieved after being comforted. She forced herself to calm down, followed in the footsteps of her elder sister, and stepped into the hall with Ling Bin. At the head of the hall, a dignified middle-aged man in a black robe sat on a jade chair. This person is none other than Yang Zhua, the law enforcement elder of the discipline hall. Seeing the three of them coming, Yang Zhua glanced around and finally landed on Ling Yaohan. He slowly said, "Tell me the whole story in detail." Ling Yaohan responded solemnly, and then described in detail the whole process from when she heard Chu Yu's words in Bushing Hall to when the woman left with harsh words. As soon as she finished speaking, Yang Zhua asked, "He said that you used the recording stone to record the process. Did you carry it with you?" Reporting to the elder, "The image stone is here with me." Ling Bin spoke respectfully, then patted his storage bag and took out the photo stone. Seeing this, Yang Zhua waved his sleeves and lifted the photo stone into the air, and the image recorded in it immediately appeared in the hall. After the video was finished, Yang Zhua nodded and said, "Yes, Chu Yu's last sentence did violate the Sect's rules. Threatening fellow disciples without reason. If this behavior is not punished, it will only encourage such behavior in the future." Having said this, he paused, transmitted a message to the outside, and immediately 2 Foundation Establishment Stage Patrol disciples entered the hall. "Pass on my order. Bring the outer disciple Chu Yu to the Discipline Hall. Anyone who tries to stop us will be considered his accomplice and arrested together." "Yes." A uniform voice rang out, and the 2 men bowed to Yang Zhua and then left the hall. Half an incense stick later, Chu Yu was escorted into the hall. She originally looked dissatisfied, but when she saw the 3 people standing in the hall, she suddenly became angry. "So it's you. You're so brave. I haven't done anything to you yet, but you've come to the discipline hall to complain." "Chu Yu." A loud shout suddenly rang out. "How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? Do you really think that junior brother Qin can still protect you now? You threatened your fellow disciples in Bushing Hall, and there is a photo stone with solid evidence. From now on, Chu Yu will be punished to go to the Cliff of Regret and face the wall for 3 years, and will not receive any cultivation resources during this period." After he finished speaking, he stood up, flicked his sleeves, and ordered the 2 foundation-building disciples, "Take them away and execute them immediately." Until this moment, Chu Yu finally panicked. She tried her best to break free from the 2 men's grip, but to no avail. In desperation, she begged for mercy. "Elder Yang, I know I was wrong. Please have mercy. Please have mercy." "It's too late," Yang Zhua said expressionlessly. "Those who violate the Sect's rules will not be forgiven. Repent on the cliff for 3 years and make up for your mistakes." At this moment, a loud voice came from outside. "Wait a minute." Ling Yaohan turned her head and saw a middle-aged man with gray hair and wearing a robe with a crane pattern walking hurriedly into the hall. When Chu Yu saw this person, the expression on his face changed from panic to joy. "Uncle Qin, save me." I don't want to go to the cliff of regret. I know I was wrong. Yangzhua looked at the visitor and said indifferently, Brother Qin, you came here in a hurry to plead for Chu Yu? That's right. Qin Fanghe withdrew his gaze from Chu Yu, hesitated for a moment, and said, Yu is still young and naive. Can you forgive her this time, senior brother? I will strictly control her from now on, and she will never threaten her fellow disciples again. Junior brother, Yangzhua interrupted and said, even if it was the favor of saving my life, you have repaid it after all these years. Since Chu Yu joined the sect, hasn't he caused enough trouble? Fellow Taoist Chu did not educate his daughter properly, and raised a disciple who is arrogant, ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth, and who disregards the sect's rules. If someone like her were in the outside world, she would have died countless times already. Junior brother Qin, listen to my advice. You are not helping her, but harming her by pampering her like this. If she doesn't change her temper, sooner or later she will suffer the consequences. At this point, he swung his sleeves, crossed them behind his back, and ordered the 2 foundation-building masters, take them away. If anyone refuses to obey, go and argue with the chief monk directly. Senior brother Yang, Qin Fanghe opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but found that he had nothing to say. Yangzhua looked at Ling Yaohan and the other 2 standing below, and his expression relaxed a little. The matter is over. Chu Yu will get the punishment he deserves. If there is nothing else, you can go back. Yes, thank you, Elder Yang. I'll take my leave now. The 3 of them thanked him one after another. Then each bowed to Yangzhua and left the hall. Chapter 38. Jinan Conversation. In the discipline hall, Yangzhua looked at the middle-aged man with an uneasy expression, shook his head and sighed. Junior brother Qin, it has been 300 years. Think about it. In the past 300 years, your repayment to Chu Lang and his daughter is not enough to equal his initial kindness? And don't forget, even if he wasn't there, you would at most be seriously injured and there would be no danger of death at all. It is enough to do this for such a favor, and you no longer owe them anything. Do you know what kind of existence you hold in the hearts of Piamia Sect's disciples now? Whenever they mention you, the first person they think of is Chu Yu, who has a very bad reputation. Although they don't say anything openly, they will definitely think in their hearts that you cannot distinguish right from wrong and always protect your shortcomings. Most of those who had conflicts with this girl in the past knew that you were protecting them, so they endured it secretly. There were also a few people with hot tempers who started the fight on the spot, but in the end they were punished because they were the first to start the fight. In the 10 years since she joined the sect, things like this have happened every 2 or 3 months. Have you ever been able to really control her? This time, she offended the disciple named Ling Yaohan and hit a wall. You should be glad that they reported the matter to the discipline hall and made Chu Yu be punished. With this woman's personality, since she has made the threat, she will definitely carry it out within a month. Do you know what the result will be waiting for her then? Don't forget, Ling Yaohan has full spiritual roots, a talent that is hard to come by in 1,000 years. Do you think the sect master and the chiefs won't pay attention to it? Hearing this, Qin Fanghe's expression changed slightly. At this time, Yangzhua continued, there is no such thing as absolute fairness in the world. For ordinary disciples, high-level cultivators will not care about conflicts between them. As long as it is controlled within a certain degree, the sect will acquiesce to these things. After all, sometimes only conflict can arouse a person's competitive spirit and want to do everything possible to surpass the other party. But for disciples who are very likely to influence a sect in the future and bring it to a more powerful level, this kind of tacit consent does not exist. The sect would never allow these intrigues and tricks of backstabbing to affect the practice of such disciples. If Chu Yu really planned to assassinate Ling Yaohan, she would disappear forever in Piamia sect before she could take any action. I want to remind you, brother, that when she comes out of the cliff of regret in 3 years, if she still refuses to change her ways, you should draw a clear line between yourself and her as soon as possible. If my junior brother still protects her as before, he will be implicated. You have been a member of the sect for more than 400 years. You must have heard about Murong Duan, right? When he suddenly heard the name, Qin Fanghe couldn't help but take a step back, his face turning pale in an instant. After a while, he closed his eyes, sighed, and then bowed to the person in front of him and said, Thank you, senior brother Yang, for reminding me. I understand. I will not ask about Chu Yu anymore in the future. Ling Yaohan and the other 2 naturally had no idea what had happened in the discipline hall. At that time, they were heading towards the direction of Danfeng. Without the tension, Ling Fu was now very lively. I didn't expect everything to go so smoothly. Elder Yang was fair and did not let the other party go even though Jindan, who had been protecting Chuyu, came forward. Great! This is the great sect I long for in my mind. After saying that, Lingbin coughed twice and said, Xiao Fu, don't talk about the elders of the sect casually. Now that the matter is settled, let's not mention it again, lest someone with ulterior motives hears it and passes on some bad words to the ears of Jindan. After all, we have just entered the sect, so we should keep a low profile, focus on cultivation, and improve our strength as soon as possible. Chapter 39 Danfeng. Ling Fu reacted after being reminded and quickly brought up other things to change the subject. The three of them walked for about 5 incense sticks of time and arrived at the foot of Danfeng Mountain. It's quite lively here with people coming and going. There are numerous caves on Danfeng Mountain, each with an underground fire room for cultivators to make elixirs. The content related to the assessment is engraved at the foot of the mountain, on a jade stone standing there. It is recorded that any disciple of Piamia Sect who passes the alchemy test will be awarded a top-grade alchemy furnace. The assessment is to choose any cave on Danfeng Mountain and collect 3 materials for refining blood-enhancing pills. As long as you successfully refine 1 furnace, you will pass the assessment. Each disciple has only 1 chance to participate in the assessment. If you decide to participate, go right from here to Danding Pavilion, find the manager Lu Hong to register, and receive the alchemy materials. After reading the contents of the jade, Ling Bin said thoughtfully, According to Elder Xia, even for people who have been refining pills for many years, the success rate of ordinary pills is only about 60%. If it is more difficult to practice, it should be reduced to 30% to 40%. It seems that this alchemy test is indeed not easy. 1 out of 3 furnaces must succeed, and the success rate is required to be more than 60%, close to 70%. Hearing this, Ling Yaohan groaned and said, A top-grade alchemy furnace is worth about 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, so it's naturally not easy to get. But now that I'm here, I intend to give it a try directly. Apart from this test, one needs to prepare the materials by oneself when refining pills on a normal basis, which wastes a lot of spirit stones. In alchemy, talent is extremely important. Regardless of the outside world's judgment criteria, in my opinion, if I fail 3 times, it means that my talent for alchemy is not excellent, and I will not spend more time on it in the future. After all, alchemy is not necessary for cultivators. In the future in the sect, I will spend most of my time on cultivation. You have to sacrifice to gain. I will not do anything that consumes a lot of spirit stones, time and energy, but yields very little. After saying this, Lingbin nodded in agreement. Sister, you are absolutely right. As a cultivator, you must not put the cart before the horse, and should focus on your cultivation strength. Ling Fu at the side continued. That's true, but sister, your request only applies to yourself. For most cultivators who have never been exposed to alchemy before, it is extremely difficult to successfully refine a furnace in 3 attempts. I don't have the slightest confidence at all. The alchemy talent judgment I mentioned earlier is indeed aimed at me. Ling Yaohan added. The reward of the alchemy furnace is rare. You don't have to rush. You can make adequate preparations and try it again. Don't take the assessment task because of the impulse. Lingbin hummed and said, I still have a few materials for refining Peiyuan pills. I plan to choose a cave and try to refine it. If you feel that you have the talent, you can take the assessment task once you're confident. If you have no talent at all, just give up directly. What about Xiao Fu? What are your plans? Ling Fu tilted her head and thought for a moment, then said bluntly, I will just wander around Danfeng and wait for you to come out. This place is far from Zhaoxia Peak, and it's a rare opportunity to come here. So it's good to take this opportunity to familiarize yourself with the surrounding environment. If you meet senior brothers and sisters who you can chat with, you can find out what other default taboos there are in the sect besides the sect rules that must be followed. In addition, we don't know much about the general situation of the sect at the moment. So if there is a chance, we would like to find out as soon as possible. Having said that, Ling Fu looked around, pointed to a pavilion not far away, and suggested, How about we meet there when the time comes? Ling Yaohan looked over as he pointed, then retracted her gaze after a moment, nodded, and said with a smile, Okay. At the same time, Lingbin nodded and agreed. Seeing this, Ling Fu clapped her hands and said, That's settled then, sisters and brothers. Just concentrate on refining the elixir and wait for my news. Chapter 40 Alchemy Assessment. The 3 people, each having made their own plans, acted separately, and Ling Yaohan soon arrived at Danding Pavilion. Manager Lu Hong was fiddling with pills, with bottles and jars all over the table. Noticing a disciple coming over, he said without even looking up, "Those who have decided to participate in the alchemy assessment, please state your name and come to me to get the special jade token and alchemy materials. Remember, there is a seal on the jade token. With it, all the storage magic tools on your body cannot be opened. This is mainly used to prevent disciples from using elixirs purchased outside to fill in the gaps. So don't even think about cheating. Even if there is a way to escape the jade card detection, it can't escape my nose." Having said this, Lu Hong said no more. Ling Yaohan walked to a distance of about 10 feet away from him, bowed, and then said, "Disciple Ling Yaohan, come to participate in the assessment." Huh. Lu Hong paused and raised his head when he heard the name. "Are you a new disciple with full spiritual roots? This assessment only has one chance. Are you sure you want to participate now?" Ling Yaohan nodded. Disciple has considered it carefully and is determined to participate. "Well then." Lu Hong waved his sleeves and took out a jade box about a foot long. He then said, "Everything you need for the test is inside. Keep it carefully." "Yes." Ling Yaohan took 2 steps forward, picked up the jade box carefully, bowed to the steward again, then turned and left Danding Pavilion. Once there is a cultivator in the cave on Danfeng Mountain, the entrance to the cave will be sealed, and it will not happen that 2 cultivators choose the same cave one after another. Based on the principle of proximity, Ling Yaohan chose an empty cave at the foot of the mountain. Coming to the underground fire room, she opened the jade box and took out the first batch of alchemy materials. Yixuaden contains 2 main ingredients and 6 auxiliary ingredients. When the alchemy began, Ling Yaohan first drew the earth fire to calcine the alchemy furnace, while calculating the time in her mind. When the time is right, the 2 main materials are placed into the alchemy furnace under the control of spiritual power and begin refining. After this step is successful, put the 6 auxiliary materials into the furnace and continue refining. After about 2 cups of tea, all 8 materials were refined and entered the fusion process. At this moment, a burning smell came from the alchemy furnace, and Ling Yaohan immediately realized that the first attempt at alchemy had failed. After frowning and thinking for a moment, she concluded that it was caused by the fusion speed being too fast. After meditating on the spot to replenish the consumed spiritual energy, she quickly began the second round of refining. The fusion process was completed smoothly, but an error occurred when the pill was condensing. The temperature was not accurately controlled, resulting in the failure of refining. During the third refining process, Ling Yaohan was more cautious and careful in every step. About 3 incense sticks later, a rich medicinal aroma wafted out of the furnace. This time, she finally succeeded in refining the blood-enhancing pill. There are 10 pieces in one furnace, 7 of which are of low quality and 3 of which are of medium quality. After spending some time regulating her breathing and recovering her spiritual power, Ling Yaohan carefully placed the refined elixir into the jade bottle, then walked out of the cave and came to the Danding Pavilion again. Lu Hong was still fiddling with the elixir. When he noticed the movement outside the pavilion, his usual words were about to come out of his mouth. However, when the words came to his lips, he stopped abruptly because the aura of the person outside the door was quite familiar. He had seen him today. He paused what he was doing, looked out the door, and saw Ling Yaohan appear in his sight. "It's you, how did it turn out?" Lu Hong asked casually, stroked his beard, and had some guesses about the result. Less than 6 incense sticks of time had passed since this genius of the sect went to get the materials and left. Before refining the elixir, one needs to concentrate and calm down, and the preparation work must take a long time, so he didn't think that the other party could successfully refine the blood-enriching pill. Just as he was thinking this, he heard Ling Yaohan say, reporting to the manager, "The elixir has been successfully refined." Hearing this, Lu Hong was shocked and subconsciously exerted force with his right hand and directly pulled out a strand of his beard. "What did you say? Success?" "Exactly." Although Ling Yaohan found the steward's reaction strange, she still responded respectfully. Then she took light steps and handed the jade bottle containing the elixir to the steward. Lu Hong took it with an incredible look on his face, uncorked it, and sniffed it carefully. He suppressed his shock and nodded, saying, "Yes, judging from the fragrance emanating from the elixir, it is indeed freshly refined." After he finished speaking, he waved his sleeves, and a silver alchemy furnace with intricate patterns engraved all around suddenly appeared on the ground not far away. At this time, Lu Hong continued, "Congratulations, you passed the assessment. This is your reward." Please accept it. Thank you, steward. Ling Yaohan clasped her hands together and waved them towards the alchemy furnace, which gradually shrank and finally turned into a stream of light, which she collected into her storage bag. Lu Hong rubbed his hands and said rather embarrassedly, I want to ask, how long did it take you to prepare before refining the elixir? Before refining the elixir? Ling Yaohan was stunned for a moment and said truthfully. The disciple randomly chose a cave, entered the earth fire room, and started refining the elixir. He didn't prepare anything. Lu Hong showed surprise without hiding his expression. Didn't you meditate first, concentrate your mind, and calm your spirit before you started to make the elixir? Ling Yaohan shook her head and said, No, I started refining it directly. I failed once in the fusion and pill condensing steps and succeeded in the third time. The steward asked this, Is there something wrong with the disciple's refining process? Know that you have a great talent for alchemy. If you have time in the future, you can come to Danfeng more often. Shocked, Lu Hong couldn't find any other words for a moment and could only say this dryly. After receiving this answer, Ling Yaohan nodded and said yes. Seeing that the manager had no other instructions, she said goodbye to him respectfully and left Danding Pavilion. Chapter 41 Five Thunders, Heavenly Heart, Righteous Law. When they arrived at the pavilion where they had agreed to meet two fellow tribesmen, Ling Fu and Ling Bin had not yet arrived. Ling Yaohan sat down on the flying chair next to the pavilion and began to wait slowly for the two people. At this time, Ming Yu asked in the Xian Guang Huan Si Bell, What skills and techniques are you practicing now? In order to prevent fellow disciples passing by from noticing the clues, Ling Yaohan directly answered the question with her spiritual thoughts. There is only one technique, which is the Shen level Taisu Yudian. In addition to the 8 basic mortal level techniques, there are 4 yellow level techniques, namely Qingmu Huiyuan Ju, Shenhui Ju, Hooded Dundi Ju, and Xianbing Ningjing Ju. The last kind of magic was purchased by me at a market near my family. The Jade Slip mentioned that it was evolved from another magic of a higher level, but there was no record of what it was specifically. Is that so? Mingyu pondered, with your current cultivation level, these are temporarily applicable. Alas, there are too many restrictions during the Qi training period. Once you have established your foundation, I will have many techniques suitable for you to practice. Among them is the Five Thunders Heavenly Heart Orthodox Method, which is a heavenly level technique taught to me by my master. It is the most powerful of all techniques. It's just that this technique is rather special, and the training process is unbearable for ordinary people and requires being struck by lightning. Since it's so powerful, it's okay to endure some pain. Ling Yaohan responded with her mind, Just get struck by lightning every day. Once you get used to it, it might be much easier to survive the lightning tribulation when you form your infant. You guessed right. Mengyu smiled and said, Practicing this method does help to survive thunder tribulations. Of course, its greater use is naturally to fight against enemies, especially evil demons. The Five Thunders Heavenly Heart Righteous Method is their nemesis. Hearing this, Ling Yaohan became more and more curious about this technique. Thinking about her current cultivation level, she decided, I will start practicing when I return to Chaoxia Peak. By the way, do you know what Tianlua likes to eat on weekdays? In Ningguei, will the Taihe Lingyu have any effect on it if it is kept in the storage bag? Tianlua's diet is very diverse. He likes to eat all kinds of monster meat and many spiritual fruits. Mengyu said with a hint of reminiscence. In the past, when we were at the Tianling Sect ruins, Nian Gui often hunted some monsters in Hu Xian Mausoleum and brought them back to it. There are also some fruits that only bear fruit once 100 years ago, and as long as they are ripe, they will be picked and taken home. Don't be fooled by that guy's small size. He has a big appetite. If you want to raise him, you will have to take him out to hunt monsters often. Although Tianluo is at the peak of the second level, this level of strength is not enough in the entire world of cultivation. If we let it go out alone, it would be troublesome if it was spotted by a passing Jinan or Yuaniing while hunting and was caught. As for the Taihe Lingyu, just put it in the storage bag and don't take it out for anyone to see. Although people in this world do not recognize this thing, as long as they see the Taihe Lingyu, they can definitely tell that it is a treasure. If it is known by people with evil intentions, it will bring about fatal disaster. Speaking of Nian Gui, I would like to mention one more thing. If you want to learn the art of formation, you can ask it directly. Well, even though it was badly damaged in the war that year, rendering it unable to speak, its intelligence was not lost. If we were to ask who in the Yunlan realm is the most proficient in battle formations, it would be Nian Gui. It's just that this communication barrier problem does need to be solved. I communicate with it through spiritual consciousness. How about you try to communicate with it through spiritual consciousness after you return and see if it works? You can give it a try. Nian Gui's mastery of formations was a pleasant surprise for Ling Yaohan. This is equivalent to having a formation master by your side at all times and anywhere. It would be even better if communication could be barrier-free. Chapter 42, Multiple News. After a stick of incense, Ling Fu arrived at the pavilion. Seeing Ling Yaohan waiting here, she trotted over to her side and asked expectantly, "Sister, how was the assessment? Did you pass?" Ling Yaohan hummed, "I have received the alchemy furnace reward." After receiving a positive reply, Ling Fu immediately smiled. "Great, my sister is really amazing. I was wandering around Danfeng before and met a senior sister with a very good temper. She was accompanying a senior brother to participate in the alchemy assessment and had been waiting for someone. I chatted with senior sister Mu for a while and slowly got some information. This senior sister joined the Sect 10 years ago. She is a native of Swan Kju and has a general understanding of the Sect situation as well as the major and minor forces in Swan Kju. Sister, do you know how many sects there are in Swan Kju? Ling Yaohan shook her head. Since I came here, I haven't had time to understand the situation of this continent. Hearing this, Ling Fu held up 4 fingers and continued. More than 400. When I first heard this number, I thought I had heard it wrong. In the Yunlan realm, if a cultivator wants to establish a sect, his cultivation must reach the golden core stage. Otherwise, he will not be recognized by the outside world. From a small glimpse of the big, we can see how powerful Shianshu is. But even so, this continent is only ranked second among the 5 continents of Tianzi continent. It is hard to imagine how prosperous Qikong continent, which ranks first, would be. After saying this, Ling Yaohan smiled and said, "When our cultivation level is high enough, we can go out for training. If possible, we can go to Qikong's house to have a look." Ling Fu nodded at first, then she thought of something and her face turned bitter. "I probably don't have the chance to go out and practice with my sister. You have only been practicing for more than half a year, and you have already reached the 6th level of Qi training. I have 3 spiritual roots, and my cultivation is slow, so I can never catch up with my elder sister. And to be honest, I still have some confidence in building the foundation, but I have no confidence at all in forming the elixir. I might just give up when the time comes." "Don't be discouraged." Ling Yaohan comforted him. "There are still people in the cultivation world who have reached the stage of forming a pill with 4 or 5 spiritual roots. Your aptitude is not bad, and you will definitely be able to do it. As a monk, you should be determined to move forward courageously. You need to change this idea as soon as possible. Otherwise, if this goes on for a long time with constant psychological hints, in the end, even if you have cultivated to the great perfection of foundation building, you will develop inner demons due to the long-term lack of confidence in your heart, and it will be difficult to pass the stage of forming the pill. Remember one thing. No matter when, where, or what difficulties you encounter, don't give up easily. Sometimes miracles happen at the last minute." My clan sister is right. Ling Fu also realized her own problem at this moment. She said carefully, "I will definitely correct this bad habit. I will work harder in cultivation and never give up on myself again. I hope you can figure it out." Inside the pavilion, there was silence for a moment. The 2 of them sat on their own flying chairs, imagining what the future would hold. After a while, Ling Fu continued, "I have also heard some things about the sect. Piamia sect has a total of 99 peaks. 19 of the peaks are manned by nascent soul cultivators, and many of the remaining 80 peaks, like Chaoxia Peak, are mountains specially for the sect's disciples to live in. In order to encourage disciples to practice, the sect holds an outer sect competition every 5 years. There is no limit on the number of participants. Those ranked in the top 200 will receive a certain amount of spirit stones as rewards, and those ranked in the top 10 will also receive foundation building pills. But the most enviable reward is the first prize, which is to go to the instrument peak and have a spiritual instrument tailor-made for you." Hearing this, Ling Yaohan said in surprise, "It turns out that this is a spiritual weapon that can only be used by foundation-building cultivators, and it is not fixed. You can choose according to your own wishes. This kind of reward is very attractive to Qi training cultivators, especially those who are capable of competing for the first place. Basically, they have reached the great perfection of Qi training. Once the foundation is established, spiritual weapons can be used. Do you know when the next outer sect competition will be held?" 2 years later, Ling Fu said bluntly, Judging from the current progress of my sister's cultivation, she should be able to participate in the competition and compete with other brothers and sisters. Chapter 43: Ling Fu's Decision. At this moment, Ling Yaohan suddenly realized something, looked up into the distance, and saw Ling Bin walking towards them. The latter was in a rather embarrassed state, with a look of loss on his face. Ling Fu also noticed this and stood up directly from the flying chair. After a while, Ling Bin came into the pavilion, smiled bitterly at the two of them, and shook his head. I don't have any talent at all in alchemy. I was refining 9 portions of pei yuan dam materials. Not only did I fail every time I started, but the last time, the furnace exploded. The noise was so loud that it attracted the manager. When he learned about the process of alchemy, he was silent for a long time and finally suggested that I give up this path. Hearing this, Ling Fu stepped forward, gently pulled the young man's sleeve, and tried to comfort him. Brother, alchemy is ultimately just an auxiliary skill during cultivation. It is not necessary. Don't take it too seriously. Not far away, Ling Yaohan stood up, hesitated for a moment, and then said, Xiao Fu is right, and in addition to refining pills, there are 3 other things we can try: making talismans, array formations, and refining equipment. What she had said to Ling Fu in the pavilion before was no longer applicable now. The art of alchemy places the greatest emphasis on talent. If one is not born with this talent, persuading others to continue will have little effect and will be more harmful than helpful, and in the end will delay their practice. Fortunately, Ling Bin had a good character, and with the two of them comforting him, he gradually recovered from his depression after a short while. After learning that Ling Yaohan passed the assessment successfully, he was sincerely happy for her. Not long after, the 3 began to return to Chaoxia Peak. Along the way, Ling Fu reiterated in detail the information she had heard and added some of her own insights. Although the return journey was long, it was not boring at all. When we arrived at the foot of Chaoxia Peak, we left first because Ling Bin's residence was on the other side of the mountainside. The remaining 2 continued walking up the mountain along the gentle slope. Not long after walking this time, Ling Yaohan said carefully, What I said in the pavilion before has a prerequisite. That is, what we encounter is not like alchemy. In short, if you encounter something that is not very important but requires extremely high talent, and you cannot do it yourself, you can try to give up. In this case, insisting on doing so is not a good idea. After saying this, Ling Fu hummed. Don't worry, sister. I understand that what you mentioned before was mainly about matters related to the path and life. Due to my aptitude, I am destined to spend more time on cultivation on weekdays. For things like the 6 arts of cultivation that most cultivators often talk about, if you have the talent and can learn them, that would be icing on the cake. If you can't, there's nothing to regret. After all, cultivation is the foundation. So I won't get stuck in a rut and go astray. Seeing that Ling Fu saw through the matter, Ling Yaohan was completely relieved. Half a cup of tea later, a fork in the road appeared before us. The two of them slowed down their pace, and after saying goodbye to each other, Ling Yaohan continued up the same path. Ling Fu turned to the path on the right, and as she was about to move forward, she glanced sideways at her elder sister, her eyes full of gratitude. In the past, when she was in the clan, she seldom saw Ling Yaohan and didn't know much about her. Occasionally, she heard fellow clan members mention this sister, and the evaluation was only a simple sentence: a cold beauty. There are also a very small number of people with sharp tongues who directly call her a sickly person. It was no secret within the clan that Ling Yaohan was unable to practice before she was 14 years old. When Ling Fu first learned about the situation of this cousin, she felt full of sympathy for her. Later, Ling Yaohan soared to fame and became the focus of the entire clan. Her feelings towards this sister in the clan changed from sympathy to envy. After learning that she was chosen by the clan leader to be one of the 5 people sent away from Guiyun Island, Ling Fu immediately asked for the names of the remaining 4 people. When she learned that Ling Yaohan was also among them, she was not surprised, but she was quite curious about this sister and wanted to know what kind of person she was. Until now, this question finally has an answer. When the Xing USC was attacked and faced with powerful enemies, Ling Yaohan showed her resourcefulness and fearlessness. Be ruthless to the enemy and kill them decisively. When facing their fellow tribesmen, they are extremely gentle and even give them advice at critical moments to prevent them from going astray. Born into a family of immortal cultivators, Ling Fu has seen a lot of human warmth and coldness since she was a child. With her own intuition, she can sense whether a person is sincere or insincere. It was for this reason that she was full of gratitude towards Ling Yaohan, as the other party was truly caring about her. Ling Fu withdrew her gaze and made a secret resolution as she walked that she would do her best to repay her elder sister in the future. Chapter 44 Qi Training Level 7. Ling Yaohan returned to her residence and used her wooden identity card to set up restrictions around her as per usual practice. After that, she asked, Mengyu, is there any risk in calling Nian Gui out now? No. Mengyu sensed it for a moment and said truthfully, Piamia Sect has done a very good job in this regard. The restrictions in the bamboo house can actually block the spiritual sense of the nascent soul cultivators. It takes a lot of effort to carve such a prohibition into a wooden sign, and it is a huge expense. After saying this, Ling Yaohan pondered and said, every cultivator has more or less opportunities, and opportunities have nothing to do with cultivation. Sometimes the opportunities that some disciples get make high-level cultivators so jealous that they would lower their face to snatch them away. The sect probably does this to avoid such things from happening. Yes. Mengyu sighed softly. Let's not talk about this anymore. I will call Nian Gui out. After a moment, a blurry figure appeared in the bamboo house. Seeing this, Ling Yaohan followed Mengyu's previous suggestion and tried to communicate with Nian Gui through spiritual thoughts. Not long after, I received a response. At this point, the communication barrier problem was completely solved. Thinking of the spirit gathering formation she saw in the courtyard she rented in Wudao City before the sect admission examination, Ling Yaohan began to ask Nian Gui for advice on how to set up the formation in order to increase the concentration of spiritual energy in the bamboo house. The original intention is to arrange it yourself after learning it. However, Nian Gui acted in one go, and before she could react, a large spirit gathering formation had already formed. Feeling the spiritual energy in the bamboo house that was several times richer than before, Ling Yaohan suppressed her shock and said in disbelief, doesn't the spirit gathering array require spirit stones to be set up? Mengyu emerged from the Xian Guanghuan Sea Bell and explained, when you have mastered the art of formation to a certain level, you can create a formation with just one thought, without the need for any external objects. This is how the mind returns. Of course, it can only use this method to set up formations of level 1 to 3, and it still needs the help of some treasures for levels 4 and above. So that's how it is. It was the first time that Ling Yaohan heard of this method, and for a moment she found it extremely novel. At this time, Nian Gui conveyed his thoughts to her, telling her that as long as the spirit gathering formation was not destroyed by external forces, it could be maintained. In this way, the problem of spiritual energy in the place where people practice meditation all year round is completely solved. From now on, as long as Ling Yaohan practices here, she will get twice the result with half the effort. After calming down her joy, she began to devote herself to cultivation, while Mengyu and Nian Gui returned to the Shuangguan Huanxi Bell and Taihe Lingyu respectively. Time flies like an arrow, and a month goes by in a flash. On this day, inside the bamboo house, the spiritual energy from all around gradually gathered and formed a vortex, which began to flow towards Ling Yaohan, who was sitting cross-legged on a cushion. At the same time, the seventh cyclone was forming in her dantian. In the Shuangguan Huanxi Bell, Mengyu saw this scene and couldn't help but sigh in his heart at the tyranny of the whole spiritual root. Such a large amount of spiritual energy is more than enough for ordinary cultivators to break through the foundation building stage, but for Ling Yaohan, it is only enough for her to advance to the 7th level of Qi training. For all cultivators with full spiritual roots, the purity of each spiritual root is generally high, which also means that they absorb spiritual energy faster than ordinary people. Therefore, although each breakthrough requires a huge amount of spiritual energy, the speed of cultivation advancement is faster than that of ordinary cultivators, and the strength is also among the best in the same level. The vortex lasted for 2 incense sticks, and then disappeared completely. At this point, Ling Yaohan's cultivation level broke through to the 7th level of Qi training. After consolidating her cultivation, she counted with her fingers and realized that more than a month had passed since she started her retreat. She immediately left the bamboo house and headed for Chaoyang Peak. Considering that she would not return here in a short time after accepting the mission, she deliberately brought Tianluo with her. It was noon, and the number of monks gathered in the External Affairs Hall was much smaller than last time. The missions of hunting monsters are all in the A and B areas. Ling Yaohan compared her own cultivation and spent about half a cup of tea looking at it before choosing to accept a mission to hunt 50 blood-tusked pigs. After completing it, she would receive 70 contribution points. This monster often appears in places with red maple forests. It is marked on the red maple forest mission signs near the Sect. The nearest one is 20 miles away in the northwest direction. Ling Yaohan has not yet purchased a spirit beast bag. In addition, the bloody smell of the hunted monsters is very strong, and she does not want to keep it together with the things she often uses, so she needs to buy another storage bag. There was a large market 10 miles northwest, and she planned to go there before starting the mission. I counted the spirit stones I had left, a total of 405, which should be enough to buy the house if nothing unexpected happened. If the prices in Swan Kju were generally much higher than those in Guiyun Island, she would sell some of the unnecessary pills, and she would be able to collect enough spirit stones. After having a general idea of this in mind, Ling Yaohan went down the mountain, left Piamia Sect again, and headed northwest. Chapter 45. The Strange Old Man. 10 miles northwest, there is a market town called Shianshu. Ling Yaohan was still wearing the outer Sect disciple uniform, and with the wooden sign hanging on her side, the guards recognized her as a disciple of Piamia Sect at a glance and immediately made way for her. Fang is extremely large. Ling Yaohan made a rough comparison and found that its area is 10 times larger than Guyun Fang. There are many attics and shops inside, and monks come and go. It is extremely lively, and it is not an exaggeration to say that it is a small city. Ling Yaohan walked and searched, and after half a cup of tea, she came to a shop that specialized in selling things related to spiritual beasts. The business here is not big. There is only a little girl in simple clothes and an old man with gray hair and a cane in the store. Seeing a guest coming, the little girl stood up, bowed, and asked crisply, "Sister, what do you want to buy?" Ling Yaohan said concisely, "A spirit beast bag." "Okay, wait a moment, sister." The little girl walked to a wooden shelf not far away, opened one of the secret compartments, and took out 9 palm-sized cloth bags of the same style, but different colors. These are the spirit beast bags, each with 20 cubic meters of space. As long as my sister's spirit beast is not as big as a mountain, it can be put in. If you think it's suitable, you can choose a color you like. A spirit beast bag costs 100 low-grade spirit stones. After learning the prices, Ling Yaohan understood that the prices here were almost the same as in Guyun Fang. She looked over several spirit beast bags and finally chose one with light green color. After paying the spirit stones and successfully getting the spirit beast bag in her hands, Ling Yaohan was about to leave the shop when an old voice came into her ears. "Those who come here are destined to meet. Please accept the gift." Ling Yaohan was stunned when she heard this and subconsciously looked towards the source of the sound. Inside the shop, the old man with a cane was stroking his beard with one hand and looking at her with a kind smile. At the same time, a thumb-sized, white object flew towards her. Ling Yaohan did not sense the danger, so she stood where she was for the time being and did not dodge. After a moment, she saw clearly what was flying towards her, and a look of surprise appeared on her face. This is a very ordinary white chess piece. After hesitating for a moment, Ling Yaohan took the white chess piece in her hand. At this time, the old man continued, "Our shop doesn't usually have much business. Since you are here, this white chess piece will be a souvenir. If you don't like it, just throw it away." In Ling Yaohan's perception, there was no spiritual power fluctuation on the old man, and he looked like a mortal. But she knew very well that if a store wanted to survive in the market, it had to be strong. Moreover, the little girl was only at the first level of chi training and was unable to control the white chess pieces to be passed to her. This only proved that the old man was not as simple as he seemed. Thinking of this, she said thoughtfully, "Since it is a souvenir, I will definitely keep it well." After that, the old man didn't speak again, just looked at her with a smile. Seeing this, Ling Yaohan bowed to him and then left the store. Walking on the street, she recalled what happened just now and asked Mengyu with her mind, "Can you tell the cultivation level of that old man?" Mengyu, who always answered questions, fell silent this time. After a long while, he spoke. "If I say that I didn't sense the existence of that store, would you believe it?" Hearing this suddenly, Ling Yaohan stopped in her tracks and was about to blurt out the questions in her mind. Fortunately, she still had her wits about her chest and realized that she was on a busy and bustling street in a market town. Suppressing the shock in her heart, she began to move forward slowly. At the same time, she looked down at the white chess piece in her right hand and the spirit beast bag she had purchased. Seeing that they had not disappeared, she continued to ask with her mind, "Even if there is no store, the space should exist in reality. In your perception, what does that place look like? Chapter 46, The Disappearing Shop. Mingyu did not answer the question directly, but suggested, "Why don't you go back to the original place and take a look?" "Good." Ling Yaohan returned along the same route with full of doubts in her heart. When she approached the store, an obvious look of surprise appeared on her face. "How is it possible? It disappeared. I saw that the place where the original shop was located was empty, replaced by a few weeping willows. In Xiangyan Fang City, trees are planted at regular intervals on both sides of the street. These weeping willows do not look special. Is this what you originally sensed?" "No," Mingyu said bluntly. "To be precise, I couldn't sense it at all at that time. It should be blocked by some unknown thing." "Is that so?" Ling Yaohan said thoughtfully. "What kind of existence do you think can do this?" "It's hard to say," Mingyu pondered. "First of all, the spirit beast bag and the white chess pieces in your hand are real, which means that the store is not an illusion. If it is a physical entity, then it is possible that the store itself has teleportation properties and can travel freely through space. This sounds a bit outrageous. No one in the mortal world can definitely create such a thing. If it is said to be a thing from the spiritual world, then there is a possibility. By the way, how many people did you see in the store?" "Two," Ling Yaohan said truthfully. "One is a little girl about 6 years old, and the other is an old man with gray hair and a cane." After saying this, Mingyu pondered and said, "If the shop is ordinary, then it means that the people in the shop are extraordinary. If he can travel through space at will, he cannot be a cultivator from the mortal world. Take myself, for example. Even when I cultivated to the level of spiritual transformation more than 7,000 years ago, I was unable to do this. We can't find the answer at the moment. They appear here probably with some purpose. In my opinion, there may be something else behind that white chess piece." "Most likely." Ling Yaohan took the white chess piece in front of her and looked at it carefully. She did not find anything special about it, nor did she sense any spiritual energy. With a change of mind, she put it into her storage bag, planning to study it in her spare time. Looking at the newly purchased spirit beast bag, Ling Yaohan continued to ask, "There shouldn't be any problem with this thing, right?" Mingyu sensed it for a moment and said uncertainly, "I didn't notice anything unusual, but this store is really weird that I think it's best not to give this spirit beast bag to Tianluo for now. To be on the safe side, I'd better buy a new one. Or when you get to the red maple forest, you can catch a blood-tusked pig, throw it in, wait for a while, and see what happens. If everything is normal, then there is nothing wrong with the spirit beast bag." Ling Yaohan nodded thoughtfully. "That's a good idea. Let's do it. I'll go to another store to buy a spirit beast bag. Even if the original one is fine, it's good to have an extra one as a backup." At this moment, Mingyu suddenly remembered something and said hesitantly, "I have a question I want to ask you. Generally speaking, when you come to a market town, shouldn't you choose to check out the larger industries first? Even if you don't buy anything inside, you can use it to get a rough idea of the prices of similar items. The prices in small shops fluctuate greatly, and if you encounter an unscrupulous shop owner, you can easily be cheated. I have carefully observed Xiangyan Fang and found that there are no less than 10 industries related to spiritual beasts. From what you described earlier, that strange shop is very small. Why did you choose to buy the spirit beast bag there?" "This, how should I put it? It's a subconscious behavior," Ling Yaohan replied after careful consideration. "I was walking on the street at the time and didn't see any other businesses related to spirit beasts, so I naturally went to that shop." "Didn't you see it?" Mingyu's tone became suspicious. Although that store is located in the front, it is not the first business selling spiritual beast items from the entrance of the market. Have you been blinded to your perception without realizing it? If this is true, then the two people appearing in the market is not accidental, and they are most likely here just for you. Chapter 47, Red Maple Forest. Ling Yaohan pondered and said, "My cultivation is still low now. If they want to harm me, there is no need to go through so much trouble. I didn't feel any ill will from them in the store. Let's just leave this as a mystery. It will be solved one day." Having said this, she continued walking along the streets of Fangshu. After about a cup of tea, she arrived outside the treasure pavilion. This is a large business with a wide variety of items for sale. The attic has 9 floors in total. As soon as I walked into it, a servant came forward to ask questions. Ling Yaohan succinctly stated what she wanted to buy, and the servant immediately took her to the corresponding area to start selecting. There are many different types of storage bags, and the prices vary greatly. Ling Yaohan mainly uses it to hold hunted monsters, so she only needs to consider the size of the space and does not care about the workmanship or appearance. After careful consideration, she chose a relatively cheaper one, worth 50 low-grade spirit stones and 14 cubic meters of space. As for the spirit beast bag, he chose one with beautiful appearance, worth 110 low-grade spirit stones and 20 cubic meters of space. There is a special sales area for talisman making and alchemy materials in the treasure pavilion. After purchasing the 2 necessary items, Ling Yaohan still had 145 low-grade spirit stones left. She believed that she had a decent talent for making talismans and refining pills, so she used all the remaining spirit stones to purchase materials without hesitation. Come back to the market after a while and sell the finished products so you can earn a lot of spirit stones. After doing all this, she left Zhangyi and Fang and started walking towards the red maple forest. On the way, she met several wandering cultivators. After seeing the disciple uniform she was wearing, they all tacitly did not come forward to disturb her and lived in peace with each other. After 2 incense sticks, Ling Yaohan slowed down her pace and looked up. In front of her, large patches of fiery red maple leaves were swaying in the breeze, shining brightly. The blood-tusk pig is red all over, cunning by nature, good at hiding, and often hides in places where fallen leaves gather, waiting for an opportunity to sneak attack the prey it has set its eyes on. Before entering the red maple forest, Ling Yaohan took out the Ningxuan pearl and Ningbing sword and was on full alert. Once you step into the forest, you will face the risk of being attacked by monsters at any time. Tianluo seemed quite excited at this moment because the blood-tusk pig was one of his food items, so before coming here, Ling Yaohan did not put it into the spirit beast bag. It jumped from its owner's arms, wagging its tail. It tried its best to conceal its aura so that the blood-tusk pig would not sense its threat and run away in advance. Not long after, a blood-red figure flashed in the air and flew towards the neck of the girl in blue. As the danger approached, Ling Yaohan dodged to the side, activated the spiritual power in her right hand, and immediately slashed at the attacking object with her sword. The next moment, a scream and the sound of heavy objects falling to the ground were heard in the forest. The ice sword pierced through the blood-tusked pig's abdomen, and the latter kicked its limbs and struggled nonstop. At this moment, Ling Yaohan moved her wrist, and a stream of golden spiritual power instantly swung out, condensing into a dagger as thin as a cicada's wing in midair, which instantly pierced into the blood-toothed pig's head. The latter was killed on the spot, and his screams stopped abruptly. Tianluo looked at his master obediently from the side, without making any movement. It was quite intelligent and knew that the blood-toothed pig was required for its master's mission, so even though it was very greedy, it still restrained itself. As for the sneak attack just now, Tianluo knew in his heart that his master could avoid it with his strength. In addition, the fact that it did not receive any orders meant that its owner had his own plans and did not need it to intervene. Otherwise, the blood-tusk pig would die under its claws immediately. Mengyu concentrated his mind and sensed the blood-tusked pigs in the Xian Guang Huanxi bell. He immediately transmitted his message. 3 miles to the right, we found the target. There are 16 of them in a collapsed cave. Chapter 48. Monster Hunting. After receiving the news, Ling Yaohan decided to go there immediately. The fight just now was quite loud, and most of the blood-toothed pigs in the nest had been alarmed. If she went too late, it was likely that none of them would escape. Ling Yaohan swiftly put the one she had killed in her storage bag and began to move towards her destination. Tianluo followed closely beside her, looking around with his beautiful fox eyes, concentrating and being on guard. Not long after, the sound of dead leaves breaking came from the front. Ling Yaohan quickened her pace and saw 16 blood-tusked pigs lined up in a row, surrounding her. Noticing this, she raised her eyebrows slightly. They are not running away, but trying to attack me. Hearing this, Mengyu explained, Tianluo's aura is very well hidden, and he does not pose a threat in the eyes of the blood-toothed pigs. In this case, it is reasonable for 16 of them to besiege you alone. Hearing this, Ling Yaohan looked forward, her eyes full of fighting spirit. I haven't had a proper battle since I started practicing, so I'll use these to practice. As these words fell, the technique of mysterious ice mirror was immediately put into use. An extremely thick layer of black ice shield emerged from her body, and the temperature in the red maple forest dropped sharply. At the same time, countless black ice formed mirrors, surrounding the 16 blood-tusked pigs, and sharp arrows made of ice shot out from the mirrors from time to time. In just a few moments, for blood tusk pigs were seriously injured, and the rest were also hit by arrows, but not in vital areas. Although it was wrapped in ice, the strong smell of blood inevitably escaped. At this moment, several wolf howls were heard in the distance, getting closer and closer. Ling Yaohan's expression was slightly stern. Judging from the sounds, the destination of those wolf monsters was the red maple forest. She looked at the blood-tusked pigs running around surrounded by black ice and said calmly, "We have to fight quickly and decisively. There are 39 wolf monsters in a group." Ming, you said at the right time. Most of them are at the peak of the first level, and a few are at the second level. Tianluo can deal with them. Good. A moment later, the nine-tailed heavenly fox, which had been on guard all around, received an order from his master, and with a flash of its body, it quickly rushed towards the direction of the wolf pack. Ling Yaohan formed a seal with her hands and continuously cast the 5 element spells, attacking the blood-toothed pig that was surrounded by black ice. The 4 seriously injured ones died instantly, and the rest continued to suffer new wounds. However, at this moment, spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the black ice, followed by a loud bang. The less seriously injured blood-tusk pigs used their hard fangs to attack one place together and broke the black ice. Seeing this, Ling Yaohan held the ice sword and chopped at the nearest blood-toothed pig with all her strength, killing it with one blow. The mysterious ice mirror condensation technique was used again, expanding the range by a circle compared to the previous one, blocking the escape route of the remaining blood-tusk pigs. Ling Yaohan was in the middle of it, holding the ice sword and constantly harvesting the lives of monsters. The sharp arrows made of ice automatically bent in an arc as they approached her, cleverly avoiding her and shooting at the blood-tusked pigs running around. After about 6 breaths, there were no more living monsters around. Ling Yaohan put away her magic and waved her sleeves. All 16 blood-tusk pig corpses were put into the storage bag. After that, she didn't stop for a moment and rushed directly towards Tianluo. 5 miles due north of the red maple forest, a majestic fox was fighting fiercely with a group of golden wolf monsters. There were more than 20 wolf demon corpses lying on the ground. All of them had their hearts ripped out and died. Tianluo, who had been extremely docile in front of his master, now had his claws spread wide and flashing with a faint light. The wolf demons were suppressed by him and had no power to fight back. When Ling Yaohan arrived here, Tianluo's sharp claws were grabbing the heart of the last wolf demon. The latter died instantly, and its struggling limbs hung down, and there was no sound anymore. Sensing his master's arrival, Tianluo immediately retracted his claws, wagging his tail, and came to Ling Yaohan, looking as if he was asking for credit from her. Seeing this, Ling Yaohan burst out laughing, first performed a cleaning spell for the little fox, then took out a blood-tusked pig's corpse, cleaned it carefully with water magic, peeled off the fur, and then wrapped it with fire magic and slowly roasted it. When the oil overflows and the fragrance spreads, it is handed to the little fox. Tianluo's nose twitched. He opened his mouth and carefully bit the bloody pork, tore off a small piece and tasted it. Then his eyes lit up and he started to devour it. It devoured extremely quickly, and after a while, only the skeleton of the entire blood-tusk pig was left. After a full meal, Tianluo Fox narrowed his eyes, touched his belly contentedly, and expressed gratitude to Ling Yaohan. In the past, it had only eaten raw food, which it swallowed with the skin and fur intact. It never expected that after being processed by its owner, it would be so delicious. Even if it's just for food, it will hold on to the thigh tightly and follow its owner all the time. Ling Yaohan sensed Tianluo's intention and said with a smile, "Since you like it, wait until I complete the Sect mission, and then we will go hunt more monsters that you like to eat." After receiving this answer, Tianluo instantly jumped up from his original position, wagging his fox tail nonstop, showing that he was very excited. Not long after, the man and the fox returned to the red maple forest and continued hunting the blood-tusk pig. Chapter 49, Emergency. The day passed quickly. In the evening, Ling Yaohan found a suitable place in the red maple forest and started roasting the blood-toothed pig again. In the afterglow of the setting sun, among the maple leaves, a young girl in a wide-sleeved fairy dress sat on the ground, and a snow-white fox sat obediently beside her. On the fire not far away, there were 6 skinned blood-tusked pigs. Every once in a while, Ling Yaohan would come forward and turn the wooden stick with the barbecue on it, so that it would be heated evenly. Looking at everything in front of her, her thoughts gradually drifted away, and she recalled every detail of her life with her mother and father when she was on Guiyun Island. She didn't know how long it had been when she suddenly felt an itch in her palm. She looked down and saw Tian Luo rubbing her right hand carefully with his head, and his furry ears occasionally brushed across her palm. Ling Yaohan reached out and stroked its smooth and soft needle hairs, looked at the barbecue not far away, and said with a smile, "It's almost done. It's a pity that there is no seasoning in the storage bag, otherwise it would taste better. After I get back, I will make a batch of talismans and pills, and then go to Fang to sell them all. This way, I won't have to worry about the spirit stones in the short term. There are quite a lot of spiritual food in the world of cultivation. You should be able to buy spices like star anise, pepper, fennel, and cinnamon in the market. Mix them together, grind them in a powder, and sprinkle some on the food when grilling. It will taste absolutely delicious." Having said that, Ling Yaohan stood up and walked to the fire. The 6 bloody pork teeth were roasted to a golden color, and fat was dripping from them. Restrictions had already been set up all around, so the rich fragrance did not spread out and attract other monsters. Ling Yaohan waved out a stream of water, spiritual power to extinguish all the flames, then picked up a wooden stick with barbecue on it, returned to the original place, and handed it to the little fox. Tian Luo rubbed his paws, took it carefully, and picked up one end of the stick like his master, no longer grabbing the barbecue directly with his hands as before. The fragrant hot steam wafted into Tian Luo's nose. This time, Tian Luo decided to savor the food carefully. After taking a bite, he began to chew it slowly. As time went by, a crescent moon rose in the sky. Ling Yaohan leaned against the maple tree, looked up at the stars, and felt extremely calm in her heart. After Tian Luo finished eating a bloody pig, he wiped his mouth, came to his master's side, remained squatting, and also looked up at the night sky. The quiet time did not last long. About 3 cups of tea later, a figure flew quickly over the red maple forest. This scene happened to be seen by Ling Yaohan, who was looking up at the starry sky. Before she could react, another figure flashed by and soon disappeared. Noticing something unusual, she immediately stood up, waved her sleeves to put the remaining barbecue into the storage bag, covered the fire, and then found a hidden place and hid herself. At her signal, Tian Luo temporarily entered the spirit beast bag. A moment later, 3 beams of light flashed across the sky above the red maple forest. Judging from their direction, they were exactly the same as the previous 2 figures. Ling Yaohan waited for a long time, and seeing no other movement, she tried to ask Mengyu with her divine sense, "Why did the situation earlier look a bit like a chase?" "You guessed right, it was indeed a pursuit," Mengyu said bluntly. "The 5 of them are all at the Jindan level. The first 2 who went over were at the early and middle stages of the Jindan level, and the 3 who chased after them were at the late stages of the Jindan level. Those 2 have been badly injured. If they don't have a trump card, they will be caught up in no time." Hearing this, Ling Yaohan sighed and said, "The thing that can make a Jindan cultivator like this must be some precious treasure. Treasures can move people's hearts, and people of all cultivation levels are not immune to this." "That's not necessarily true." Mengyu pondered. The 3 late Jindan cultivators all wore masks that could block divine sense detection, and their clothing was also the same. If I'm not mistaken, there are numbers A4, A6, and A7 embroidered on their collars, which look like some kind of numbers. I don't know what the current situation is in the cultivation world, but 7 or 8,000 years ago, only killer organizations would use this type of numbering. At that time, such forces were tacitly accepted and allowed to exist. If a cultivator has an enemy but lacks the strength, he can go to such forces, spend a huge amount of money, and ask them to help him eliminate the enemy. Things that can mobilize a killer organization have basically nothing to do with treasures. As you just said, treasures are very tempting. Who would dare to take the risk of being embezzled by the assassin organization and killed to silence the witnesses by issuing such a mission? Chapter 50 Mysterious Mission. Ling Yaohan pondered and said, "The assassin organization you mentioned still exists in the current cultivation world, and there is one in the Xing USC. If the 3 Jindan who just passed by are really members of this kind of organization, then the power behind them is undoubtedly very powerful. Speaking of the grudge between the Ling family and Wank, I don't know when it will be settled." "Shadowless?" Mengyu asked curiously. "What is the overall strength of this organization?" "I'm not sure." Ling Yaohan sighed. "This force is quite mysterious. It's on another island in the Xing USC. I know very little about Wank. I only heard that there is a nascent soul cultivator in charge." Mengyu hummed. A force with a nascent soul in charge should not be underestimated. Take the three Jindans who just passed by, for example. Most of the forces they belong to also have nascent souls. At this point, she paused and said hesitantly, when the assassin organization was first established, it was not easy to gain a foothold. This kind of force is not common. Do you think the three people who just passed by are from Wank? Ling Yaohan was stunned. This is Swan Kju, which is very far away from the Xingyu Sea, so it shouldn't be possible. Unless the shadowless palace is not just a force in the Xingyu Sea, but is spread all over the Tianzi continent. Otherwise, this force is not well known, and few people in the continents have heard of it. No one is willing to pay a large sum of money to assign a mission. So how can it appear here? That's true. Mengyu pondered. If there is such a force in Swan Kju, they will know it sooner or later. Let's just leave tonight's incident as a mystery. By the way, you are not going to stay in this red maple forest tonight, are you? Why not? Ling Yaohan said with a smile. Before I was 14, I was unable to practice. At that time, I often watched the stars in the sky with my mother at night. When I occasionally see a shooting star passing by, I will make a wish, hoping that I will have a chance to practice, that my mother can return to the path of cultivation, and that my father will have a bright future. Now that my own wish has come true, I naturally have to cherish it. So this is the last time for me to take a break from my busy schedule and reminisce about the past. From now on, I will focus on cultivation every moment. This was the first time Mengyu heard Ling Yaohan open up her heart and talk about the past. She was silent for a long time and asked tentatively, "You were unable to practice when you were young, and you were born in a family of immortal cultivators. Was your childhood happy?" Ling Yaohan did not answer the question directly, but continued, "In the past, I was often bedridden and could not play as much as other people of my age. As for fun, there is not much, and one has to endure pain from illness from time to time. My parents took great care of me and protected me very well. Although I didn't have many playmates throughout my childhood, I was never bullied by anyone. I am very lucky to be their daughter in this life." As these words fell, Ling Yaohan returned to her original position and continued to lean against the maple tree, her eyes slightly closed, enjoying the long-lost tranquility. The night passed quickly, and when the sky gradually brightened the next day, she left the red maple forest and began to return to Piamia Sect. Chaoyang Peak Foreign Affairs Pavilion. Ling Yaohan came here, handed in 50 blood-tusk pigs, and successfully obtained 70 contribution points. When she was leaving, the steward Wang Mu mentioned something that caught her attention. Next month, there will be an additional task in the External Affairs Hall that needs to be accepted as a group. The contribution points are extremely high, and there will be additional Spirit Stone rewards. Wang Mu was vague about the specific content of the mission, only saying that it required 5 people to undertake it together, and it would be a great test of their tacit understanding. For some reasons, this task will not be released at the beginning of the month, but will be delayed for a few days. As the manager of the outer sect, Wang Mu knew the origins of all the new disciples. He knew that Ling Yaohan joined the sect together with 4 other members of the same clan. Judging from the performance of those 4 people recently, they were of good character, so he deliberately revealed some of this task to prevent them from missing the opportunity next month by accepting the task too early. Ling Yaohan naturally guessed the reason. She thanked the manager, then left the Foreign Affairs Pavilion and secretly informed 4 of her fellow clansmen about the matter. Including her, the 5 of them were quite curious about the content of the mission. Since there were enough tasks in the External Affairs Hall every month, there was no need to worry about not getting any tasks, so they got together and after some discussion, the 5 of them decided to delay the task acceptance time next month to see what the new tasks were. The level of tacit understanding between people of the same race is always higher than that between strangers. If possible, even if the task is difficult, they intend to take it on and give it a try. In case of failure, as long as they give up the task before the end of the month, they can take on a new one and complete it, and it will not affect their monthly salary. When leaving, Ling Bin took out 4 shell-shaped objects and gave them to 4 members of his tribe. What Ling Yaohan received was different from others. After some inquiries, she learned that this was a sound transmission shell, 1 main shell and 4 decibels, mainly used for cultivators to transmit sound. Before leaving the clan, his father had told him that among the 5 of them, Ling Yaohan would be the one with the greatest achievements in the future, so as long as it did not involve matters of principle, everything should be led by this sister. Therefore, he handed the main sound transmission shell to Ling Yaohan, while he and 3 other members of the same clan took the decibels. The person who owns the main shell can contact the person who owns the decimal shell at will, but the person who owns the decimal shell can only contact the person who owns the main shell, and they cannot contact each other. This item was obtained by Ling Bin when he was on Guiyun Island during a trip to the market. The reason why he didn't take it out before was because he didn't know much about Ling Yaohan, but after a few months, he no longer has any concerns. After the 5 people made their decision, they returned to their residences and continued to practice day after day, slowly waiting for the release of the mission next month. Chapter 51. Return to the original formation. A month passed quickly. During this period, Ling Yaohan not only practiced, but also drew many talismans and refined a lot of first-level pills. After going to Zhangyi on Fang again, she kept a few top-grade talismans and sold the rest together with the elixirs, earning nearly 6,000 low-grade spirit stones. As expected, there were seasonings and spices in the market, and she bought a lot of them at once as a backup for future barbecues. At the beginning of the month, she began to pay attention to the movements in the External Affairs Palace. After 6 days, a task that had never been encountered before appeared. Ling Yaohan contacted the other 4 people through the sound transmission shell, and they agreed on a time to come to the hall together. The new mission is released in the Class A area. It is the most difficult one, and the only mission in this area that has no restrictions on cultivation. The External Affairs Hall had regained the liveliness it had when the disciples first joined the sect. The hall was bustling with people, and all discussions centered around the newly announced tasks. It's just because the contribution point reward is so huge that it exceeds what everyone has seen before. Some knowledgeable people pointed out that the reward for this task is even higher than the tasks taken on by the Intersect Foundation building monks. Ling Yaohan and 4 members of the same clan stood in the Class A area, looking at the eye-catching wooden task sign, and fell in a deep thought for a moment. It is recorded that the mission location is in a place called Qingxiu Road. This place is located in a mortal country in Swan Kju. The closest force to it is Qingyin Sect, which is affiliated with Piamia Sect. 3 months ago, strange phenomena suddenly occurred in Qingxiu Road. The monks of Qingyin Sect went to investigate, but did not find anything abnormal. However, strange things happened one after another after that, and people often disappeared. Qingyin Sect had no choice but to seek help from Piamia Sect. The sect directly sent a nascent soul cultivator to investigate, and found that a rare creature appeared in this place, the Night Elves. This creature looks like a firefly, but is extremely dangerous and carries a bone-corrosive fire poison. If a mortal were to touch it, his skin and bones would instantly turn into ashes. If a monk were to encounter it, he would suffer the same fate without any defense. The special thing about the night flies is that they are afraid of the spiritual power of monks. Therefore, whenever a monk appears, they will be aware of it, avoid him directly, and hide themselves. What the disciples who accept the task need to do is to use a formation of returning to the origin to completely restrain their own spiritual power and pressure, and change their aura to look like ordinary people, so as to deceive the perception of the night flies. Then they can enter the Qingxiu Road, lure all the night flies into the trap set in advance, and kill them with spiritual water. The return to origin formation is extremely special. It is composed of 5 people, one of whom is the main one, and the other 4 are assistants, who control the operation of the formation and can only be performed by qi cultivating monks. After this formation is formed, the 5 people are in constant movement, so positioning is extremely important. If one misses a step, the formation will become unstable, causing fluctuations in spiritual power, which will be detected by Yi Fei. Therefore, among those who participate in this task, one person must be extremely familiar with the formation's trends and master all of its changing rules. The remaining 4 people must trust this person without reservation and cooperate tacitly. After the task is completed, the person who controls and guides the formation can get 2,000 contribution points, plus 3,000 low-grade spirit stones. The remaining 4 assistants will each get 1,000 contribution points and 1,500 low-grade spirit stones. The task sign finally mentioned that those who are interested in accepting this task should form a team of 5 and go to Mingyan Peak to participate in the assessment. After passing, you can obtain more detailed information and protective items bestowed by the sect. After reading the contents of the wooden sign, Ling Yaohan and her group of 5 quickly reached a consensus, left the External Affairs Hall, and headed towards Mingyan Peak. Chapter 52 Qingxiu Road. In the External Affairs Hall, when the monks saw the 5 of them leave, the focus of discussion gradually shifted to Ling Yaohan. As a cultivator with full spiritual roots, he is the focus of attention wherever he goes. It was no secret that Ling Yaohan and her group of 4 were from the same family. Everyone was speculating for a moment whether they could pass the test, and even set up a bet for this with quite a few people participating. 2 sticks of incense later, we arrived at Mingyan Peak. The 5 people stood in the center of the square built of black jade, listening to the teachings of Han Zonglin, a Jindan monk dressed in purple Taoist robes and with an elegant face. The content of the assessment is related to the return to nature formation, and this Jindan is explaining the key points. The 5 nodes of this formation correspond to the positions of 5 cultivators, and the formation patterns that each person needs to master are different. Ling Yaohan is the master of the formation. When setting up the formation, 18 corresponding formation patterns need to be engraved, while the other 4 people need 1 to 3. Before they arrived here, Han Zonglin had already carved all the array patterns on rice paper. Compared with other formations, return to origin and other formations that are formed by people do not require much talent in the formation. Those who participate in the formation only need to remember the formation pattern to ensure that no mistakes are made when drawing it. Han Zonglin explained the key points of the formation in detail, then disappeared and gave the 5 people half a day to cooperate in practicing the formation. You will make many mistakes in the beginning, but you will learn lessons from each time. As time goes by, you will get closer and closer to success. After about 6 incense sticks of time, the 5 people successfully performed the formation for the first time. The moment the formation was formed, the aura around Ling Yaohan changed, and all the pressure from her spiritual power disappeared. Under the influence of the formation, her entire appearance changed greatly. She looked like a weak and vulnerable girl, harmless to humans and animals. At the same time, the images of the other 4 people also changed, and without exception, they all looked weaker than before. This is mainly to reduce the vigilance of the night flies, and is also one of the characteristics of this formation. After the formation was completed, Ling Yaohan, who was in the center of the formation, said from now on try to move the formation 1 step at a time. Sister Yue took 2 steps toward the north. Pungza took 3 steps back toward the south, and then took 1 step toward the west. Brother Bin took 2 steps toward the east. Xiaofu took 4 steps toward the west, and then took half a step back toward the south. After saying this, Ling Yaohan stared at the changes in the formation, and her own position kept moving accordingly, controlling the operation of the formation. After a moment, the first shift was successfully completed. Inside the formation, the 4 people took her words as orders and carried them out without any hesitation. Not long after, the second attempt to move the formation began. As time went on, not only Ling Yaohan, but the other 4 also had a general understanding of the changes in the formation. With tacit cooperation, as long as Ling Yaohan says one person's position, the remaining 3 can immediately determine their own position. In the end, the formation became larger and larger, and the distance between the 5 people became larger and larger, forming a return to origin formation that almost covered the entire Mingyan Peak. When the stipulated time was approaching, Han Zonglin showed up, and the 5 people began the formal assessment. As expected, the assessment was passed smoothly, and the task was successfully accepted by them. At the same time, a detailed animal skin map and 5 amulets were also handed over to them. Because Yifei had a keen sense of the spiritual power of cultivators, Han Zonglin brought everyone to the vicinity of Qingyin Gate and did not go any closer. This force is composed entirely of music cultivators. The scenery at the Sect's headquarters is pleasant, and when you first arrive here, it feels like you are in a paradise. After some adjustments, when night fell, Ling Yaohan and her group of 5 immediately formed a formation and rushed towards Qingxiu Road. This is an official road in the state of Gyan. There is a small town nearby, called Qinghe, and there are many villages scattered in the distance. Most of the missing mortals were from Qinghe town, and a few were villagers. Ling Yaohan knew in her heart that although the Qingyin sect announced to the outside world that these people were missing, in fact their bodies had long been lost. When the threat of night gnats is eliminated and the local people learn the truth, they will inevitably experience the grief of separation from their loved ones. The operation of the formation required a high degree of concentration, so these thoughts only flashed through Ling Yaohan's mind and then left no trace. After 3 cups of tea, the group of 5 arrived at their destination. Night flies like to approach creatures that they think are harmless. Although they are active at night, the light of fire has a strong attraction to them. The monks of Qingyin Sect had already informed the people living nearby not to light any lamps tonight. So at night, there was no other light in the entire Qingxiu Road and the surrounding areas except for the lanterns that Ling Yaohan and other 4 people brought out from Qingyin Gate. With the help of the formation, they themselves did not seem to be threatening at all, and naturally became Yi Fei's best targets. Chapter 53 Theory of Establishing the Tao. At midnight, on the clear autumn road, tiny lights flickered in the dark night sky. At first they were scattered and disorganized, but as time went on, these faint lights began to gather towards the 5 people below. Ling Yaohan noticed this and immediately changed the formation, slowly leading Yi Fei into the trap set in advance. With the amulet bestowed by the sect, this object could not hurt them and could only gather around them and fly continuously. About 3 cups of tea later, the group of 5 had left Qingqiu Road and were heading towards the trap set by Han Zonglin near Qingyin Gate. At this moment, all the night flies were attracted here. From a distance, the 5 people looked like moving, human-shaped luminous bodies. When they got closer, Ling Yaohan seized the opportunity and put away the formation. With Han Zonglin's order, an invisible restriction rose from the surrounding area, and a flood of spiritual water poured down. A layer of red light brighter than before lit up on the amulet, protecting the 5 people inside and preventing them from suffering any harm. Half an incense stick later, the spiritual water receded and no nightshade could be seen at the same place. Han Zonglin was very happy that he had successfully gotten rid of this thing. As it was getting late, he did not leave with the 5 disciples, but stayed overnight in Qingyin's sect. Ling Yaohan came to the residence prepared for her by the sect's disciples, looked around, and when she was about to meditate and practice, she heard a knock on the door. The person who came was Ling Fu. Seeing the look on the other person's face, Ling Yaohan welcomed him in and asked, "The mission has been successfully completed. You will receive a generous reward when you return to the sect." Why does Xiaofu look unhappy? Ling Fu pursed her lips and whispered, "Sister, don't you think this mission is a little strange? Although Yi Fei is powerful, his own shortcomings are also fatal. The matter of Qingqiu Dao was discovered by a Yuanying head of the sect. Why didn't that senior take action at that time to remove this thing?" Hearing this, Ling Yaohan pondered and said, "The task sign mentioned that Qingqiu Dao had a strange phenomenon 3 months ago, and then the mortal disappeared. In my opinion, the night flies most likely appeared together with other creatures or treasures, and that's probably why the senior from the sect didn't choose to take action. If this is true, the mission sign concealed this matter, and Elder Han did not reveal any information, which means that the sect does not want us to know the specific details. No matter what secrets there are, since the sect has made this decision, we will abide by the rules." Ling Fu nodded thoughtfully, and then continued to ask, "Then isn't Sister Clan curious about this matter?" Ling Yaohan paced back and forth in the room and sighed. "It would be a lie to say I'm not curious at all. But don't forget that now everyone's cultivation is still low and their strength is insufficient. Knowing too many things that you shouldn't know will not have any good results. After completing the mission, the sect also gave us generous rewards. To be fair, we didn't lose anything, but on the contrary, we gained a lot of benefits. Yes, to be honest, this mission was completed thanks to my sister." Ling Fu's worries came and went quickly. After hearing the warning from her elder sister, she no longer worried about it, but shifted her attention to the mission reward. 1,000 contribution points. It's exciting just to think about it. I can exchange it for several techniques. There are also 1,500 low-grade spirit stones. If there are such tasks every month, I won't have to worry about cultivation resources in the future. After saying that, Ling Yaohan shook her head and laughed. "We are lucky to encounter this kind of special mission once. Your idea is just like the saying in the world. Ideals are beautiful, but reality is very skinny. Oh, can't we just leave some hope? Sister, you are really discouraging me." Ling Fu curled her lips, changed the subject, and continued, "It's late at night now, and the original entanglement in my heart has been resolved, so I won't disturb you anymore." Ling Yaohan hummed and said with a smile, "Go ahead, take a good rest for a night, and get enough energy. You can return to the sect tomorrow and get your reward." At dawn on the second day, the group of 5 left their temporary residence and came to the attic of Qingyin's sect, which was specially set up to entertain guests. At that time, Han Zonglin was gathering with the Jindan cultivators of Qingyin's sect to discuss important matters. While waiting, Ling Yaohan looked around and began to examine the surrounding buildings. Perhaps because all the people in Qingyin's sect were engaged in sound cultivation, the architecture here has no traditional features at all and looks quite innovative overall. There are flute-shaped pagodas. There are strange attics that stand at an angle and are supported only by the corners, shaped like a pipa. And there are pavilions lined up in a row that look like gushings. Ling Yue at the side followed her gaze and also looked outside. After a moment, she retracted her gaze and asked in a gentle voice, "After we build our foundation in the future, we will all need to establish our own path. There is also a method of sound cultivation in Piamia Sect. Sister Yaohan, do you plan to practice this?" Hearing this, Ling Yaohan shook her head and said, "All those who become music practitioners have been familiar with music since childhood, but I don't have this condition." Thinking of the aqua blue eye sword, she had a vague plan in her mind, but judging from her current progress in cultivation, it would take several years to build her foundation, so she did not make a decision directly. After thinking for a moment, she continued, "Everything in the future is unknown. It won't be too late to make a decision on establishing the Tao after the foundation is established." Chapter 54, Qi Training Level 8. After 2 cups of tea, Han Zonglin finished the meeting, went to the attic, and took Ling Yaohan and her group of 4 away from Qinjianmen. On the way, he looked at the few people sitting quietly on the flying magic weapon and asked, "Aren't you curious about the Qingxiu Dao?" After that, the oldest Ling Yue spoke first, reporting to the elder, "Although we are curious, we all understand that the elders will tell us what we should know without us asking. If we ask about something we shouldn't know, there will be no result. No matter what decision the sect makes, there must be a reason behind it." Hearing this, Han Zonglin smiled and said, "You guys are quite insightful. This matter is indeed not as simple as it seems. When the time comes, the sect will announce everything. I will take you directly to the Chaoyang Peak Foreign Affairs Pavilion later to receive your mission rewards, and then you can practice with peace of mind." After these words were spoken, the 5 people responded in unison. After a stick of incense, the familiar mountain appeared before our eyes. When the manager Wang Mu saw Han Zonglin coming, he immediately came out from the cabinet to greet him. After receiving the latter's instructions, he immediately allocated the task rewards to the 5 people. As the master of the formation, Ling Yaohan contributed the most and received a reward twice that of the other 4. Everyone looked at her with envy, but they all knew that this was what she deserved, and no one had any other thoughts about it. Returning to the bamboo house on Chaoxia Peak, feeling the rich spiritual energy coming from the spirit gathering array, Ling Yaohan set up restrictions around her and continued to practice. The water flows eastward, the leaves fall, and in the blink of an eye, more than 3 months have passed. During this period, except for going out twice to accept the mission of hunting monsters, Ling Yaohan spent the rest of her time in cultivation. On this day, the familiar vortex of spiritual energy formed again inside the bamboo house. After several months of meditation, combined with previous experiences in hunting monsters, Ling Yaohan had accumulated enough and began to try to break through the 8th level of Qi training. As spiritual energy continued to flow back, the 8th cyclone was slowly forming in the Dantian. The meridians were constantly being washed and expanded. The pressure around the body gradually increased and then stopped at a certain point. After most of the day passed, the vortex in the sky began to slowly dissipate, and his 8th level of Qi training was completely consolidated. After the breakthrough, Ling Yaohan removed the surrounding restrictions and walked out of the bamboo house. At this moment, the sun was just rising and disciples from outside the peak were coming and going. Most of them were going to Baiwei Hall to have meals. Qigong practitioners are not allowed to practice fasting, but since Ling Yaohan came to Piamia Sect, she has been taking fasting pills to increase her sense of fullness, but she has never eaten a meal in the sect. Thinking of this, she suddenly had an inspiration and went down the mountain and walked towards the Baiwei Palace on Chaoluo Peak, which was adjacent to this peak. All the meals of Piamia Sect contain spiritual energy, such as spiritual rice and spiritual fruits, and there is a special place in the sect to grow them. As for meat, the main source is from the numerous sect missions that have been issued. Ling Yaohan had taken on a mission to hunt monsters a few months ago. After bringing back the corpses, they were all taken to Chaoluo Peak by the person in charge of meals. After careful processing, they were made into delicious spiritual meals to satisfy the appetites of the disciples. The sect's meals are not provided free of charge, but are calculated in spirit beads. Lingzhu is also a kind of currency circulated in the world of cultivation. Its value is much lower than that of spirit stones. 100 Lingzhu is equivalent to a low-grade spirit stone. The spiritual meals for Piao Miao sect disciples only cost 1 spiritual bead for 1 meal, so although it is not free, it is within the acceptable range for everyone. Arriving at the Baiwei Hall on Chaoluo Peak, Ling Yaohan glanced at the menu written on the jade, got an idea of what was going on, and then stepped into the hall. However, to her surprise, Bawei Hall was not peaceful at the moment, and several monks were arguing fiercely. Chapter 55. Evil will be rewarded. Here she met two members of the same clan, Ling Pingze and Ling Yue. The two were also in the quarrel, and judging from the current situation, they were falling behind. Ling Yaohan didn't know what had happened, but since her fellow tribesmen were involved, she couldn't just sit back and do nothing. With a change of mind, she stepped forward and came to Ling Yue's side. She looked at the four aggressive cultivators opposite her, and then asked her sister, "What happened?" Ling Yue glared coldly at the skinny young man with a wound on his face, standing on the far right opposite her, and said bluntly, "Not long ago, Pengze and I had breakfast, and were about to leave when these four people came towards us. When we passed by each other, Gao suddenly fell to the ground and said that Pengze pushed him. Since then he has been blocking us here. I saw clearly at the time that Gao fell down on his own, but he blamed us for it." Hearing this, Ling Yaohan immediately looked at the angry young man. The latter nodded slightly at her and assured her, "Sister Yaohan, I definitely did not push Gao. When I passed by him earlier, I didn't even touch the corner of his clothes." As soon as he finished speaking, the thin young man began to mock him. "If you hadn't pushed me, how could I have fallen? You have also seen the wound on my face. If I had tripped accidentally, how could I have been injured so badly? Ling Pingze, you clearly did it on purpose. When I passed by you, you used all your spiritual power to slap me, which is why I am like this now. You said you didn't push me, but that's just empty talk. If you have the guts, show me the evidence." "What nonsense," Ling Yue said angrily. "You said he slapped you, but I see that you have no other injuries except the marks on your face." "What? Did that palm hit your face?" After hearing this, Ling Yaohan understood that the person on the other side was deliberately framing her. She looked at the four people with malicious expressions, recalled carefully, and found that they were not new disciples. After a change of mind, she asked, "Pengze, do you know them?" The boy immediately replied, "I don't know him. I have never seen him before." After hearing this answer, Ling Yaohan had guessed a possibility, and her eyes instantly turned cold. The four people opposite sensed the change in her aura and couldn't help but take a step back. Gao said timidly, "What do you want to do? The Sect's rules do not allow disciples to kill each other. Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you have a full spiritual root." Although he said so, he regretted it deeply in his heart. Before coming here, he made some special inquiries and confirmed that Ling Yaohan had never been to Baiwei Palace, so he came here to look for trouble with Ling Pingze. They didn't expect that things in the world would be so coincidental. When their plan was about to succeed, they happened to encounter this person with full spiritual roots. Now it became a question whether they could escape unscathed. After all, since it involves the matter of a Sect's genius, the Sect's top leaders cannot just let it go. His little tricks could scare low-level cultivators, but they seemed ridiculous in front of a Jindan Yuanian cultivator. Gao was extremely panicked, but he managed to remain calm on the surface. At this time, Ling Yaohan said expressionlessly, "You know Chu Yu, are you doing this to avenge her? Since you are using the Sect rules as an excuse, I would like to mention that you should know what the crime of falsely accusing a fellow disciple is, right?" Gao was shocked when he heard this. "How? How did you know?" As if realizing something, he immediately covered his mouth. Seeing this, Ling Yaohan sneered. "Chu Yu's crime was determined thanks to the image stone. Your purpose in framing him was to anger Pengze and make him take action on the spot. In this way, even if he was originally wronged, he would be convicted. I guess you should have a photo stone on you. When what I said happens, the photo stone will record what Pengze did. Humph, people with evil intentions are doomed to fail no matter what their purpose is." After these words were spoken, the onlookers were suddenly in an uproar. When the disciples saw Gao's pale face, they immediately understood that Ling Yaohan was right about everything he said. A pretty girl glared at the thin young man and cursed, "What a vicious mind you have. There is actually someone like you in the Sect. I heard you guys speak so confidently before, and I thought it was junior brother Pengze who pushed you. I didn't expect the truth to be like this. You are so sinister and vicious that you are not worthy of being a disciple of Piamia Sect." "That's right," the person next to him continued. "Now that I think about it, these four people were very aggressive. They really wanted to force junior brother Pengze to take action. They really deserve to be killed." Inside the Baiwei Hall, everyone started to blame Gao, and his four companions. At this moment, the three people who colluded with Gao, covered their faces and wanted to escape from here, but they were blocked by the onlookers and could not get away. The noise was so loud that it directly alarmed the elders of the peak. Not long after, a slightly plump middle-aged man walked into the hall. Seeing the chaos in the hall, he immediately shouted and asked everyone, and figured out the cause and effect of the incident in a short time. At the same time, through spiritual exploration, the image stone on Gao whose body was discovered, and it was confirmed that the wound on his face was not caused by an attack from others. The latter could no longer argue and had no choice but to admit to framing Ling Pingze. As for the reason, it is very simple. This person has admired Chu Yu since he joined the sect. The latter was punished to stay in the Cliff of Regret for 3 years, so he held a grudge against Ling Yaohan. However, he knew very well that even Chu Yu, who had a strong background, had fallen into the hands of the other party. If he confronted him, he would have no chance of winning, so he set his sights on Ling Yaohan's clansmen and set up a plan to harm them. After observing for a while, Gao, who discovered that Ling Pingze was the one with the worst qualifications and the lowest strength among the 5, and he rarely contacted Ling Yaohan on weekdays, so he chose this person as the target. If successful, it would be considered as revenge for Chu Yu. When his beloved comes out and learns about this, he might look at him with new eyes and introduce him to Elder Qin. In this way, he could take this opportunity to become a disciple of a Jinan master. Outsiders were unaware that Qin Fang had given up Chu Yu, so in Gao Hu's eyes, he was still Chu Yu's backer. Otherwise, what happened today would not have happened at all. After the truth came to light, the elders of Chaluo Peak escorted Gao Hu and his 4 companions to the discipline hall of Shanming Peak and told the law enforcement elder Yang Zhuo the whole story. Not long after, the news about the punishment of the 4 people spread throughout the sect. Gao Hu framed his fellow disciples and behaved improperly, so his cultivation was abolished and he was expelled from Piamia sect. Yang Zhuo specifically informed the 4 people that Chu Yu had lost the protection of the golden elixir. Upon learning this, Gao Hu knelt on the ground and cried bitterly, feeling extremely regretful. However, things have come to this point, and no matter how much he begs for mercy, he cannot change his fate of being expelled from the sect. As for the 3 accomplices, they were sentenced to 10 years in Sihui Peak, during which time all cultivation resources would be stopped. Chapter 56. Conversation with the same clan. Baiwei Hall at Chaluo Peak. After the 4 were captured and taken away, the onlookers also dispersed. Many cultivators noticed that Ling Yaohan's cultivation had broken through again, and they were all secretly amazed. They had a clearer understanding of the cultivation speed of cultivators with full spiritual roots. At the same time, they all warned themselves in their hearts that they should never offend anyone related to this genius in the future. In the Baiwei Hall, Ling Yaohan ordered 2 servings of spiritual fruits and a serving of Lingxi beef and started a breakfast. Ling Yue and Ling Pingze sat beside her, accompanying her silently. Half a cup of tea later, she finished her meal, and the 3 of them left the hall together. When they were going down the mountain, Ling Pingze asked Sister Yaohan, "How did you guess that Gao Hu framed me this time for Chu Yu?" "I wasn't sure at first, and I mentioned Chu Yu's name just to trick him." Ling Yaohan recalled what happened before and said frankly, "I was observing his reaction at the time. After he mentioned Chu Yu's name, his face changed obviously. Besides, you don't know Gao Hu, he won't target you for no reason, so there must be a reason. If it's not you, then it's us. Since we joined the sect, the only one who has had a grudge against us is Chu Yu. But when Chu Yu and I had a conflict in Busheng Palace, you and Sister Yue were not there, so I made those initial probing remarks. So that's how it is." Ling Pingze was suddenly enlightened, then showed gratitude on his face. "This time, I am grateful to the 2 sisters for helping me out. If it weren't for Sister Yaohan, I don't know how the situation would have been resolved. And Sister Yue, when the conflict first started, I really wanted to take action. I have never been wronged like this before, and I lost my mind at the time. If my sister hadn't stopped me in time, the consequences would have been disastrous. When you encounter such things in the future, you must try to stay calm." Ling Yaohan said this first, and then added, "Those involved are confused, but those who are on the sidelines can see clearly. I know that when something like this really happens to me, anger is inevitable. There is a saying in the world that you don't feel the pain unless the knife cuts your body. Only when you are truly in the situation can you experience the true feeling. In this situation, it is almost impossible to remain completely calm and not be affected by any emotions. Even if there are very few people who can do it, they have all experienced countless vicissitudes and hardships. So I would say be as calm as possible, not necessarily. As long as reason prevails, we won't lose control, when facing such things. Yes. Ling Pingza nodded heavily. I understand what the clan sister means. I won't let myself be so impulsive in the future. The three of them talked as they walked, and soon arrived at the foot of Chaoxia Peak. At this time, Ling Yue realized belatedly that the person next to her had made another breakthrough in cultivation. She was stunned for a moment. Although he found it unbelievable, he felt relieved, and a smile appeared on his face when he thought that the other party had complete spiritual roots. I was distracted by Gao, whose incident earlier, and for a while I didn't notice that Sister Yaohan's cultivation had broken through again. Please don't be offended by my belated congratulations, sister. Hearing her say this, Ling Pingza also reacted and looked at Ling Yaohan with a hint of admiration. Ling Yaohan would not care about what Ling Yue mentioned. To her, every breakthrough in her cultivation meant she was one step closer to the Great Path, and this was the fundamental meaning. After a change of mind, she spoke bluntly. Don't say these polite words, sister. After getting along with each other for a while, I'm sure you understand everyone's personality. None of the five of us care about these things. Hearing this, Ling Yue laughed and said, I was obsessed. I won't do this again in the future. Having said this, she changed the subject and talked about other daily matters. After a conversation, the three of them separated happily and returned to their respective residences. Ling Yaohan set up the restrictions again. Since she had just made a breakthrough in her cultivation, she did not choose to continue meditating. Instead, she asked Zhen Ling Yingui about matters related to the formation. There was also a first-level concealment array plate in her storage bag given by Lin Qingrua, which she had never used. Nian Gui mentioned the term array plate when he was explaining the array formation, so she took it out. With the real thing on hand, she could explain it more thoroughly. For the next 10 days, Ling Yaohan devoted herself to practicing the formation. It was because Nian Gui once said that she had a good talent in formation, and as long as she worked harder, she would achieve something. With the guidance of such a master of formations who was unrivaled in ancient and modern times, Ling Yaohan made rapid progress in this area and soon learned how to arrange conventional first-level killing formations, trapping formations, illusion formations, and defensive formations. Chapter 57 Auction. In the blink of an eye, another month had passed. On this day, when Ling Yaohan went to Chaoyang Peak to accept a mission, she accidentally heard someone mention that a large auction would be held in Shangyun Market in 6 days. Now she had 10,000 low-grade spirit stones in her storage bag, so she thought about going over to take a look when the time came. The mission she accepted was still to hunt monsters. When she came back, Ling Yaohan went to the market on purpose and bought a large number of materials for alchemy and talisman making, intending to make some during these few days. The alchemy furnace she obtained when she passed the alchemy test came in handy again. After 3 consecutive days of refining, she produced 10 bottles of Peiyuan Dan, 16 bottles of Ishua Dan, and 20 bottles of Juling Dan. There are very few low-quality pills among these, and most of them are of medium and high quality. For any elixir, the price will increase several times with each level of quality improvement. Ling Yaohan roughly estimated that the value of all the elixirs refined was around 4,000 low-grade spirit stones. She used the remaining 3 days to make talismans, involving talismans of 8 attributes. Considering that the unit price of attack-type talismans is higher than that of other categories, Ling Yaohan mainly focuses on drawing talismans with ice, thunder, gold, and fire attributes. After working hard day and night, all 3,000 talisman papers were used up before the auction started. Nearly 300 drawings failed, with a loss rate of less than 1/10. If it gets out, it will definitely cause a sensation. There were 3 top-quality talismans among the successfully drawn talismans, which was truly a pleasant surprise for Ling Yaohan. Even among the monks who specialize in this art, only a few can draw the best. Drawing large quantities of talismans not only made her more knowledgeable about talisman making, but also helped improve her cultivation by allowing her spiritual power to circulate continuously during the process. Time soon came to the day of the auction. Ling Yaohan left the sect early in the morning and headed northwest. When we arrived at Xiangyan Fang, 2 long lines had already formed outside Fengyan Pavilion, where the auction was being held. At large auctions like this, because there are so many people coming and the space is limited, only those who have enough spirit stones can enter. Ling Yaohan chose one of the long queues and came to the end of the queue. While waiting in line, she took a rough look and found that all those queuing here were chi cultivating and foundation building cultivators. As long as Jindan came here, she could skip the line and enter the auction directly. As for the nascent soul, it was not seen. For monks at this level, auctions are no longer very attractive to them. Moreover, In Ling Yaohan's opinion, most nascent soul cultivators have special ways to know the items to be auctioned in advance. If what they need is not among them, they naturally will not come. As time went on, there were fewer and fewer people queuing up in front of us. After about half an incense stick of time, it was finally Ling Yaohan's turn. After taking out 1,000 low-grade spirit stones to prove her ability to participate in the auction, she successfully entered Feng Pavilion. This pavilion has a total of 10 floors and is overall distributed in a cone shape. The first floor has the largest area and is the place for Qi training practitioners. The second floor is for foundation building, and so on. From the 5th floor onwards, there are restrictions everywhere that can block the detection of spiritual consciousness. Those who can go there are usually people with prominent status who do not want to be exposed. Ling Yaohan came to the first floor and chose an inconspicuous seat to sit down. There were many people talking in the place at the moment, and she inadvertently heard a lot about the auction. Not far from her, a young man with an ordinary face lowered his voice and whispered to the people around him, "I heard that this auction has a rough stone opening session that depends entirely on luck. Is that true?" As soon as these words fell, someone immediately said, "I have also heard about this. It is probably true." Although Feng Pavilion did not announce it to the public, according to rumors, the news first leaked from the disciple of a nascent soul cultivator. "But I won't participate in this kind of link. Alas, since I started practicing Taoism, I have had very few opportunities. I don't think I will be lucky enough to get any treasures. In the end, it will just be a waste of spirit stones." The young man who spoke earlier pondered, "In the outside world, raw stones are mined at a cost of 100 low-grade spirit stones each time, and I don't know what the price will be at Feng Pavilion this time. If the price could be lowered, I would like to try my luck. The price shouldn't be too different." A monk with a shrewd look in his eyes said, "Since they launched this activity, they probably intend to run it for a long time. This should be a test. The monks who participate in the auction are not stupid. If the price is too high, no one will participate. Then the auction will be a cold one, which will be difficult to deal with." As Ling Yaohan listened to what they said, she gradually became curious about the process of opening the raw stone. Before coming to Swan Kju, she had been living in seclusion on Guiyun Island, and this was the first time she heard of this. Before she could think more, the sound of the door closing at the entrance of Feng Pavilion was heard, indicating that the auction was about to begin. Half a cup of tea later, a middle-aged man with a short beard and a cultivation level of the late foundation building stage walked out from a secret door in the northeast corner of the first floor of the pavilion. Under the gazes of countless people, this person stepped onto a 3-foot-high jade platform, clasped his fists and bowed to the monks on the second floor and above. "Welcome all the young friends, fellow Taoists and seniors to participate in the Feng Pavilion auction. I am Lu Bai, the host of this auction. Next, I will briefly explain the auction process. It is roughly divided into 3 categories. The first is naturally the normal auction, with a total of 49 items. The second is barter, and the third is the opening of raw stones, with a total of 100. The last item is a new part of the auction. If everything goes well, it will appear in every auction in the future." Having said this, Lu Bai paused, stretched out his hands, and clapped his hands twice. Immediately, female servants in red entered through the secret door one after another, stood behind him, and lined up in a row. Lu Bai pointed to the jade tray in the hands of the first maid behind him and continued. "The first item for auction is a mortal-level step method called Fian Step. Those who have successfully practiced this can use this footwork to increase their speed of movement when fighting against an enemy, thus assisting in the fight. The starting price is 300 lower-grade spirit stones, and each bid increase must not be less than 10 lower-grade spirit stones." As soon as these words were spoken, a Qi cultivating cultivator in the field immediately started bidding. 310, 320, 335. The bidding was fierce, and in just a moment, it rose to 500 spirit stones. Ling Yaohan was surprised when she saw this. She contacted Mengyu with her mind and said bluntly, "I didn't expect that a common-level technique could be sold at such a high price." "It depends on the type." Mengyu pondered. "Steps related to body shape are very rare, and such special things cannot be measured by ordinary value. However, although learning the ordinary footwork is of some help in fighting, the effect is not very great. If a yellow rank appears later, you can try to bid for it and get it. You have Win's spiritual roots. If you practice a yellow grade or higher footwork, speed will become one of your advantages when fighting against the enemy. Imagine that in battle, all the enemy's attacks miss, and they can't hit you at all. This situation is the easiest way to win." While the man and the soul were talking, the bidding for Fayambu had ended, and it was finally won by a cultivator at the 9th level of Qi training for 999 low-grade spirit stones. Chapter 58, Tongshan Tower and Luyan Step. The second item for auction is a top-grade defensive magic weapon, the Qingluo hairpin. When in danger, this thing can be activated autonomously to protect the master. The white jade hairpin that Ling Yaohan used to tie her hair all year round had a life-protecting restriction placed on it by clan leader Ling Zhua, so the Qingluo hairpin was of little use to her, and she did not participate in the auction. She remained silent after that until Lu Bai introduced the 9th auction item. Then she concentrated and prepared to participate in the bidding. This object is called Tongshan Pagoda, a top-grade magical tool, mainly used for siege. When fighting with the enemy, you can enlarge it on the spot and put the enemy into the tower, isolating it from the outside world, blocking the source of its spiritual power recovery, and finally draining it to death. When Lu Bai introduced this treasure, he specifically mentioned that if the winner of the auction met a skilled weapon refiner in the future, he could ask the other party to take action. If there were corresponding refining materials, the tower could be re-refined and upgraded to a spiritual weapon or even a magic weapon. Therefore, the value of the Tongshan Tower is much higher than that of ordinary top-grade spiritual weapons. The starting price is 1,000 lower-grade spirit stones, and each bid increase must not be less than 20 lower-grade spirit stones. The bidding for this item was extremely fierce. As soon as Lu Bai finished speaking, bidding sounds rang out one after another in the venue. In just a breath, the price rose to 1,500 low-grade spirit stones. When the number reached 2,000, Ling Yaohan joined the bidding. 2,100. Someone immediately raised the price. 2,150. 2,300. In the end, she successfully won the auction item at the price of 5,000 low-grade spirit stones. After the transaction was completed, Ling Yaohan successfully took the Tongshan Tower in her hands and looked at it carefully. It is light purple in color all over and has not yet been refined and activated. It looks quite small overall, with a total of 9 floors and countless complex runes engraved on the tower. Although it cost a lot of spirit stones to buy this item, it was worth it for Ling Yaohan. She has always lacked a magical weapon for siege, but now with the Tongshan Tower, this problem no longer exists. Inside Fengyan Pavilion, the auction is still going on. There are many kinds of treasures that appear, including rare alchemy materials, rare refining ores, inner elixirs of monsters above level 3, and eggs of known kinds of spirit beasts, etc. By the 16th item up for auction, the yellow level flowing cloud footwork appeared. This step is similar to the flying swallow step, but compared to it, it is much faster and the starting price is 2,000 lower grade spirit stones. Ling Yaohan participated in the auction. She only had 5,000 spirit stones left on her, but the auction allowed for the exchange of spirit stones on the spot. So she took out many of the pills and talismans she had refined in her storage bag and exchanged them for 7,000 lower grade spirit stones. After a round of bidding, she successfully obtained the Luyan Step at the price of 9,000 low-grade spirit stones. Starting from the 20th item, all the items in the auction were bid by people with foundation building level or above. The most expensive item reached 5.6 million low-grade spirit stones, which made Ling Yaohan smack her jaw. After the first stage ended, the monks began the barter process. Lu Bai had already walked down from the jade platform and was standing below, maintaining order at the auction. On the 3rd floor of Fengyan Pavilion, a young man with an extremely heavy pressure and an unremarkable appearance stood up, jumped down, and landed on the jade platform. He then took out a jade box and opened a corner of it so that everyone could see what was inside. Then he spoke bluntly. A 3,000-year-old jadeite Ganoderma in exchange for 3 ice flame stones. Is there any fellow Taoist willing to make the exchange? After the words fell, no one responded for a while. Just as the young man was about to return to his seat with a look of disappointment on his face, a Taoist with white hair and beard stood up and said slowly, "I have the ice flame stone, but I don't want to exchange it for the jadeite Ganoderma. Do you have any nether sand?" The young man shook his head and said, "I don't have this thing. If you don't want the jade marrow Ganoderma, can you exchange it for spirit stones of equal value?" The Taoist was silent for a moment, then sighed. "That's fine. The ice flame stone is useless to me anyway, so it would be a good idea to exchange it for some spirit stones." After reaching an agreement, the Taoist came to the jade platform, completed the transaction with the young man, and then they each returned to their seats. Next, more than a dozen Jinan came on stage one after another to exchange items. Most were unsuccessful, and only a very few got what they needed. After the golden elixir, the foundation-building cultivators came on stage. Ling Yaohan watched for a long time and saw many strange and weird things. After about 2 hours, it was finally the turn of the Qigong practitioner. The items that one of them wanted to exchange were 2 top-grade offensive talismans. When Ling Yaohan exchanged the spirit stones previously, she happened to have kept the top-grade talismans. Looking at the piece of dry vine in the other person's hand that had no spiritual energy at all, she frowned and couldn't make up her mind for a moment. Chapter 59, Thunder Spirit Pearl. Everyone has limited time on the Jade stage, so Ling Yaohan must make a decision quickly. He asked Mingyu with his divine sense, but found that he also could not see anything special about the piece of dead vine. The man holding this object had a firm expression on his face, and was not at all moved by the occasional laughter from the audience. When the time was almost up, Ling Yaohan stood up, took out 2 top-grade ice thorn talismans, and chose to step forward to complete the transaction. This action made the scene quiet for a moment, and many people came to their senses. Some felt sorry for her, some said she was being taken advantage of, and all kinds of comments popped up at once. Ling Yaohan naturally didn't care about what others thought. The reason why she replaced the dry vine was just because of a vague intuition in her heart. She was already able to draw top-grade talismans. To put it another way, even if the withered vine was really as useless as it seemed, her loss would not be that great. When exchanging this item, the other party mentioned that he did not know the name of the withered vine, and only said that he picked it up near a flaming mountain. At that time, everything around was reduced to ashes. Only this piece of withered vine remained. Therefore, the monk firmly believed that the withered vine was a treasure, but he had no chance of getting it, so he took it out for exchange. After exchanging this item in her hand, Ling Yaohan returned to her seat and continued to watch others trade. After about 5 incense sticks, the barter process was completely completed. Lu Bai walked onto the jade platform and announced the start of the raw stone processing phase. The raw stone may contain spiritual stones, various rare minerals, and natural treasures. Of course, the most common situation is that there is nothing inside. The auction price of a raw stone is 99 lower-grade spirit stones. Because breaking the stone requires specific techniques, once you buy it, it will be broken on the spot by a monk who specializes in this area, without exception. When the first piece of raw stone was taken out, a Jinan on the 3rd floor was the first to speak up and bought the stone. After cutting it open, there was nothing inside. From then on until the 10th piece, there was no treasure in it, and the enthusiasm of the crowd had faded a lot. Starting from the 11th piece, a small piece of medium-grade spirit stone appeared, which was equivalent to 100 low-grade spirit stones. The cultivator who bought this raw stone made a net profit of 1 low-grade spirit stone. The 16th piece produced an ordinary or used for refining tools. As time went on, fewer and fewer people were bidding. When the 40th piece of raw stone was taken out, no one spoke for a while. This is because among all the raw stones that have been opened before, only the person who bought the 11th piece did not lose money. So now most people's mentality has gradually changed. They just watch the show from the sidelines and no longer participate in it. Seeing this, Ling Yaohan spoke up and bought the raw stone. After that, she stared closely at the monk who was cutting the raw stone on the jade table, silently hoping that a treasure would come out. After a series of sharp, clanging sounds, a dazzling purple light instantly enveloped the entire auction venue and disappeared in an instant. Everything returned to normal, and the scene just now seemed like an illusion to everyone. The monk in charge of cutting had already been stunned by the previous strange sight. At this moment, in the raw stone, there lay a jade bead the size of a fist, with purple light flowing all over it. Inside the Shuangguan Huanxi bell, Mingyu excitedly communicated with Ling Yaohan, telling her that this was the Thunder Spirit Pearl. There is a legend in the spirit world that as long as one collects spirit beads of 8 attributes, any magic weapon can be directly upgraded to a fairy treasure. This was something that only existed in the spiritual world. Now that he suddenly saw it in the Yunlan realm, Mingyu was extremely surprised. The cultivators in the mortal world were not aware of this legend, and no one present recognized the Thunder Spirit Pearl. However, the previous strange vision showed that this thing was definitely not ordinary. At that moment, many Jinan cultivators became interested and wanted to use some means to get this treasure from Ling Yaohan. Chapter 60, Golden Core Threat. On the jade platform, Lu Bai came back to his senses from his shock, looked at the girl who bought the rough stone, and said with envy, "Congratulations to this young friend. You have found an unknown treasure this time. Now please step forward and take the treasure away." Hearing this, Ling Yaohan stood up and walked towards the jade platform. She first bowed to Lu Bai, then came to the raw stone. Just as she was about to reach out to take the Thunder Spirit Pearl, a rather hoarse voice came from the third floor of the pavilion. Wait a minute! A fat middle-aged man stood up and said, I am willing to use 1,000,000 low-grade spirit stones to buy the treasure you offered. What do you think? As soon as these words fell, a burst of exclamations broke out on the first floor of the pavilion. 1,000,000 low-grade spirit stones. Almost enough to buy a magic weapon. Yes, I remember the 41st auction item. The low-grade magic weapon, the slaughtering blade, was only worth 1.2 million low-grade spirit stones. This senior is so generous. Isn't he afraid that the rough stone he found might be worthless? That would be a huge loss. Alas, although I can't recognize what that purple jade bead is, judging from the strong light it emitted when it just appeared, it must be quite powerful. The Jindan seniors have much better eyesight than us, and will not do anything that would put us at a disadvantage. Everyone was talking at once, and the auction suddenly became extremely noisy. On the jade stage, Ling Yaohan, who was the focus of everyone's attention, looked calmly at the Jindan cultivator who had spoken, and slowly shook her head under the surprised gazes of countless people. I'm sorry, I want to keep this thing for myself. I'm sorry I can't agree to your request. The fat middle-aged man was originally full of confidence. After all, 1,000,000 low-grade spirit stones was a sky-high price for a chi-cultivating cultivator. He never thought that she would refuse it. After a brief moment of surprise, the man's expression suddenly turned gloomy. Young friend, are you really not going to reconsider this? This is a rare opportunity, and the things that come out of the raw stone may not be worth so many spirit stones. This time, there was a hint of threat in his tone, but Ling Yaohan was not moved at all. Instead, she firmly refused and said, I have thought it over and plan to keep it. Okay, very good. The middle-aged man laughed in anger. I want to see if you have the ability to keep this treasure. Ling Yaohan came to Fang today. In order not to attract attention, she changed her outer disciple uniform into a Yuebintian Trianglic science skirt. She also took off the wooden identity card hanging around her waist and put it into the storage bag. Therefore, this Jindan did not know that she was a disciple of Piamia Sect. Otherwise, he would never dare to threaten her like this in the market near the Sect. However, it was obvious that Ling Yaohan was not the only disciple of Piamia Sect who came to Fengyan Pavilion to participate in the auction this time. A fellow disciple recognized her and secretly memorized the appearance of the Jindan cultivator who threatened her. They planned to return to the Sect immediately after the auction was over and inform the elders of the discipline hall of the matter. If the report had been made in time, Ling Yaohan would have escaped the disaster, and the Sect would have given the person who made the report a lot of rewards. At this moment, the noisy sounds in the auction gradually disappeared. The cultivators looked at the girl in white on the jade platform and shook their heads secretly. They thought that if they offended a Jindan, they would probably encounter unexpected events when they left the market. At this moment, on the third floor of the attic, another skinny Jindan cultivator stood up and threw something towards the girl in white with a smile. Ling Yaohan was unaware of the danger, so she subconsciously reached out to take it and found that it was a sound transmission talisman. The Jindan said, Old Taoist Zhang Xingji is also very interested in what you have offered and is willing to pay a higher price. However, judging from your previous performance, you will not change your mind in the short term. This sound transmission note is specially made by the old Taoist priest. After leaving Fang, if you don't want this treasure anymore, you can just crush the sound transmission note and the old Taoist priest will rush to where you are immediately. Hearing this, Ling Yaohan already understood the other party's intention. The Jindan had made it clear that he would not let her go, and she might be in danger once she left the market. The Jindan named Zhang Xingji sent her a note so that she could seek help in time when she encountered the fat middle-aged man. By then, since she had saved his life, if Zhang Xingji asked for the treasure again, she would find it difficult to refuse. Ling Yaohan figured out the key point, and the middle-aged man who had threatened her earlier naturally thought of this as well. The latter's expression became even gloomier than before. He immediately glared at the old man and gritted his teeth and said, Fellow Taoist Zhang, are you trying to go against me? Zhang Xingji stroked his beard leisurely and began to argue. Fellow Taoist, you are wrong. I have made it very clear just now. I left the sound transmission note only to give that young friend a way to contact me. After all, the purpose of the treasure is still unknown. If that young friend doesn't want it anymore, I can buy it when I receive a contact. After he finished speaking, Hyung snorted coldly. You speak so nicely, but everyone knows what you are planning, so there is no need to pretend. I would like to remind you that if something is not destined to be yours, you should not force it, lest you lose your life. Really? Zhang Xingji's face turned cold. I believe that whether it is cultivation resources or other things, I have to fight for them by myself. There is no such thing as destiny. To put it another way, even if it really exists, if I can't get it, then I'm sure fellow Taoist he can't get it either. The two Jindans exchanged words, which became increasingly sharp. Just when the situation was getting worse, and there was a threat of a fight, the auction host, Liu Bai, quickly spoke up to smooth things over. Seniors, please calm down. There are still 60 pieces of raw stones that have not been opened. Perhaps a better treasure will appear. Hearing this, Hyung flicked his sleeves, suppressed his anger, and said, in this case, let's continue to mine the raw stone. He was not blinded by anger. The owner behind Fengyan Pavilion was not someone he could afford to offend. If he really started a fight with Zhang Xingji in the pavilion, both of them would be in trouble. Zhang Xingji was naturally very clear about this. He glanced at Zhongyan coldly and said nothing more. At this moment, Ling Yaohan had returned to her seat with the Thunder Spirit Pearl. She did not take Hyung's threatening words to heart. Although her current cultivation level was only at the 8th level of Qi training, she already had a lot of life-saving items on her. The seal on the white jade hairpin, the semicircular jade pendant, and the amulet that had not been fully consumed and was bestowed upon her by the sect when she had gone to Qingqiu Dao previously. Any of these 3 items could help her block the full-force attack of the Jindan cultivator. Of course, these are consumables, and as long as they continue to be attacked, they will eventually disappear. But Shanyun Market is not far from the sect. If Hyung dares to take action, the Jindan elders and Yuanying leaders in the sect will definitely notice it. By then, this person will be doomed to die. To take a step back, even if the sect's rescue did not arrive in time, she still had the help of the formation spirit that could form a formation with just a thought. The 3rd level formation can trap a Jindan cultivator. Then she just needs to take advantage of this gap and quickly return to the sect, and Hyung will no longer be able to do anything to her. On the Jade stage, Liu Bai saw a battle that was about to break out being resolved invisibly. His tense mind finally relaxed, and he continued the auction of the raw stones. Chapter 61 Cooperation with Bai Bao Pavilion. With the treasure just revealed, more people joined in the bidding. But not everyone is lucky, and the next 16 pieces of raw stones were all empty. When the 57th piece was opened, a relatively rare refining material appeared, deep-sea silver marrow, which made the monk who bought the raw stone excited for a long time. However, although this item is valuable, it is not considered valuable by the Jindan cultivators, so the previous situation did not happen again. The 63rd raw stone produced a top-grade spirit stone, which also made the cultivator who bought the corresponding raw stone very happy. Because the bidding for the raw stone is on a first-come, first-served basis, Ling Yaohan has never found an opportunity to buy another one. From the 64th to the 89th coin, there was nothing, and the enthusiasm of the crowd for bidding dropped again. When it came to the 90th piece, Ling Yaohan wanted to bid, but Hyung beat her to it. The latter had been paying attention to her every move, even the changes in her facial expressions. Seeing that she was about to bid, Hyung immediately bought the 90th rough stone before her. He waited with great anticipation for the rough stone to be cut, but was greatly disappointed to find that there was still nothing inside. Having wasted his spirit stones, Hyung hated Ling Yaohan even more. He thought that she knew he was spying on her, so she pretended to bid a price to trick him. Hyung was distracted and didn't pay attention to Ling Yaohan for a while, so the 91st piece was successfully bought by her. After some cutting, just like the 63rd piece, a top-grade spirit stone was produced. One high-grade spirit stone can be exchanged for 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, so even though no treasure was found this time, Ling Yaohan still made a lot of money. On the 3rd floor of the pavilion, Hyung felt like something was stuck in his throat. He wanted to say something, but found that he was not right at all. The 92nd piece of raw stone was bought by a foundation-building cultivator, and lava, or a rare material for refining equipment, was cut out of it. After 2 pieces of raw stones yielded good things in succession, everyone's enthusiasm was boosted again. However, from then on until the 98th coin, there was nothing. The 99th one yielded a medium-grade spirit stone, while the 100th one, like the previous ones, contained nothing. At this point, the entire auction came to an end. Ling Yaohan left Fengyan Pavilion with the crowd. Mengyu warned from within the Xian Guanghuan Sea Bell. There are several Jin Dans secretly watching you. Once you leave the market, You won't have to go far before you are attacked. I understand. Ling Yaohan replied with her mind. In Xiangyan Fang, private fighting among cultivators is prohibited. Since these golden elixirs have bad intentions, I will stay here for a while and give them a walk. I just happen to be out of materials for alchemy and talisman making, so I need to go buy some. Having said this, she walked out of the crowd and came into the treasure pavilion. Seeing this, several Jindan who were secretly watching her frowned subconsciously. Even they would never dare to take action in the market. If Ling Yaohan continues to waste time with them like this and stays here, they will have no way to deal with her. However, thinking of the unknown treasure, no one gave up surveillance. They each found a shop nearby and stayed there for a while, keeping a close eye on the movements in the treasure pavilion. Once they saw the target coming out, they would leave the place immediately. These people entered the store but did not buy anything and ignored the servants when they approached them to ask questions. Some shrewd shopkeepers quickly saw the problem and signaled their servants to leave. They personally went forward to invite Jinan, who came into the shop, to sit down without saying much. They couldn't afford to offend this kind of monks, so they could only treat them well. They could see that the other party had other intentions, but only wanted to get rid of the plague god as soon as possible. In the treasure pavilion, this was not the first time Ling Yaohan came here. As soon as she stepped into the place, a servant recognized her and came over immediately. After making her purpose clear, piles of alchemy materials and talisman-making materials soon appeared in front of Ling Yaohan. After paying 1,000 low-grade spirit stones and putting all the materials into the storage bag, she looked at the respectful servant in front of her, and her mind suddenly changed as she brought up other things. I wonder if there is a precedent of long-term cooperation with outside monks in the pavilion. The attendant was stunned when he heard this. Thinking of the generous donations made by the man in front of him, he also received many rewards. So he whispered, "There are such cases. For example, some of the priests in the pavilion are good at refining pills, making talismans, refining equipment, or forming formations. They stay in the pavilion for a long time and do not go out. As long as you hand in a certain number of finished products to the pavilion every month, you will receive extremely generous rewards. In addition, there is another type of seniors who are unwilling to be bound and have no affiliation with Baibao Pavilion. These seniors would sign a contract with the pavilion, and both parties would reach a long-term deal, with the pavilion providing materials for alchemy, talisman making, weapon refining, or formation plates and flags. At the appointed time, these seniors will hand over the finished products to the pavilion and will also receive generous rewards." Hearing this, Ling Yaohan nodded slightly and then continued to ask, "If I want to choose the second way, cooperate with the pavilion, and provide elixirs and talismans for a long time, how can I contact the monks in charge of this in the pavilion?" The attendant immediately replied, "This is to contact the shopkeeper first, and then the shopkeeper will decide whether to contact our young master. I am not clear about the specific matters. If you're interested in cooperating with us, I will go to the shopkeeper immediately." "Okay." Ling Yaohan nodded and said with a smile, "Thank you very much." Hearing her say this, the servant hurriedly said he dared not, then left temporarily and found the shopkeeper in the pavilion as quickly as possible. The owner of Baibao Pavilion is a middle-aged man with a kind face and is in the initial stage of foundation building. When he saw Ling Yaohan, he did not look down on her because of her age. He walked up to her, clasped his fists and bowed, then took her to an elegant room in the pavilion. They sat down, and then he spoke frankly. "I am Xiaoming Lai. I heard from Lu Sheng that you want to sign a contract with the pavilion to provide elixirs and talismans for a long time. Allow me to ask, what kinds of elixirs and talismans are you good at refining now? What are their qualities?" Ling Yaohan said truthfully, "There are 3 kinds of elixirs: blood-benefiting elixirs, essence-nourishing elixirs, and chi-gathering elixirs. Most of the elixirs I refine are of medium and high quality. As for talisman making, those that have been tried and have a higher success rate include the Ice Thorn Talisman, the Gale Talisman, the Thunder Talisman, the Water Sword Talisman, the Fire Talisman, the Thorn Talisman, the Quicksand Talisman, and the Gold Shield Talisman. Similarly, most of the paintings are of medium and high quality." Hearing this, Xiaoming Lai couldn't help but stand up with a look of shock on his face and said, 8 attribute talismans, you? Are you the full spiritual root disciple of Piamia Sect?" "It's me." Making talismans was a common thing for Ling Yaohan, so she reported the name of the talisman without any hesitation. She didn't expect that her identity would be exposed. After receiving a positive answer, Xiaoming Lai made a decision immediately and gave an order to the servant beside him, who immediately left the private room. At this time, Zhao Minglai smiled sincerely and said, "Just now, I asked Lu Sheng to invite the young master. You have a great talent in alchemy and talisman making. The young master will definitely be happy to see you. As long as you agree, the signing of the contract is basically a done deal." Not long after, the door of the private room creaked open and a beautiful woman walked in. Judging from her cultivation level, she was in the late stage of foundation building. When Zhao Minglai saw the woman, he bowed to her and then stood aside. The woman walked forward, stared at Ling Yaohan, then smiled kindly and said, "My name is Kong Ying, and I am the young master of Baibao Pavilion. If you don't mind, I will call you Sister Yaohan. How about that?" Ling Yaohan never cared about the address. She stood up and bowed to the woman, then nodded and said politely, "It is an honor for me to be addressed like this by you, senior. Let's forget about these formalities. Sister Yaohan is extremely talented, and her cultivation will surpass mine sooner or later." Kong Ying said in a familiar manner, "Don't call me senior anymore, just call me Sister Kong. Sister Yaohan wants to cooperate with Baibao Pavilion, and we naturally welcome her very much, but we still have to go through the necessary procedures. I wonder how many pills and talismans my sister can provide in a month?" Ling Yaohan pondered for a moment and said, "I mainly focus on cultivation, so I can provide about 30 bottles of elixirs a month. As for talismans, it's about 3,000. This number is already quite good." Kong Ying explained with a smile. "Sister Yaohan, you know that since the establishment of Baibao Pavilion, there have been a total of 59 cultivators who have signed contracts with the pavilion. They all specialize in one thing, and the number of finished products they provide per month is about the same as my sister. Now, Sister Yaohan's cultivation is at the Qi training stage, and the pills and talismans she refines are all of the first level. Let's put it this way. The price of the elixir is 3 lower-grade spirit stones for a low-grade one, 10 lower-grade spirit stones for a medium-grade one, and 30 lower-grade spirit stones for a high-grade one. As for talismans, a low-grade attack type 1 costs 5 low-grade spirit stones, a medium-grade 1 costs 20 low-grade spirit stones, and a high-grade 1 costs 50 low-grade spirit stones. The price of each level of the defense category is 95% of that of the attack category. As for other categories, the price is 92% of that of the attack category. How about charging half the market price for the cost of materials for alchemy and talisman making?" "Okay." Ling Yaohan thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. Whether it was elixirs or talismans, the purchase price offered by Kong Ying was higher than the market price, so there was no reason for her to refuse. After everything was settled, the two signed a contract immediately, and the agreed prices of the elixirs and talismans were detailed in the contract. This contract will become invalid after Ling Yaohan has established her foundation. By then, the pills and talismans she will focus on refining will all be second level. If both parties cooperate happily, there will naturally be new details to be discussed when renewing the contract. Chapter 62 Sect Help. After the matter was settled, Ling Yaohan left the treasure pavilion. The moment he walked out of the pavilion, several Jindan who had been paying attention to this place immediately noticed something and left their shops. Inside the Shuangguan Huanzi Bell, Mengyu told Ling Yaohan the situation in detail. She was not surprised to hear the news, and continued walking along the street towards Fang without stopping. Half a cup of tea later, she left the market town and started moving at full speed towards the direction of Piamia Sect. Some Jindans began to hesitate when they saw her walking route, suspecting that Ling Yaohan was a disciple of Piamia Sect. After hesitating for a while and considering the options, they decided to follow her from a distance, wanting to see where her destination was. However, Hyung obviously did not think so much. In his opinion, all the Qi-cultivating disciples of Piamia Sect who appeared in the market town in the past were dressed in the sect's uniforms to show their identity and protect themselves. Since Ling Yaohan was only wearing casual clothes, it meant that she had nothing to do with Piamia Sect. So after leaving the market town for a distance, he immediately decided to take action and kill people and steal the treasure. The Jindan cultivator launched a full-strength attack, aiming at the girl in white in front of him. Ling Yaohan, sensing the danger, was about to try to dodge, but at this moment, an aura even more powerful than Hyung's appeared in the air and blocked the attack for her. A dignified-looking middle-aged man in a black robe appeared. This man was none other than Yang Zhua, the law enforcement elder of the Discipline Hall of Piamia Sect. When he saw him appear, Hyung's face changed drastically. Knowing that something was wrong, he turned around and ran away. At this moment, all the Jindan nearby realized that something was wrong and were about to evacuate when a huge pressure instantly enveloped them. At this moment, all the golden elixirs around, except Yang Zhua, felt that their spiritual power was restricted and they could no longer move. Some knowledgeable people showed a look of shock. It is the forbidden world. There is a late nascent soul cultivator here. At the same time, a cold snort sounded in their ears. How dare you openly kill our disciples near Piamia Sect? You deserve to be killed. As these words fell, Hyang's figure exploded into a ball of blood mist and died on the spot. The remaining Jindan were so frightened upon seeing this that they knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Due to the huge disparity in strength, they could not muster the slightest desire to resist. They felt extremely regretful in their hearts that they had sacrificed their lives for an unknown object of unknown use. At this time, the owner of the voice just now spoke again. It's too late to beg for mercy now. The next moment, all the Jindan that were following Ling Yaohan followed Hyang's footsteps, and their bodies exploded into blood mist on the spot. Not far away, Ling Yaohan looked at the scene in front of her, as if she had thought of something, and took out a sound transmission talisman that Zhang Xingji had given her at the auction. As soon as the talisman was taken out, it spontaneously combusted and turned into a pile of ashes after a while. This meant that the master of the talisman had died, and Zhang Xingji was apparently among the group of Jinan cultivators who had just followed her. The late nascent soul cultivator who had taken action did not show up. After killing all the golden cores that wanted to harm Ling Yaohan, he went straight back to the sect. In midair, the law enforcement elder Yang Zhuo descended, looked at the unharmed Ling Yaohan, and explained to her. The one who just made the move was the head of Shanming Peak Dongfang Ro. Not long ago, a disciple hurried back to the sect and told me that you were targeted by a malicious Jindan cultivator at the auction. After receiving the news, I reported it to the abbot, temporarily left the discipline hall, and came to this necessary road. I didn't expect the chief would take action. There were 9 golden cores following you. I thought it would be a fierce battle, but it was resolved easily. Next, you will come back with me to the sect. It will be safer this way. After saying this, Ling Yaohan nodded in agreement and then thanked him. This place was very close to the sect gate. Because Yang Zhuoxiu hadn't been out for a long time, he didn't take her to fly away directly. Instead, he walked with her and slowly moved towards the sect gate. On the way, Ling Yaohan asked, I wonder if I can report to the elders which of my fellow disciples has been targeted by the Jinan cultivator? Yang Zhuo replied. His name is Zhang Huan, a disciple who joined the sect last time. The name sounded quite familiar. Ling Yaohan recalled and found that this person was the cultivator who told them Chu Yu's name in the bushing hall. At this time, Yang Zhuo continued. He reported this matter to the sect, which means he has made a contribution, so he will be rewarded. After he returns to the sect will give him the reward. When Zhang Huan reported, he had stated clearly that he did so in part because he did not want his fellow disciples to suffer, but more so for the sect's rewards and training resources. I have some understanding of this disciple. He is a man who is used to protecting himself and attaches great importance to his own interests. After I go back, I will ask the abbot to give him a reward twice as much as he originally deserves. In this way, he will be able to repay the favor by reporting the matter for you. You don't have to take it to heart. I will also explain to him about the reward. Hearing this, Ling Yaohan nodded and said, Disciple understands. Thank you, elder. This was equivalent to the sect repaying the favor on her behalf, and Yang Zhuo did this to increase her sense of belonging to the sect. Chapter 63 Speculations. After a cup of tea, the two returned to the sect. Yang Zhuo went straight to Shanming Peak, while Ling Yaohan returned to the disciples' residence at Xiaoxia Peak. After setting up restrictions around her, she took out several treasures she had obtained at the auction and began to examine them carefully. Inside the Xian Guang Huanxi Bell, Mengyu said, The Thunder Spirit Pearl is the most valuable one here, followed by the Tong Xian Pagoda and the Luyan Step. But what are you going to do with the withered vine? Ling Yaohan thought for a moment and said, Use the spiritual plants nearby to make a bamboo pot, and then find a way to get some spiritual soil back, plant it in it, and then let everything take its course. I always feel that it should not be an ordinary thing. The monk who exchanged this piece of dead vine mentioned that he picked it up near a flaming mountain and there was nothing else around at that time. In your opinion, is there any spiritual plant that can retain its branches and not be completely reduced to ashes even when it is burned by a raging fire? Mengyu was silent for a long time, then said bluntly, I have never heard of this. Spiritual plants, no matter how long they have existed, are afraid of fire. Not to mention that this is not an ordinary fire, but the fire from the Earth's core that erupted from the flaming mountain. Alas, I think, is there another possibility? that this piece of dead vine fell there after the flaming mountain erupted and the magma solidified? That cultivator was only at the 6th level of Qi training. He couldn't have been nearby when the flaming mountain erupted. Otherwise, he would have turned into ashes long ago. How could he have gone to Shangyun Market to attend the auction? The fact that he was able to pick up the dead vine meant that the temperature there must have returned to normal. In this case, he had no idea when the dead vine had fallen there. Ever since you got this thing, apart from paying attention to the traces of those golden elixirs that have already died, I have been observing the dead vines. But I looked left and right and didn't find anything special. Not only was there no spiritual energy, but I couldn't sense any life either. It was just a dead object. I think you shouldn't hold too high hopes on this piece of dead vine. And then again, there is no way to prove whether what the Qigong practitioner said is true or not. Although people with a higher realm than a cultivator can determine whether he is lying from many aspects, there is one exception that does not include it without conducting a soul search. If he was possessed by a demon, he would just go to a random place, pick up a piece of dead vine, and imagine such an experience. He would keep giving himself such suggestions every day, and after a long time he might really be able to deceive himself, and then he would naturally be able to deceive others. I wonder if you noticed the man's bone age and clothing at the time. He is at the 6th level of Qi training. His bones are already 40 years old, and there is basically no hope for him to build a foundation. There is a scratch on the right cuff of his clothes caused by a flying sword. Judging from the marks and the degree of disorderliness of the surrounding threads, it was obviously not caused recently, but he has not replaced it, which shows that he is quite short of money. The 2 top-grade offensive talismans were rare treasures for him, so it was possible that he deceived himself, made up a lie, and took a useless withered vine to the auction to try his luck. Hearing this, Ling Yaohan hesitated and said, "What you said does make sense, but doesn't it require 1,000 low-grade spirit stones to enter the auction? Since he was able to come in, it means he has some spiritual stones on him." Mengyu hummed and said thoughtfully, "Since my bone age has reached 40, after years of cultivation, if I encounter any small opportunity, I can indeed accumulate some spirit stones. However, for cultivators like them, spirit stones are not easy to earn, so they would naturally save as much as possible. After all, the auction does not force you to spend money after entering. The 1,000 low-grade spirit stones are just for proof. As long as you don't participate in any activities during the whole process, you won't be short of a single stone." Ling Yaohan looked down at the dead vine, frowned slightly at first, then felt relieved after a moment. "No matter what the situation is, I plan to plan it according to the previous method, and everything will be just as I said before. Let nature take its course. Not to mention this dead vine. With the other treasures here, this trip to the auction was not in vain. By the way, when the Thunder Spirit Pearl appeared, you mentioned that in the Legend of the Spirit World, as long as you collect 8 kinds of spirit pearls with different attributes, you can directly upgrade any magic weapon to a fairy treasure. What specific grade is this magical treasure? So far, I only know that in the world of cultivation, the weapons used by monks can be divided into 5 categories. Magical instruments, spiritual instruments, magic treasures, spiritual treasures, and innate spiritual treasures. The first 4 are divided into inferior, medium, superior, and top grades, but the legendary innate spiritual treasures do not have these grades. The fairy treasure you mentioned is something I have never heard of. Could it be that this is something from the fairy world? That's about what I mean. Mengyu explained, in the spirit world, after some great beings who have transcended tribulation and ascended, under certain circumstances, they can use certain means to bring some of their true spirits back to the spirit world. Of course, this cannot last for a long time. The title of immortal treasure and the rumor that by collecting spirit beads with 8 attributes, any magic weapon can be upgraded to an immortal treasure also came from the mouths of these great men who have ascended. In the spiritual world, above the innate spiritual treasures, there is another kind of treasure, which the cultivators in the spiritual world call the supreme treasure. You have heard me mention this title before. The Tianling sect suffered a disaster because of a precious treasure. Under normal circumstances, the supreme treasure is the top treasure in the spiritual world. In the fairyland, above the supreme treasures there are fairy tools, and above the fairy tools are the fairy treasures. Hearing this, Ling Yaohan was shocked and froze in place. It took a long time for her to come back to her senses. She said in disbelief, to be promoted from a magic weapon to an immortal treasure, it actually crossed so many levels. Yeah, Mengyu sighed. I really didn't expect to see the Thunder Spirit Pearl in the Yaman realm. If one day you can gather all 7 spiritual beads and successfully obtain an immortal treasure, then no one in the immortal world will be your opponent. Ling Yaohan was silent for a moment, then said uncertainly, if your cultivation is not enough, even if you really gather all the skills, you won't be able to use them, right? After saying this, Mengyu hesitated and said, I don't know about this either, but as long as it reaches the level of innate spiritual treasure, there will be weapon spirits, and there must be fairy treasures as well. In this case, even if the master's spiritual power is insufficient, the weapon spirit can still exert some of its power by using the magic treasure on its own. Ling Yaohan nodded thoughtfully. Well, these things are too far away from us now, so there is no need to think so much. As for the remaining 7 types of spirit beads, maybe by the time I reach the state of spiritual transformation and ascend to the spiritual world, I still haven't found any of them. In addition, I have another question. Before the remaining spirit beads are collected, does this lightning spirit bead in my hand have any other use? Chapter 64, Unknown Possibility. When my master first mentioned the legends of the spirit world to me, I also asked this question. Mengyu spoke slowly with a hint of reminiscence. When used against an enemy, it can increase the power of thunder magic, but it is not clear how much it can increase. As for how to use it, the master did not mention it, because even in the spirit world, this thing only exists in legends, and when the master mentioned it, he only mentioned it in passing. After saying that, Ling Yaohan nodded and said, I understand. I will figure it out by myself slowly in the future, and I will eventually find the way. Speaking of the name of Lingzhu, if it is not preceded by any attributes, it is the same name as the Lingzhu currency circulated in the world of cultivation. When you first mentioned the name of Thunder Spirit Pearl at the auction, for a moment, I thought of it as Spirit Pearl currency. At the time, I was wondering why you were so excited, but later I realized that the Spirit Pearl you mentioned has the word thunder in front of it, which is obviously not the same type as the currency commonly used in the cultivation world. Hearing this, Mengyu chuckled. The name Lingzhu is unique in the spirit world. As for the Lingzhu currency that you mentioned circulating in the cultivation world, it only exists in the mortal world. 100 of these things can be exchanged for a low-grade spirit stone, and they are not naturally shaped like this. In places where there are spiritual mines, some of the surrounding stones will also carry a hint of spiritual energy due to the accumulated influence of time. These stones were used by monks, who cut and polished them into circles, turning them into a form of currency in circulation. The spiritual energy contained in them was much greater than that of spirit stones. If the spiritual energy contained in the spirit bead currency is likened to a bowl of water, then the spiritual energy contained in the low-grade spirit stone is a pool of water. In the spiritual world, no one values these stones that have a hint of spiritual energy, so naturally this kind of currency does not exist. The 8 kinds of spirit beads that exist in the legends of the spiritual world are naturally generated by heaven and earth. The spirit beads corresponding to each attribute are unique. No one knows where they are, and whether you can encounter them depends entirely on chance. Now that you have obtained this Thunder Spirit Pearl, it also means that as long as it is with you, no one else can collect all the spirit pearls. Hearing this, Ling Yaohan suddenly remembered something and said hesitantly, will people who possess spirit beads be able to sense each other? If someone in the spirit world or other mortal worlds gets 1 or more of the remaining 7 spiritual beads, can that person find the traces of other people who already have spiritual beads based on the one in her hand? Hearing this, Mengyu was stunned for a moment, then said uncertainly, I haven't thought about the question you mentioned, but I don't rule out this possibility. If this is true, then things will become complicated. With the Thunder Spirit Pearl, it is very likely that one day in the future, you will encounter an unknown and powerful enemy. But this is a great opportunity. We can't just give up on it just because it's a possibility, and we're not sure whether it will happen, right? Giving up is of course impossible, Ling Yaohan said without hesitation. Since I have obtained the Thunder Spirit Pearl, it means that I may be able to collect the remaining 7. In this case, no matter what happens, I will never give up this spiritual pearl. Otherwise, this will become an eternal knot in my heart and eventually turn into a demon in my heart. Once something happens, I will think of retreating. How can I go far in my spiritual practice? What I mentioned before was just a possibility that I thought of by chance. I will just assume it exists and use it to encourage myself to work hard on my practice. After all, people who own spirit beads probably know their uses. If other spirit bead owners are powerful beings themselves, and they find out through some means that I own the Thunder Spirit Bead, they will most likely try every possible means to come to this world, kill me, and seize the Thunder Spirit Bead. So before that, I have to do everything possible to improve my strength. And I believe that one day, I will be able to fully master the secret of the Thunder Spirit Pearl. By then, we will naturally know whether this speculation exists or not. After that, Ling Yaohan said, "That's right, but there are more mysteries you need to solve. Don't forget the white chess piece you got when you first went to Shangyun Market. As for the Spirit Beast bag, you later caught a blood-tusked pig and threw it in, and it was confirmed to be the same as an ordinary Spirit Beast bag, but the secret of the white chess piece has never been solved." "Of course I haven't forgotten." Ling Yaohan smiled and said, "I don't have the ability to solve the mystery yet. I can only practice first and take my time." Chapter 65 News from the same clan. Ling Yaohan waved her sleeves and put the Thunder Spirit Pearl into the storage bag, took out her Disciple ID card, removed the surrounding restrictions, and came to the outside of the bamboo house. He picked a green bamboo, split it into several sections with the ice sword, quickly made a bamboo basin, and temporarily placed the dead vine in it. At this moment, she suddenly had an idea and asked Mingyu, "If I put ordinary soil in a basin, take some spirit stones, grind them into powder, sprinkle them in, and mix them evenly, will the effect be much different from that of spirit soil?" Hearing this, Mingyu groaned and said, "At the beginning, the effect was similar, but when the spirit stone was ground into powder, the spiritual energy contained in it was lost faster. If you do this, you will need to add new spirit stone powder to the basin every 5 days or so, judging from the size of the bamboo basin you made. If ordinary soil wants to achieve the effect of spiritual soil, at least 20 low-grade spiritual stones will be needed at one time. In this case, the monthly expenditure on this is about 120 low-grade spirit stones. Within an acceptable range." Ling Yaohan pondered, "Spiritual soil is hard to find, so let's just leave it this way for now. After signing the contract with Baibao Pavilion, there will be a large amount of spiritual stone income every month, so this is not a big deal." Having said this, she immediately started to work, digging some wet mud outside the bamboo house, and carefully put it into the basin, then took out 20 low-grade spirit stones, ground them into powder, poured them into the basin, and stirred them evenly. When everything was done, she planted the dead vines in it and brought it into the bamboo house. After finishing this, Ling Yaohan began to refine the magic weapon. He sat cross-legged on the cushion, then sent out a stream of spiritual power, holding the pale purple Tongxian pagoda in midair. He began to probe into his spiritual consciousness and refine the 4 seals within it. After a full half-day, when the refining was about to succeed, the originally small Tongxian tower gradually enlarged. When the height was about to reach the roof, Ling Yaohan controlled it with her spiritual sense to stop its growth. Then she clasped her hands together and waved them towards the tower. The tower shrank on the spot and turned into a stream of light that flew into her palm. From then on, the ritual of Tongxian Pagoda was completed. After recovering the consumed spiritual energy through meditation, Ling Yaohan took out the jade slip that recorded the Luyin step and examined it carefully. This method was not suitable to be performed in the bamboo house, so she went outside again. It was sunset. The top of Chaoxiao Peak was illuminated by the afterglow of the setting sun, and she stood in a relatively open space and began to practice her footwork. As time went on, Ling Yaohan's figure moved faster and faster, until in the end, only a shadow remained. She put all her mind into cultivation and didn't notice much of the passage of time in the outside world. By the time he successfully mastered the Luyin step, a whole night had passed. Despite this, Ling Yaohan didn't feel tired at all. With the Tongxian Tower and Luyin footwork, her strength was better than before. She returned to the bamboo house and continued to practice day after day. In the blink of an eye, another 10 days passed. On this day, the sound transmission shell, hanging next to Ling Yaohan, suddenly moved. Sensing the movement, she stopped meditating, took off the sound transmission shell, injected a stream of spiritual power into it, and Ling Fu's voice came out. "Are you free, sister? I have something important to tell you." Just a simple sentence, without any other information. Ling Yaohan replied with a word. A moment later, the sound transmission shell sent new news. "My little sister is in a place called Yiyang Lake, southeast of Piamia Sect, about 30 miles away from the Sect. If it is convenient for you, could you please come here? I will let you know the details when the time comes." Ling Yaohan thought for a moment and agreed to it. 30 miles is not a very far distance. She left the Sect and traveled at full speed, reaching her destination in less than an hour. Chapter 66. Invitation to Fight. When they arrived at Yiyang Lake, Ling Fu was sitting in a pavilion by the lake with a strange monk. The latter had reached the 7th level of Qi training and was dressed in a pink dress. Judging from the expression on her face, the two of them got along quite harmoniously. Ling Yaohan recalled carefully and found that he had never seen this girl in the sect. Seeing her coming, Ling Fu stood up, trotted to her side, naturally took her right arm, and walked into the pavilion together. Sister, let me introduce you first. This person is from one of the clan's affiliated families, the Linchuan Shen family, and fellow Taoist Shen Yaojun. The female cultivator in the pink dress had already stood up. As Ling Fu finished speaking, she bowed to Ling Yaohan and said in a clear voice, Mr. Shen Yao greets fellow Taoist Ling. I have heard of your great name for a long time. It is Mr. Yao's honor to meet you today. Ling Yaohan returned the greeting and said with a smile, Fellow Taoist Shen, you are too polite. We are both Qigong practitioners, so there is no need to be so polite. At this time, Ling Fu said, Sister, fellow Taoist Shen, and I met 3 months ago. The reason why I invited you here is related to a duel. A duel? Ling Yaohan asked in confusion. Where is this duel coming from? Ling Fu looked at Shen Yaojun, who understood and explained, Fellow Taoist Ling, the duel is related to my family, the Linchuan Shen family. Just half a month ago, my clan had a conflict with the Chunyu family, another affiliated family of our sect, over the ownership of a mineral vein. The two sides finally agreed to resolve the matter through 15 rounds of fighting, with the winner taking ownership of the mineral vein. All participants in the fight were Qi cultivating monks. The overall strength of the Chunyu family is not inferior to that of our clan. In recent years, their clan has produced a very talented disciple who is only 20 years old, but has already achieved great perfection in Qi training. This man is extremely powerful in fighting skills, and none of our Qi training disciples can match him. When the duel was originally scheduled, the clan leaders had taken this into consideration, so after trying their best to secure it, the agreement reached clearly stipulated that each side could invite one outside aid. As an affiliate of the sect, we have long heard of fellow Taoist Ling's name, so we immediately thought of you and came here shamelessly. If you agree, the clan will give you corresponding rewards based on the specific circumstances of the duel. Hearing this, Ling Yaohan did not respond immediately, but asked, since the person from the Chunyu family mentioned by fellow Daoishan has reached the great perfection of Qi training, then naturally we should look for helpers at the same level. I am only at the 8th level of Qi training now, and my so-called reputation is only related to my talent, not my strength. Why did you invite me? Shen Yaojuan's face straightened. Because there is no false reputation under a great reputation. Piamia Sect is one of the 4 major sects in Tianzi continent, and it is also the only superpower in Xianxin continent. No matter what realm the cultivators are in, those who can spread their fame in this sect have been counted in the past, and none of them are simple people. To be honest, before coming to find fellow Taoist Ling, the family had already tried to find some cultivators who had reached the great perfection of Qi training, but their strength was simply not enough to defeat Shan Yuji. Fellow Taoist Ling has full spiritual roots, and his strength cannot be measured by realm alone, so I came to look for him. After saying this, Ling Yaohan fell silent for a moment. Even if she agreed to go for such a matter, some things still needed to be clarified. At this time, Ling Fu, who was standing beside her, said, No matter what decision Sister Clan makes, I will support it. The reason why she accepted Shun Yaojuan's invitation and contacted her elder sister to come was because the former had helped her out of a difficult situation once. In addition, there was a reward to be earned by participating in the competition, so she thought about it for a while before taking the previous action. If her sister was unwilling, she would definitely help her refuse. Ling Yaohan thought for a moment and asked, I wonder if you could tell me the details of the reward that fellow Taoist Shen mentioned? Shen Yaojun nodded and said bluntly, If you beat your opponent in a duel, you can get 100,000 low-grade spirit stones or natural treasures of similar value. It's up to you to choose which one. If you lose in the duel, your reward will be reduced by half. This reward is quite generous to Ling Yaohan now. She has already made up her mind. After thinking for a while, she continued to ask, Is the duel one or more? What are the rules of the duel? Will it stop when the time is right? Or will it be a matter of life or death? Shen Yaojun said truthfully, According to the agreement between the two tribes, the same person can play multiple times, but there is a prerequisite. The person who plays repeatedly must have won the previous fight. If fellow Taoist Ling plays multiple times, the rewards will also accumulate. As for the rules of the fight, if one party is knocked off the stage or admits defeat, the other party will win. The family elders who are watching the battle can help rescue people, but there is a prerequisite. That is, the monk representing their side admits defeat. If the monks in the field do not admit defeat, they will take the initiative to rescue others, which is against the rules. In this way, their family will lose the qualification to fight, and the mineral vein will naturally become the other party's. Therefore, there is a possibility of casualties during a fight, but as long as you see the situation is not right and admit defeat in time, this situation will not happen. I understand. Ling Yaohan nodded and said, since fellow Daoist Shun has invited me, I am willing to participate in the duel. Chapter 67. Abnormality in the Lake. After receiving a positive answer, Shen Yaojuan's face suddenly showed joy. The competition will start in 3 days. It takes about half a day to travel from here to our clan. When does fellow Daoist Ling plan to set off? Ling Yaohan thought for a moment and replied, I will go there in 2 days. Can you tell me the exact location of Linchuan Shun's? Of course you can. Shen Yaojun patted the storage bag, took out a foot-long incense stick, and said, this is a special incense made by our clan, with the same name as the medicinal herb Angelica sinensis. When you are ready to go, just light this incense and walk southwest. The Angelica incense will then emit purple ash to show you the way. This was the first time Ling Yaohan heard about Xianxiang pointing the way, and she couldn't help but feel a little curious about it. However, she did not ask more questions. Things like these were unique to a family, and the details were confidential. Asking about them rashly would only cause the other party to be disgusted. Recovering her thoughts, she took the incense and said okay, and the duel was settled. Not long after that, Shen Yaojun said goodbye and left. At this time, Ling Fu whispered, sister, there is something strange in Yiyang Lake. Ling Yaohan was surprised when she heard this, but she remained calm on the surface. Her mind suddenly changed, and thinking of the caution implied in the voice transmission just now, she naturally turned around and left the pavilion with Ling Fu. She loosened her voice slightly, openly chatting with her about cultivation, while secretly asking her through voice transmission. Someone is watching us, right? I'm not sure if I'm watching. I got a treasure a while ago that can clearly sense the aura of cultivators within a mile. There are 2 Qi training great perfection cultivators hiding in Yiyang Lake. Ling Yaohan thought for a moment, then continued to ask, why did you and Shun Yaojun choose this place to meet? Who have you decided on this place? It was arranged by fellow Daoist Shun. She contacted me this morning and asked me to meet her here. However, when I arrived here, those 2 people were not in the lake. They only appeared after my younger sister sent a message to my elder sister. Hearing this, Ling Yaohan frowned slightly. What do you think of Shun Yaojun? This time Ling Fu did not answer immediately, but remained silent for a while before carefully transmitting her voice. 3 months ago, I went to the market near the Sect and met fellow Daoist Shin by chance. At that time, she was in a shop that specialized in selling refining materials, while her younger sister was shopping on Taobao at a stall set up by casual cultivators not far away. They had a conflict with a man dressed like a rich family's kid over a humble item. That thing is what my younger sister mentioned, a treasure that can sense the aura of a cultivator. It was my younger sister who saw it first. She had already handed the spirit stone to the stall owner, but that man stepped forward and tried to snatch the treasure. Later, fellow Daoist Shun came out of the shop and rescued my little sister. I haven't spent much time with fellow Daoist Shun, so I can't say I know him that well. From the little I have seen of him, I can tell that he is a gentle and considerate person. As soon as the message was transmitted, a not-so-loud sound was heard from Yiyang Lake. The 2 of them immediately became alert. Ling Yaohan looked back and saw ripples on the lake, but no one was in sight. At this time, Ling Fu's voice sounded with a hint of doubt. The 2 people's auras disappeared. What happened? Ling Yaohan pondered. The disappearance of the aura means that they have either left this place or they have died. As she said this, she asked Mengyu with her divine sense, have you sensed anything strange in Yiyang Lake? Yes, but I think the appearance of those 2 people here is purely coincidental. Their target is not you. There is something at the bottom of Yiyang Lake. The movement just now was caused by them using secret techniques to enter the space under the lake. Well, my suggestion is that you can follow it and take a look. Maybe there is some unknown monk's mansion there. Hearing this, Ling Yaohan felt strange. This place is so close to Piamia Sect. Didn't the elders and leaders of the Yifu Sect discover it? Mengyu said meaningfully, there is nothing strange in this world. Anything is possible. Ling Yaohan stared at the lake for a moment and asked Ling Fu, who was still on guard beside her, I plan to go directly to the bottom of Yiyang Lake to check it out. What do you plan, Xiaofu? Sister, are you going down? Ling Fu bit her lip and said hesitantly. Although the aura of those two people has disappeared, there may still be danger at the bottom of the lake. Sister, is it too risky for you to do this? Ling Yaohan smiled and said, since we have come across such a thing, we must get to the bottom of it. I have some means at my disposal, so even if I encounter danger, I am sure I can escape. Well then, Ling Fu knew her elder sister's temperament, so she didn't try to persuade her. She just continued, I don't have water's spiritual roots, so I can't use water magic. I won't last long at the bottom of the lake. How about this? I will return to the Sect first. If you encounter any danger at the bottom of the lake, please contact me immediately using the sound transmission shell. If you don't have time to speak, it's good to make some noise. As long as I sense the movement of the sound transmission shell, I will immediately go to the elders of the Sect and ask them to come to rescue me. After saying this, Ling Yaohan first said okay, and then reminded, although this place is close to the Sect, you still have to be careful on the way back. Well, don't worry, sister. I will pay attention. After Ling Fu left, Ling Yaohan came to the Yiyang Lake, took out the Ningxuan pearl, and activated it, adding a layer of defense around herself. Then she formed a seal with her hands, and another bubble rose from outside the defense. Having done this, she tiptoed down and jumped lightly into the lake. Chapter 68 Phantom Demonic Snake. After sinking more than 100 feet, Ling Yaohan arrived at the bottom of the lake. Under Meng Yu's guidance, she accurately found the place where the two Qi training Great Perfection monks disappeared. Looking at the slightly outward-turned mud below, she was silent for a moment and pondered, if we continue like this, we will definitely be discovered by the two people who came before. After all, I came here uninvited this time. If they really appeared here by chance and did not intend to monitor Ling Fu and me, then if a dispute broke out, it would be difficult to end. Is there any way to help me hide my whereabouts temporarily and go down quietly? I first need to determine the purpose of those two people appearing here. Meng Yu said truthfully, my strength has not recovered much yet, so I can't do this, but Nian Gui should be able to do it. You can try to contact it. Good. Ling Yaohan communicated with her mind through telepathy, and a moment later, an invisible forbidden formation emerged from around her body, and her figure disappeared. At the same time, Nian Gui, who knew the purpose of her trip, exerted his strength directly and used the teleportation formation to send her to the space under the mud. Looking at everything in front of her, Ling Yaohan felt amazed. It turns out that there really is a ruined mansion. From the outside, it looks like it has gone through countless years. This place is not soaked by lake water, and the overall space is not large. What comes into view is a large stone chamber with a bumpy surface. At this time, Ling Yaohan smelled a smell of blood. She became cautious and slowly walked towards the source. Not long after, the bodies of two Qi-cultivating monks appeared before their eyes. There was still blood on the body, and it was obvious that he had died not long ago. They all died. It looks like they killed each other. Be careful. Meng Yu warned. There is something strange here. If I'm not mistaken, they must have fallen into some kind of illusion and mistook their teammates for enemies, which led to this outcome. Falling into hallucination? Ling Yaohan repeated, looking around, and suddenly a black shadow flashed by and attacked her fiercely. It was so fast that Ling Yaohan had no time to dodge. The next moment, a rumbling sound was heard, and the black shadow broke through the formation and crashed into the defense formed by the Ningxuan pearl. The aperture fluctuated violently, and then gradually stabilized. At this moment, Ling Yaohan finally saw clearly the attacker. It was a small snake with a single horn on its head and a pitch-black body. Meng Yu was well-informed and recognized the species of the beast immediately. It's a phantom snake that is very good at hiding. Let Tian Luo deal with it. Good. Ling Yaohan slapped the spirit beast bag and released the nine-tailed fox. With the spirit beast contract, Tian Luo already knew what had happened to his master, so as soon as he appeared, he quickly attacked the phantom snake. Both of them were at the peak of the second level, and the fight was difficult to determine for a while. Ling Yaohan looked at the situation and asked Meng Yu, does the phantom snake have any weaknesses? If we can destroy the horn on its head, the phantom snake's combat effectiveness will be greatly reduced. Okay, I understand. Ling Yaohan used her spiritual power to condense an ice spike, aimed at the opportunity, and quickly attacked the head of the phantom snake. The next moment, the ice spike hit the sharp corner and turned into countless fragments that fell to the ground. On the other hand, the demon snake was unharmed. No, The gap in strength is too great, and ordinary attacks can't cause any damage to it. If it weren't for the layer of forbidden formation that Nian Gui had placed around me earlier, the defense of Ningxin's would have been broken in an instant when it was attacked. As she said this, an idea suddenly came to her mind. She simply took out the white chess piece she had obtained from the mysterious old man in Shangyun Market, gathered all her spiritual power, and threw it towards the head of the demon snake. The moment of contact, the sharp horns shattered into powder, and the head of the demon snake also exploded into a ball of blood mist. The phantom snake was killed instantly. Tian Luo, who was fighting with it, was shocked and quickly retreated several feet. Only when he realized that the strange attack just now came from his master did he let down his guard. Ling Yaohan obviously did not expect the white chess piece to be so powerful. She thought for a moment, waved her sleeve to take it into her hand, looked at it carefully, and found that there was no trace of blood on it. At this time, Mengyu said, "This is really a rare treasure. Although I can't see any other uses for it at the moment. Judging from the fact that it just killed a peak second-level monster with a single blow, its origin is definitely not simple. By the way, anyone bitten by the phantom snake will have hallucinations, so the two Qi training monks should have been attacked by this snake as well." Most likely, Ling Yaohan put away the white chess piece and came to the door of the stone chamber. After looking at it for a while, she found that there was no restriction on it. She tried to mobilize her spiritual power to blast the stone door, and it actually opened. The stone chamber was empty, not filled with treasures as one might imagine. All that could be seen was a stone table and an old man sitting on a cushion, looking lifelike. The moment she saw his face, Ling Yaohan subconsciously took a step back, her face full of disbelief. "I've seen this person before." Chapter 69, Return to the Origin. "Have you seen it?" Mengyu emerged from the Xian Guang Huan Si Bell, pointed at the remains, and said in disbelief, "He has been in meditation for at least 2,000 years. How old are you? I'm telling you that you are not some old ghost who has taken over his body and reincarnated, right?" "Of course not," Ling Yaohan said with a wooden face. "Can't you tell whether I have been possessed by another body or not with your eyesight?" "Of course I can see that." Mengyu laughed twice. "I just couldn't believe it for a moment, so I said this without thinking." Hearing her say this, Ling Yaohan turned her attention back to the old man who had passed away and slowly explained. "Before coming to Swan Kju, Uncle Mingyao took the 5 of us to rest for a night in Mingsha City in Fenjuanzhou. There were poisonous creatures on Guiyun Island at night. At that time, out of curiosity, we went to the city wall at night to see what the poisonous creatures were. It was at that time that an old man appeared and stood on the roof of the tallest building in the city. His appearance was exactly the same as the man who passed away in front of him." After saying this, Mengyu pondered and said, "Could it be that the person you met was a ghost cultivator? Like cultivators, ghosts have 9 realms of cultivation: gathering yaan, gathering souls, opening the orifices, being clear, condensing the form, dividing the souls, returning together, the Yuanming realm, and overcoming the tribulation. As long as one cultivates to the level of clarity, the outward appearance will not be much different from that of an ordinary cultivator. Although the environment of Tianzi continent is not suitable for ghost cultivation, nothing is absolute. Perhaps this is possible." Ling Yaohan recalled for a moment and said thoughtfully. At that time, the old man only said that he happened to pass by there and did not reveal his identity. At that time, I guessed that he was a nascent soul cultivator and thought that he was traveling from other continents. If the old man's appearance is not an illusion, and he is not a ghost cultivator, then he should have some connection with the senior who passed away in front of him. Having said this, Ling Yaohan took a closer look at the person who had passed away and discovered that there was a jade token hidden beneath his sleeve. After hesitating for a moment, she bowed to the remains and then gently took off the jade token. The 4 characters Guiyun Yuha are engraved on it. If it is a jade token that represents one's identity, then Guyun should be the name of a sect, while Yuha is a person's name, and it also sounds like a Taoist name. After I get out of here, I plan to find an opportunity to go to the mountain where the sect specializes in collecting ancient books, and check whether there is a sect like Guiyun Sect in Tianzi continent. If you can't find it, go to Wudao City, which is the closest to the sect, and find a store that sells information and ask around." "That's good." Mengyu pondered. The 2 Qi training monks appeared here. Most likely they learned about the existence of such a ruined mansion from somewhere. This person who passed away in meditation must not be an unknown person. If Yuha is really his Taoist name, once it is mentioned, someone will surely know it. There was no storage bag or anything like that around the remains. Ling Yaohan put the jade token back to its original place and looked around, but she didn't see any secret passages or anything like that. After confirming with Mengyu that there was nothing else, she left the stone chamber, collected the storage bags of the two chi-cultivating monks outside, and cast an earth-condensing spell to bury the bodies of the two. With the help of the formation spirit Nian Gui, she returned to the bottom of Yiyang Lake. After coming out of the water, she reported her safety to Ling Fu and began to return to the sect. Piamia Sect's hidden spiritual peak. There is only one building on this peak, the Soul Repository Hall, which is where the sect collects various books, recording the rise and fall, success and failure of all the major and minor forces in the Tianzi continent from ancient times to the present. Any disciple of Piamia Sect can enter here and read the books at will, as long as they do not damage the books. The Soul Storage Hall has only one floor, divided into 5 areas, corresponding to the 5 continents of Tianzi continent: Qikong, Xianxing, Baiming, Xingluo, and Fengyuan. After Ling Yaohan arrived at this hall, she went straight to the area where the major and minor forces in Swan Kju were recorded. After some investigation, the name of Guiyun Sect was not found, but when checking the forces of Qikongshao later, records about the name of this sect were seen. The Xuanhao sect of Qikongshao was formerly known as Guiyun. 2,687 years ago, it was renamed Xuanhao. Due to the sect's external request, the name Guiyun has not been mentioned since then. Seeing this, Ling Yaohan showed surprise on her face. It turned out to be one of the 4 major sects in Tianzi continent today. It's a pity that the classics did not record why Guiyun Sect changed its name to Xuanhao. Hearing this, Mengyu smiled and said, "When you have a higher level of cultivation in the future and go out to practice, maybe you will have a chance to find out." Chapter 70 Lin Chuan, Shen Family. After receiving the corresponding news, Ling Yaohan left Songling Peak and returned to her residence at Chaoxia Peak to begin preparing for the competition. 2 days passed in a flash. On this day, she left Piamia Sect as agreed, took out the Angelica incense given by Shen Yaojun, and lit it. After a moment, purple smoke rose up, forming a long line, floating towards the southwest, guiding her. After half a day, a place with beautiful mountains and clear water came into view. The purple smoke disappeared here. Not far away was a pier. Opposite it stood a marble stele with the words Linchuan Shuns inscribed on it. Ling Yaohan put away the Angelica incense that had not yet burned out and stepped onto the pier. As soon as she reached the other side, several monks dressed in bright and beautiful clothes came to greet her from a distance. The person walking in front was a middle-aged man who looked to be in his early 40s and dressed elegantly. Walking half a step behind him on his right was Shen Yaojun. When he got closer, the middle-aged man clasped his fists and said with a smile, "2 days ago, Mr. Yao came back and mentioned that Mr. Shen agreed to participate in the competition. My clan has prepared a place for him to stay. Mr. Shen can rest assured to stay here today." The person who spoke was a Jindan cultivator. Ling Yaohan bowed to him and said respectfully, "Thank you, senior." The middle-aged man raised his hand and said with a smile, "This is a trivial matter. Why bother to thank me? It is a blessing for our clan that you have agreed to participate in the competition. This is not a place for conversation. Please move on and follow me to the tribe." Hearing this, Ling Yaohan nodded and said yes, then headed towards the Shun clan's territory with a few others. After half a cup of tea, the group arrived at a small building with a quiet environment and excellent layout. The middle-aged man exchanged a few polite words, took out the best spiritual tea to entertain her, and finally told Ling Yaohan the specific time of the duel, and left. Shen Yaojun and several people of the same age stayed behind. They were all practicing Qigong and tried to communicate with Ling Yaohan. Seeing that she was easy to get along with, they gradually began to discuss Taoism. Although Ling Yaohan's cultivation was higher than theirs, she had only been practicing Taoism for a short time, so she also gained something from the discussion. When night fell, several people said goodbye one after another, and the originally lively little building suddenly became quiet. The competition will start at 1 p.m. on the second day. The Shen family expects a total of 14 people to participate in the competition, but not all of them will be on the field. Since the interval between each fight is as long as half an incense stick, by that time, the winner of the fight, as long as he is not injured and has consumed little energy, can fully recover his spiritual power during this period and continue to participate in the next fight. In this way, as long as one person is strong enough to win the battles in succession, the rest of the people basically don't need to take to the field. This rule was first proposed by the Chunyu family, and its main purpose was to enable Chunyuji to fight continuously. That is why the Shun family is in a hurry to find a powerful chi-cultivating cultivator. The arena for the competition was set on Iris Hill, 10 miles away from the Shun family's land. At 3/4 past noon on the second day, Ling Yaohan, led by Shun family's Jindan, arrived here together with the 14 selected people. Not long after, the monks from the Shen family, who came to watch the battle, also arrived here one after another. They were very concerned about the ownership of the mineral vein, and nearly 500 disciples came in total. On the other side, people from the Chunyu family also arrived here. Although Ling Yaohan is famous for her full spiritual roots, not many people have seen her appearance. In addition, she was not wearing the outer disciple uniform, nor did she carry the sect identity card. So when the people of the Chunyu family saw that the Shen family's foreign aid was an 8th-level chi training cultivator, they all laughed out loud. It's ridiculous. The Shen family tried their best to get a foreign aid quota in the agreement. I was always worried that they found a cultivator who could deal with Brother G, but I didn't expect that the cultivator in the end was only at the 8th level of chi training. Did they find no one and just find someone to fill the number? Yes, at least find a cultivator who has reached the great perfection of chi training. Regardless of his strength, at least he should be able to look decent on the surface. In my opinion, the people they were originally looking for were afraid to come after hearing that their opponent was Brother G, so they had no choice but to find someone at the 8th level of chi training. But it's good this way. The weaker the opponent, the lower their chance of winning. The mineral vein belongs to our tribe. The members of the Chunyu family were talking to each other, and their words were full of sarcasm and contempt for the Shen family. The Shen family was filled with outrage, and many of them started to curse at the Chunyu family members. Ling Yaohan did not take these words to heart. She came here to participate in the competition for the reward. Once the competition begins, her strength will prove everything. The time soon came to the first hour of the sea hour, and the Chunyu family directly sent out Chunyu Ji, their most proud prodigy in the family. Ling Yaohan walked onto the stage under the expectant gazes of everyone in the Shen family, and the first fight began. Chapter 71, Arena Fight. Chunyu Ji was a person with golden spiritual roots, and right at the beginning of the fight, he used the technique of drawing a prison on the ground, solidifying the ground of the arena, making it impossible to use techniques such as Earth Escape. Facing an opponent at the 8th level of chi training, he acted extremely contemptuous, gathered his spiritual power into a sharp sword, and struck out with his hand without even taking out his magic weapon. Ling Yaohan clasped her hands together and used her spiritual power to create a golden shield, ready to take the attack head-on. Seeing this scene, Chunyu Ji showed a mocking smile on his face, and the scene of his opponent being knocked away by his blow seemed to have appeared before his eyes. But the next moment, his smile froze on his face. The sharp sword collided with the golden shield with a bang, and then the sword body dissipated and completely turned into nothingness. On the other hand, the golden shield, although slightly blurred in appearance, did not disappear. Below the stage, voices of disbelief from the Chunyu family rang out one after another. How is this possible? With the 8th level of chi training, he took Brother G's attack head-on. Could it be that the person on the opposite side used some kind of treasure to hide his cultivation level? Even if you have reached the great perfection of chi training, this shouldn't be the case. I think Brother G underestimated the enemy. Next time, if you use all your strength, you will definitely be able to crush the opponent. By the way, do any of you know the name of the foreign aid hired by the Shin family? I really don't know. The Shin family was busy recruiting foreign aid a few days ago, but since 3 days ago, there's been no news. In my opinion, this woman should have accepted their recruitment at that time and became an external aid in the fight for the mineral vein. I don't think the people of the Shen family are fools. The fact that they let this girl participate in the fight means that they believe the other party has enough strength to deal with the younger brother of the G clan. Although this sounds incredible, it is the most reasonable explanation so far. Everyone was talking, and the fight on the stage was still going on. Seeing that his opponent easily took the blow, Chunyu Ji immediately put away his contempt and started to attack with all his strength. His magic weapon was a sharp knife shining with silver light. After taking it out, he activated it immediately, flashed close to Ling Yaohan, and slashed at her with all his strength. This person is a sword cultivator and has made great progress in body training. His defense is one of the best among cultivators of the same level. When the attack came, Ling Yaohan used the technique of Xianbing Mirror. An extremely thick Xianbing shield formed around her body. At the same time, countless Xianbing formed mirrors and surrounded Chunyu Ji. The sharp knife slashed on the black ice, making a loud bang, and then a layer of spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the surface of the black ice, but it immediately returned to its original state. At the same time, countless black ice turned into sharp arrows and shot towards Chunyuji. The latter held a sharp knife in his hand and kept blocking, but there were so many sharp arrows that he couldn't cut them all off. Many sharp arrows hit Chunyuji directly, but this person's body training technique had reached the peak during the chi training stage. The sharp arrows penetrated less than half an inch of his flesh before falling to the ground and breaking into ice chips. However, Chunyuji did not get complacent about this. At this moment, he was only shocked. How is it possible that he can cast ice and gold magic at the same time? At this point, he seemed to remember something and looked at the person opposite him with a hint of disbelief. "You are the genius with full spiritual roots from Piamia's Sect." His voice was so loud that everyone present heard it. For a moment, they all looked in surprise at the girl in white who was casting spells. After a moment, some people suddenly realized some were in disbelief, some were worried, and some were extremely happy. In short, people from different camps had different expressions on their faces. On the stage, Ling Yaohan did not respond, but remained silent and continued to cast spells. The Xianbing Ningjing technique continued to operate. The Luyan footwork was secretly used. The Ningbing sword was held in the right hand, and one sword beam after another was swung at the opponent. Chunyuji was dodging in a panic. Even though he had a strong defense, he couldn't withstand the continuous bombardment. New wounds kept appearing, and the arena was wrapped in ice, causing his spiritual power to be consumed extremely quickly without being replenished. If this continued, he would inevitably end in defeat. The battle for the mineral vein is particularly important. If he loses, no other chi-cultivating cultivator in the clan will be able to deal with Ling Yaohan. Thinking of this, Chunyuji took out a blood-red pill and swallowed it while lying on his back amid the exclamations of everyone. Seeing this scene, Ling Yaohan's eyes narrowed slightly. It's the explosive flame pill. After taking this pill, the cultivator's potential can be stimulated in a short period of time, lasting for half an incense stick of time. After that, the person will be seriously injured and it will be difficult to recover. In just a moment, Chunyuji's aura surged. Ling Yaohan performed a Qingmu Huiyuan Ju to quickly recover her consumed spiritual energy, then raised her hand and shot out 2 thunder spells, striking her opponent. At this moment, Chunyuji let out an angry roar, gathered all his spiritual power, and swung out with both hands to block the attack. The next moment, a crackling sound was heard, and the black ice cracked inch by inch, turning into countless pieces and falling to the ground. At the same time, Ling Yaohan, sensing the danger, quickly activated the Ningzunzu to add a layer of defense for herself. She then used the Luyan step to control her body and move continuously to avoid one attack after another from her opponent. At this moment, Chunyuji's aura of pressure was threatening the Foundation establishment cultivators, and it was not a wise choice to confront him head-on. As time went on, Chunyuji's attacks all failed. He became more and more irritated. Finally, he could not control himself and roared in anger. "What's the point of just hiding? Stop and fight me head-on." Below the stage, everyone in the Chunyu family looked at this scene and felt that something was not right. Many of them shook their heads secretly. When cultivators fight, the most important thing is to avoid being impatient. Brother G is in danger. Yes, my brother always attacks with all his strength, which consumes a lot of spiritual energy. The explosive flame pill is not a good thing. Once the effect of the medicine wears off, it will be difficult to save the situation. Alas, who would have thought that the foreign aid invited by the Shun family would be the rumored full spiritual root disciple of Piamia Sect? Their news was kept secret so tightly that we didn't hear a word about it. Now thinking about what we said before the fight, it really hurts to be slapped in the face. On the ring, Ling Yaohan kept dodging the attacks. At a certain moment, she noticed that the pressure from her opponent was gradually weakening. She immediately attacked, swung the ice sword backwards with all her strength, broke Chunyuji's defense, and slashed his right shoulder. The latter let out a scream, and the attack in his hand that was ready to be launched dissipated immediately. At this time, Ling Yaohan turned around, put away the ice sword, and kicked Chunyuji in the chest with a right kick, knocking him out of the ring. Everyone in the Chunyu family became very anxious upon seeing this. The 2 people who were closest to him stepped forward and tried to catch Chunyuji. However, at the moment of contact, both of them were carried away and flew up together. In the end, it was the clan's golden elixir that saved the 3 of them. At this point, Ling Yaohan won the first fight. Chapter 72, Winning Streak. When Ling Yaohan walked off the stage, the Shen family members were extremely excited and burst into cheers. Many people looked at her with awe and gratitude. On the other hand, the Chunyu family all looked sad and miserable at this moment, which was in stark contrast to their extremely arrogant attitude before the fight began. Although this was only the first match, everyone knew that as long as Ling Yaohan continued to fight, the battle for the mineral vein would be completely over by the 8th match. In the second match, as expected, the Shen family's Jindan chose Ling Yaohan to take the field. Her opponent was Chun Yusin, a chi-training cultivator with dual spiritual roots of earth and fire. When the fight started, this person took the first step and took out a black nail that was completely black and about 2 inches long. He used all his spiritual power to stimulate it and stabbed it towards Ling Yaohan's heart. Chun Yusin watched the entire first fight and was extremely afraid of her, so his first move was a killing move. Ling Yaohan used the Ningxuan Pearl to prepare for defense, and then used the Luyan Step to move flexibly and avoid the attack. However, at this moment, the black nail, under the control of the opponent's spiritual consciousness, changed direction in half an hour and stabbed towards her back with a whoosh. Its speed was even faster than before, but Ling Yaohan reacted in time, holding the ice sword with all her strength and knocked the opponent away. The black nail is a top-grade magic weapon, 1 notch lower than the ice sword. When it was slashed by it, it flew high in the sky and was broken into 2 pieces, falling to the ground. Chun Yusin felt heartbroken when he saw this scene. This magic weapon had been with him for many years, and he never thought it would be directly destroyed during the fight in the ring today. He gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, and silently recited the explosive flame technique. His body was instantly surrounded by a layer of flames, and the raging fire began to spread around him. Seeing this, Ling Yaohan made a hand gesture and used a basic 5 elements technique, the rain gathering technique. Heavy rain suddenly fell above the arena, extinguishing the flames that were spreading in all directions. At the same time, the technique of Xianbing Ningjing was immediately activated. The surrounding temperature dropped sharply, and the rain falling on the ground instantly formed a thick layer of ice. Under the erosion of the cold air, the rain that was originally dripping in the air turned into small ice cones. Under Ling Yaohan's intentional control, they smashed towards the opponent at an extremely fast speed. Chun Yusin had not practiced the art of body training. When the situation was critical, he took out a small gray shield and activated it immediately to form a defense, which barely protected himself. At this moment, 2 bolts of lightning struck him and hit the small shield directly. The gray defense rippled like water waves for several times, and then it shattered completely with a bang. Chunyu Xin, who had lost his defense, was stabbed by ice cones and sharp arrows transformed from black ice. He suffered multiple injuries and had no choice but to admit defeat. He was rescued by the elders of the family. In the second fight, Ling Yaohan won. Half an incense stick later, the third match began. Ling Yaohan from the Shen family took the field again, and her opponent was a cultivator at the 9th level of chi training. This person was much weaker than the previous 2. He lasted less than 3 rounds before being swept off the stage by Ling Yaohan in disgrace. From the 4th game until the 6th game, he defeated all his opponents, Ling Yaohan, with 1 move. By the 7th game, Xinjia Jindan wanted to let the clan disciples practice, so after discussing with Ling Yaohan, he did not let her go on stage again. The people sent to participate in the fight were evenly matched with their opponents. The fight lasted for 2 full incense sticks, and in the end, the disciple of the Shun family had a slight advantage. In the 8th match, Shun's Jindan clan still sent out their disciples to fight, but this time they were defeated by the Chunyu clan. The same thing happened in the 9th game, and it was not until the 10th game that they won again and won the ownership of the mineral vein. At this point, the ring competition ended. Since Ling Yaohan participated in 6 duels and won all of them, she can get a total of 600,000 low-grade spirit stones as a reward. However, after accidentally learning that the Shen family had spiritual soil specifically used to cultivate rare spiritual plants, she chose to exchange a reward for spiritual soil of equal value, completely solving the problem of planting dead vines. In addition, because she played a decisive role in the competition between the 2 clans for the mineral veins, the head of the Shun family, in order to express his gratitude, specially gave her an extra piece of a relatively rare material for refining equipment, Gingjin. If this item is added during weapon refining, it can greatly increase the hardness of the weapon being refined. Obtaining Gingjin is a pleasant surprise for Ling Yaohan. Not long after, the matter was settled. and she said goodbye to the head of the Shen family and the group of monks and left. Chapter 73, Ninth Level of Qi Training. Half a day later, Ling Yaohan returned to Chaoxiao Peak of Piamia Sect. After some tinkering, she planted the dead vines into the spiritual soil. In the next few days, she devoted herself to refining pills and drawing talismans. When the transaction with Baibao Pavilion was completed this month, she successfully obtained 69,000 low-grade spirit stones. After this, Ling Yaohan continued to practice day after day. There are no years in the mountains, and one does not know the years until the cold ends. In the blink of an eye, more than 5 months have passed. On this day, in the bamboo house on the top of Chaoxiao Peak, the familiar vortex of spiritual energy formed again and flowed towards the girl who was meditating with her eyes closed. This situation lasted for a whole day, and the ninth cyclone in Ling Yaohan's dantian was completely formed. Since then, her cultivation has broken through to the 9th level of Qi training. After finishing her meditation, Ling Yaohan counted with her fingers and found that over the past few months, she had accumulated 6 outer disciple missions. When she noticed this, she immediately stood up and rushed to the External Affairs Hall of Chaoyang Peak. With her current level of cultivation, she can definitely take on Class A missions, so after arriving here, she went straight to the corresponding area. After some observation, Ling Yaohan chose to accept 6 missions in similar locations, all of which were in Mingluo Mountain and its surrounding areas, 200 miles south of Piamia Sect. This mountain covers a large area. After arriving here, she started her first mission, hunting 70 red gold tigers. After completing it, she will get 100 contribution points. On the way here, Ling Yaohan hunted some first-stage, early-stage monsters along the way, intending to use them as bait to trap the red gold tiger. After choosing several suitable locations, she spread out the bait, and the smell of blood quickly spread. She had expected that more than just the red gold tiger would be attracted. After using some means to kill them all, Ling Yaohan put all the corpses of the monsters into the storage bag. After completing the first task, she began the second task, collecting the Emperor's osmotic pressure. This is a treasure that helps monsters and spirit beasts to open their spiritual intelligence. Every 3 years, around the beginning of winter, it will appear on a sunset rock at the foot of Mingluo Mountain. Of course, there are other places, but this is the place closest to the sect. And now is the time when this thing is about to appear. The Emperor Lu Jiang was created by heaven and earth, and is considered a treasure from heaven and earth. When it is about to appear, many monsters will gather nearby to snatch it. The mission requires Ling Yaohan to collect the Emperor's juice to fill a jade bottle usually used to store elixirs, so she needs to guard the place where the Emperor's juice appears. Otherwise, if the monster gets there first, the second mission will be a failure. When accepting this task, the corresponding wooden sign mentioned that there were very few second-level and above monsters near Mingluo Mountain, so this task was placed outside the gate. However, even so, the task of collecting the Emperor's osmosis is relatively dangerous, so once it is completed, the contribution points obtained will reach 210. Arriving near Sunset Rock, Ling Yaohan took out the first-order concealment array disc that Lin Qingra had given her when she first came to the sect, placed it aside, embedded a spirit stone in the corresponding groove, and activated it. The next moment, with Sunset Rock as the center, everything within a half-mile radius disappeared. Emperor Lu Jiang appears at night, but the specific day is not fixed. After Ling Yaohan came here, she began to wait patiently. She herself was also within the range of a concealed formation, so the monsters could not see her, and it was relatively safe. Considering that the waiting time might be long, she took out the cushion, placed it next to the Sunset Rock, and began to meditate. Mengyu was secretly on guard around her and closely observing the surrounding situation. Chapter 74, Small Town Strange Things. 2 days later, at midnight, a blood-red light flashed across the sky. At the same time, a small amount of red liquid with a strange fragrance appeared on the Sunset Rock. This thing is the Emperor's liquid. Although the concealment formation can hide the Sunset Rock, it cannot cover up the fragrance of the Emperor's juice. So many monsters are attracted here. Ling Yaohan took out a large, empty jade bottle with swift movements and put all the Emperor's juice into it. Before the monster launched an attack here, she took back the formation plate and made a timely defense. There were many kinds of monsters coming, and because of the influence of Emperor Lu Jiang, each of them behaved extremely brutally, with sharp teeth bared. The moment they saw Ling Yaohan, they swarmed up and launched an attack. The defense formed by the Ningxu rose up immediately, and many monsters crashed into it with a bang, and then fell to the ground like dumplings. At this moment, a particularly powerful monster spread its wings and rushed over from a distance. Ling Yaohan sensed the danger and used the Luyan footwork to move her body and avoid an attack in time. However, the next moment, an extremely piercing beast roar sounded, rushing straight into the spiritual consciousness. Ling Yaohan's face turned pale and her body froze for a moment. At the critical moment, she opened the spirit beast bag and released Tianluo. The latter immediately fought with the attacking powerful monster. At this moment, a stream of light flashed through the Shuangguan Huanxi bell, revealing Meng Yu's figure. She stepped forward to support Ling Yaohan, moved a few steps, and came to a safe place. How is it? Is it okay? It's nothing serious. Ling Yaohan shook her head. She had recovered now. The previous spiritual attack came too suddenly, and I was caught off guard and suffered some damage. When these tasks are all completed, I will stop by Wudao City on my way back to the Sect to buy some elixirs to restore my spiritual consciousness. While the man and the soul were talking, some monsters broke away from their original battle group and attacked them. Meng Yu's eyes focused, and all the pressure from his body was released. At the same time, he waved his sleeves, which brought up a large area of dim light and knocked all the attacking monsters to the ground. The latter rolled on the ground several times, then exploded one by one and turned into a ball of blood mist. After becoming a ghost cultivator, although Meng Yu's strength is not as good as before, it is more than enough to deal with these first-level monsters. On the other side, Tianluo had an absolute upper hand in the fight with the attacking late-stage second-order monster, and soon killed the enemy with his claws. As time went on, the aura of Emperor Lu Jiang gradually disappeared, and the crazy monsters slowly scattered and returned to peace. The crisis was resolved, and the second mission accepted was successfully completed. The amount of Emperor Lu Jiang obtained exceeded the needs of the mission, so Ling Yaohan divided the excess into another small bottle, which might be used in the future. The third task is to go to Fengyin Town near Mingluo Mountain to check if there is anything unusual. The task sign mentioned that a month ago, residents of this town saw a ghost floating in the air at night, and then someone died in the town the next day. The local government sent a coroner to investigate, and eventually concluded that the man died of heart palpitations and had no external injuries on his body. The incident did not become a big deal at the time. The rumors that the people had seen spirits were not believed, so in the end, they were left unresolved. But just a few days ago, such rumors appeared again, and this time 2 people died of heart palpitations in succession. Now the people in the town began to get scared, and the rumor spread from 1 person to 10, and from 10 to 100. Gradually, the elders in charge of issuing tasks in Piamia Sect also heard about it, and thus this task was created. The task states that if after investigation it is confirmed that there is no abnormality or an abnormality is found but not solved, 90 contribution points can be obtained. If an abnormality is found and the problem is completely solved, 180 contribution points can be obtained. After a rest, Ling Yaohan left Mingluo Mountain and began to head towards Fengyin Town. Chapter 75, Resentful Spirit. Half a cup of tea later, Ling Yaohan arrived at the entrance of the town. On both sides stood huge trees that were as thick as a man's arms could hold. They were painted red, and a plaque hung on the middle beam had the words Fengyin prominently written on it. Walking along a bluestone path in the town, a light drizzle began to fall from the sky. Ling Yaohan secretly circulated her spiritual power, and the raindrops slid down her body without wetting her clothes at all. On the way, she met an old man wearing a straw raincoat. Thinking that she was not familiar with the situation in Fengyin Town, she stopped and asked, "Old man, I heard something strange happened in the town. Do you know where it is?" The old man paused and asked in confusion, "Girl, why are you asking about this? Everyone in our town feels that it is unlucky and there is no time to hide." Ling Yaohan smiled and said, "Please forgive me, old man. I'm just curious, so I want to find out and take a look at the situation." The old man groaned. "Being too curious will kill you. Girl, listen to my advice and don't go over there, lest you get involved in something bad." Hearing this, Ling Yaohan still smiled and said, "Don't worry, old man. I have some skills. I am not afraid of those." The old man obviously didn't believe this and muttered softly, "You are a young girl. What can you do?" If he were dressed like the Taoist priest who came to town yesterday, it would be more believable. Taoist priest. Ling Yaohan looked puzzled. No fellow disciples had accepted this task. If this person was a cultivator, he should belong to other forces. At this time, the old man seemed to have discovered something, rubbed his eyes with his hands, and said in disbelief, "It is raining, girl, your clothes are still dry." Alas, I was wrong. It seems that you do have some ability. The place where the strange things happened that you asked about before, start from here, walk 1 mile forward, then turn right, the 5th house is it. That is the home of Mr. Liu, the rich man in the town. It's really a sin, to say the least. So far, 3 people have died. The first person to get into trouble was Mr. Liu's eldest son, who died a month ago. Then 4 days ago, Mr. Liu's first wife and a concubine that his eldest son had taken in a few months ago also died. A Taoist priest came to the town yesterday. He was invited by Mr. Liu at a great expense. He said that he would start a ritual today. No one knows what the final result will be. Although you are a capable girl, if there really is a ghost that killed 3 people in a row, it must be very fierce, so if you go there and encounter danger, run away quickly if you can't fight it. After saying this, Ling Yaohan nodded and said, "Thank you for the reminder, old man. I will be careful." After saying goodbye to the old man, she followed his instructions and came to a building with red pillars and carved rafters in the town. The plaque on the gate reads Liu Mansion, and funeral banners are hung around it. The servant at the door saw a strange girl with extraordinary temperament coming here. After hesitating for a moment, he stepped forward and asked, "Miss, are you here to pay your respects to the Liu Mansion?" Ling Yaohan wanted to state her purpose directly, but then she thought that judging from her clothes, she did not look like someone who could catch ghosts and exorcise evil spirits. If I tell the truth, I will probably be chased away by the servants as a liar. Thinking of this, she nodded and said, "That's right. I was passing by here and heard about your family situation, so I came here to express my condolences." The servant nodded when he heard this and said, "My master has a wide range of friends. Although something happened in the mansion and people in the town are avoiding him, there are still many guests from other places. It's just that this is the first time I've seen a girl of your age. The condolences will not begin until tomorrow. There are special accommodations arranged for foreign guests in the palace. Please follow me, young lady." Ling Yaohan said yes and, led by the servant, came to a loft surrounded by rockery in the mansion. The 1st and 2nd floors are already full of guests. The girl needs to go to the 3rd floor. The house is cleaned by a servant every day and is very clean. The key is inside the house. When the girl reaches the 3rd floor, she can choose any room and lock the door with her key at night. She will be safe inside. Hearing this, Ling Yaohan's mind changed and she asked, "Has anything strange happened in the mansion?" No. The servant's eyes were a little evasive. "Those are just rumors. They are not credible. Don't take them seriously, young lady. I'm leaving first." Looking at the servants departing back, Ling Yaohan frowned slightly. At this time, Meng Yuchuan said, "There is a strong resentment in the mansion, which has reached the conditions for forming evil. This kind of situation is usually caused by someone dying unjustly due to hatred, but other possibilities are not ruled out. According to my estimation, this evil aura has been building up for nearly 2 months. Is that so?" Ling Yaohan pondered for a moment and said, "It seems that we need to find a way to find out whether anyone died in the Liu Mansion 2 months ago." Chapter 76, The Sealed Well. Arriving at the 3rd floor of the attic, Ling Yaohan chose the room on the far right. When she walked in, she saw a key placed on the sandalwood table in the middle. After looking around, she closed the door and asked Meng Yu with her divine sense, "Can you sense that there are other cultivators in the mansion? Except you, there is no one else." Meng Yu said bluntly, "When you asked for directions before, the old man mentioned a person dressed as a Taoist priest. I observed this person and found that he had no real skills and no spiritual practice at all. He was just a liar. He is performing a ritual in his mansion, but looking at his behavior, he might get into trouble." Ling Yaohan was about to say something when footsteps were suddenly heard outside, followed by a knock on the door. "Sir, it's time for lunch. I'll bring you the food." Hearing this, Ling Yaohan raised her eyebrows slightly, turned around and opened the door, and saw a woman in a light gray dress standing outside the door with a tray in her hand. The woman bowed her head towards her, walked into the house, placed the dishes on the sandalwood table in order, said in a gentle voice, "Please enjoy your meal, guest," then left and closed the door. Looking at the steaming meal on the table, Ling Yaohan stared at it for a moment and said thoughtfully, "It came so quickly, I just arrived here and someone came to deliver the meal." The servant left towards the main gate, so he probably didn't report my arrival to the manor manager. How did this maid get the news? After saying this, Meng Yu pondered and said, "I checked. There is no abnormal smell on the maid. She is just an ordinary mortal. It is noon now, which is exactly the time for lunch. Maybe it is a coincidence. Ling Yaohan paced back and forth in the room and asked carefully, "Can you sense where exactly that evil spirit is?" Meng Yu concentrated and sensed for a while, then replied, "It is a certain distance away from this attic, in the backyard of Lu Mansion, in a garden. There is a well there, which is sealed. The source of the evil spirit is in the well. But strangely, I didn't sense the presence of any spirit. Logically speaking, this level of aura and resentment is enough to support the transformation." Ling Yaohan thought for a moment and decided, "Wait until night. I'll ask Nyin Gui to help me hide my body and go over to investigate." Meng Yu hummed, "That's good. Going straight to the source will help us find the answer the fastest." Half an incense stick later, there was another knock on the door, and the person who came was still the maid. After seeing the untouched food in the room, she tilted her head and asked in confusion, "Why didn't the guests eat? Did they not like the food?" Ling Yaohan changed her mind and thought of a reason. "I had already eaten before coming to your house. You were in a hurry when you delivered the meal, so I didn't have time to tell you." After hearing this, the maid suddenly realized, "It's my fault. I forgot to ask the guest before. In this case, I will take the meal away first." The maid's name is Lan Xiang. "If you are hungry in the afternoon, you can call my name and I will bring you snacks in time." After saying this, Ling Yaohan asked curiously, "Since you can hear the shouting, are you in this attic?" "Yes." Lan Xiang nodded and explained, "The maid is on the second floor. There is a room specially reserved for the maids in the mansion, which is used to temporarily store tea and meals." "I see. Thanks for letting me know." After Lan Xiang left, Ling Yaohan began to meditate in the house, slowly waiting for the night to fall. When the time was right, with the help of Nyin Gui, she successfully hid her body, left the attic, and quietly went to the garden that Meng Yu mentioned. However, just as they were about to approach the well, a scream suddenly came from a distance. Ling Yaohan paused and quickly rushed to the source of the sound, ready to check what was going on. After a while, she stopped in front of a beautifully decorated cottage, and a man in a Taoist robe lying in a pool of blood came into her sight. There were many claw marks on this man's body, and the fatal wound was in the left chest. He died from being pierced through the heart. The expression on his face was extremely terrified, as if he had seen something terrible before he died. At this time, Meng Yu used his mind to transmit his voice. "This person is the Taoist priest invited by Lu Mansion. I was right. You have no ability at all, and performing rituals in this place where evil spirits gather is tantamount to seeking death." Soon, the servants and maids who heard the noise rushed here. After seeing the scene, they all screamed and then fled in all directions, rolling and crawling. The scene was extremely chaotic. Ling Yaohan looked at everything in front of her, her lips tightly pursed. She came here in secret, and the situation was unclear at the moment. If she showed up rashly, it would only alert the enemy. So after weighing the pros and cons, she chose to wait and see how the situation developed. After a while, a white-haired old woman came here with a cane, supported by two maids. When she saw the tragic death on the ground, her body instantly leaned back. Fortunately, two maids were quick to catch her. The old woman stood up again, with despair on her face and tears welling up in her eyes. She turned around tremblingly and returned the way she came with the help of two maids, repeating the same sentence over and over again. "It's all retribution, retribution." Chapter 77, Good and Evil will be rewarded. In the Xian Guanghuan Sea Bell, Meng Yu suggested, "Let's go back to the well first and see what's going on." "Good." Ling Yaohan returned along the same route and came to the well again. She waved her sleeves and released a stream of spiritual power, which directly opened the sealed well cover. A floating corpse with disheveled hair and wide-open eyes suddenly appeared before his eyes. Before opening the manhole cover, Ling Yaohan had already guessed what was going on, so she was not surprised to see the body at this moment. But she was still confused about the condition of the body. He didn't die recently, but his body isn't decayed at all. This isn't a place where Een gathers, so the conditions for zombies to form aren't met at all. It looks really weird. Meng Yu pondered and said, "If one dies with great resentment, there is a certain chance that the body will remain intact." Judging from the clothes of this female corpse, she is not a maid, but one of Mr. Liu or his son's wives or concubines. When the old lady left earlier, she kept muttering about retribution. This girl was probably killed by someone from the Liu mansion and then thrown into this well. Ling Yaohan turned her eyes away from the floating corpse and said thoughtfully, "There are rumors in the town that someone has seen a spirit, that is, a ghost, and the tragic death of the Taoist priest earlier also proves that it does exist. Judging from the current situation, the spirit can be formed mostly due to its own resentment, which can also be regarded as a kind of obsession. After the death of a mortal or a cultivator, if the person has strong obsessions, his 3 souls and 7 spirits will not dissipate, but will be pulled by unknown forces to the Shianshu continent. This process is not controlled by them. So why is this spirit that has not yet appeared able to stay here?" Mingyu replied after careful consideration, "Maybe it was lucky and found something special that could help it avoid the pull of Shianshu continent. Take myself, for example. My soul still exists after death, and according to common sense, it should be led to Shianshu continent, but because of the existence of Shuan Huanxi Bell, I was able to stay in the ruins of Tianling's sect." After saying that, Ling Yaohan nodded, closed her eyes and sensed for a moment, but found nothing unusual around her. "The spirit is not here. Do you think it has possessed someone else?" "It is indeed possible." Mingyu pondered and said, "I have observed that there are more than 400 people in the Lu mansion, including servants. If it is really as you said, it will be difficult to investigate." At this point, she seemed to have noticed something and paused. After a moment, she reminded, "Someone is coming this way. Put the manhole cover back in place and see who it is." "Good." Ling Yaohan pinched her hands together, used her spiritual power to lift up the manhole cover, and gently put it back to its original place. The whole process was silent. A moment later, a figure appeared in the distance and walked straight towards here. After seeing his face clearly, Ling Yaohan showed a look of surprise. The person who came here was Lan Xiang, the maid who brought her meals during the day. But at this moment her eyes were lifeless and her movements were a little stiff. Obviously, she was controlled by something. When she came to the manhole cover, she seemed to have noticed something. Her pupils gradually turned completely white, and sharp black nails grew on her fingertips. The next moment, Lan Xiang flashed and turned into a shadow and attacked Ling Yaohan, who was hiding in the dark. "She can sense my presence." Knowing that she had been exposed, Ling Yaohan immediately revealed her figure and released thunder magic instantly, blasting towards Lan Xiang. The latter was hit by the blow and uttered a cry of pain. He paused his actions and asked coldly, "Who are you? Why are you meddling in other people's business?" Seeing that the other party was willing to talk, Ling Yaohan stopped attacking and replied, "I am a disciple of Piamia's sect. Due to the strange things that have happened in Feng town in recent days, I have accepted the sect's mission and come here to investigate." "So it's a cultivator." Lan Xiang snorted, "You guys are really nosy. This is a mortal town without any cultivation resources. Why do you have to send someone over to check out a small incident?" Ling Yaohan remained calm and said bluntly, "This place is not too far from the sect, and we must investigate any strange things and eliminate all threats. You are attached to Lan Xiang, and your resentment is so great that the people who harmed you must be dead. If the vengeance has been taken, then we should stop now. What do you know?" Lan Xiang let out a roar, waved her hand to smash the manhole cover, and the floating corpse appeared before her eyes again. "This is my body. When I was alive, I was strangled to death by my husband Lu Quan. If I hadn't been filled with resentment before I died and turned into a ghost and killed them with my own hands, who would have been able to redress my grievances and avenge me?" At this point, Lan Xiang burst into laughter, with endless sarcasm on her face. "I have devoted my whole life to the Lu family, but this is what I ended up with. I lost my beloved son 2 years ago, and now I have died tragically. It is really sad and ridiculous to talk about it." Instigated by a concubine who had been married for just a few months, Lu Quan considered divorcing me and making her his legal wife. Unfortunately, I did not violate any of the 7 grounds for divorce, so he decided to go all out and killed me. And his mother, my good mother-in-law, actually knew about Lu Quan's plan before he took action, but she did not say anything to stop him, but tacitly agreed to it. Tell me, how can scum like them live in this world?" Hearing this, Ling Yaohan was silent for a long time, and then she said, "If everything is really as you said, then they really deserve to die. Now all 3 of them have died in your hands, and the Taoist priest invited by the Lu mansion to perform a ritual has also lost his life. What are you going to do next?" Lan Xiang laughed and uttered cold words. "Of course, I will let everyone in the Lu mansion be buried with me." After I disappeared without a sound, almost no one asked me anything. I treated those servants well on weekdays, but when the time came, Even if they guessed what happened, no one dared to stand up and seek justice for me. Hearing this, Ling Yaohan frowned. Every wrong has its perpetrator. Every debt has its creditor. Just because no one is doing justice for you, you want to wipe out the entire Liu family? You must be very clear about the status of the servants and maids in the mansion. With their strength, how can they fight against the powerful people? If they could unite and work together, there would still be a glimmer of hope. But this situation is almost impossible to happen. After all, they work in the Liu mansion just to survive and to stay alive. Most people, when faced with something that could threaten their lives, would choose to protect themselves. You can put yourself in their shoes and think about it. Is everything you do to them worth it for them to risk their lives to seek justice for you? What if it's worth it? What if it's not worth it? Lan Xiang was obviously getting excited. I want them to die now, and no one can stop me. After she finished speaking, she pointed at the corpse floating in the well. The corpse trembled and made a creaking sound like bones shifting. Its hands, which had been soaked in water for a long time, grabbed the wall of the well and jumped up, landing next to Lan Xiang. At this time, Mengyu reminded from the Xian Guang Huanxi bell. She is affected by the evil spirit. It will not work if you reason with her. You can only subdue her with force. I understand. Ling Yaohan formed a seal with her hands and immediately activated the divine fire technique. Flames were swung out and landed around Lan Xiang and the floating corpse surrounding them. At this moment, a cold wind suddenly blew up in the whole garden. Dead leaves flew in the air, smoke and dust covered the ground, and the flames were extinguished a lot. Seeing this, Ling Yaohan once again concentrated her magic skills and swung out 2 thunder spells, blasting towards the opponent. When the attack was about to get close, Lan Xiang suddenly fell to the ground, unconscious. A black shadow jumped out of her body and landed on the floating corpse. The latter dodged the thunder magic, jumped out of the fire circle, and attacked Ling Yaohan directly. At this time, several thunder spells were blasted out again and landed on the floating corpse that had no time to dodge. Large amounts of black smoke came out from the latter's body. The originally fierce attack dissipated, and it began to fall to the ground and roll around in pain. Looking at the scene in front of her, Ling Yaohan did not make another move. Not long after, Mengyu appeared and waved his sleeves to shoot a faint light at the floating corpse on the ground, removing all the black air from its body. After doing this, she disappeared from the spot and returned to the Shuangguan Huanxi bell again. About half a cup of tea later, a white shadow jumped out from the floating corpse and turned into a beautiful woman in her 30s. At this moment, there was no trace of hostility on her face. My name is Du Lanxin. Thank you for saving me. As she said this, she spread out her palms, circulated her soul power, and a thumb-sized jade bead, which was entirely light purple, suddenly appeared in her palms. At this time, Du Lanxin continued, although I don't know what it is called, it should be a treasure. Not long after I died, this thing inexplicably appeared in my soul. It is also because of it that I have enough strength to take revenge. Now that my revenge has been paid, Lan Xian has no regrets anymore, so I want to give this item to my benefactor as a token of my gratitude. Having said that, she took a few steps forward and handed the jade bead to the person opposite her. Ling Yaohan hesitated for a moment, then reached out and took it. At this moment, Du Lanxin's figure became blurred. She seemed to sense something and a smile appeared on her face. My benefactor, I am leaving. There is a mysterious force calling me. That is the place that suits me. As soon as she finished speaking, Du Lanxin's figure completely disappeared. Ling Yaohan stood there, looking at the purple jade beads in her hand, recalling everything that had just happened, and remained silent for a long time. Before dawn the next day, she brought Lan Xiang back to the original attic. After some investigation and confirming that she was fine, she wrote down what happened on rice paper and went to the local government office. At 1 p.m., a large number of officials arrived at Liu's house, found Du Lanxin's body, and buried it properly. Mr. Liu was arrested and imprisoned for shielding his own son and concealing his crime of murdering his wife. His mother could not bear the blow and fell ill. The huge Liu family fell into decline from then on. The truth behind the strange happenings in Fengyin town has been revealed, and the townspeople are no longer in constant fear. They sympathized with Du Lanxin's experience, and every year on her death anniversary, they would bring tributes and burn incense and pay homage to her grave. Chapter 78, Netherworld Soul Orb. After the truth about Fengyin town came to light, Ling Yaohan left and prepared to start the 4th task. On the way, Mengyu told her that what Du Lanxin gave her was a rare netherworld soul pearl. When used by monks for cultivation, it can greatly enhance their spiritual awareness. Walking on the road, thinking of Du Lanxin's words when she left, Ling Yaohan asked carefully, "The evil spirit on her body was not removed by me. To be precise, you should be her benefactor. Can you also use this netherworld soul pearl?" As smart as Meng Yu was, he guessed Ling Yaohan's thoughts immediately and replied, "Although it is rare, it won't do much for an old ghost like me who has been dead for thousands of years. You can refine this bead directly. It will greatly help cultivators improve their spiritual awareness. If you give it to me, the treasure will be covered in dust, which is such a waste." And although I was the one who removed Du Lanxin's resentment, the reason why she woke up completely and was no longer blinded by hatred was because of what you said before. At that time, she was hit by your thunder magic, but she did not fall into a coma and was always conscious. So she knew of my existence and understood that it was me who helped her get rid of the resentful evil spirit. But in the end, she still chose to give this treasure to you because she understood that it was of little use to me, and she also saw that there was some kind of connection between you and me. The benefactor she mentioned was always you. Now that she has gone to the Xianian continent, she will continue to practice as a ghost cultivator. This is also good. Maybe one day, she will be able to succeed in her practice. As for me, if you have the chance, just find a soul-nourishing tree for me. If you encounter other treasures, don't take me into consideration, because I can't use them." Hearing this, Ling Yaohan nodded and said, "Okay, I will keep an eye out for news about the soul-nourishing tree in the future. Once it appears, I will do my best to get it." The fourth mission of the sect is to capture a monster called the Red Flame Rabbit, a total of 60 of them, and you will get 140 contribution points after completing it. This mission requires bringing back living creatures, which is much more difficult than killing them directly. The Red Flame Rabbit's nest is extremely difficult to find. Rather than searching aimlessly, it is easier to use other objects to lure it out. This monster likes to eat spiritual barley. So before Ling Yaohan started this mission, she ran around the area around Mingluo Mountain, gathered all the spiritual barley she could find in one place, set up traps, and after guarding for about 5 incense sticks of time, she finally got something. When dozens of red flame rabbits came in groups, she seized the opportunity, took out the Tongshin pagoda, and activated it, using her spiritual sense to control it to cover the group of red flame rabbits, and captured more than 40 of them at one time. After knocking them all unconscious and throwing them into the empty spirit beast bag, Ling Yaohan restored the trap to its original state and continued to wait. But perhaps because of the loud noise she made before, she hadn't seen any trace of the red flame rabbit for a long time. Even when she tried to change locations, she still found nothing. Fortunately, she was a very patient person. She chose a new place and waited for a whole day before finally encountering the second group of red flame rabbits. This time, Ling Yaohan still used the Tongshin Tower to capture them all in one fell swoop and successfully gathered the 60 required to complete the task. Then she began her fifth task. When the sun rose in the east, she collected the dew dripping from the newly sprouted leaves of the ancient giant maple tree. This spiritual tree is 15 meters high. For a chi-cultivating cultivator who is unable to fly yet, if he accidentally falls down after climbing up, he will be half crippled if not killed without any protection. The mission mentions that there is a companion monster on the Tsuegu giant maple, the Tsuegu spirit bird. Although it is only in the early stage of the first stage, it travels in groups, so when collecting dew from the spiritual tree, one must be careful to guard against attacks from this monster. The amount of dew collected is the same as the previous Emperor Lu Jiang, which is needed to fill a jade medicine bottle. After completing the task, you can get 160 contribution points. Ling Yaohan chose a safe place on Mingluo Mountain to meditate for a night. At 3:15 in the morning on the second day, she made a rope out of nearby vines, tied it to the trunk of the nearest ancient giant maple tree with the help of Tian Luo, and began to crawl upwards. Chapter 79 returned to the sect. In Ling Yaohan's opinion, it would be most appropriate for Foundation establishment cultivators to take on this mission. As for why it was placed in the outer sect A-class mission area, she was not clear. However, all sect missions are decided jointly by the elders who are specifically responsible for this area, so when she first accepted this mission, although she felt strange, she did not ask too much. With the help of the vine, she continued to move upwards. After about half a cup of tea, she stood on the trunk of the giant ancient maple tree. Then she took out the empty jade bottle and began to carefully collect the dew. This substance is also a material for alchemy, but it is rarely used. The area of the newly sprouted leaves is not large, and the dew on them is limited. so Ling Yaohan needs to move them constantly. Everything went smoothly at first, but as time went on, the green ancient bird was alarmed. This monster is only the size of a palm, but its beak is hooked. If you're accidentally pecked by it, you will probably lose a piece of flesh immediately. When Ling Yaohan sensed the danger, she had already grasped the Ningzanzu in her right hand and activated it. The Tsuegu Ling bird was only in the early first stage, and even in groups, they could not break through the defense of a top-grade magic weapon. However, their constant attacks caused a lot of dew to be spilled on the giant green maple tree. Ling Yaohan took a lot of effort to collect enough dew for a full bottle. After returning safely to the ground, she began the last mission of this trip. She went to a Sect's animal farm close to Mingluo Mountain to get some white fur horse mane to use as material for refining equipment. This was the simplest of the Class A tasks. After Ling Yaohan arrived at the destination, she greeted the steward stationed there, explained her purpose, and easily entered the enclosure of the Baisong spirit horse. She had to get the mane herself. After being raised for a long time, the spirit beast had a much milder temperament than the demon beast. The white fur spirit horses raised here are all of the first level. They have a keen sense of scent and know that the person coming is powerful, so they behave very docilely. In this way, Ling Yaohan successfully obtained enough bristles. After saying goodbye to the manager station here, she came to Wudao City on her way back to the Sect. This is the closest city to Piamia Sect. Before participating in the Sect entrance examination, Ling Mingyao and Ling Yaohan and a group of 5 people lived in a courtyard here for more than 3 months. Now stepping into this city again, some memories of the past come flooding back to my mind. Time flies. Since I joined the Sect, I have been in seclusion from time to time. Now more than a year has passed since I joined the Sect. In 1 month from now, it will be my 16th birthday. After saying this, Mingyu sighed. There is no such thing as time in cultivation. Sometimes, the vicissitudes of life in the world are just a blink of an eye for cultivators. Yes, speaking of which, there are only 4 months left before the Outer Sect competition. If I can improve my cultivation to the great perfection of Qi training before then, it would be safer for me to participate in the competition. Ling Yaohan slowed down her pace and came to a place in the southwest area of the city that specialized in selling talismans, elixirs, and spiritual plants. She stopped for a moment, selected a larger alchemy business, and walked in. A servant who was at the 2nd level of Qi training came over immediately and saluted her. "Guest, are you here to buy finished pills or to provide materials for us to refine them?" Ling Yaohan did not hesitate and said bluntly, "The finished elixir can help restore damaged consciousness." The attendant nodded, still keeping a decent smile on his face. There are 3 types of this kind of pills in the medicine cabinet, namely the 2nd-level consciousness recovery pill, the 3rd-level mind-condensing pill, and the soul-solidifying pill. "Which one do you want, sir?" Ling Yaohan was familiar with these 3 types of elixirs, and in terms of effectiveness, the spirit-concentrating pill was the best, so she chose this one. The 3rd-grade elixir was very valuable. In order to reduce the toxicity of the elixir, she chose to buy 3 top-grade elixirs. Just one of them cost 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. After the transaction was completed, she left with her attendants, seeing her off. 2 sticks of incense later, at the Foreign Affairs Pavilion of Piamia Sect. Ling Yaohan arrived here and handed in all 6 tasks she had accepted under the rather surprised gaze of Wang Mu, the outer gate manager, and received 850 contribution points. For the 3rd task, regarding the events in Fengyin Town, she deliberately used a blank jade slip and recorded every detail of the incident on it, so that the Sect could check it later. After finishing her business here, she returned to Chaoxiao Peak and continued her retreat. Chapter 80, Outer Sect Competition. Time flies, and more than 3 months have passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, at the top of Chaoxiao Peak and around the bamboo house, the familiar vortex of spiritual energy formed again. This was a sign that Ling Yaohan's cultivation was about to break through to the great perfection of Qi training. At this moment, inside the bamboo house, the dead vine that had been planted in the pot suddenly emitted a very faint green light, which disappeared in an instant. Mengyu caught this change in time. After observing carefully for a moment, he found that the withered vine had actually regained a trace of life. Not long after, Ling Yaohan completed her breakthrough and consolidated her Qi training to perfection. Mengyu immediately informed her about the changes in the withered vine. After learning the details, Ling Yaohan squatted beside the dead vine and checked it for a long time. Except for a faint trace of life, the surface of the dead vine looked no different from before. But even so, this is a good thing. The joy of the original breakthrough in cultivation is now even greater, and she feels extremely comfortable in her heart. After counting on her fingers, she found that there were only 5 days left until the outer sect competition. She hurriedly left Chaoxiao Peak and rushed to the Foreign Affairs Pavilion of Chaoyang Peak to prepare to sign up for the competition. On the way, I met Ling Yue and unexpectedly learned that this sister had already registered for me, saving me a wasted trip. Since joining the sect, except for getting together a year ago to complete a sect mission, they have all been devoted to their own cultivation and rarely contacted each other. Now that the outer sect competition was approaching, the 5 of them had signed up to participate and had suspended their retreat. After everyone had some free time, at Ling Yue's suggestion, the 5 of them had a small gathering to share their experiences since joining the sect, as well as their insights on cultivation, and all of them benefited from it. At that time, Ling Yaohan had reached the great perfection of Qi training, Ling Yue had reached the 8th level of Qi training, Ling Bin had reached the 7th level of Qi training, and Ling Fu and Ling Pingze were both at the 5th level of Qi training. 5 days later, the outer sect competition officially began. The opponents of the competition were decided by drawing lots. There were more than 9,000 people participating in the competition, which was held at Lundo Peak. This peak is the flattest among the 99 peaks of Piamia Sect. The top of the mountain only reaches the waistline of other peaks. Later, Ling Yaohan learned that this was caused by a nascent soul cultivator who leveled the top of the mountain, and it was not natural. There are a total of 36 arenas on the peak, and there are restrictions on the sides of each arena. When the monks fight, the aftermath will be blocked within the restrictions and will not affect the spectators. When registering, each disciple will have a corresponding number plate according to the order of registration. Ling Yue and the other 3 registered together, and Ling Yaohan's quota was also registered by her. So the 5 people's number plates are connected, from 6,600 to 6,604. Ling Yaohan got exactly 6,600. When the competition started, she drew a cultivator at the 7th level of Qi training with the number 9,405. When the cultivator saw that his opponent was her, he immediately admitted defeat after entering the arena. In the first round of competition, Ling Yaohan won without a fight. After the remaining 35 arenas were over, the second round began soon. This time, Ling Yaohan drew the number 1, Kang Yao, a cultivator who had reached the great perfection of Qi training. This person is quite accomplished in the art of formations. He is a disciple who joined the sect last time and is quite influential in the outer sect. The moment he stepped onto the stage, Kang Yao activated his most skilled illusion array. Seeing this, Nian Gui originally wanted to help, but was stopped by Ling Yaohan. She wanted to win the fight with her own strength. It's not that she has not come into contact with formations in the 2 years since she joined the sect. On the contrary, for a period of time, she specifically set aside time to practice many first-level formations under the guidance of Nian Gui. At the moment, she also knows how to use the phantom array set up by the opponent. When the formation started, Kang Yao disappeared and thick fog rose above the arena. Ling Yaohan closed her eyes, sensing the change in the formation, and took out the ice sword and held it in her right hand. At a certain moment, she turned her body to the side and slashed with her sword at the empty space on her right. The next moment, a loud bang was heard, and the ice sword slashed at an attacking spear. At the same time, Kang Yao let out a light exclamation. He was moving strictly according to the changes in the formation. Unless someone was familiar with the formation, it would be impossible to discover his position. He intended to compete for the top 10 in the competition, so he made a special effort to get to know some of the talented people in the outer sect, including the extremely famous Ling Yaohan. When he learned that the other party had never practiced formation in the sect, he felt a little secretly happy. In a competition between cultivators of the same level, those who are proficient in formations have a lot more advantages than those who are not. If they can defeat Ling Yaohan and shine in the competition, they will most likely be noticed by the sect's nascent soul leader and accepted as his disciple. However, this secret joy had completely disappeared after the fight just now. However, Kang Yao had made a name for himself in the outer sect, so his mentality was naturally good. He responded immediately and started the second formation. On the other side, after Ling Yaohan blocked an attack, she saw her opponent hiding again. She held the ice sword in her hand and was on guard around. Not long after, the situation changed drastically. The thick fog gradually dissipated, and countless pieces of debris appeared out of thin air and floated in the air. Ling Yaohan immediately realized that this was a first-order falling rock formation, and she swung the sword in her hand and launched several attacks at various nodes. At the same time, she formed a spell with her left hand and used the mysterious ice mirror technique. On the stage, the formation of falling rocks was instantly broken, revealing Kong Yao with a shocked face. At this moment, the temperature around him dropped suddenly, and countless black ice formed mirrors surrounding him. At this moment, Kong Yao felt that his spiritual power was rapidly draining away. If this continued, he would only end up in failure. He was also a decisive person and responded immediately. He took out a set of colorful formation flags and injected spiritual power into them. The next moment, a whistling sound was heard, and the formation flags circled around its body and expanded outward. When they touched the black ice, a series of hissing sounds were heard, and cracks began to appear on the ice surface. Ling Yaohan realized something was wrong when her opponent took out the formation flag. The formation formed by this thing was a second-order trapping formation, which was used against foundation-building cultivators. She had to interrupt the opponent before the formation was completed. Realizing this, she immediately held the ice sword and slashed at her opponent with all her might. The Tongxian Tower was then activated, and under the control of divine consciousness, it flew into the air. After expanding several times, it slammed down on the opponent who was dodging the sword attack and had not yet reacted. The arrangement of the second-order trapping array was completely interrupted, and Kong Yao, who was trapped in the tower, was isolated from the outside world. The consumed spiritual energy could never be recovered, and various attempts to break out of the tower ended in failure. In the end, he had no choice but to admit defeat. At this point, Ling Yaohan won the second round of competition. Chapter 81, The Woman in Black. Half an incense stick later, the third round of competition began. Ling Yaohan drew a 9th-level Qi training cultivator with the number 370 as her opponent. The opponent's cultivation was not as good as hers, so when the fight started, the winner was decided with one move. Ling Yaohan easily won this round of competition. After stepping down from the stage, as it was still early, she began to pay attention to the situation of her fellow tribesmen. Ling Yue's opponent was equally strong as her, and the fight was so close that it was unclear who would win for a while. Ling Bin's opponent is slightly weaker than him. If nothing unexpected happens, he should be able to win this round of competition. As for Ling Fu and Ling Pingze, they were defeated in the first round because their cultivation was relatively low among the registered disciples. Now, they're watching the battle from the sidelines. On the arena, various exciting fights were going on. Above Luan Dao Peak, 6 nascent soul cultivators were hidden in the clouds, observing the fight below. Among them was Shen Shiming, who had presided over the Sect admission test. At this moment, there was a woman next to her who looked more powerful than her. She was dressed in black and had a serious expression on her face. Both of them looked at Ling Yaohan at this moment. Shen Shiming smiled and said, "This girl is extremely talented. Senior sister, you haven't accepted a disciple for many years. Do you have any plans this time?" Seeing that the other party remained silent, she continued, "If senior sister doesn't want to, then after the duel is over, I will directly accept her as my disciple. Senior sister, please don't interfere." Hearing this, the black-clothed woman raised her eyebrows slightly. "You have already accepted 5 disciples. Teach them well first, and don't harm the new disciples." Shen Shiming curled her lips. "Senior sister, if you want to accept a disciple, just say so. Don't insult me. What's wrong with 5? Aren't I teaching them well?" The woman in black didn't say anything more, obviously agreeing to take Ling Yaohan as her disciple. Shen Shiming pretended to be angry, but she was very happy in her heart. The fact that her senior sister was willing to accept disciples again meant that she had gradually let go of what happened in the past. This was a good sign. The disciples below were unaware of what was happening above Luandao Peak. At this moment, the third round of fighting was nearing its end. Both Ling Yue and Ling Bin defeated their opponents and won. Not long after, the fourth round of fighting began. Ling Yaohan's opponent this time was also a 9th-level Qi training cultivator, and she won easily. This continued until the 6th round. At that time, she had successfully entered the top 200. From the 7th round, the opponent changed to a cultivator who had reached the great perfection of Qi training. However, this person's strength was much inferior to Kong Yao, and he was defeated by Ling Yaohan within 3 moves. Similarly, the opponents encountered in the 8th, 9th, and 10th rounds were not much different. The stronger ones lasted about 10 rounds, while the weaker ones were defeated within 5 moves. Therefore, the cultivators had a clearer understanding of Ling Yaohan's strength, and whenever she fought, more and more people gathered to watch. All monks admire the strong, and many of them looked at her with admiration and awe. By the 11th round, it was the final of the top 10 in the outer gate competition. Ling Yaohan's opponent this time is a wind spirit root cultivator who has reached the great perfection of qi training, named Wei Long. This person also practiced a kind of body movement and footwork, and his speed was comparable to Ling Yaohan's. As time went on, the two men kept changing positions, fighting from time to time, and their figures became afterimages, which made the disciples below the ring exclaim in surprise. Ling Yaohan intended to take this opportunity to test the limits of her own Lian footwork, so she did not use too many means to attack, but instead focused on defense. After the two had fought on the ring for about a cup of tea, she gradually found the trick, her speed increased again, and she slammed Wei Long with a palm full of spiritual power. The latter's defenses were shattered in an instant, and at the critical moment, he was teleported out of the arena by the restrictions on all sides. In the 11th round of competition, Ling Yaohan successfully won and entered the top 5 of the Outer Sect competition. Chapter 82 First. In the 12th round of fighting, Ling Yaohan's opponent was a cultivator with Earth's spiritual roots who had reached the great perfection of qi training, named Lin Ran. When the fight started, this person took the first step and used the technique of gathering soil into sand. The ground of the arena instantly turned into quicksand, and both of them sank downwards at the same time. Ling Yaohan formed a seal with her hands, and the wood's spiritual power began to flow. A vine emerged from the ground and took her away from the quicksand. At the same time, ice magic was immediately cast, and a layer of ice instantly covered the quicksand, freezing the opponent in place and interrupting his spellcasting. Just as she was about to strike out with the ice sword in her hand, a lot of smoke and dust rose above the arena, and the originally aqua-blue sword was instantly covered with a layer of mud. Ling Yaohan's eyes narrowed slightly, and the long sword absorbed her spiritual power at an accelerated speed, indicating that the magic used by the opponent was not simple. At this moment, the sound of black ice shattering was heard, and Lin Ran escaped from the trap, his face looking slightly pale. As soon as she landed, she took out a whip-like magical weapon and launched an attack. Ling Yaohan used the power of thunder to shake off the plaster on the sword, and then used the Luyan footwork. As she moved her body, she slashed at the opponent with 4 swords in succession from different directions, cutting off his retreat. Lin Ran barely blocked one of the swords, and then his protective aura was shattered, and he was banned and sent out of the ring. Below the ring, Ling Yue and her group of 4 were all very excited at the moment. They had gathered together since the 5th round of the fight, always paying attention to Ling Yaohan's performance. Ling Fu was all smiles at the moment. My sister has made it into the top 3. I believe she will get first place in the end. Yes, there are still 2 more duels to decide. So far, sister has not encountered an opponent of equal strength. Ling Bin's face was filled with smiles. Although he only lasted until the 4th round before being defeated, he was genuinely happy to see his elder sister shine in the competition. Half an incense stick later, the 13th round of fighting began. Ling Yaohan's opponent this time was a physical cultivator. This person was good at close combat, but Ling Yaohan had never practiced the art of physical training. In order to avoid a head-on collision with him, she used the Luyan footwork and cleverly dodged every time when the person's attack was about to get close. As a result, the opponent's spiritual energy was wasted over time, and he inevitably became impatient, revealing a fatal flaw at some point. Ling Yaohan seized the opportunity, swung the ice sword forward, a cold light flashed, and attacked the opponent's most vulnerable neck. At the critical moment, the restriction of the arena was spontaneously triggered and teleported the man out. In the 13th round of fighting, Ling Yaohan won again. A stick of incense later, the competition for the 1st and 2nd place in this Outer Sect competition began. On Luandao Peak, the first arena was surrounded by monks who were watching, and everyone was discussing who would win first place in this competition. There is no doubt that Ling Yaohan has the highest support, but her opponent, Guorue, also has many supporters. The reason is simple. Guorue is the daughter of Guomingen, the first nascent soul master in the sect. She has many treasures in her hands. She relied on the treasures to win every previous battle easily. According to the rules of Piamia sect, all disciples who practice Qigong in the sect, without exception, must train in the Outer Sect for 2 years. Guorue had been drifting outside before, and was found by Guomingen a year ago and accepted into the Outer Sect, so he just went with the flow and signed up to participate in this competition. When she entered the sect, she had already reached the great perfection of qi training. Now, more than a year has passed, and her strength has only become stronger. She can be considered a strong opponent for Ling Yaohan in this competition. When the fight started, Guo Ruyang took out a disc and threw it into the air. She had never taken out this item in previous fights, and judging from her solemn expression, it was obviously something unusual. The moment the disc flew into the air, a layer of gray light immediately spread out from all sides, covering the entire arena. The next moment, a series of whistling sounds were heard, and a sky full of sharp spikes shot out from them, attacking Ling Yaohan together. Judging from its speed and overall power, each spike is equivalent to a full-strength attack from a top-grade magical weapon. Faced with this attack, Ling Yaohan remained calm. After activating the Ningxuan Pearl, she used the Luyan footwork and kept slashing at the spikes with the Ningbing sword in her hand. She moved flexibly on the stage and avoided most of the attacks. The remaining few were blocked by the defense formed by the Ningxuan Pearl and fell to the ground with a bang. At this time, Guo Rui formed a seal with his hands and pointed at the disc, which once again emitted a gray light that was stronger than before. The spikes that fell to the ground were sucked into the air, gradually condensed, and merged into a giant sword about 10 feet long. Controlling this change consumed a great deal of her spiritual power. Guo Rui poured out a handful of spirit-gathering pills and swallowed them all in one gulp to recover the loss. In midair, the pressure of the giant sword continued to rise, and the monks watching the fight below the arena exclaimed, while Ling Yue and the other three became nervous. Ling Pingza looked worried. The aura emitted by this giant sword is equivalent to that of the foundation-building cultivators we usually see. Can my sister block it? Ling Fu clenched her fists tightly. It will definitely work. I believe in my sister. She can do it and make the impossible possible. On the stage, Ling Yaohan took out the Tongshan pagoda and activated it immediately, covering Guo Rui's head with it. At the same time, the technique of Xianbing Ningjing was immediately activated, and a thick Xianbing shield was formed outside the Zhuangbing's defense. The next moment, the giant sword chopped down on his head. Sensing the power of it, Ling Yaohan used the thick earth escape technique and disappeared from the spot. With a loud bang, when she appeared again, the black ice shield on her body had been shattered, and the defensive aura formed by the black bead became extremely faint. At this moment, she landed beside Guo Rui, gathered all her spiritual power, and slashed at the opponent with a sword. The latter was trying her best to resist the cover of Tongshan Tower. She was caught off guard and hit by a blow. The defensive aura on her body was instantly shattered. The restriction of the arena sensed that Guo Rui's life was in danger and teleported her out immediately. At this point, the winner of the outer Sect competition was decided, and the winner was Ling Yaohan. Chapter 83. Become a Disciple. After the competition was over, 6 nascent soul cultivators appeared in the sky above Luandao Peak and slowly landed in the open space. The elders in charge of the competition were the first to react. They stepped forward to greet, and then stepped aside. The originally bustling Luandao Peak suddenly became quiet. The woman in black stepped forward, set her eyes on Ling Yaohan, and said coldly, "My name is Ning Shiro. Are you willing to take me as your master?" Upon hearing this name, many disciples who had been in the sect for a long time took a deep breath and looked at the woman in black with full awe. Although Ling Yaohan was surprised by the sudden invitation to become a disciple, she did not hesitate for long before nodding and agreeing. "I am willing. Master, please accept my disciple's greetings." After she finished speaking, her face straightened and she bowed to the woman in black. After a while, a gentle spiritual force lifted her up. Ning Shiro nodded and said with a smile, "From now on, you will be my direct disciple. You will go to Yinhua Peak to practice Taoism. Now you will leave with me." As soon as she finished speaking, a white cloud appeared out of thin air under Ling Yaohan's feet, carrying her and Ning Shiro up into the air and rushing towards the north. At Luandao Peak, the practice of recruiting disciples was still going on. Except for Shen Xinming, the other 4 nascent soul cultivators each accepted a registered disciple. When all the nascent souls have left, the Golden Core elders will accept disciples. Ling Yue and Ling Bin both have dual spiritual roots. Although they were defeated early in the competition due to their limited cultivation, they were accepted as registered disciples by the 2 Jinan elders. Ling Fu and Ling Pingza have no elders to accept them as disciples yet, but they are not discouraged. Instead, they secretly encourage themselves to practice harder in the future. After the matter of recruiting disciples was completed and the elders left, the The remaining disciples on Lundo Peak gathered in twos and threes to discuss the affairs of Yunhua Peak in low voices. A man who looked to be in his 30s with some fine lines around his eyes said with emotion, "I never thought that Master Ning would accept another disciple. After today, this matter will cause a sensation in the sect again." A young man standing not far from him asked in confusion, "Senior brother, I have only been in the sect for a short time and have never heard of the name of Master Ning before. What is the hidden reason behind what you said?" "I don't know the specific reason," the man explained. "I have been in the sect for nearly 40 years. I have occasionally heard from my uncles that Master Ning is the only Yuanian great perfection cultivator in the sect besides the Grand Elder, and he is extremely powerful. He is a well-known figure in the entire Tianzi continent, but he has not accepted any disciples for more than 300 years. It's actually nascent soul, great perfection." The young man was shocked. This is already the top level of strength in the Yunlan realm. One day, if he breaks through to the spiritual transformation realm, he can directly ascend to the spirit realm. For Qigong cultivators like us, this is something that we can only dream of but cannot achieve. "Yes," the man still sighed and said, "only someone with such excellent talent as Senior Sister Ling can become a disciple of Master Ning. Perhaps in a few years, another nascent soul will appear in the sect, but unfortunately with my aptitude, I am destined not to see that day." At the end, the man's tone became melancholy. There were many people on Lundo Peak who expressed the same sentiment as him. The road to cultivation is long, and there are very few people who can continuously advance and enjoy eternal and carefree life. As time went on, the disciples on the peak gradually dispersed and returned to their respective residences, and Lundo Peak once again returned to its former tranquility. Chapter 84 Kendo. Yunhua Peak. Ning Shira brought Ling Yaohan to land on the waist of the mountain. With a wave of his sleeve, large pieces of green bamboo flew up and then fell down neatly, turning into tables, chairs, and bamboo beds. After that, she formed a seal with one hand and pointed at the huge rock in front of her. With a loud bang, a hole about 9 feet high and 3 feet wide was broken in the boulder. At this time, Ning Shira signaled Ling Yaohan to wait outside for a moment. She put away the thing made of green bamboo and walked in through the broken entrance. Then several rumbling sounds were heard. About half a cup of tea later, a cold voice rang in Ling Yaohan's ears. "The cave has been opened. Come in and take a look." After she finished speaking, she nodded and said, "Yes," then walked in with light lotus steps. It is divided into 3 floors. The tables and chairs made of green bamboo are placed in the outer room. In addition, there is a round stone table and stone bench connected to the ground and cannot be moved. The walls all around are smooth and flat, as is the ground, without any bumps at all. Passing through a small door leading to the inside, you can see an alchemy furnace of excellent quality. A bamboo table is placed in the corner, with many empty jade bottles and jade boxes on it. Going further in, there's a layer of restriction. This restriction is not used to stop people, but to prevent the diffusion of temperature. On the other side of the restriction is the last wide stone chamber. In the center, there is an ice spring overflowing with cold air, and a bamboo bed is placed on the right side against the wall. At this time, Ning Shirua said, "There's a layer of 10,000-year-old ice under the ice spring. You have full spiritual roots, so when you practice ice-related magic, staying inside will have twice the result with half the effort. Are you satisfied with the overall layout of the cave? If you don't like it, I will change it. Don't be embarrassed to say it. After all, this is a place for long-term cultivation. What matters most is that you are happy with it." "Thank you, Master," Ling Yaohan said frankly. Disciple really likes this simple and refreshing arrangement. Her words came from the heart. Ning Shira could sense it naturally, so she smiled and said, "I'm glad you like it. If you still need anything, just tell me directly. You are now at the great perfection of Qi training, and your foundation is solid. With your aptitude, it won't take long for you to build your foundation. When the time comes, you will need to consider establishing the Tao. Do you have any plans?" Ling Yaohan said carefully. Disciple is quite interested in the way of the sword and plans to become a sword cultivator. Ning Shira nodded after hearing this. Sword cultivators are extremely powerful and have the ability to challenge opponents of higher levels, but it's not easy to become an excellent sword cultivator. There are 5 major realms in the way of the sword: the initial formation of sword power, the thundering sound of sword energy, the differentiation of sword light, the condensation of sword intent, and the destruction of all things with sword. Most sword practitioners can only stay in the initial stage of sword power throughout their lives. A small number can reach the level of sword energy and thundering sound, and even fewer can differentiate the sword light. As for the sword intent condensing into form and the sword destroying all things, no one in the Yunlan realm has ever heard of anyone reaching these two levels of swordsmanship. If you decide to become a swordsman, you need to be well prepared. Have you ever practiced the basics of swordsmanship before? Ling Yaohan said truthfully. No, I have never been exposed to swordsmanship before. In that case, from now on, in addition to training, you must also set aside some time every day to practice the basic skills of swordsmanship, chopping, slashing, and stabbing at least 1,000 times each. Having said this, Ning Qiruo paused for a moment, then added a few more words to emphasize the topic. Remember, you cannot use your spiritual energy when practicing. If you feel tired, try to persevere until you reach your limit. If you really have a talent in this area, over time you will naturally develop some insights into the way of the sword. Then you will be able to enter the first realm of the way of the sword, and your sword skills will begin to take shape. There are some jade slips related to swordsmanship in my cave. After you build your foundation, I will give you all of these jade slips. It depends on you how much you can comprehend. Another point is that even if you choose to become a swordsman, you cannot neglect the practice of other magic techniques. There is a saying circulating in the outside world that a sword cultivator only needs to use the sword and everything else can be discarded. This is completely wrong. A true sword cultivator has a strong ability of comprehension and combines the strengths of all schools. Not only can he use a sword, he also has deep attainments in all kinds of offensive and defensive techniques. Those who only know how to use swords have great weaknesses. Anyone who has a little understanding of sword cultivation can easily find their flaws, which can be fatal when fighting against the enemy. Do you understand what I mean? Hearing this, Ling Yaohan responded solemnly. Disciple understands that when practicing swordsmanship, other specialties will also be taken into consideration to achieve a balance and avoid the existence of one's own shortcomings. When fighting an enemy, the more the enemy cannot find any flaws or weaknesses, the greater your chances of winning. Chapter 85, Ice Sword Upgrade. After explaining the key matters, Ning Qiruo left the cave. Not long after, a sound transmission note flew in from a distance. Ling Yaohan reached out to take it, injected spiritual power into it, and the voice of Wang Mu, the outer gate manager, came from it. Congratulations to Master Ling for becoming the direct disciple of Master Ning. Master Ling won first place in the outer Sect competition, but the corresponding reward has not yet been received. We, the outer Sect managers, cannot set foot in Yunhua Peak, so we can only trouble Uncle to go to the External Affairs Pavilion. The voice transmission ended here. Ling Yaohan was stunned for a moment when she suddenly heard the title of Uncle Master, and then she reacted. The Piamia sect has always judged seniority by one's cultivation level, but there is one exception, and that is direct disciples. Now that she has become the direct disciple of the nascent soul stage, her seniority is equal to that of the golden core stage. Wang Mu is at the foundation establishment stage, so it is reasonable for him to call her Uncle Master. After 2 years in the sect, she had learned a lot about the sect situation. There were a total of 19 nascent soul cultivators. Before the start of this outer sect competition, all the nascent soul disciples added up to a total of 53 people. There are quite a few registered disciples whose status is equivalent to that of inner disciples, and they are ranked only by their cultivation level. After receiving the news, Ling Yaohan immediately rushed to the Foreign Affairs Pavilion of Chaiyang Peak and got a foundation-building pill and 5,000 low-grade spirit stones. For the remaining spiritual weapon reward, you need to go to the weapon peak and make a corresponding request according to your own wishes, and then the weapon refining master on the peak will refine it for you. Ling Yaohan intends to upgrade the grade of the ice condensation sword. If successful, she can continue to use this sword after building her foundation. When the outer sect competition ended, the news that she had become Ning Qiruo's disciple quickly spread throughout the sect, so as soon as Ling Yaohan arrived at Qi Peak, she attracted the attention of all the cultivators on the peak. After learning the purpose of her coming here, Yao Pingshu, an elder who was in the late Jindan stage, took over the task of upgrading the spirit sword and guaranteed that within 1 month, he would upgrade the Ningbing sword from a top-grade magic weapon to a top-grade spirit weapon. After this matter was settled, Ling Yaohan returned to Yunhua Peak and began to practice and cultivate the basic sword skills day after day. Because the Ningbing sword was not with her, when she practiced swordsmanship, she used the low-grade magical weapon Qinggang sword that the sect had given her when she joined the sect. The process was carried out strictly in accordance with Ning Shirua's instructions. No spiritual power was used at all. The chopping, slashing, cutting, and stabbing were carried out smoothly, with each 4 movements forming a round. On the first day of practice, after 1,000 rounds, she already felt a little tired. By the 2,500th round, she felt her arms aching so much that it felt like someone had hit her with a hammer. Even so, Ling Yaohan did not stop. She wanted to see where her limits were. As time went on, sweat began to seep out of her forehead, flowing down to her chin and dripping onto the ground. By the 3,400th round, her movements had become noticeably slower than before, and her arms were shaking slightly, with the shaking getting stronger as time went on. She just gritted her teeth and continued to persevere. In the 3,916th round, when Ling Yaohan was about to chop with the sword, her arm lost strength, and the green steel sword fell to the ground with a clang. At this moment, her clothes were already soaked with sweat. The moment the sword fell, she began to circulate her spiritual power, and her extremely exhausted body slowly recovered. But there was no joy on her face. In the Xian Guang Huan Si Bell, Mingyu watched this scene and couldn't help but remind him, "You have done very well. Don't push yourself too hard. Take your time in practicing sword skills." Ling Yaohan cast a cleansing spell on herself, then sighed, "When I was practicing for the 1,000th round, I set a goal based on my own condition. If I could last for 4,000 rounds, I would be considered successful. But now I'm a little short of that. But training cannot be delayed. Sword training can only wait until tomorrow." On the second day of sword practice, after continuous persistence, she successfully completed 4,000 rounds and raised the upper limit by 200, setting it as the goal for the 3rd day. In this way, Ling Yaohan's new goals each time will be higher than the original requirements, so as to constantly encourage herself. I repeated this process over and over again, and soon nearly a month had passed. Now I could practice sword fighting for nearly 10,000 rounds each time. That day, after she finished practicing sword skills, she received a message from Yao Pingshu, the Golden Core Elder of Qi Peak. The ice condensing sword was successfully re-refined and has been promoted to a top-grade spiritual weapon. After receiving the news, she rushed over immediately, thanked the elder, and took the familiar flying sword. Compared to before, the sword has become thinner. When she first came here, in addition to the Ningbing sword, she also gave a piece of Gungjin given by the patriarch of the Linchuan Shen family to Yao Pingshu, asking him to help refine it and other materials into the sword. So at this moment, although the overall color of the ice condensation sword was still aqua blue, if you looked closely, you could see a faint layer of golden light flowing through it, and it was extremely sharp. After returning to Yinhua Peak, Ling Yaohan replaced the Qinggang sword with the Ningbing sword and began her daily practice. However, she soon discovered the problem. The ice sword was too sharp. Even if she did not use spiritual power, the surrounding spiritual plants would inevitably suffer during practice. In the end, she walked around the peak and chose a bare rock far away from the cave as a place for her daily sword practice, thus solving the problem. Chapter 86, Foundation Building. The water flows eastward, the leaves fall, and a year passes in the blink of an eye. On this day, all the spiritual energy on Yinhua Peak gathered towards the cave on the mountainside, forming a large spiritual energy vortex. Ning Shiro noticed something strange and released her spiritual sense to investigate for a moment, and then she realized that her new disciple was about to build his foundation. At this moment, the cave was filled with rich spiritual energy, almost to the point where it was visible to the naked eye. A year ago, Ling Yaohan settled down here completely, and Zhen Ling Yin Gui rearranged a large spirit-gathering formation for her. The formation that was originally on the top of Chaoxia Peak disappeared. During this year, Ling Yaohan practiced sword skills and meditated every day. Outside the cave, the vortex of spiritual energy continued to spread outward. After about a cup of tea, it gradually stabilized and began to flow downward. Ling Yaohan sat cross-legged on a cushion. At this moment, in her dantian, 9 cyclones were constantly flushed by spiritual energy and slowly gathered together to form a whole. As time went on, more and more spiritual energy flowed into the dantian, and the cyclone was constantly squeezed and deformed. At a certain moment, it exploded with a bang and turned into liquid true energy. At the same time, the space inside the dantian expanded dozens of times than before. A steady stream of spiritual energy was absorbed in and transformed into true energy. It only stopped when it was almost full. At this point, Ling Yaohan successfully established her foundation. The vortex of spiritual energy above the cave gradually dissipated the moment her cultivation level broke through. Half a cup of tea later, everything returned to normal. At the top of Yinhua Peak, Ning Qiruo sensed that his disciple had successfully established his foundation. His figure flashed, and he disappeared from the spot and came to the outside of the cave. She did not hide her whereabouts, so Ling Yaohan was the first to notice the arrival of her master. She quickly stood up to greet him and saluted him respectfully. Ning Qiruo raised his hand and said with a gentle smile, "No need to be polite. Now that you have successfully established your foundation, I have something to give you." As soon as she finished speaking, she raised her right hand, and a pleated skirt with a pattern of plum blossoms appeared in front of her instantly. Although this is clothing, it is also a top-grade defensive spiritual weapon, just right for your current level of cultivation. If you don't like the style, you can change it to suit your taste after you put it on. Ling Yaohan reached out to take the pleated skirt, her face full of smiles. "Disciple likes it very much. Thank you, master." At this time, Ning Qiruo continued. After building the foundation, many mysterious techniques can be practiced. In the outer Sect competition, you used ice magic most frequently. If I am not mistaken, it should be the yellow-level mysterious ice condensation mirror magic, right? That's right, Ling Yaohan said truthfully. This technique was purchased by me in the market near my family before I joined the sect. The jade slips recording the spells specifically noted that the mysterious ice mirror technique evolved from another higher-level spell, but did not mention the name of that spell. Hearing this, Ning Qiruo smiled and said, "This technique is called Xianbing Huasha, and it is a Shen-level technique. I happen to know it, and I will teach it to you later. In addition, you must also choose one Shen-level technique from each of the other 7 attributes to practice." As he said this, Ning Qiruo took out a storage ring, stretched out his hand, and the ring instantly fell into Ling Yaohan's hands. Inside are various kinds of magic that I have collected since I started practicing Taoism. They're all at the mystical level. Some of them overlap with the Sect's collection. You can look carefully to see if there is anything that suits you. If you have finished reading them all and still haven't found a suitable spell of a certain attribute, then find some time to go to Tianlu Temple to take a look. The spells there need to be exchanged for contribution points, so before you go, please tell me first. To redeem the Shen-level spells, you need a lot of contribution points. I will give you the first seed jade plate when the time comes. If you don't have enough contribution points, you can use mine. Chapter 87 Xian Tier Magic Selection. After explaining the matters concerning the magic, Ning Qiruo taught Ling Yaohan the art of converting black ice into evil, and then gave her some pointers on some issues regarding cultivation. It was not until nightfall that she left her apprentice's cave and returned to the place where she had been in seclusion for many years. That night, Ling Yaohan sat cross-legged on the futon and checked the various spells in the storage ring. Originally, I thought that there wouldn't be too many Shen-level techniques, and I would be able to finish reading them quickly. However, as soon as my spiritual consciousness probed into them, I sensed jade slips that were almost piled up like a mountain. After a moment, Ling Yaohan withdrew her consciousness and rubbed her brows subconsciously. "There are so many, I'm afraid it will take more than 10 days to finish reading them all." "I'll help you," Mengyu said from inside the Xian Guang Huan Sea Bell. "The space in the cave is big enough. Take out all the jade slips first. Although my strength is not that great now, I was once a divine transformation cultivator, so I still have a broad vision." After saying this, Ling Yaohan nodded and said okay, then pointed at the storage ring. The next moment, all the open spaces in the cave were filled with jade slips. Seeing this, Mengyu was silent for a moment and said in disbelief, "When I heard you say that just now, I didn't think there was anything wrong. Now, I'm really curious. Shen-level magic is not rare in Yunlan realm, but it is definitely not common. Why is it different when it comes to your master?" Ling Yaohan looked at the piles of jade slips and pondered. Master has reached the great perfection of the nascent soul stage and has practiced Taoism for a long time. If he deliberately collected them on a daily basis, it is possible to accumulate them year after year. Mengyu hummed, "Maybe never mind, let's not talk about it. Everyone has secrets. From what we can see so far, your master treats you very well, and this alone is enough. Let's classify the jade slips first, and then search them slowly. There is no need to look for the thunder attribute. I have here the heavenly grade 5 thunders Tianxin orthodox method that I mentioned to you before. This technique itself is quite special and can be practiced once the foundation is established. Unlike others, which can only be practiced after obtaining the nascent soul. There's a magic spell called Xianbing Huasha for ice attributes, so there is no need to look for it anymore. So there are a total of 6 that really need to be carefully searched. After I find them, I will compare them with some of the magic I know and choose the one that suits you best. Good. The matter was settled like this. The man and the soul worked for most of the night and finally finished classifying the jade slips of 6 attributes. Then, after 3 days and 3 nights of sleepless searching, Ling Yaohan compared them several times and selected the following 6 techniques that were most suitable for her. Wind attribute, extreme shadow wind howl. After successful practice, one can send out a storm towards enemies within a 5-mile radius, which will last for 10 breaths. The storm itself has extremely strong destructive power, and during this period, you can also continuously send out wind blades to attack the enemy. This technique can be regarded as a killing move. Fire attribute, meteor flame technique. After successfully practicing, when using this technique against the enemy, all you will see is flames flying all over the sky, nothing else. Mengyu once mentioned that if Ling Yaohan could find a strange fire in the future, the power of this technique would increase several times and become her killer weapon. Gold attribute, gold body protection technique. This is a defensive technique for body training. Once successfully practiced, one's own defense will be stronger than ordinary defensive spiritual weapons. Wood attribute, Yuanmu Fuling Ju. This technique is similar to the Qingmu Huiyuan Ju that Ling Yaohan is currently practicing. It has the effect of restoring spiritual power and recovering injuries, but the former is more effective. Water attribute, the art of gathering water into an abyss. After casting the spell, as long as there is enough spiritual power, a flood can occur. This technique is suitable for group attacks and will only be effective when performed by people with strong spiritual power. Earth attribute, quicksand earth puppet technique. After successful practice, when attacking the enemy, the land within a 3-mile radius can be temporarily turned into quicksand, and the soil can be gathered into a solid puppet as a helper to attack the enemy. After the magic disappears, the quicksand will return to soil without causing any adverse consequences. After selecting the 6 spells, Ling Yaohan put away all the jade slips and went to the top of Yinhua Peak at 1:01 a.m. on the 4th day to return the storage ring to her master. When Ning Shirua asked about the specific name of the technique she had chosen, Ling Yaohan told her the truth. When mentioning the 5 Thunders Heavenly Heart Orthodox method, she glossed over it on the grounds of her own opportunity. She had promised Meng Yu not to tell anyone about the Tianling sect. Ning Shirua never asked about her disciples' opportunities, and Ling Yaohan did not mention that this was a heavenly level technique, so she did not care. In the following period of time, she brought up the matter of swordsmanship again and gave Ling Yaohan the Guishan Jaime Sword Classic. This was obtained by Ning Shirua when he entered an ancient mansion a few years ago. The master of the mansion had made great achievements in the way of the sword, and he relied on this sword manual. It was not created by the master of the Forbidden Mansion, but was obtained by chance, and its origin is unknown. Among all the sword-related collections in Piamia Sect, the Guishan Jaime Sword Classic is the most powerful one. Chapter 88. Sword Power begins. Half a day later, Ling Yaohan returned to her cave with the sword book. After successfully building the foundation, she needs to start establishing the Tao. Now she has decided to follow the path of sword cultivation, so the most important thing at the moment is to step into the first realm of sword cultivation and develop initial sword power. For more than a year, she repeated the practice of the basic sword skills and gained a lot of insights. Sword momentum refers to the force of the sword, the aura displayed by the changes in sword moves. When a cultivator wields a sword, he can form his own unique aura and possess a certain degree of aggressiveness, thus reaching the initial stage of sword power. In the past, when Ling Yaohan used the ice sword to fight enemies, she just chopped and cut without any skill, and there was no pattern at all. However, as she continued to practice the basic sword skills, her sword moves gradually changed. Now that Ning Shirua has bestowed upon her the Guishan Jaime Sword Classic, she can comprehend it while practicing swordplay. This sword canon is divided into 5 levels, corresponding to the 5 realms of swordsmanship. After Ling Yaohan returned to the cave, she began to carefully read the first level of the sword manual and try to comprehend its key points. When she first heard the name Guishan Jaime, she thought that this sword manual was about killing, and the fact was just as she guessed. Since ancient times, there have been 3 major factions of sword practitioners, namely the killing sword, the extreme sword, and the transforming sword. Among them, the killing sword needs no explanation. The extreme sword focuses on escape techniques and uses speed to win when fighting the enemy. The transforming sword is inferior to the previous two in both killing and escape speed. This lineage emphasizes teamwork and has no advantage in single combat, so there are very few people who follow the transforming sword path. After mastering the Guixin Jaime sword classic, with one strike of the sword, as long as the enemy's defense is broken, there is no chance of survival. When one practices to the third level, the sword will inherently carry the meaning of nirvana. When fighting against the enemy, even if the enemy avoids the attack, as long as he is touched by the aura of annihilation, he will naturally be suppressed. All in all, this is an extremely powerful sword manual, but it can only be used to kill the enemy. If you encounter fellow disciples for sparring on a daily basis, this sword manual cannot be used. After roughly understanding the first level of the sword manual, Ling Yaohan took out the ice sword, which had been promoted to a top-grade spiritual weapon, left the cave, came to the bare rock, and began to practice. Time flies, spring goes, and autumn comes, and in the blink of an eye, almost a year has passed. During this period, Ling Yaohan focused on the practice of Guixin Jaime sword classic, day after day, without interruption. The more powerful the sword manual, the harder it is to practice. She was well prepared before she started, and never got discouraged even after failing several times. After persisting in this way, she successfully entered the initial stage of sword skills half a year ago and became a sword practitioner. From then on, the foundation of the Tao was built, and Ling Yaohan began to devote herself to the practice of 8 kinds of magic. The most difficult to practice is the Five Thunders Heavenly Hard Orthodox method. During the practice, one needs to endure being struck by lightning. After more than 3 months of continuous training, she gradually got used to this process. She went from being severely injured by lightning in the beginning to being able to use lightning's spiritual power to independently take a lightning strike without being damaged. After completing the practice of this heavenly level magic and being able to use it independently, Ling Yaohan began to practice the remaining 7 magics in order. Up to now, all the techniques have been successfully practiced, and the overall strength has increased dozens of times compared to before. A cultivator cannot just sit in seclusion and meditate, so according to common sense, Ling Yaohan needs to go out and gain some experience. Just at this moment, Ning Qiruo sent a message, asking her to go to the cave on the top of the mountain, but the message did not mention what it was specifically about. After building the foundation, Ling Yaohan was able to fly with a sword, so it only took a short while for her to reach the top of the mountain. I thought the master was talking about going out for training, but I never expected that this was not the case. Ning Qiruo was meditating at first, but when she saw her coming, she said bluntly, "Yaohan, you are not a native of Swan Kju, right?" No, although Ling Yaohan felt strange, she still answered truthfully. "I was born on Guiyun Island in Shianshu. Before joining the sect, I had been practicing in the family." Ning Qiruo nodded slightly, and then continued to ask, "Have you heard of the rumor about the hexagram that leaked out from the Tianji sect 18 years ago? I have heard that the reason why this disciple and 4 of my clan members joined the sect was also related to this rumor." Having said this, Ling Yaohan paused for a moment, organized her words in her mind, and then recounted the family's situation when she left and what happened to her mother, Shengru, 18 years ago. After she finished speaking, Ning Qiruo sighed and explained, "The rumor about the Tianji sect was indeed a secret. I just don't know what happened that led to the rumor leaking out. Although only a few people know about it so far, many Ling families have suffered as a result. Now that you have successfully built your foundation, you should go out and gain experience directly. But before that, let me go to Guiyun Island with you first. When you left the island, you were ambushed by men in black. This matter must be investigated thoroughly. If it was done by the Liu family, then this clan must be eradicated to eliminate the hidden danger. As for the Wank on Tingfeng Island, this force is more involved, and only a small branch is on that island. It cannot be easily eliminated, otherwise the Ling family will have subsequent troubles. But as long as I show up at that time, according to common sense, they will not target the Ling family anymore. Of course, this is not a long-term solution. I cannot stay on Guiyun Island forever, so only if the Ling family produces a powerful nascent soul can they really be afraid of me." Chapter 89. Return to Cloud Island. Ling Yaohan naturally understood what Ning Qiruo said. If Wank was really involved in the affairs of the Ling family, then she would keep this grudge in mind. When one day, she becomes strong enough to fight against or even crush the entire force, she will take action and destroy the forces of Wank in various regions in one fell swoop. She had originally planned to wait until she was strong enough to deal with the family affairs. but she didn't expect that her master would make a special trip for this. It has been 2 years since Ning Qiruo became her apprentice. Every 3 months, he would come out to give her guidance. Sometimes, although it was just a few words, she benefited a lot from it. Ling Yaohan was very grateful for this. She vaguely realized that her master had accepted an apprentice before, but had never mentioned it to her. On the Yunhua Peak, there is an empty cave which looks like it has been open for some time. It is surrounded by a layer of restrictions and is surrounded by crabapple trees. Ling Yaohan looked at it from a distance. There was a sentence engraved on the huge rock standing next to the cave. The way has no end. Never give up, and turn the impossible into the possible. The signer's name is Yang Ningyi, a woman's name. If she is really the master's apprentice, she must be her senior sister. However, judging from the current situation, she is very likely no longer alive. After Ning Qiruo explained the important matters, the two of them decided to set off at noon the next day and left Piamia Sect. Before leaving, Ling Yaohan used the sound transmission shell to contact 4 members of the same clan and informed them of this matter. Ling Yue and the other 3 have always been worried about their family, so informing them in advance will help them put their minds at ease sooner. As a cultivator who has reached the great perfection of the nascent soul stage, Ning Qiruo's speed of escape is extremely fast. In less than half a cup of tea, he brought Ling Yaohan to the location of the Shianshu continent's intercontinental teleportation array. Looking at the clear pond in front of them and the familiar scene of cranes playing and flying, Ling Yaohan couldn't help but recall what she saw 4 years ago when her great-uncle Ling Mingyao brought them here for the first time. Now things and people have changed, but the scenery remains the same. The only things that have changed are the unfamiliar faces around me. She stood still on the teleportation array. Not long after, a ray of light appeared and her figure disappeared from the spot. Feng Yuanzhou. In the open-air venue built of white marble, 2 rays of light appeared one after another at the location of the teleportation array, and then the figures of Ning Qiruo and Ling Yaohan appeared in the sight of the surrounding cultivators. Ning Qiruo did not deliberately restrain her pressure. The monks who were waiting in line to be teleported sensed the unfathomable aura emanating from her. They withdrew their gazes and lowered their eyes, expressing their utmost respect. The huge venue suddenly became much quieter. The two did not stay here. Ning Qiruo created a beam of light and flew directly towards the Star Moon Sea with Ling Yaohan. After about an incense stick of time, a huge island came into view. This is Ling Yaohan's birthplace, Guiyun Island. As they got closer, the only nascent soul cultivator on the island, Zhongli Yuan, the owner of Gyan Fang, sensed a powerful pressure approaching the island and immediately flew into the air, becoming alert. When he saw Ling Yaohan, he was stunned for a moment. Then he realized that the person coming was a friend, not an enemy. At this time, Ning Qiruo stopped the escape light above the island and looked at the Taoist with green eyebrows and white hair. Zhongli Yuan shuddered all over as he realized at this moment that the woman in black next to Ling Yaohan was actually at the nascent soul stage of great perfection. There are very few people who have reached this level in Tianzi continent. Combined with the fact that Ling's disciples had joined Piamia Sect, he immediately guessed the other party's identity. He quickly flew forward, stopped 3 meters away from him, bowed, and said respectfully, "Zhongli Yuan greets Master Ning. Master Ning has come from afar. Do you have any instructions for me?" Ning Qiruo first glanced at the person beside him, and then said in a cold voice, "Fellow Taoist, there is no need to be polite. I came here to find out the real culprit behind the ambush and murder of my disciple when he left the island that year." Chapter 90, What Happened That Year. Ling Yaohan had previously told Ning Qiruo that Zhongli Yuan had rescued her when she was ambushed, so Ning Qiruo's attitude at this moment seemed quite gentle. After briefly stating the purpose of her trip, she brought Ling Yaohan to land in front of the Ling clan's gate. The two did not hide their whereabouts, so Ling Zhue, the head of the Ling family, quickly noticed the commotion outside and came out to check. The moment he saw Ling Yaohan, he felt surprised and delighted. After not seeing each other for 4 years, the little girl who was only at the 4th level of Qi training has now established her foundation, and her strength has improved by leaps and bounds. Facts have proved that the choice made back then was right. Yaohan meets the clan leader. Ling Yaohan stepped forward and bowed, then introduced the person next to her. "Clan leader, this is Yaohan's master, the head of Yinhua Peak of Piamia Sect." Ling Zhue's attention had previously been on Ling Yaohan. When he heard this, he subconsciously glanced at the woman in black, with a look of shock on his face. It turns out that it is Master Ning who has come to visit. He moved aside and made way for the front. Please come in, master. Seeing this, Ning Churo smiled and said, No need to be polite, Chief Ling. I came here to investigate the incident of Yaohan being ambushed on the island and to help the Ling family out of their predicament. If things can be resolved smoothly, my disciple will have no worries in his future cultivation. Hearing this, Ling Zhuo became visibly excited. Thank you, master. The Ling family has not been in a good situation in recent years. Although they have Zhongli Yuan's help, the Lu family is connected with Wank, and they continue to suppress them every year. But they have not openly torn their faces and provoked a war. If Ning Xiao could reach the great perfection of nascent soul, she would be extremely famous in Tianzi continent. If she was willing to take action, those two forces would never dare to target the Ling family as they did before. Half a cup of tea later, the three of them arrived at a beautifully decorated cottage in the clan territory. At this time, the other two Jindan elders of the Ling family, Ling Si and Ling Mingyao, also received the news and came to pay a visit to Ning Chirua. Not long after, the five people began to discuss what happened that year. As one of the parties involved, Ling Mingyao was very familiar with the incident, so he spoke first. There were a total of 10 people who attacked us in the Xingyu SC, 3 Jindan and 7 Foundation building. They were all wearing narrow-sleeved black robes and black scars that could block spiritual detection. They were wrapped tightly, with only their eyes exposed. He obviously did this because he was afraid of being recognized by us, so the attacker must be an acquaintance. At that time, all 7 Foundation building disciples had died. When I returned to my family later, I paid special attention to the Lu family. They had not reported any news of the death of any Foundation building disciples in the family. As for the Shadowless Palace, it has always been very mysterious and no news has been heard about it either. But over time, flaws will always appear. There are a total of 107 Foundation building cultivators in the Lu family. According to my observation, during these 4 years, in addition to the 24 people who have been training outside and have not returned, there are also 7 people who have disappeared. The cultivation levels of these 7 people are exactly the same as those who attacked us in the Star Moon Sea. I don't think there would be such a coincidence in the world. It is impossible for the 7 people from the Lu family who had no news to be in seclusion at the same time. There is only one reason for them to disappear together. They were the 7 Foundation building masters who had participated in the attack. They had already died, but the Lu family kept it a secret. In addition, among the 3 Jindan who besieged me, one of them gave me a very strange feeling. On the surface, the man's attack seemed ruthless, but when he actually attacked, his power was secretly reduced. He was very careful in his actions, and I wouldn't have been able to tell if I wasn't the one being attacked. In my opinion, this person must have been coerced into joining them and dealing with me. As for the other 2, although their moves were ruthless, their methods were very simple. According to my intuition, they did so in order to conceal certain methods of fighting the enemy that could easily reveal their identities. Hearing this, Ning Shiro nodded and said, When I arrived at Guiyun Island just now, I checked and found that there are 11 Jindan people on the island, including you. That Jindan with strange behavior can't possibly belong to a killer organization like Wank. It's also unlikely that the Lu family is hostile to you, so it's most likely that he is from another family. Ling Mingyao nodded, just as Masterjin said. We also guessed that it was someone from the Mahis school. It's just that the Ling and Mo families have always been in a state of cooperation, and they have indeed helped the Ling family solve some problems. If you ask rashly without evidence, it will only upset the other party, or even destroy the alliance, making the family situation worse. So we have speculations, but that's all, and there hasn't been any substantive action in the past few years. Ning Shiro pondered and said, It's not difficult to figure out if it's them. We can directly use the dream entering technique. Do you have a way to summon the 2 Jindan of the Mo family here? After saying this, Ling Zhuo replied respectfully, At present, the 2 families are still united. I will invite them to come over in the name of the clan leader. I will say that there is something important to discuss. They should not refuse. Chapter 91, The Truth. After obtaining Ning Shirua's consent, Ling Zhuo immediately sent 2 messages. About half a cup of tea later, he received a reply from 2 Jinan masters of the Mahis school, and a hint of joy appeared on his face. True Lord, the 2 Taoist friends replied that they would come to the clan at 1500 hours. Hearing this, Ning Shiro nodded and said, That's great. There's one more thing. 18 years ago, Yaohan's mother was attacked and killed. After investigation, you found out that it was the Lu family who colluded with Wank, and the cause was the hexagram of Tianji's sect. Is there any solid evidence for this? If there is, even if the real culprit of the ambush in Shianshu 4 years ago cannot be identified, I can still deal with the Liu family. There is evidence. The key clue lies in the spell of the word ni. Ling Yaohan took out a photo stone and injected spiritual energy into it. A moment later, the scene of him using the exorcism mirror to expel the evil spirit from Shengru appeared before his eyes. Ning Yaohan watched the whole process carefully and pondered. This kind of spell can only be used by people from Wank. However, this alone can only prove that Wank is involved, and it cannot prove that it is related to the Liu family. There is one thing that can prove it, Ling Mingyao said. For years ago, a disciple in the clan named Ling Yicheng was also persecuted by the Ni curse. After Yicheng woke up, we asked him carefully whether he had encountered anything unusual in those days. He told us that before the accident, he went to Guyun market and met a foundation-building disciple from the Liu family. Fighting was not allowed in the market town, so the other party just bumped into him when passing by him, and then left directly. Later we discovered that the source of the Ni spell on Yicheng's body was the place where he was hit by the foundation-building monk. There was a black rune there, which we exorcised. Hearing this, Ning Yaohan continued to ask, "Do you still remember the specific shape of the rune?" "We drew it at that time. Please take a look, master." Ling Mingyao took out a piece of rice paper, handed it over, and continued, "Since I don't know the specific purpose of this rune, I used the most common brush and ink to draw it for safety reasons." Ning Yaohan stared at it for a moment, then understood. This is not a rune. It is a rare twin shape-shifting spell. The caster will cast a spell on himself and the person being cursed at the same time. No matter where he is at that time, as long as he casts the spell on himself, the effect will be transferred to the person being cursed. I see. Ling Mingyao suddenly realized, although we have confirmed that the Liu family and Wank have teamed up to murder our disciples in the past few years, we have never known how they did it, so the defenses we can take are very limited. Although the spell is powerful, if it is discovered and erased in time, the caster will suffer the backlash. Having said this, Ning Yaohan waved her sleeves, took out a thumb-sized golden bead, and used her spiritual power to hold it before Ling Mingyao. The twin transfiguration spell is a sorcery. Now bury this evil-breaking bead in the center of the clan's territory. From now on, anyone who is in this area will be automatically freed from the spell, even if they are hit by it. Thank you, master. Ling Mingyao reached out to take the evil-breaking pearl, bowed to Ning Yaohan, then left the cottage temporarily to complete the task. Time soon came to the first quarter of an hour, and 2 cloaked men, led by Ling's disciples, came to the small building. When they saw the woman in black sitting in the house with an unfathomable aura, they realized that something was wrong and wanted to leave. At this moment, an extremely strong pressure enveloped the 2 of them, instantly imprisoning them in place, unable to move. The Mo clan leader, Mo Qingyan, suppressed the fear rising in his heart and shouted at Ling Yaohan. "Clan leader Ling, what do you mean? I sent you a message saying that I had something important to discuss." "What? Is this the important matter you were talking about?" Before Ling Yaohan could answer, Ning Yaohan asked, "Were you 2 involved in what happened in the Shianshu 4 years ago?" Upon hearing this, Mo Qingyan's expression suddenly changed. He was not a stupid man. When he caught a glimpse of Ling Yaohan standing next to the woman in black, he already understood the other party's intention. "You are here to seek revenge?" Ning Yaohan sneered. "That's irrelevant. I'll give you 2 choices. The first is to take the initiative to tell the truth, and the second is for me to use the dream traction technique to restore what happened that year. But if we use the second method, you should know the consequences." Dream pulling technique? The old man standing next to Mo Qingyan, Mo Hung, the only golden core elder of the Mo clan, said in a trembling voice, You are the Ning Jinjuan from the Piamia Sect." Seeing Ning Yaohan looking at him expressionlessly, Mo Hung shuddered and stopped talking. At this time, Mo Qingyan sighed and said self-deprecatingly, "I knew this day would come, but I didn't expect it to come so soon." That's right, for years ago, when the Ling family disciples were ambushed in the Shianshu, there was indeed a Jindan from the Mo family who participated, and that person was me. Seeing that the head of the family admitted this, Mo Hung looked anxious. "Chung Yen you? Uncle Hung, if you can't hide something, you might as well confess it as soon as possible." Mo Qingyan looked at the woman in black, with a hint of pleading in his eyes. "Master Ning, everyone has their own share of responsibility. I participated in the attack 4 years ago, but my clan members didn't know about it. I can pay with my life, but I just want to shamelessly ask Master Ning to let the Mo family members go." "No, That's not the case. There's something else going on, Mo Hung said in a hoarse voice. Master Ning. Back then, Lu Ji of the Lu family kidnapped Cheng Yan's only son and used this as a threat to force him to participate in the assassination. Cheng Yan had no choice but to do so. Lu Ji originally wanted me and several talented foundation-building juniors in the clan to participate, but it was Cheng Yan's firm opposition, without leaving any room for us to compromise, that prevented him from succeeding. He said at the time that he could participate in the attack, but if they wanted to drag the entire Mo family into the water, he would rather sacrifice his own children and die with them. That is why Lu Ji took a step back and did not let me and the younger generation of the clan who were building their foundation participate in the attack and killing. Instead, he replaced them with people from the Lu family. Chapter 92, Heavenly Oath. Ning Xiaohua was silent for a moment, then asked, "Did Wang participate in the assassination 4 years ago?" "Yes, but they did not send anyone to directly participate in the operation." Mo Qingyan, who was familiar with the matter, said frankly, "The clothes we wore at that time that could block the detection of spiritual consciousness and the high-grade teleportation talisman we used when we sensed the arrival of Senior Zhongli were all from the Shadowless Palace. The reason they didn't send anyone to participate was because the Lu family didn't offer enough compensation." Ning Xiaohua nodded first, then continued to ask, "How much do you know about the connection between the Lu family and Wang?" "They never mentioned Lu Ji to me," Mo Qingyan replied after careful consideration. "According to my guess, the two forces should have been connected in the past 10 years. Although the Lu family has become powerful in the past 100 years, they were not so arrogant in the beginning. At that time, there were a total of 4 Jinan in their clan. Although there were conflicts between their clan and the Ling Mo clan, they were all harmless matters. However, over the past few decades, 2 members of the Lu family have successfully formed a core, and their behavior has gradually changed compared to before. It was probably from 18 years ago that they became more and more unscrupulous and became more and more outrageous as time went on. If Senior Zhongli had not conceived a fetus 4 years ago, Guiyun Island would probably have been ruled by the Lu family, with the Ling and Mo clans no longer existing. Hearing this, Ning Xiaohua put away her pressure, and Mo Qingyan and Mo Hung regained their freedom. With the dream traction technique, she can tell whether the other person is lying even without using it. What the Mo family said just now was indeed true. After thinking for a moment, she looked at Mo Qingyan and slowly said, "You were indeed excusable for what happened back then. I can let you go, but you need to swear an oath to the heavens that from now on, the Mo family of Guiyun Island will never make things difficult for the Ling family again, and will not secretly participate in any actions that are detrimental to the Ling family. If you break this oath, then from the day you break the oath, the Mahe school will be punished by heaven and the inheritance will be cut off. Do you dare to accept it?" Hearing this, Mo Qingyan did not respond immediately. Mo Hung on the side looked at him anxiously, urging him with his eyes to agree quickly. Seeing this, Ning Xiaohua was not surprised. From what we have learned before, Mo Qingyan has a deep sense of responsibility towards the Mo family. He would naturally think twice before acting, swearing on the future of his family. After a while, Mo Qingyan's expression gradually changed from hesitation at the beginning to determination. The 11th generation Mo clan leader of Guiyun Island, Mo Qingyan, swore to the Heavenly Tao today that the Mo clan will never again embarrass the Ling clan, and will not secretly take any actions that are detrimental to the Ling clan. If you break this oath, from the day you break it, the Mahe school will be punished by heaven and its inheritance will be cut off. After making the oath, Mo Qingyan paused for a moment and then added a sentence. "When I return to the clan, I will discipline the disciples in the clan and change the corresponding clan rules. Regarding the Heavenly Tao oath, when the next clan leader takes over in the future, I will tell him everything and ask him to pass it down from generation to generation." He did this after careful consideration. All the spiritual root disciples of the Ling family have now joined the Piamia sect. With a nascent soul cultivator as their backing, it is only a matter of time before the family rises. Even without the oath, he would never go against the Ling family again. This is a way to death. Moreover, the oath only required the Mahe's family to stop making things difficult for the Ling family. In fact, except for the incident 4 years ago, the Mahe's family has always done so, and the alliance between the two families has always existed. Now that they are bound by the oath of heaven, the two families will no longer be enemies, either openly or secretly. They can feel reassured and can focus on dealing with the Lu family and Wang in the future. After the oath was made, Ning Qiruo's attitude became noticeably better, and she let the two people from the Mo family leave. After they left, she looked at Ling Yaohan and said with a smile, "The matter of the Mo family is settled, and the next step is to deal with the Liu family. Since you established your foundation, you have never left the sect, nor have you ever exchanged ideas with fellow sect members. Now is a good opportunity. I will take you to the Liu family's territory later, and I will capture those 6 Jindan directly. The rest of the foundation building will be handed over to you. When the time comes, show us your strength and let me see how your training has progressed over the past 2 years." After saying this, Ling Yaohan responded solemnly, "Disciple will definitely go all out to kill the enemy and avenge himself, and live up to Master's high expectations." Chapter 93, Chaos in the Liu Family. The land of the Liu family. In a magnificent hall, 6 Jindan were gathered together, all with solemn expressions on their faces. Not long ago, they received a message from Wang that an extremely powerful nascent soul cultivator had come to the island and went to the Ling family. "What should we do now?" A man with kite shoulders, jackal eyes, and a scar on the right side of his face frowned. Back then, the Ling family sent 5 disciples to join the sect. Later, after much inquiry, we found out that Ling Mingyao sent them to Piamia sect. That Yuaning might be a member of this sect. If that is the case, the situation will be very bad for us. A middle-aged man with a big belly sighed and said, "Senior Mu's message did not tell us the specific cultivation level and identity of that nascent soul. I just hope that the one who came is in the early stage of nascent soul. In that case, even if the other party really wants to harm our clan, Senior Mu will most likely stop them. Otherwise, the Liu family will be in danger." Among the 6 people, the woman with a high bun pursed her lips and said, "Instead of sighing here, why not think of some countermeasures? Do you want to sit there and wait for death?" The scarred man shook his head and said helplessly, "The gap between golden core and nascent soul cannot be made up no matter what. Even if the 6 of us work together, we are no match for a nascent soul cultivator. If that Yuaning really takes action and Senior Mu stands by and watches, all that awaits us is destruction. This is a dead end with no way out." Just as he finished speaking, another sound transmission note flew over from outside. The scarred man reached out to take it, injected spiritual power into it, and a hoarse voice came out. "The person who came is Ning Qiruo, the head of Yinhua Peak of Piamia Sect. You guys can just wish for the best." After the voice transmission ended, the hall fell into dead silence. After a long while, the middle-aged man with a big belly said bitterly, "The one who came is actually the famous female evil star in Tianzi continent. This time the Liu family." He was interrupted by a loud bang coming from outside when he was halfway through his words. The 6 people were all shocked. The woman with her hair tied up high said in a trembling voice, "This noise is... the clan protection formation has been breached." Before they could react, the roof of the hall was lifted open by a huge force, and an overwhelming pressure enveloped them. Several bang sounds were heard in succession. The 6 people could not bear the pressure and fell to their knees on the ground, blood spurting out of their mouths. Inside the Liu family's territory, all the disciples who noticed something unusual ran out of their residences in panic, looking at Ning Qiruo and Ling Yaohan who fell from the sky, and sensing the aura emanating from them. Their faces turned pale one by one. How could this happen? Where are the clan leader and the 5 elders? A disciple caught a glimpse of the changes in the hall, pointed his finger over there, and said tremblingly, "It's ruined, all ruined." The sudden change caught them off guard. Many people stood there in a daze, their pale faces filled with disbelief. At this moment, Ning Qiruo's voice, without any emotion, sounded in the air. "The Liu family of Guiyun Island sent people to kill the disciples of Piamia Sect 4 years ago. Now that the evidence is irrefutable, the entire family must be wiped out." After hearing this, the disciples came to their senses a little. After a brief silence, there was an overwhelming wailing and pleas for mercy. Some people tried to escape from the clan's land, but found that an invisible restriction had been set up all around them, including the ground beneath their feet. The earth escape method was ineffective, and those who tried to break through the restriction by force were bounced back by a greater force. In the hall, the scarred man kneeling on the ground knew that the outcome was certain, and he cursed with all his might. It's obvious that he's defending his own shortcomings, and he says it so righteously. For years ago, that damn girl beside you hadn't yet joined Piamia Sect. At that time, we only attacked and killed a few ordinary Qi training monks. Answer like that, they will die if they die. Speaking of killing, shouldn't you, Ning Chira, be the one who has killed the most people in the entire Tianzi continent? What qualifications do you, a female devil, have to destroy the Liu family? So, what if I'm protecting you? Ning Chira sneered. I don't allow you to interfere in my actions. As soon as he finished speaking, the scarred man exploded into a bloody mist with a bang, and the other 5 Jindan followed suit. After dealing with these 6 people, she looked at Ling Yaohan. Her gaze softened, and she said in a gentle voice, Go, find those foundation-building warriors below and fight them. Chapter 94. Total Annihilation. Ling Yaohan responded respectfully, then took out the ice sword and flew down. The Liu family was in chaos at the moment. The Foundation establishment cultivators who were originally in despair became fierce when they saw her coming. Since the destruction of the family is inevitable, it would be nice to have someone to take with me before I die. Let's go together and kill her. As these words fell, dozens of foundation-building practitioners from the Liu family quickly gathered together and launched an offensive. Ling Yaohan held the Ningbing sword in her hand, and the Guishan Jaime sword classic was activated immediately. Her figure turned into a residual shadow, and she swung several swords at the 2 people who had just spoken. The sword beams intertwined in midair, forming an extremely huge infinite symbol that exuded oppression and slashed towards the target. The next moment, the 2 men's defenses were shattered like paper, and a blood mark on their heads went straight through their bodies. The whole person froze in place for a moment, and then fell straight to the ground with a bang. His internal organs were all crushed, and he died on the spot. Not only that, the 7 foundation-building cultivators standing around the 2 were also affected by the residual power of the sword. They all fell to the ground seriously injured and vomited blood. As soon as the fight started, 2 people from the Liu family, who were in the late foundation-building stage, died, and 7 were seriously injured. The momentum that the Liu family cultivators had finally gathered together instantly collapsed, and someone shouted in horror, If I'm not mistaken, she is only in the early stage of foundation building. She has become a swordsman, but what kind of swordsmanship is this? It has such terrifying power. I've heard for a long time that Quan Lingjin is invincible at the same level. I didn't believe it before, but I didn't expect to see it with my own eyes on the day when the family was destroyed. But she is not only invincible at the same level, but also in the realm of foundation building. Who can be her opponent? In midair, after Ling Yaohan tested the power of the sword, she retracted the sword, circulated the spiritual energy in her body, and used the extreme shadow wind howl technique. In an instant, all the foundation builders were surrounded by dozens of storms. Countless brick and tile fragments were blown into the air, and there was a constant thud of heavy objects falling to the ground. Wind blades were emitted from the storm from time to time, and the 7 people who were originally seriously injured were killed instantly. The remaining foundation-building members of the Liu family hurriedly put up a defense and took out spiritual weapons to resist. During this period, the defenses of 8 weaker people were broken, and dozens of wind blades instantly cut their bodies, and blood spilled all over the ground. 10 breaths later, the storm dissipated, and Ling Yaohan used her skills again, and the quicksand earth puppet technique was immediately activated. Within a radius of 3 miles, all the land turned into quicksand. Dozens of earth puppets condensed out of thin air. Under the control of Ling Yaohan's spiritual consciousness, each of them chose an opponent and launched an attack. The earth puppet is maintained by her own spiritual power. As long as the spiritual power is not exhausted, the puppet will not be broken up. Therefore, although the Liu family's foundation-building masters tried their best to attack, the earth puppet still stood firm. Looking at themselves, most of them had shaky defensive auras, and it was obvious that they could not hold out for much longer. In midair, Ling Yaohan's spiritual energy was rapidly consumed after she performed the quicksand earth puppet technique. Realizing this, she immediately practiced the Yuanmu Fuling Ju to restore her spiritual power. As time went on, monks below kept falling to the ground with serious injuries and losing their voices in the successive attacks. Someone threw away the puppet and flew upwards with a spiritual weapon in hand. His face was extremely ferocious, and he wanted to attack Ling Yaohan directly, but she easily resolved all his attacks. The attackers turned into corpses and fell to the ground. In the end, a cultivator from the Liu family, who had reached the great perfection of the foundation building stage, used a forbidden technique to forcibly raise his cultivation to the false elixir realm. thus activating a talisman. A black scimitar slowly took shape in midair, locking onto Ling Yaohan. This is a thing refined by a Gyan cultivator with 1/5 of the power of his own magical weapon. Basically, no one below the Gyan level can withstand a blow from it. Ning Xiao looked at this scene and was ready to rescue her beloved disciple if the situation turned out to be bad. In midair, Ling Yaohan held the ice sword in his hand, his expression becoming extremely solemn. After being locked by the talisman, it would be useless no matter where he escaped to, and he could only resist the attack head-on. The Guoxian Jaime sword classic was activated again, and a cold light flashed on the Ningbing sword. She controlled her body to move continuously, and sword beams flashed in the air, forming several infinite symbols. With each layer stacked up, the pressure became more and more intense. At this moment, the black scimitar slashed down towards Ling Yaohan with great power. When it touched the infinite symbol formed by the sword light halfway, a loud bang was heard from the center of the collision, followed by a huge tide of spiritual power dissipating. Ning Xiao took action in time to block the aftermath that spread to Ling Yaohan's surroundings, preventing his beloved disciple from getting hurt. The Liu family's cultivator, who had reached the great perfection of foundation building and was using a talisman, was blown away by the aftermath of the collision and crashed through 2 buildings in succession. In addition, the time for the forbidden technique he used had expired, and he suffered a backlash and died when he fell to the ground. Not only him, but the rest of the people were affected. They were already seriously injured by Ling Yaohan's continuous attacks, and after this incident, they all died on the spot. When the aftermath faded, there was no living cultivator left in the Liu family's territory. Chapter 95: Massive Spiritual Stones. With the demise of the Liu family, the huge rock that had been weighing on Ling Yaohan's heart was mostly removed, and her state of mind also changed a little. At this moment, the Liu family's land has become a ruin, and all the Qi training disciples have been affected by the aftermath of the battle and died. There may be people among them who are unaware of their family's actions, but Ling Yaohan does not feel sorry for their deaths. In her opinion, as members of the Liu family, these people enjoyed the benefits brought by the family's evil deeds, so naturally they had to bear the corresponding consequences. Moreover, if the roots are not removed, they will grow again when the spring breeze blows. If we let them go today, when these people have achieved success in their cultivation in the future, the first person they will take revenge on will be the Ling family. The battle here was extremely noisy. By now, all the cultivators on Guiyun Island knew that the Liu family had offended someone and suffered a devastating blow. Some people who were originally affiliated with the Liu family in small forces are now on pins and needles, fearing that they will be the next to suffer retaliation. After hearing the news, the 2 Jindan of the Mo family who had returned to their clan were filled with fear, but they were also filled with joy. With the previous oath to heaven, the Ling and Mo families will always be allies in the future. Now that the Liu family has been destroyed, as long as Wank no longer interferes in the affairs of Guiyun Island, the Mo family can continue to develop peacefully, which is exactly in line with their original intention. Above the Ling clan's land, including the clan leader Ling Zhua, the 3 Jindan of the Ling family have been paying close attention to the movements of the Liu family. When they saw with their own eyes that Ling Yaohan single-handedly killed many foundation establishment cultivators of the Liu family, the 3 of them were deeply shocked, and were also extremely proud that their clan had produced such a disciple whose strength was unmatched among those of the same level. Not long after, the 3 received a message from Ning Xiao and quickly fled towards the Liu clan's land. Although the Liu family has been destroyed, their clan's collection of resources still exists. Ning Xiao naturally doesn't need these at her level of cultivation, but it's different for the Ling family. If they can take over all of the Liu family's resources, then the overall strength of the Ling family will be improved by more than 1 level. After arriving at the destination, the 3 of them went to the Liu family treasure pavilion at Ning Xiao's suggestion. All restrictions within the clan were destroyed, allowing for a smooth journey. There are a wide variety of elixirs, magical instruments, and talismans in the pavilion, as well as many jade slips recording various skills and techniques. This is a rich resource. Above the Liu family, Ning Xiao looked at his disciple and said softly, "When I first came to Guiyun Island, I met the nascent soul cultivator Zhong Li Yuan, who already supported the Ling family. Now that the Liu family has been destroyed, there is no force on the island that can threaten the Ling family. However, the hidden danger of Wank is still there. I will go to Tingfeng Island immediately. There are many uncertainties there, so I won't take you there this time. It's a rare opportunity for you to go back to your family, so you can spend more time with them. Hearing this, Ling Yaohan nodded in agreement, and then said with concern, Master, please be careful on your way there. Ning Chirua smiled, Don't worry. Although Wang's power is spread all over the place, they can't do anything to me even if they come out in full force. As soon as she finished speaking, she disappeared from the spot in a flash. Not long after, Ling Zhua and his 3 companions walked out of the treasure pavilion. Seeing that Ning Chirua was not there, they did not ask any more questions. The matter of the nascent soul was not something they could inquire about. Ling Zhua came to a place not far in front of Ling Yaohan and handed over an exquisite storage ring in his hand, saying, It contains the spiritual stones we got from the treasure pavilion, which are worth about 500 million if converted into low-grade ones. The higher your cultivation level, the more you will need spirit stones. If you still need any resources, just tell us directly. As long as we have them in our clan, we can provide them to you. After hearing the number of spirit stones, Ling Yaohan was stunned for a moment, then said carefully, Thank you, clan leader, but Yaohan is not short of cultivation resources at the moment, so you should. He was interrupted by Ling Zhua when he was halfway through his words. Just because you don't need it now doesn't mean you won't need it in the future. You have to accept the spirit stones. This is what you deserve. If it weren't for you, Master Ning wouldn't have helped the Ling family. After all, the 3 of us old guys didn't contribute a bit to the downfall of the Liu family, so we were already being shameless to use other resources to add to the family treasury. If you don't accept these spirit stones, how can we be embarrassed? After hearing this, Ling Yaohan finally took the storage ring. The sudden increase of 500 million low-grade spirit stones made her, who was used to earning spirit stones by making talismans and refining pills, feel a little unreal. But this was just a fleeting thought. Since the clan leader has given her so many resources, she will make good use of them and exchange them for things that are beneficial to her cultivation, improve her strength, and strengthen herself. One day, when she cultivates to a level as powerful as her master, the family will naturally benefit invisibly. After the matter was settled, Ling Yaohan followed Ling Zhua and his 3 companions back to the Ling clan's land. Chapter 96: The Dust Settles. After returning to the clan land, Ling Yaohan followed the familiar road in her memory, passed through several pavilions, bridges, corridors, and pavilions, and arrived at Yilanju. The layout here is almost the same as it was 4 years ago. The only change is the few cypress trees planted in front of the yard, which are taller than before. The gate of the courtyard was half open at this time. Standing here, you could catch a glimpse of a busy figure inside. Ling Yaohan was silent for a moment. Then she pushed open the gate and called softly, Mom, I'm back. Hearing this extremely familiar voice, the woman who was tending to the spiritual herbs suddenly froze and turned around abruptly after a moment. Looking at her beautiful daughter, standing in front of the door, Sheng Ru's eyes were full of surprise. At this moment, the door of the main house in the courtyard creaked open, and a handsome man in an indigo straight-collared robe walked out. This person is Ling Yaohan's father, Ling Xinrui. Seeing his daughter, he smiled gently. Don't stand at the door. You finally came back. Come in. Ling Yaohan hummed, Listen to Daddy. After she finished speaking, she walked into the yard with light steps, took her mother's hand, and came to Ling Xinrui's side. Look at Daddy's reaction. Did he know his daughter is back? Ling Xinrui nodded and smiled. Although there are restrictions around the Ling clan's land, and the outside world's movements cannot be transmitted, I went to the market today, and on the way back, I saw you over the Liu clan's land. There is a senior with unfathomable aura beside you. I looked for a while and confirmed that you knew each other and had a good relationship, so I returned to the tribe first. The clan leader and 2 elders were flying over the clan land at that time. I had a feeling that things were not simple, so I did not tell your mother about it. Given her personality, if she knew you were in the Liu family's territory, she would definitely be worried even if you were safe. Hearing this, Sheng Ru's eyes widened. Although I am worried, I can bear it. Don't hide it from me next time. As she said this, she looked at her daughter, and her eyes softened. 4 years have passed. Hunter has grown a lot taller, and has become more beautiful. Is the senior your father met an elder of Piamia sect? He is my daughter's master. Ling Yaohan replied with a smile. The master is a very capable person and treats his daughter very well. Mother, the Liu family is destroyed today, and half of your revenge has been taken. Hearing this, Sheng Ru was stunned for a moment. The Liu family is destroyed? Good job. My path to success was cut short by them and Wank, and because of it you, Hunter, were also implicated, suffering from illness for 14 years. God has eyes, and the wicked will eventually be punished. I believe that Wank will suffer the same fate one day. Thinking about what happened 18 years ago, Shengru became visibly agitated. Ling Yaohan comforted her. Mother, I will remember all the revenge I deserve. The Wank force is deeply rooted in the Tianzi continent. The master has mentioned to his daughter that the Wank on Tingfeng Island is only a very small branch of its entire force. The master can't stay here forever. If we kill them now, the Ling family will be retaliated against. I will always bear this grudge in my heart. When I have the strength to uproot the entire shadowless palace in the future, it will not be too late to take action. Shengru calmed down and reminded him. Compared to revenge, Mother hopes that you can practice and ascend smoothly. Since that force is very powerful, just do your best. I don't want you to do anything that is detrimental to yourself, just for revenge. After saying this, Ling Yaohan hummed, Don't worry, Mother. I know my limits. For the next period of time, the three of them sat around a stone table in the yard and began to talk about the big and small things they had experienced in the past 4 years. From this moment on until nightfall, laughter and joy could be heard from the courtyard from time to time. During this period, Ling Yaohan took out many of the spirit stones she had obtained and wanted to give them to her parents, but they directly refused. In the end, under her repeated requests, Ling Xinrue and Shengru reluctantly accepted 100,000 low-grade spirit stones, but they refused to accept any more. In their view, this is their daughter's precious cultivation resource. If they take one more point, their daughter will have one less resource in the future. If they hadn't been really unable to resist, they would not have been willing to accept even a single spirit stone. After the incident with the spirit stone, the three of them started chatting and talking about daily life. At 5 quarters after the evening, Ling Yaohan returned to the house where she used to live. Thinking that her master had not returned yet, she couldn't help but feel a little worried. At this moment, a voice sounded in my ears. The issue of the Shadowless Palace has been temporarily resolved. Within 300 years, this force will not do anything detrimental to the Ling family. It's getting late today, so I won't disturb your father and mother. I will come to the Ling family's land again at 9 o'clock tomorrow. Chapter 97 Leaving. The night passed quickly. Clan leader Ling Zhua had informed all the disciples in the clan about the demise of the Liu family, and the atmosphere in the clan was unprecedentedly high. At 9 p.m. on the second day, Ning Qiruo arrived at the Ling clan's land and clearly felt this change. Ling Yaohan noticed her master's arrival and hurried out to greet him with her parents. Accompanying them were clan leader Ling Zhua and 2 Jindan elders. Ning Qiruo specifically told him yesterday that her arrival should not be announced. Therefore, most of the Ling family members only knew that Ling Yaohan worshipped a very powerful master and left after destroying the Liu family, and they did not know that she came here again. Otherwise, the gate to the clan's territory would have been blocked with no one getting in or out. The 6 people welcomed Ning Qiruo into the small building where they had stayed before. After some casual chatting, Ning Qiruo gave them some pointers on some issues related to cultivation, but she had no way to deal with Sheng Ru's damaged foundation. However, if one day in the future Sheng Ru dies, and if he has a strong obsession with the human world, his 3 souls and 7 spirits will not disperse, and he may become a ghost cultivator and continue to practice in another way. After staying at the Ling family for most of the day, Ning Qiruo asked to leave. Now, everything on the island has been settled. Originally relying on the small force of the Liu family, Ling Zhua and the other 2 can handle it without Jin Dan in charge. She no longer needs to stay here. After saying goodbye to her parents, Ling Yaohan followed her master and left the family. The moment she flew away from Guiyun Island, she looked back at the place where she had stayed for 14 years. Although there was reluctance in her eyes, there was more determination. Over the Star-Moon Sea, 2 beams of light streaked across the sky like meteors and soon disappeared. Arriving at Finjuanzu, Ling Yaohan recalled the rumors about this place and couldn't help but ask curiously, poisonous creatures appear here at night. Before I joined the sect, I stood on the Mingsha city wall and carefully observed these poisonous creatures. Among them, there are a few monsters with sharp fangs and shaped like mummies. Master, do you know what these monsters are? Hearing this, Ning Qiruo did not give a direct answer. She paused, looked at the yellow sand all around her, and said slowly, Everyone knows that Fengyuan continent is the place with the thinnest spiritual energy among the 5 continents of Tianzi continent. But few people know that in the Middle Ages, This was the holy land that all cultivators in the Yunlan realm longed for. In the Yunlan realm at that time, there was no distinction between continents and continents. But later, a shocking war broke out, which tore the entire continent into pieces and turned it into what it is today. Beneath the yellow sand lies the most glorious traces of an era. We call the monsters you mentioned Guyun, which is a kind of ghost that exists by relying on the aura of the underworld. This aura comes from the bottom of the desert and is afraid of light, which is why they can only move at night. After saying this, Ling Yaohan hesitated and said, "Now that we know the source, hasn't anyone in the cultivation world thought of a way to eliminate this dark aura?" Ning Yaohan shook her head. "So far, no one has been able to do this." She pointed at the ground around her and continued, "Some people have tried to go deep underground, including some nascent soul cultivators, but in the end no one came out alive. And although the Yin and Ming aura is afraid of sunlight, this is only relative. Once you make a move and break through the ground, the Yin and Ming aura will directly overflow. It won't be long before the entire Fengyuan continent will become a den of ghosts." "I see." Ling Yaohan suddenly realized. "Thank you, Master, for clearing up my confusion." At this time, Ning Yaohan continued, "The matter of Shadowless Palace will take 300 years. If you have enough strength by then, you can directly take action and destroy them in one fell swoop. There are 2 Wine garrisons on Fengyuan continent, and at least 5 and at most 11 on the other 4 continents. They are quite good at disguise, and sometimes a place that looks very ordinary is often one of the branches of this force. The Ling family's troubles have been temporarily resolved. After returning to Swan Kju, you can also start your training. If you encounter people from this force, you must adapt to the situation." After saying this, Ling Yaohan responded solemnly, "Disciple will remember this." Ning Yaohan waved her sleeves and took out a silver necklace, carefully put it on her apprentice's neck, and explained, "This is a protective item, and it contains 3 of my magic spells. Once you are attacked fatally, this necklace will automatically activate, protecting you and killing the enemy at the same time." Chapter 98 Training Plan. Half a cup of tea later, the 2 arrived at Rakshasa City. After leaving through the teleportation array here, I soon returned to Swan Kju. Just at this moment, a sound transmission note flew over from a distance. The talisman was circling around Ning Yaohan. She took it in her hand, listened for a moment, then looked at the person next to her and said, "I have something important to attend to and need to leave immediately. You should spend the next period of time training outside and return to the sect after your cultivation has improved." "Yes, disciple obeys your command." After Ning Yaohan left, Ling Yaohan asked Mengyu with her mind, "Master, do you know what the war in the Middle Ages that you mentioned earlier was?" "Not sure." Mengyu pondered. "The medieval era is more than 70,000 years old. The Tianling sect has only been in this world for more than 10,000 years, and as a hidden sect, it has little contact with the outside world. I guess your master must have come across some unknown ancient books by chance, so he knew something about it. In fact, the truth of things that have been buried in the long river of history is no longer verifiable. Only those who have truly experienced it or witnessed it with their own eyes can understand it. Whether it is recorded in ancient books or passed down orally from generation to generation, it is not necessarily the truth. Take the Tianling sect, for example. After its demise, the outside world made many speculations because the sect's disciples had not been seen for a long time. Some said that our entire sect ascended to heaven. Others said that there was internal strife in the sect, and it fell apart. The last rumor is even more outrageous, saying that the sect has never existed, and that the disciples walking in the world are just some monsters in disguise, who were later discovered by people with profound Taoist skills and captured in one fell swoop. You see, none of these rumors are close to the truth, but many people take them seriously. It has only been 7,000 years since the fall of the Tianling sect, and yet the rumors are so outrageous. Not to mention the events of the Middle Ages 70,000 years ago. That's true. Ling Yaohan nodded thoughtfully. Forget it, let's not dwell on this issue. From now on, it's time to practice. You can't just stand here any longer. The monks here come and go, all heading to the area between the 2 continents. It is a place where good and bad people mix together, and it is obviously not suitable for staying for a long time. She looked around and chose the widest road to leave. Mengyu asked at the right time, "What are your plans for this training? You can't just run around aimlessly in Swan Kju, right?" "Of course not." Ling Yaohan laughed and said, "Experience is to improve your cultivation. In the sect, Most of the time is spent in meditation and cultivation, and there are very few opportunities to fight enemies and temper one's mind. I have always adhered to the principle of not offending others unless they offend me, and I will not seek out a fight just to improve my strength. So, I will choose a place where there are many monsters. The vast ancient plains of Swan Kju is a very suitable place to go. Although it is located on the edge of Swan Kju, the terrain extends horizontally and includes the entire southern edge, so it covers a very large area. Near the vast ancient plain, there is a city that is invaded by beasts every 2 or 3 years, and many monks defending the city are killed or injured. The destination of my trip is the city of Gulan. Staying there for a few years, fighting monsters nonstop, will definitely improve your strength faster than practicing meditation. It's indeed a good choice. Mengyu said this first. Then he pondered, the southern edge is very far from here. With your current cultivation level at the initial stage of foundation building, even if you stay up all night and fly at full speed, it will take you about 10 days to reach the destination. There's no need to hurry. Ling Yaohan said after careful consideration, just walk south at a normal speed. If you pass by other cities, you can also go for a stroll. This is my first time to train alone for a long time, and I can take this opportunity to see the customs and practices of Swan Kju. Chapter 99, Chi Miao City. Ling Yaohan was not very familiar with the overall terrain of Swan Kju, so she planned to choose a city or market nearby and buy a land map of the continent. After walking for about an incense stick of time, she came to a group of buildings that looked quite small. There were no guards at the entrance, nor any stone tablets or plaques to indicate the location. Shops are neatly arranged on both sides. Although there are monks walking around, the overall look is sparsely populated. Looking at the situation here, Ling Yaohan instantly remembered what her master had emphasized not long ago. She was silent for a moment, her expression difficult to describe. It can't be such a coincidence that I have come to a base of Wank. She spoke these words through her divine thoughts, so they did not alarm the monks inside. Mengyu concentrated for a moment and said, from my point of view, it's not likely. It is impossible for the killer organization to be so loose around them without anyone on guard. If it really is the shadowless palace, the moment you set foot here, someone will be secretly watching your every move. But I just carefully observed the monks in the surrounding shops. They were all doing their own things and had no reaction to your arrival. Although the shops here are small, the cultivation levels of the monks inside are not very low, and I didn't see any monks in the Qi training stage. You didn't hide your whereabouts, so according to common sense they must know you were here. This behavior only shows that they don't care about it at all. Judging from the current situation, this place is most likely a trading place similar to the black market, but not exactly the same. I think you can choose one of the stores, go in, and take a look. Maybe you will find something unexpected. Okay. Ling Yaohan thought for a moment and agreed. Soon, she walked into a medium-sized shop. There was only an old man inside who had reached the great perfection of foundation building. At the moment, he was fiddling with some bottles and jars with his head down. When he noticed someone coming, he asked directly, without even looking up, selling stolen goods or exploring secrets? I wonder if you have any Swan Kju maps for sale? After a moment's hesitation, Ling Yaohan directly stated her purpose. Hearing this, the old man paused what he was doing, raised his head to glance at the person who came, and then snorted. Fellow Taoist, at your age and with such an accomplishment, you must be a disciple of a large sect who is out for training. My shop does not sell maps. If you have treasures that have been claimed by someone else and are difficult to deal with, you can sell them to me. Also, if you want to know something secret, I will tell you everything as long as you can afford the corresponding price. Hearing this, Ling Yaohan became interested. Can I ask about any secret matters? Are there any taboos? No taboo. The old man explained. I can only answer what you are asking me about if I know it. Fellow Taoists can first raise the matter they want to inquire about. If I knew, I would give a corresponding price based on the specific content. At that time, you will need to pay the corresponding spirit stones first, and then I will tell you the answer. If I don't know, I will tell you directly. Ling Yaohan's mind turned, and she recalled what she had seen at the bottom of Yiyang Lake, so she asked, is there a cultivator in Yunlan realm with a Taoist named Yua? The old man held up a finger and said, this question costs 100 low-grade spirit stones. Ling Yaohan did not hesitate. She flipped her hand, and the corresponding spirit stone immediately appeared on the teak table beside her. The old man laughed. Dayu, you are so straightforward. There was indeed a Yuaniing senior named Yuha in Yunlan realm. But this person has long passed away and is not from this world. Ling Yaohan continued to ask, "How much do you know about this senior?" Seeing the other party stretch out 5 fingers, she immediately understood and took out 500 low-grade spirit stones. At this time, the old man said, "Senior Yuha is from Chikangshao and once practiced in Xuanhao Sect, one of the 4 major sects. Due to a dispute over Taoist tradition, he was defeated by another nascent soul cultivator in the sect at that time, and thus requested to be expelled from the sect. The Xuanhao sect was once named Guyun, and the name Xuanhao was also changed since then. After Senior Yuha left the sect, his disciples followed him away. But later, no one knew what happened, which caused this senior and his disciples to disappear without a trace, never to appear again in public. The reason why Senior Yuha is no longer alive is because he lived more than 3,000 years ago, and his bone age was already 1,200 years when he left Xuanhao sect. As long as someone ascends to heaven in the Yunlan realm, or a strange phenomenon occurs in the sky, it will inevitably attract the attention of countless cultivators. And in the past 3,000 years, there has been no news of the other party ascending to heaven, so this senior must have passed away." "I see." Combined with the remains he saw that year, the old man's speculation was not wrong. After hearing the news, Ling Yaohan did not stay any longer and turned around and left the store. The old man added this as he walked out of the store. "All the shops on this road are doing the same business as me. If you want to buy a map, leave this place and head south. There's a Piamia city about 60 miles away." Hearing this, Ling Yaohan paused slightly, turned around to say thank you, then left and headed towards Piamia city, as the old man said. The closer you get to the city, the more monks you see on the road. This is a large city that looks quite prosperous. Outside the city walls, there is a very deep moat surrounding it. If you want to get close to the city gate, you either have to fly in the air and jump over the canal, or line up and cross the pier in order. Ling Yaohan naturally chose the first method. She quickly landed at the city gate, paid a low-grade spirit stone to the guard, and successfully entered the city. There are many cultivators at the first or second level of Qi training on both sides of the street. Judging from their words and deeds, it is not difficult to tell that they make a living by running errands for others and providing information. As soon as Ling Yaohan arrived here, 3 people came forward and vied for this job. Chapter 100 Treasure Hunt Invitation. All 3 of them are locals of Piamia City and are very familiar with the situation in the city. Ling Yaohan chose a little girl in plain clothes as her guide, gave her 5 low-grade spirit stones, and asked her to take her to the place in the city where maps were sold. About half a cup of tea later, the little girl brought her to an attic that looked quite old. This is a place similar to a grocery store where all kinds of strange and weird things are sold. Entering the attic, Ling Yaohan explained her purpose to the shopkeeper and spent 50 low-grade spirit stones to successfully buy an extremely detailed map of Swan Kju. In addition, she also saw 2 very rare refining materials in the pavilion, golden flame stone and fire-melting crystal. Ling Yaohan now has a total of 2 top-grade spiritual weapons, namely the ice condensation sword and the plum blossom pleated skirt she is wearing. The former is mainly for attack, while the latter is mainly for defense. The Tongshan pagoda that she originally obtained at the Zhangyan Fang auction is still a magic weapon. The 2 materials, golden flame stone and fire-melting crystal, can be added into the Tongshan tower when it is being re-refined to improve its grade. The 2 materials were very valuable, and considering the additional losses during refining, she purchased a larger quantity, spending a total of 7,000 low-grade spirit stones. After leaving this place, considering that the destination of the training was quite dangerous, Ling Yaohan specifically asked the little girl to take her to an industry in the city that specialized in selling spiritual plants. After building the foundation, you can start refining second-level pills. There are blood lotus pills for healing. There are fulling pills for restoring spiritual energy. There are Xinyuan pills for cultivation. And the last one is growing bone pills for helping spiritual beasts recover from injuries. Ling Yaohan already knew the recipes for these 4 types of elixirs, so what she had to do now was to buy enough elixir-making materials. The spiritual plant is sealed in a jade box, and with the restrictions in place, it can be preserved for more than 10 years. She calculated that she would refine 2 batches of each of the 4 kinds of elixirs every month. And taking the losses into account, she purchased a total of 2,000 sets of materials and spent 50,000 low-grade spirit stones. Because Ling Yaohan was extremely generous, the shopkeeper in the pavilion gave her an extra 100 sets of materials, and the little girl who brought her here was also rewarded with 2 low-grade spirit stones. After finishing the matter here, Ling Yaohan left the shop and started walking towards the city gate. Just then, a strange voice called her. "My fellow Taoist, please stay for now." Ling Yaohan paused slightly and turned to look at the source of the sound, and saw a beautiful woman with the same cultivation level as her walking towards her. Judging from the expression on his face, he meant no harm. Her mind changed, and she asked calmly, "What can I do for you, my friend?" The woman walked to a distance of several feet from her, stopped, bowed, and then transmitted the message. "My name is Li Qingchen. I am honored to be here. I would like to invite fellow Taoists to go to Ling Yan Peak to search for secret treasures together." Hearing this, Ling Yaohan felt very strange. Because it was a busy street, to prevent anyone from hearing her, she also replied via voice transmission. "My fellow Taoist and I are strangers, and those who are looking for a secret treasure together must trust each other." "How can I trust a strange monk?" Li Qingchen looked conflicted. "Well, I know it's a bit abrupt to invite you so hastily. This is not the place to talk. Fellow Taoist, you may follow me to the courtyard in the city. I will explain the reason to you later. I can assure you that I will not do anything that is detrimental to you." Ling Yaohan did not respond immediately. She stared at the person in front of her. Although the other party seemed quite conflicted, he did not seem guilty at all. Instead, he was very open and frank. This woman is at the same level of cultivation as herself, so even if something unexpected happens, she is confident that she can handle it. At this time, Mengyu said in the Xian Guang Huan Si Bell, "You can promise her first that I will investigate carefully before setting foot in that courtyard. If you find any high-level monks, you will be informed of the situation immediately, and you can leave directly. No matter which city, monks are not allowed to fight within the city. Therefore, even if there is a trap, it is in the courtyard, and judging from the other party's behavior, this possibility is not high." Ling Yaohan replied with a telepathic "okay," then looked at the strange woman and nodded. "Then I'll have to trouble you to lead the way." Seeing that she agreed, Li Qingchen's face flashed with joy. "Dao Yu, please come this way." She walked in front and led the way, turning 3 forked roads and arriving at a small courtyard that looked very ordinary. When approaching, Mengyu sensed it and then transmitted his thoughts. "There is no danger inside, only a seriously injured woman in bed." After hearing this answer, Ling Yaohan let down her guard a little. At this time, Li Qingchen pushed open the gate and welcomed her in. He set up a soundproof barrier around him and then said calmly, "Fellow Taoist Ling, please forgive me. I actually recognize you. 3 years ago, I met fellow Taoist once when I went to Zhangyan Fang near Piamia Sect. At that time, I was buying medicinal pills in the treasure pavilion, and fellow Taoist Ling happened to go there. There was a woman in the pavilion who obviously had an extraordinary status. I learned of your identity from the way she addressed you. That is why I know that fellow Taoist is extremely powerful. I rashly invited fellow Taoists here because I was indeed looking for treasures. There is a rare treasure in Ling Yan Peak, the red spirit flame grass, which can cure my sister's injuries. However, it is an active volcano, which is quite dangerous, and there are often fire-attributed monsters appearing there. I can't get this thing by myself, so I want to invite fellow Taoists to go with me. Every time the red flame grass appears, it always exists in groups with at least 10 plants or more. It is a rare treasure in itself, and is also used in the refining of a few high-level elixirs. When I successfully find this thing, I will only need one of them to save my sister's life, and the rest will all belong to you." In addition, when I was inquiring about this thing, by chance, I learned that there were traces of strange fire appearing in Ling Yan Peak some time ago. Fellow Taoist Ling is a full spiritual cultivator who can use strange fire. If you can subdue it, your strength will be further enhanced. Chapter 101, Improved Mood. Ling Yaohan thought for a moment and said bluntly, "How credible is the news about the strange fire?" She didn't care much about the red flame grass. Although this item can be used to refine high-level elixirs, with her current level of cultivation, she cannot use it at all and cannot refine it. Spiritual herbs can only be preserved for a limited time. By the time she can refine high-level elixirs, the red spiritual flame grass may have lost all its spirituality. As for selling it and exchanging it for spirit stones, there is even less need for that. She was not short of spirit stones now, so there was no need for her to cooperate with a strange cultivator whose background she did not know for a treasure that was of little use to her. As for the strange fire, if it really exists, it is definitely worth a trip. At this time, Li Qingchen said truthfully, "The news came from a Taoist friend named Zhao who often goes out on missions in the city. The existence of the red spirit flame grass was also told to me by fellow Taoist Zhao. This fellow Taoist is registered with the city lord's mansion and accepts tasks every month in exchange for cultivation resources. He has a relatively wide network of contacts and many sources of information. If I were to judge, the news is very credible. Dayu Zhao has a nickname in the city called Know-It-All. The information we got from him was basically correct. To be honest, I bought the information about the red flame grass with spirit stones. As for the strange fire, he accidentally let it slip, and I happened to hear it. When he went down to buy the information, he had an argument with a cultivator who had reached the great perfection of the foundation building stage. The two of them argued until their faces were red, and one of the arguments mentioned the appearance of the strange fire on Ling Yan Peak. After I got the news about the red flame grass, I started trying to find a fellow traveler to go there together, but I never found the right person. I happened to meet fellow Taoist Ling, who was visiting Piamia City. Fellow Taoist is well known, so I shamelessly stepped forward to invite him. As soon as she finished speaking, she heard several coughs coming from inside the room. Li Qingchen apologized, then opened the door and hurried in. Ling Yaohan stood in the yard. Even if she didn't listen deliberately, the conversation in the house could be heard from time to time. One of the voices was extremely weak and intermittent. Li Qingchen called her Qin Yin, and I guess this was the sister she mentioned. The content of the conversation was roughly that Li Qingyin didn't want her sister to take the risk of going to Ling Yan Peak, and then Li Qingchen insisted on going. After hearing the end, Ling Yaohan was quite surprised. Li Qingyin was injured while saving Li Qingchen. 3 months ago, when the two sisters were out, they encountered several monks who made a living by robbery. After a fight, they killed each other. However, before the last cultivator died, he used a vicious method to attack Li Qingchen, but Li Qingyin noticed it in time and blocked the attack for her sister. As a cultivator, one's primary concern is one's own path. Even if they are relatives, it is extremely rare for them to rush forward without hesitation and use their own lives to block an attack for them when they see that the other person is in danger. Ling Yaohan couldn't help but think of herself. If a tribe member with whom she had a good relationship was in danger, would she do the same? It didn't take long for her to come to the answer. No. If she was strong enough, she would do her best to rescue them as quickly as possible. But if she is not strong enough and the enemy is too strong, she will not do anything like fighting a rock with an egg. She will just keep the hatred in her heart and take revenge one day when she is strong enough. Even when encountering a situation very similar to that of the two sisters, the enemy would unleash a powerful attack before dying. Unless she was sure that she would only suffer minor injuries, it would be impossible for her to block the attack with her life. Thinking of this, two familiar faces emerged in Ling Yaohan's mind, and her expression became hesitant. What if the people in danger are dad and mom? She clenched her fists subconsciously. Mingyu noticed her change in mood and asked in a low voice, "What's wrong?" Ling Yaohan calmed herself down and expressed some of the thoughts that came to her mind after hearing the conversation in the room. Mingyu didn't find this strange, she said. As a cultivator, as your cultivation continues to improve, your state of mind will also slowly change. This is a process of growth. There is no cause and effect between you and your people, but it is different for your parents. The grace of giving birth to and raising me, every bit of it over the past 14 years is still vivid in my mind. In the situation you describe, it would indeed be an extremely difficult choice. My advice is, don't force yourself to make a choice. The chances of this happening are extremely small. Don't forget, the Ling family is very safe now. With your master protecting us, the possibility you imagine will basically not happen. In fact, these things in the final analysis are all problems caused by strength. Instead of making things difficult for yourself now, you should focus on improving your strength and prevent such things from happening in the first place. Ling Yaohan frowned and thought for a moment, then replied in telepathy, "Yes, you are right. I just got into a dead end and lost my mind." After figuring this out, her mood improved a little and all the negative emotions disappeared. At the same time, she unexpectedly discovered that the bottleneck in the early stage of foundation building had loosened a little. Chapter 102 Lava Beast. Not long after, Li Qingchen walked out of the house and apologized to Ling Yaohan again. She has persuaded Li Qingyin to agree to this. Influenced by the news of the strange fire and the deep friendship between the two sisters, Ling Yaohan agreed to go to Ling Yan Peak. Half an incense stick later, Li Qingchen set up restrictions around the courtyard and left Piamia City with her and headed towards Ling Yan Peak. The journey was quite long, And as soon as the two of them left the city gate, they each flew on their swords and headed towards their destination at full speed. After about half a day, large areas of lava rocks came into view. Li Qingchen looked at everything around him and said, "Although it is an active volcano, it has not erupted for many years. As long as you don't use powerful magic at the mountain pass, you should be fine." Ling Yaohan nodded without saying anything more. The two men lowered their flying altitude and flew around the active volcano several times. After careful observation, they found the red flame grass near the mountain pass. There are many lava beasts guarding this thing, most of which are at the second level. If you approach it rashly, you will definitely become a living target. Lava beasts like fire. Ling Yaohan thought for a moment and decided to use fire magic to lure these monsters away. After explaining the strategy to Li Qingchen, he immediately put the meteor flame technique into use. In an instant, flames flew all over the sky, and under her control, condensed into a huge fireball. The lava beasts that were originally guarding near the red spirit flame grass were attracted by the fireball. They stood up one by one and ran away after the fireball. However, not all of them left, so Ling Yaohan repeated the same method and led away a small part of them again. Looking at the remaining 3 lava beasts that were still guarding the red flame grass and were indifferent to the fireballs, she decided to take action immediately and kill them as quickly as possible. Li Qingchen obviously had the same plan. The two looked at each other tacitly and then attacked together. Ling Yaohan took out the Ningbing sword and immediately activated the Guixin Jaime sword classic. Her figure turned into an afterimage and she swung forward several swords in succession. Because this place was close to the crater, she did not use her full strength. Even so, when the sword beams intersected and formed an infinite symbol to slash 2 of the lava beasts, they still easily split them into several pieces like cutting tofu, killing them with one blow. Looking at the power of the attack, Li Qingchen on the side was shocked, thinking that the other party was indeed a person with full spiritual roots that was hard to come by in 1,000 years. At the same time, he was also very fortunate to be able to travel with such a gifted child of heaven. Although she was filled with emotion, her hands did not slow down at all. A medium-grade pointed cone spiritual weapon was quickly activated, and with a whoosh, it attacked the remaining lava beast like an arrow. The latter was seriously injured by the blow, and Li Qingchen stabbed him again and successfully took his life. The many lava beasts that were previously attracted away from this place by the fireball now reacted, began to turn around, and ran towards the location of the red spirit flame grass. Ling Yaohan's eyes narrowed. Take advantage of now to quickly pick the spiritual herbs and leave them to me. Okay, fellow Taoists, be careful. Li Qingchen flew down, took out the jade box with swift movements, and carefully pulled up the red flame grasses one by one. On the other side, Ling Yaohan, holding the ice sword, flew forward for a distance and swung out several sword lights in succession, killing more than 10 lava beasts. Considering that this place was some distance away from the crater, she put away her sword and began to practice the 5 Thunders heavenly heart-righteous method. The next moment, there was a sudden flash of lightning and thunder in a small area above the lava beast herd. This area is impossible to escape from as the herd keeps moving. Ling Yaohan activated her spiritual power, pointed at one of the late-stage second-order lava beasts, and a bolt of lightning as thick as a thumb instantly struck it. After a moment, a burning smell was heard, and the lava beast that was hit turned into a charred corpse and fell to the ground with a bang. At this time, Ling Yaohan pointed at another lava beast, and in an instant, another bolt of lightning struck, ending its life. Although the 5 Thunders Heavenly Heart method is extremely powerful, it consumes a lot of spiritual energy every time it is used. Fortunately, Ling Yaohan has practiced the Yuanmu Fuling Ju, which allows her to continuously recover her spiritual power. Although it is not as fast as the consumption rate, it can delay it for a long time overall. As time went on, Ling Yaohan kept pointing to new targets, and lava beasts fell one after another. In the end, they were completely wiped out before they even got close to the red flame grass. Li Qingchen stared at all this in amazement. After all the red flame grass was picked, she wanted to go forward to help, but she didn't expect Ling Yaohan to easily deal with the beasts. Perhaps it was because of the comparison in numbers. When she saw the power of the opponent's swordsmanship before, she was only shocked in her heart, but now, she felt incredible. There were some peak-level second-order beasts among that group of lava beasts, but even so, they were easily killed by Ling Yaohan. Even if the other party told her now that he had hidden his cultivation and had already formed a golden elixir, she would believe it without hesitation. After destroying the beasts, Ling Yaohan immediately returned to the original place. At this time, Li Qingchen had come to his senses. According to the prior agreement, he kept one of the red spirit flame grasses and gave the remaining 16 to Ling Yaohan. Chapter 103, Unknown Things. After dealing with the lava beast, Ling Yaohan began to look for traces of the strange fire. Looking around, the most likely place for strange fire to appear is inside the volcano. She used the mysterious ice to ward off evil spirits technique, adding an extremely thick layer of mysterious ice shield around her body. Then she arrived at the crater and began to fly slowly downwards. The magma flowing inside is not like a pool of water that fills the entire volcano, but is distributed in a linear manner like a river, with some rocks in the middle for people to stand on. Li Qingchen was waiting outside. She had no fire spiritual roots and could not use water-based magic, so she knew she could not help. Although this place is sparsely populated, the possibility of other monks coming here cannot be ruled out, so she secretly made preparations. Once she discovers a strange monk coming, she will tell Ling Yaohan immediately. Inside the volcano, Ling Yaohan stared at the flowing magma for a while and gradually realized something was wrong. She sent a telepathic message to Meng Yu. Look at the magma around here. Although it is flowing very slowly, it is all converging to one point and is constantly decreasing. It's like something is absorbing the magma. That's true. Meng Yu pondered. There are very few things that can absorb magma, and strange fire happens to be one of them. Continuously devouring flames can make itself stronger, but for some reason, I have a bad feeling about this. I can't say what it is specifically. Do you have this feeling? No. Ling Yaohan shook her head and explained. Since I started practicing, I have always been very sensitive to danger, and the strongest one was when I was attacked in the Xingyu Sea. But this time when I came to this active volcano, I didn't feel any sense of danger. That's strange. Could it be that this crisis is directed at me? Could it be? Meng Yu was interrupted halfway through his words by the noise coming from the magma. With a loud crash, the place where the magma had originally gathered suddenly exploded outwards. Seeing this, Ling Yaohan quickly flew upwards. Li Qingchen, who had been guarding outside, noticed the changes in the volcano and a look of worry appeared on his face. She tapped the ground on her toes and immediately flew into the air. She felt relieved only after confirming that Ling Yaohan was safe. But the next scene shocked her. A giant creature with flames all over its body leaped out of the crater, staring at the two of them with its big copper bell-like eyes. Li Qingchen felt the powerful aura coming from the beast and asked in a trembling voice, "What? What is this?" Ling Yaohan came to her side, looking a little solemn. "I don't know either. I was in the volcano just now, and I only noticed that the magma flow was abnormal, and then it became like this." Li Qingchen thought of a possibility and said incredulously, "Could it be that the traces of the so-called strange fire were caused by this unknown monster? It is indeed possible. I wonder what the purpose of this beast's appearance is." Ling Yaohan looked at the huge monster below and couldn't think of a suitable way to deal with it for a moment. At this moment, Meng Yu said in the Xian Guang Huan Si Bell, "Well, I think his target should be me. It discovered my existence." Hearing this, Ling Yaohan was stunned for a moment. "Do you recognize it?" "Of course I don't recognize him," Meng Yu said in a muffled voice. "Although I have never seen this kind of creature, I don't know who it is. But I could feel that it had some ill will towards me. It wasn't obvious when the other party was in the magma before, but now that it's out, it's easy to sense. It feels like I am some delicious food. I guess this thing not only feeds on magma, but also souls." Hearing this, Ling Yaohan immediately made a decision. "In this case, let's leave immediately." At the same time, she expressed this idea to Li Qingchen, who nodded in agreement. The next moment, the two of them flew upwards, high into the sky, and rushed towards the direction of Piamia City at full speed. However, at this moment, the giant creature slightly bent its forelimbs, leaped up, and blocked the two of them. Li Qingchen's face turned pale. Judging from the aura of the beast, she was afraid that she would not be able to survive even a single round if it started fighting. At this time, Ling Yaohan said, "This monster only appeared after I went into the volcano, and it wanted to stop me. Li Daoyu, please leave first to avoid being implicated." "No," Li Qingchen flatly refused. "It was because I told you about the so-called strange fire that this disaster happened. Let's go together." Ling Yaohan prepared for defense and immediately replied, Dayu, go back first, and you can also try to get reinforcements. Stay here. If I can't defeat this monster, you will die in vain. Don't forget that your sister is still waiting for you to come back." When Li Qingyin was mentioned, Li Qingxin's originally resolute expression finally changed a little. She knew the situation was urgent and she could not afford to hesitate any longer, so she decided, "I will take the Scarlet Spirit Flame grass back first, and then I will find reinforcements. Fellow Daoist, please be careful." After he finished speaking, Li Qingxin did not stop. He created a beam of light and quickly moved forward, bypassing the giant beast. The fact was just as Ling Yaohan said. The beast did not chase her, but remained where it was. After Li Qingxin left, Ling Yaohan took out the ice sword. Just as she was about to take action, a rather childish voice sounded in her ears. "There is a remnant soul following you. Hand her over, and I will let you go." Up was it? Although she was surprised that the monster in front of her could speak, Ling Yaohan still did not hesitate and decisively refused the matter. Chapter 104, Purple Skyfire. After being rejected, the monster did not get angry, but continued to ask, "What is your relationship with that remnant soul? I don't mean to hurt you. As long as you hand her over, you can leave safely. And you don't think you can beat me with your small body, do you?" Ling Yaohan pursed her lips and said, "How do you know you can't beat me if you don't try? Mengyu has helped me a lot since he signed the soul contract with me. Ling Yaohan, I'm not an ungrateful person. If you want me to hand over Mengyu, you are dreaming." The monster bowed his head and said, "I never expected that you, a human being, are quite courageous. You are quite different from those people I have seen in the past who are afraid of death and betray their companions. Forget it, a soul is barely enough for me to fill my teeth. I don't want it. Hey, one more question. Why you want to go inside a volcano? The temperature there is not something you humans can bear, right?" Speaking of this, Ling Yaohan couldn't help feeling depressed. "I heard from others that there is a strange fire here, so I came here to try my luck." Strange fire? The monster was obviously stunned for a moment. After a moment, it seemed to have thought of something and jumped down into the crater. "Come back right away! Don't run!" Ling Yaohan looked at the scene in front of her and felt extremely surprised. "I thought there would be a fierce battle, but I didn't expect this monster to have such a good temper." She did not take the opportunity to leave. Judging from the previous situation, the monster was escaping very quickly. "Even if I run away now, the other party will catch up with me soon after they find me." Not long after, another crashing sound was heard from below, and the monster that had just left jumped into the air again, opening its mouth and spitting out a fist-sized flame that was glowing purple. "Is this what you were talking about? This thing already existed when I came to this volcano. It is of no use to me. If you want it, just take it." Although Ling Yaohan couldn't recognize what kind of flame it was, she was certain that what was before her was undoubtedly a strange fire. This monster actually gave it to me so easily. Thinking of the request the other party had mentioned earlier, she became alert again. "I will not hand over Mengyu. If I have to choose between her and the strange fire, I will definitely choose Mengyu. If you have this idea, then give up as soon as possible." The monster shook its head and snorted. "I don't even bother to do such a thing. Didn't I say that before? I don't want that soul anymore. I'm giving you this fire only because I like you and I don't need it myself. This thing will cause indigestion if eaten, so it's better to keep it out of sight. I still say the same thing as before. If you want it, just take it away. It will also be a way for me to get rid of an eyesore. I'll count to 10, and if you don't want it, I'll throw it right back into the volcano." At this point, the monster began to count down seriously, 10, 9, 8. Seeing this, Ling Yaohan quickly said, "Yes, of course." The monster sighed. "That's right, if you take away the fire, I will feel better too." As it was about to throw the strange fire directly to Ling Yaohan, it seemed to remember something before taking action and said hesitantly, "You humans have to tame the strange fire first before you can touch it, right? If I throw it to you like this, there won't be even ashes left." Ling Yaohan nodded, "Indeed." The monster continued to ask, "Then can you tame the strange fire?" Ling Yaohan said truthfully, "I have learned some methods before, and I can try them one by one." Hearing this, the monster urged, "Then cast a spell quickly and take this nasty thing away." It was obvious that it had suffered from this strange fire, and its big, copper bell-like eyes looked at the flames with disgust. Ling Yaohan said yes. And then, according to the method she had seen in the Sect scriptures, she pinched her hands and formed one seal after another. However, at this moment, the purple flame that was originally floating in front of the monster actually fell towards her. It was so fast that before Ling Yaohan could react, The flame whooshed into the palm of her right hand. Seeing this, the monster jumped up on the spot, quickly came to a place not far in front of her, stretched out its claws to check on her condition, but then realized that it was covered in flames, and if it approached rashly, it would only cause secondary damage. Thinking of this, its claws stopped in midair and then retracted. "Hey, are you okay?" the monster said in a baby voice. "It's so hard to find a human being that I like. I hope he won't die like this." Ling Yaohan sensed her own situation and was extremely surprised. "It's okay. This strange fire has already recognized me as its master. Anyway, thank you for this time." The strange fire was of great help in improving her strength. Although the monster had bad intentions at first, it did not take any action in the end and indirectly helped her. After recognizing her master, she naturally understood the origin of the strange fire. Purple void sky fire is the most mysterious type of strange fire. It can devour other strange fires and continue to advance. It's good to tame it. The monster seemed quite excited at this moment and laughed twice. "Without this annoying guy, my life will be comfortable in the future. Let's go." It's not as warm as in the lava here. It's freezing cold. As it said this, the monster leaped towards the crater, sank into the magma, and disappeared completely. Chapter 105 Departure. After the monster left, Ling Yaohan took out the strange fire that had recognized its master and looked at it carefully. Every time the purple void sky fire devours a different kind of fire, an additional halo of the same color as the devoured fire will appear on its outer layer. Not only that, all the power of the swallowed strange fire will be absorbed by the purple void sky fire and transformed for its own use. The outermost layer of this fist-sized purple flame has no halo, indicating that it has not swallowed any other strange fire before. After understanding the general situation, Ling Yaohan took the purple void sky fire back into her dantian and began to fly towards the direction of Piamia City. Not long after, 3 powerful auras rushed towards her from the front. Judging from the aura around the visitors, they are all Jindan cultivators. I don't know if these are the reinforcements that Li Qingchen mentioned. Thinking of this, Ling Yaohan felt that it was unlikely. If Li Qingchen could ask the 3 Jindan for reinforcements, they could help in picking the red spirit flame grass. It wouldn't have been delayed for so many days, and they wouldn't have asked her for help in the end. Thinking of this, she secretly became alert. A moment later, 3 Jindan figures appeared in sight. There were 2 men and 1 woman, and the pressure they exerted was not much different from each other. According to Ling Yaohan's initial judgment, they were all in the middle stage of the Golden Core realm. The 3 of them had originally looked tense, but after seeing her, they all slowed down and were obviously relieved. Ling Yaohan was just feeling strange when the only woman among the 3 spoke up. "Fortunately, little friend Ling is safe and sound. You left Piamia City with others. If something really happened and Piamia Sect investigated, we old guys would inevitably be blamed." As the woman said this, a hint of fear appeared on her face. Not long ago, Li Qingchen returned to Piamia City. After feeding the red spirit flame grass to Li Qingyan, he immediately came to the city lord's mansion. She had no connections with powerful cultivators, so if she wanted to get help, the best way was to go directly to the city lord's mansion and reveal Ling Yaohan's identity. Piamia Sect is the dominant force in Shianshu continent, and Ling Yaohan is the sect's most valued genius disciple. As long as she informed the elders of the city lord's mansion that Ling Yaohan encountered danger after leaving Piamia City, there was a great possibility that the other party would rush to rescue her. Facts proved that her approach was correct. As soon as she went to the city lord's mansion to explain the matter, 3 elders hurriedly left to rescue her. On this side, Ling Yaohan heard the woman's words and immediately understood the purpose of their visit. She stopped, bowed to the 3 people, and said respectfully, "The crisis has been resolved. Thank you 3 seniors for coming to the rescue." After that, an old man with a kind face among the 3 people said kindly, "It's good that you are fine. Do you want to return to Piamia City now?" That was the original intention, Ling Yaohan explained. When fellow Taoist Li left, he mentioned that he would call for help. Later, "I was out of danger, so I planned to go to Piamia City to inform fellow Taoist Li." Hearing this, the old man smiled and said, "If it's just for this, we can just go back and tell Li Xiaoyu." Ling Yaohan thought for a moment and agreed. "Then I would like to thank the 3 seniors. I am leaving the sect for training, and my destination is not Piamia City. Since the senior has helped to convey my message, I intend to leave now." After saying this, the old man nodded and said, I wish you all the best, and hope you can achieve a breakthrough as soon as possible." After Ling Yaohan left, the thin man who had been silent among the three asked in confusion, "Elder Feng, it seems that you don't want little friend Ling to go to Qimiao City again?" The old man sighed softly. Li Qingchen was able to persuade this Piamia Sect's genius to come here, so there must be something about chance involved, and it's not just as simple as the scarlet spirit flame grass. Wasn't there a rumor about the emergence of a strange fire a while ago? I remember that some cultivators came there at that time, including several Jinan cultivators, but they all died. Judging from the performance of this genius from Piamia Sect, she may have obtained this strange fire. Don't forget what kind of person Elder Morong is in the City Lord's mansion. If he gets to know about this, young friend Ling might be in danger. He has always been accustomed to doing things secretly and does not necessarily care about Ling Xiaoyou's identity. Humph! This kind of despicable method is useless against ordinary monks and will not be discovered. It can be used to deal with the proud son of Piamia Sect, because he thinks he is not dying fast enough, and in the end the entire City Lord's mansion will be implicated by him. At the end, the old man said angrily, "I don't know what the City Lord was thinking to give this kind of person the position of elder. If we let him continue to act recklessly, Qimiao City will be destroyed sooner or later." At this time, the only woman among the three said helplessly, "Forget it, the three of us can't do anything to that person anyway. The decision is in the hands of the City Lord. I think that after returning, I can take better care of Li Qingchen and Li Qingyan." Judging from previous situations, they have a good relationship with the genius of Piamia Sect. The two of them have decent aptitude, and if we give them some guidance in their cultivation at the appropriate time, they may be rewarded with blessings in the future. Ling Yaohan, who was far away from this place, had no idea about the conversation between the three people. She followed the signs on the map and headed south. The sea was calm for 2 days. On the way, they passed a city slightly smaller than Qimiao City. After walking around the city and getting to know the local customs and culture, they set off again and headed south. Chapter 106, Road Robbery. On the third day, Ling Yaohan encountered a group of monks who made a living by robbery. There are 6 people in total. The lowest one is in the early stage of foundation building, and the highest one is in the late stage of foundation building. The place chosen by this group of people to rob was quite remote, and they specifically targeted lone monks who, in their opinion, had low cultivation levels and could be controlled. When they saw the plum blossom pleated skirt that Ling Yaohan was wearing, they hesitated. After all, the fact that he can wear a top-grade spiritual weapon shows that he is of extraordinary status, and rashly robbing him may end up losing more than gaining. However, in the end, the 6 people were driven by greed and chose to take action. The higher the status of a person, the richer he is, and he must have a lot of spiritual stones and natural treasures on him. In their opinion, Ling Yaohan was only at the initial stage of foundation building, and no matter how many treasures she had, she couldn't make any big waves. The 6 men made a living by robbing, and as soon as they succeeded, they would immediately move to another place. As long as they kill the other party and clean up all the traces, who can find them? This group of people had obviously done similar things more than once, and after one of them made a suggestion, the decision was made immediately. In fact, their every move was perceived by Meng Yu. So before they showed up, Ling Yaohan knew that 6 people wanted to rob and kill her, and she secretly became alert. Not long after, 6 people appeared together and surrounded her. Before she could make a move, Ling Yaohan took out the ice sword, swung the sword in her hand, and directly cut the throat of one of the early foundation building cultivators with one sword. The latter covered his neck with his hands, his pupils full of disbelief, and fell straight to the ground, dying on the spot. After the remaining 5 people were shocked, murderous intent appeared on their faces, and they attacked together. All kinds of swords and knives slashed towards Ling Yaohan at the same time, and the whistling sounds continued. If an ordinary cultivator in the early stage of foundation building were here, facing this unavoidable attack, even if he could take it, he would be seriously injured. Ling Yaohan used the mysterious ice to dispel evil spirits technique, and an extremely thick layer of mysterious ice shield formed around her body. At the same time, the Guishian Jami Sword Classic began to operate immediately. The next moment, she held the ice sword in her hand and swung it with all her strength at the black sword that was slashing towards her. There was a loud bang, which instantly covered all the sounds of the attacks. The black sword broke into 2 pieces and fell to the ground. The man holding the sword had a look of horror on his face, as if he realized that Ling Yaohan was no match for him, so he turned around and fled. At this moment, another golden sword light flashed and slashed towards the man's body with lightning speed. With the sound of a sharp blade entering flesh, the latter's fleeing figure suddenly stopped, and after a moment it split into two and fell to the ground. At this time, the attacks of the other 4 monks had already landed. For a while, there were continuous rumbling sounds, and spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the black ice shield. Ling Yaohan used the body defense technique of Yinjin body protection, and a layer of golden light flashed on the palm of her hand. She stretched out her left hand and pinched a mid-grade spiritual weapon, flying knife, in front of her with 2 fingers. As the golden light became brighter and brighter, a clicking sound was heard, and a crack appeared on the flying knife. The flying knife master's voice was filled with disbelief. She is a physical cultivator. What kind of freak is this? The one with the highest cultivation level in the late stage of foundation building shouted. Stop talking about these useless things. Quickly find a way to kill her. At this moment, they all knew that they had hit a wall, but the situation could no longer be resolved, and running away was not a wise option. Sword cultivators are best at long-range attacks. Once they scatter and flee, based on the previous situation, they will most likely be killed one by the sword. The 4 of them gathered together and launched an attack again. Ling Yaohan wanted to try out the power of the purple void sky fire, so she summoned it out immediately. The moment they saw the purple flames, the faces of the 4 of them turned pale. The leader weakly said escape, and then immediately used a secret technique to escape. In the current situation, there is still a glimmer of hope if you escape, but staying will only lead to death. The remaining 3 also used their own methods to escape from this place, but the speed of the purple void sky fire was faster than them. Under the control of Ling Yaohan's spiritual consciousness, in less than a breath, the purple void sky fire caught up with one of the foundation-building cultivators and burned him to ashes in an instant. The 2 people who were close to each other were suddenly scared out of their wits and tried to escape from there at the fastest speed in their lives. However, no matter how they struggled, they could not match the speed of the purple void sky fire. In less than 6 breaths, they followed in the footsteps of their companions, turned into ashes, and dispersed in the wind. Ling Yaohan was suspended in midair, looking at the direction where the cultivator with the highest cultivation level in the late foundation establishment stage was fleeing, and she used the Guoxian Jami sword classic to its extreme. After a moment, as the ice sword continued to swing, several dazzling golden sword beams intertwined and formed an infinite symbol, which slashed towards the person who was fleeing at a speed that was invisible to the naked eye. The latter's defense, which he had always been proud of, shattered like paper the moment it touched the sword light. At the same time, 2 blood marks appeared on his forehead, and the monk's figure froze in place for an instant. After losing the spiritual power to sustain him, the man fell to the ground with a thud and died on the spot. At this point, all 6 people who besieged Ling Yaohan died. The storage bags of those who died from the strange fire turned into ashes, but the rest were still preserved. She flew forward and took all the storage bags on the corpse into her hands. These people make a living by robbing, and they have a lot of good stuff on them. The low-grade spirit stones alone add up to nearly 1 million, and there are also some rare treasures among them. There were also several magical and spiritual weapons, and all the traces of recognition of their owners had been erased. Ling Yaohan had no use for these and planned to leave them idle until she came across a store like the one she had before where she could sell the stolen goods, and then dispose of them together. Chapter 107 Gulan City. 10 days later, Ling Yaohan arrived at Gulan City. Further ahead was the vast ancient plain. This city will be her permanent residence for the next few years. Due to frequent invasions by beast tides, the defensive restrictions around Gulan City are always activated. The city wall is hundreds of feet high and is densely engraved with various forbidden runes. There are 10 guards at the city gate entrance, and their cultivation is either in the late foundation building stage or in the great perfection of foundation building. There are not many cultivators going to Gulan City. Most of them are people like Ling Yaohan who go out to gain experience. The monks stationed here are rotated every 100 years. According to the agreement since ancient times, all forces in Swan Kju have disciples stationed here. When Ling Yaohan arrived at the entrance of Gulan City, the 10 foundation establishment warriors guarding the city stared at her without blinking. One of the young men who had reached the great perfection of foundation building took out a mirror-shaped spiritual weapon that was half a meter long and wide and pointed it at her. Ling Yaohan didn't sense the danger, so she didn't dodge. After a moment, the young man retracted the spiritual weapon, and the other 9 people also looked away. At this time, the young man explained with an apologetic look, "Please forgive me, fellow Taoist, because there are often monsters from the vast ancient plains that transform into human forms and try to sneak into Gulan City. Therefore, every time we see a strange monk coming, we will conduct a thorough investigation. As for what has been seen before, its aura has been left on the magic detecting mirror. The demon beasts can only impersonate their appearance, but cannot change their own aura, so they will be identified before they even get close." Transformed into a human? Ling Yaohan showed a look of surprise. Under normal circumstances, only demon cultivators above the 4th level can transform. Would they use this method to enter the city at their level? After saying this, the young man shook his head and said, "They are not demon cultivators. If they were, how could we stop them with just a few of us? There are many kinds of monsters in the vast ancient plains, some of which are naturally proficient in illusion. This demon detecting mirror is used to detect this type of demon beasts. Their realm is not high, basically at the 1st or 2nd level. When they reach the 3rd level or higher, as long as they approach Gulan City, the Yuaning senior station here will naturally sense it and take action to capture it." Hearing this, Ling Yaohan suddenly understood, "So that's how it is. Thank you for clearing up my confusion, fellow Taoist." There was no entrance fee to enter Gulan City, so after the 10 people checked and confirmed that Ling Yaohan was fine, they made way for her. Unlike other cities seen along the way, there is a solemn and murderous atmosphere in Gulan City. This city is extremely large, but there are not many monks walking on the streets. The walls of each building were engraved with various runes. Ling Yaohan looked at them for a while and found that these runes were all arranged against monsters and evil spirits. In other words, even if some cunning monsters transformed into human form and successfully sneaked into the city, as soon as they touched these buildings, their true forms would be revealed immediately. While Ling Yaohan was observing, there was a noise at the city gate. She turned her head and saw a Foundation establishment monk covered in blood, carrying a man who was missing his right arm and unconscious, hurriedly rushing into the city. After that, the monk rushed all the way to the first fork in the street, turned right, and ran towards the 2nd building. There was a medical clinic set up in the city, filled with monks skilled in healing arts. Not long after, several monks arrived at the city gate one after another, all of them carrying varying degrees of injuries. After entering the city, everyone rushed to the clinic without exception. Later, after some inquiries, Ling Yaohan found out that the medical clinic in Gulan City was open to the public free of charge, and any cultivator who was injured in the vast ancient plains could be treated free of charge. She was new here, so she planned to find a place to live first. After a brief tour around the city, Ling Yaohan walked into a loft that specialized in renting out courtyards. Gulan City is surrounded by dangers, and only within the city can safety be guaranteed to a certain extent. There were no cave dwellings like those that needed to be built outside the city. Normally, monks who are not staying here for a long time choose to stay in the inn. Those who live here all year round choose courtyards, which are relatively convenient. After an introduction by the shopkeeper of the pavilion, Ling Yaohan chose to rent a relatively remote courtyard. The prices in Gulan City are much lower than those in other cities. The price of renting a courtyard for a year is only 200 low-grade spirit stones. Although the courtyard chosen by Ling Yaohan was located in a remote area, the overall environment was quiet and peaceful, and it was surrounded by green bamboos. She liked it very much. If it were in other cities, renting a similar courtyard for a year would cost at least 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. From the conversation with the attic owner just now, she learned a situation. Except for the monks who must stay in the city under the orders of their forces, all the others who come out to gain experience will go to the demon-slaying pavilion in the city. There are a huge number of tasks posted there. If you can complete them after accepting them, you can obtain certain cultivation resources. In addition, all cultivators who go to the demon-slaying pavilion will receive a pear blossom jade token without exception. There are special restrictions inside the jade token. When leaving the city for the vast ancient plains, every time you hunt a monster, the jade token will automatically sense it and record the corresponding monster slaying value. A first-level monster corresponds to 1 monster slaying value. A second-level monster corresponds to 100 monster slaying values. A third-level monster corresponds to 3,000 monster slaying values. As for the 4th-level demon cultivator, if you can kill him, you can get 100,000 demon killing points. It is worth mentioning that there is a giant jade disc in the demon-slaying pavilion that is specifically used to record the cultivator's demon-slaying value. The names of all the monks who have received the Pear Blossom Jade token will be automatically displayed on the jade disc. In the vast ancient plains, every time a monster was hunted, the corresponding monster slaying value would be calculated and displayed on the jade disc, and there had never been a mistake. Upon learning of this situation, Ling Yaohan immediately rushed to the Demon Slaying Pavilion. Chapter 108 Demon Slaying Pavilion. Half a cup of tea later, Ling Yaohan arrived at the Demon Slaying Pavilion. Compared to other places in the city, there are relatively more monks here. This pavilion is surrounded by a vast open-air area paved with green jade, with a giant jade disc standing in the center. Ling Yaohan took a rough look and found that the person ranked first in the jade disc had a demon-slaying value of 8.04 million. If you hunt third-level monsters, you will need more than 2,600 to reach this number. From this, we can judge that this person's cultivation level is at least Jindan, and it is more likely that he is Yuaniing. Retracting her thoughts, Ling Yaohan came to the first floor of the Demon Slaying Pavilion, registered her name, and successfully received a Pear Blossom Jade token. After that, she walked towards the mission area. As expected, all the tasks here are related to hunting monsters. Some require monster fur, some require monster bones, and some require monster blood. The values of different monsters are different, and the corresponding rewards are also varied. A small number of them are spirit stones, while others are natural treasures or spiritual weapons and talismans as rewards. As for magical instruments, there are none. After all, none of those who were able to go out for training and had the ability and courage to come to Gulan City were chi cultivating cultivators. If a magic weapon were given as a reward, no one would accept it. In addition, there are some tasks with higher resource rewards that require monster inner core. Only monster beasts above level 3 have inner elixirs, and those who take on such tasks are basically Jindan cultivators. If we only talk about cultivation, Ling Yaohan is one of the people with the lowest cultivation in Gulan City. Of course, if we talk about actual strength, that is another matter. There are two ways to accept tasks. One is to accept it individually. The other is to form a team of people to accept it together. The former will naturally receive all the rewards themselves, while the latter will distribute corresponding rewards according to each person's contribution after the task is completed. Ling Yaohan chose the former. After observing for a moment, her eyes stopped on a task of hunting a second-level golden-winged tiger. The mission mentioned that 1,000 fresh golden-winged tiger skins were needed. As for bones, flesh, and blood, they are disposed of by the person who accepts the task. After completing this task, you can obtain 5 pieces of gung gold and 5 pieces of purple marrow iron, which are the size of a fist and are used to refine weapons. When Ling Yaohan was in the chi training stage, she once obtained a piece of gung gold. Later, with the help of Elder Chi Fang, he added it to the ice condensation sword, which was still a magic weapon, and re-refined it. Combined with other materials, he successfully upgraded the ice condensation sword from a top-grade magic weapon to a top-grade spiritual weapon. The elder who was in charge of refining the art later told her that one of the reasons why the refining process went so smoothly was that she provided enough gingjin. This material can not only be used to refine flying swords, but also to refine defensive magic weapons such as Tongshan Tower. 5 pieces of gung gold and purple marrow iron, plus the golden flame stone and fire-melting crystal she bought in Piamia City, were enough materials to re-refine the Tongshan Tower. When the time is right, she can try to refine it. There was a cultivator in the Demon Slaying Pavilion who was responsible for recording the missions that were accepted. When he saw Ling Yaohan planning to take on this mission alone, he frowned slightly and could not help but remind her. My fellow Taoists, the ancient plains are extremely dangerous, and you are at the initial stage of foundation building. It is safer for you to take on such missions as a team. There are many monster hunting teams in Gulan City. As the number of missions increases, more or less monks will die, and then the number of people will need to be replenished. If you are visiting Gulan City for the first time, you can go to Xiangshuan in the south of the city, where monster hunting teams often post recruitment information. Hearing this, Ling Yaohan said carefully, "Thank you for your reminder, but I am used to being alone and not used to accepting tasks in a team. I am confident that I can hunt a second-level golden-winged tiger with my own abilities, so I decided to take on this mission alone. When I was in the Sect, I took on missions with my clansmen because we knew each other well. The situation is different now. There are many things to consider when teaming up with strange monks for a long time, so naturally I would avoid them if possible." Ling Yaohan spoke in a firm tone. Hearing the Taoist shaking his head, he opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but swallowed the words back. "Forget it." The Taoist sighed softly. "It's up to you. Remember, your own safety is the most important thing when the time comes. The monks stationed in Gulan City usually either fight with monsters or meditate to improve their skills, so they are relatively isolated from the news. Therefore, the Taoist had never heard of Ling Yaohan's name before, and thought she was just an ordinary cultivator in the early stage of foundation building. After successfully accepting the mission, Ling Yaohan was not in a hurry to leave Gulan City. She bought a jade slip in the city that introduced the distribution of monsters in the ancient plains. There are a total of 86 species of monsters there, led by the fierce wind wolf, purple cloud eagle, and blue night python. These three tribes all have fourth-order late-stage transformed demon cultivators in charge, but every time a tide of beasts invades, these three demon cultivators never show up. In addition to these three tribes, 11 other tribes including the ice flame lion, phantom tiger, and two-headed leopard also have transformed demon cultivators in charge, and their realms are all in the early or middle stage of the fourth level. In other words, among the 86 races, there are a total of 14 that have transformed demon cultivators. For the remaining 72 tribes, in every beast invasion, the first and second level monsters are always the ones that rush to the front, acting as cannon fodder. The target of Ling Yaohan's mission this time is the Golden Winged Tiger clan. The vast ancient plain can be divided into three areas: the outermost, the middle, and the innermost. The outermost layer has the widest range, and the nearest one is only 20 miles away from Gulan City. Basically, only first and second level monsters are active in this range. Once level 3 or above appears, it means that the beast invasion is about to begin. Starting from the middle level, third-order monsters will appear. Normally, only Jindan or Yuanian cultivators will enter this area. As for the innermost part, once a monk enters, it is basically impossible for him to come out alive. This is because the 14 transformed demon cultivators are all here, and this area is also where the demon beasts are most densely populated. After understanding the general situation of the vast ancient plain, Ling Yaohan left Gulan City and began to move towards the outermost layer of the ancient plain. Chapter 109 Golden Winged Tiger. The moment she left the city gate, Ling Yaohan took out the ice sword and began to fly on it. Not long after, she met a group of monks fleeing towards the city gate. The other party had returned from the vast ancient plain. There were 5 of them in total, 3 of whom were injured. The moment they saw Ling Yaohan, the 5 of them showed surprise on their faces. So far, this was the first time they had seen a cultivator in the early stage of foundation building go out alone to perform a mission. The leading monk wanted to give a warning, but considering that his teammate was injured and that they had never seen Ling Yaohan before and didn't know what her temper was like, speaking rashly might upset her. With the mentality of less trouble is worse than more, this cultivator, who had reached the great perfection of foundation building, remained silent and flew directly towards the direction of Gulan City. When she landed at the city gate, the man shook his head and sighed. What a pity, judging from her bone age. She has excellent aptitude. Why can't you just accept the mission and go to the vast ancient plains alone? Maybe he's new here and doesn't know much about Guyun. His teammate pondered. The dress she's wearing is a top-grade spiritual weapon. She must be a disciple of a large sect. People like them have many ways to save their lives. Although their cultivation is lower, they will not necessarily die in the ancient plains. The two talked as they walked, and soon they took their injured companion to the city's medical clinic. On the other side, after Ling Yaohan arrived at the outermost layer of the vast ancient plain, she began to prepare to hunt the Golden Winged Tiger. As soon as you step into this place, you can see monsters appearing frequently. If you are not careful, you will be surrounded, which is indeed very dangerous. Ling Yaohan did not descend, but continued to fly on the sword, carefully searching for the trace of the Golden Winged Tiger. At a certain moment, she seemed to have realized something, and her route suddenly changed, moving upwards. A moment later, several sharp arrows transformed from feathers whizzed past her original location. Ling Yaohan soon discovered the monster that launched the sneak attack. It was a late-stage second-order purple cloud eagle. It has a sharp beak and claws. The feathers on its neck are silvery white, and the rest of its body is gray-black. At this moment, the monster was staring at her with its clear, round eagle eyes, obviously treating her as its prey. Ling Yaohan, who noticed this, snorted coldly and immediately activated the Five Thunders Heavenly Heart method, then pointed a finger at the purple cloud eagle. The next moment, a loud thunder suddenly sounded in the originally cloudless sky. Immediately afterwards, a lightning bolt as thick as a thumb struck the purple cloud eagle, which had not yet reacted. The latter immediately turned into charcoal, fell to the ground, and shattered into a pile of black powder with a crash. The cultivators who were hunting monsters nearby were all startled by the lightning. Some of them used their spiritual sense to investigate and found that the one who performed this technique was actually a cultivator in the early stage of foundation building. They couldn't help but show surprise on their faces. A woman in a light yellow skirt killed a nearby monster with a single blow, and while holding up her defense, she discussed with her teammates beside her. "Who is that? I seem to have never seen him before. Is he a new fellow?" "Most likely. With such a temperament, it is hard to forget once you meet him. I am sure that this is the first time I saw that fellow Taoist." Alas, the monks with thunder spirit roots are really powerful. The powerful thunder magic can help them fight across levels. Ling Yaohan killed the purple cloud eagle with one strike without using any other magic, so everyone naturally regarded her as a cultivator with powerful thunder spirit roots. Ling Yaohan didn't care about this. After killing the monster with one blow, she continued to fly on her sword, looking for the trace of the golden-winged tiger. Not long after, a group of majestic monsters with wings on their backs, golden bodies, and awe-inspiring appearance appeared in sight. This was exactly the golden-winged tiger she was looking for. What is needed in the mission is tiger skin, so the thunder attribute spell just performed cannot be used again, and the same goes for the fire attribute spell. With a change of mind, Ling Yaohan used the extreme shadow wind howl technique. In an instant, within a radius of 5 miles, storms appeared out of nowhere and attacked the group of golden-winged tigers. At the same time, countless wind blades were emitted from it, and, under the control of Ling Yaohan's spiritual sense, concentrated on attacking the most vulnerable neck of each golden-winged tiger. Under this fierce attack, angry beast roars rang out one after another. As time went on, the sound gradually became lower. Some golden-winged tigers broke through the storm and attacked Ling Yaohan with their teeth bared, but she killed them one by one with the ice sword in her hand. However, the former are more numerous, and this battle will continue for some time. Chapter 110, Destruction. Not long after, several screams were heard from a far distance. The sound came from far away and got closer. Ling Yaohan turned around and saw 6 purple cloud eagles rushing towards this place. The next moment, dozens of sharp arrows made of feathers shot towards her. Its power is extremely strong, and each one is equivalent to a full-strength attack from a cultivator who has reached the great perfection of the foundation building stage. Ling Yaohan's eyes focused, and the Yanjin body protection technique was immediately activated. Her body kept moving to dodge. At the same time, the Ningbing sword continued to swing out sword beams, cutting off all the sharp arrows approaching. The purple cloud eagle was extremely fast. In just a moment, it arrived nearby and surrounded her. All 6 of them were at the peak of the second stage. Judging from their actions, they seemed to be seeking revenge for the purple cloud eagle that had died under the thunder technique previously. At this moment, the attack time of the extreme shadow wind howl technique below had reached its limit. The storm slowly dissipated, leaving behind the corpses of golden-winged tigers all over the ground. However, there were still a few that survived. Although they were covered with scars, they all bared their teeth and had fierce eyes. As soon as the storm dissipated, it spread its wings and flew into the air, attacking Ling Yaohan. As a result, she fell directly into the joint siege of the golden-winged tiger and the purple cloud eagle. The monks who saw this scene below all sighed. A person in the early stage of foundation building was besieged by nearly 10 peak-level second-order monsters and 30 late-level second-order monsters. There was basically no chance of survival. Although they wanted to help, they were powerless and in danger themselves, so they had no time to rescue their fellow travelers. In fact, many monks who died in the past had similar experiences. With the enemy outnumbering us, we could only watch our companions being devoured by the monsters and could do nothing. In midair, Ling Yaohan looked at the dozens of monsters that surrounded her. She felt no fear in her heart. Instead, she was filled with a strong desire to fight. For her, this was a fight of equal strength, and it was also the most challenging test of her fighting ability. The Guixin Jaime Sword Classic was activated immediately, and a cold light flashed on the Ningbing sword, slashing towards one of the purple cloud eagles that was about to launch an attack. Afterwards, the technique of using black ice to dispel evil was used, and an extremely thick black ice shield was formed around it. At the same time, the temperature around dropped sharply. With Ling Yaohan as the center, a layer of black ice appeared out of thin air under her feet and extended to the surroundings at an extremely fast speed. A moment later, a circle of 10-foot-high black ice wall rose up within a radius of 3 miles, extending inward until it was completely enclosed. Ling Yaohan's move cut off the retreat routes of these dozens of monsters. They had no choice but to fight to the death. There was a lot of noise here, and with the cold air constantly escaping in all directions, the monks below were alarmed again. The woman in the pale yellow silk dress who had just used her ultimate move to repel the attacking monster exclaimed in surprise. Doesn't she have a lightning spirit? How can she use ice magic? Not only that, his teammates also wondered. In the previous storm, it seems that only wind spiritual roots can be used. What's going on? How can a cultivator have 3 mutant spiritual roots at the same time? The woman had a guess in her mind and immediately looked up into the sky with a look of disbelief. Could it be the perfect spiritual root that is said to be hard to find in 1,000 years? The teammates also reacted at this time. With the initial foundation building level, this kind of strength is indeed possible. I didn't expect to meet such a gifted person in this vast, ancient plain. Inside the black ice, the purple cloud eagle that had been targeted by Ling Yaohan was killed on the spot, its body torn into pieces and fell onto the black ice. At this time, all the remaining monsters launched their attacks, and a series of bang-bang sounds were heard. Spiderweb-like cracks soon appeared on the black ice shield around Ling Yaohan, and then it shattered with a bang. Part of the attack that had not been blocked landed on the plum blossom pleated skirt, and this top-grade spiritual weapon suddenly emitted a dazzling light. After a moment, the attacks on it dissipated and the dress was intact. The remaining few were cut off by the condensed ice sword, and a few attacks aimed at the palms and forehead were all successfully blocked by the operation of the Yenjin body protection technique. After taking on the first wave of attacks from these monsters, Ling Yaohan was about to take action when a thought came to her sea of consciousness. Tianluo realized that his master was under siege and wanted to come out to help. Ling Yaohan did not refuse. She reached out and patted the spirit beast bag. The next moment, a snow-white fox jumped out, opened its sharp teeth, and bit the throat of one of the purple cloud eagles before it could react with lightning speed. At the same time, the sharp claws pierced into its heart and grabbed it hard. The latter flapped its wings twice and became completely silent. After successfully killing one, Tianluo quickly changed his target and attacked the remaining purple cloud eagles using the same method. At this time, Ling Yaohan once again used the mysterious ice evil dispelling technique, and a new layer of mysterious ice shield formed around her. As the cold grew heavier, the monster's movements gradually became slower. In just a moment, another purple cloud eagle was killed by Tianluo's claws. Ling Yaohan realized that her spiritual power was being consumed rapidly, so she immediately used the Yuan move Fuling Ju. The spiritual energy in Dantian, which had been more than half consumed, slowly recovered and became full again. After that, she gathered her hands together and performed the technique of gathering water into a deep pool. In the closed space, a large stream of water appeared out of nowhere, submerging all the monsters. Then, affected by the cold air, it quickly condensed into ice. Under the intentional control of Ling Yaohan's spiritual consciousness, except for Tianluo, the remaining monsters were all frozen by the ice. Their bodies froze, and then fell to the ground with a bang. Seeing this, she seized the opportunity, holding the ice sword, and swung a beam of sword light at all the monsters, killing them all. Chapter 111, Third Level Monster. After eliminating all the besieging monsters, Ling Yaohan waved her sleeves and collected the bodies of the golden-winged tiger and purple cloud eagle. At the same time, the thick black ice walls around it slowly melted. The monks who were fighting with the monsters below noticed the movement, and they paid some attention to observe, and they all showed looks of surprise. At this moment, in the cloudless sky, where there was originally ice, a transcendental girl in a pleated skirt with plum blossoms and a snow-white fox appeared. Dozens of late-stage and peak-level second-order monsters that had launched the attack with such great momentum all disappeared without a trace. Everyone naturally knows what this means, someone said in disbelief. She actually killed all the besieging monsters, and she is only in the initial stage of foundation building. Yes, if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would never have believed it. Don't be distracted. Do you want to become food for the monster? They have such strength in the early stage of foundation building. Even if we are not as good as them, we can't show that we are too weak. That's right, let's kill them together. Don't forget how many of our companions have died at the hands of these furry and horned beasts. We'll kill as many as we can. The monks talked to each other, and their fighting spirit was aroused for a moment. All kinds of magic weapons launched a fierce attack on the group of monsters, and the roars and wails of beasts continued to ring out. On the other side, Ling Yaohan used her spiritual sense to count the number of golden-winged tigers. There are a total of 456, and according to the mission requirements, 544 more are needed. In view of this, she continued to fly on her sword, looking for the trace of the golden-winged tiger. Perhaps because the battle just now was quite loud, the monsters intentionally avoided this small area, and Ling Yaohan couldn't find the target for a while. Tianluo followed her. Bai Chuanzi had finally come out and wanted to stay outside for a while. The man and the fox walked quickly for a while before Ling Yaohan suddenly felt a sense of alarm in her heart. This crisis was more severe than ever before. She picked up Tianluo and changed route at the fastest speed in her life and left the place. The next moment, an extremely huge claw appeared where she was originally. At the same time, a purple cloud eagle with a gray-black body and only a piece of silver-white feathers on its neck appeared in sight. Its size was several times larger than the ones Ling Yaohan had seen before. Not only that, judging from the aura around it, it is clearly a third-level monster. As soon as this beast appeared, its pair of sharp eagle eyes stared at Ling Yaohan, with murderous intent evident in its eyes. "It's you who killed my son." The transverse bone in the throat of the third-level monster has been transformed, and it can speak human language. At this time, Ling Yaohan already understood what the other party was talking about. It was most likely the purple cloud eagle that she killed with thunder magic when she first came to the Kangming ancient plane. Thinking of this, she cursed inwardly, then said expressionlessly, "So what? It attacked me first. If that's the case, isn't it normal for me to kill it?" The purple cloud eagle screamed again. "You are looking for death." Its cry was specifically intended to attack the spiritual consciousness, but for Ling Yaohan today, the damage was minimal. That year, she received the Netherworld Soul Pearl from Dulan City in Fengmin Town, and she successfully refined it after returning to the Sect. This bead is of great help in improving spiritual consciousness. After being refined by her, it directly turned into a golden lotus petal and flew into the sea of consciousness, nourishing the spiritual consciousness at all times. With this item protecting her, all spells and magic weapons that attack her spiritual consciousness are of little use to her. However, although she was not affected, some of the foundation-building people below who were closer to here suffered. Many people looked pale, and their bodies were shaking under this spiritual attack. In a place where monsters roam everywhere, this kind of situation is fatal. Ling Yaohan's expression changed slightly when she caught a glimpse of the situation below. The reason why the third-level monster appeared here was directly related to her. If something happened to these people, she would also be affected by the corresponding cause and effect. Thinking of this, Ling Yaohan immediately lowered his body to the ground, then gathered his hands together and used all his strength to practice the technique of gathering water into a deep pool. A moment later, a huge torrent formed with her as the center. In an instant, all the monsters within a 10-mile radius were submerged in the flood. Under the intentional control of her spiritual consciousness, water would automatically bypass the monks when passing by them. At the same time, the technique of Xinbing Huasha was immediately used, and all the torrents condensed into ice in an instant. All the monsters nearby were frozen, and the safety of the monks who were originally affected by the spiritual attack was temporarily guaranteed. However, the purple cloud eagle had reacted by this time. Seeing that Ling Yaohan was not hurt at all by the spiritual attack, although it was surprised, it also responded flexibly and changed its strategy immediately. The sharp claws struck her head with unmatched force. At the critical moment, Ling Yaohan took out the half-moon-shaped jade pendant given to her by clan leader Ling Zhuo before she joined the sect, and threw it at the claw. The moment the two came into contact, a huge tide of spiritual energy formed from the center of the collision and spread out in all directions. Wherever it passed, the black ice shattered, and the monsters frozen inside were also broken into countless pieces, killing them completely. The nearby foundation builders were inevitably injured, but because they were able to move freely and the black ice had blocked a lot of the power, the injuries were not serious. Ling Yaohan, who was not far from the center of the collision, was protected by a restriction emitted from the jade pendant and was not injured. After a moment, the aftermath of the attack dissipated, revealing a huge bloody claw. This mid-stage third-order purple cloud eagle let out a long, extremely angry howl toward the sky. I'm so angry. I actually got hurt by a human in the Foundation establishment stage. Humph. I just don't believe that you can always come up with treasures like the one just now. As it finished speaking, it was about to launch another attack. At this moment, several rays of precious light flashed in the distance and hit the purple cloud eagle together. Immediately afterwards, 3 Jindan flew out from the middle area of the Kangming ancient plain and surrounded the furious purple cloud eagle. The person with the highest cultivation level among them snorted coldly. You dare to come to the outer layer before the beast tide breaks out? You are really tired of living. As soon as he finished speaking, this Jindan immediately imposed a layer of restrictions around him to prevent the aftermath of the battle from spreading. The 3 of them looked at each other, and the next moment, all their killing moves were used and hit the purple cloud eagle. Chapter 112. Meeting a fellow disciple. Several deafening rumbling sounds were heard within the restriction. Xianying is in the middle stage of the 3rd level and had been injured before. Among the 3 Jindan, 1 is in the Great Perfection stage, and the remaining 2 are in the late stage of cultivation. In this way, the killing move launched by the 3 people together killed the purple cloud eagle in an instant. When the aftermath of the attack faded away, the restriction was removed by the golden elixir with the highest cultivation level. The man looked around, and after confirming that there were no other problems, he returned to the middle area with his 2 companions. The threat of the 3rd-level monster was thus eliminated, and the cultivator who had been under spiritual attack nearby also slowly recovered. They had of course seen Ling Yaohan's previous actions, and at this moment they all thanked her and kept her life-saving grace in mind. After that, most people took out pills to heal their spiritual consciousness and internal injuries, swallowed them, and continued to fight. At this moment, all the black ice on the ground is melted, revealing a few monsters that were frozen inside and were not affected by the battle. However, before they could even get a moment to catch their breath, they were blasted into pieces by the successive attacks from the monks. At this time, Ling Yaohan flew back into the air, flying on the sword, looking for the trace of the golden-winged tiger. After about 3 cups of tea, the target finally appeared in sight. Seeing this, she immediately used the quicksand earth puppet technique and waved it towards the group of golden-winged tigers. In an instant, the ground under the feet of these monsters turned into quicksand. Dozens of earth puppets were formed on the spot, and each chose a golden-winged tiger to attack. The huge group of monsters instantly became chaotic. Ling Yaohan seized the opportunity, holding the ice sword, and began to reap the lives of the monsters. After about half an incense stick of time, all the golden-winged tigers were killed by her sword. After a careful count, there is still not enough required for the task. It was nightfall, and the golden-winged tiger was very difficult to find at night because it was active during the day and hid at night. After some thought, Ling Yaohan decided to stop hunting, find a relatively safe place, meditate for a night, and take action again tomorrow. There are many monks who share the same idea as her. In fact, many monsters are active during the day and hide at night. According to Ling Yaohan's previous understanding, among the 86 monster species in the vast ancient plains, only the night bats and rodents are accustomed to nocturnal activities. However, these 2 races rarely appear in the outer layer and can basically be ignored. After flying on the sword for a while, Ling Yaohan landed in front of an ancient cypress that looked quite old. There was no other person nearby, and this place was not far from Gulan City, so some monks chose to return directly to the city and come back tomorrow. However, Ling Yaohan wanted to deal with the body of the golden-winged tiger that had been hunted at night, so she did not return to the city. She took out the invisibility array and activated it, then placed a restriction around it. Then she slapped her storage bag, and piles of golden-winged tiger corpses instantly appeared nearby. Thinking that the mission required the fur of this animal, Ling Yaohan immediately started to process it. Tianluo was not idle either. He moved his claws and peeled off the fur skillfully. The man and the fox worked for about 5 incense sticks and finally peeled off all the fur. The remaining monster meat was not wasted. Because of Tianluo, Ling Yaohan always carried seasonings with her. She built a fire and roasted 10 golden-winged tigers in succession. When the food was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, and filled with fragrance, Tianluo rubbed his paws, and after getting Ling Yaohan's consent, he immediately started to devour it. Not long after, all 10 golden-winged tigers were eaten. Tianluo burped and touched his belly contentedly. Its appetite has grown in the past 2 years. Mingyu once mentioned that this is a sign that the spiritual beast is about to advance. The process can take as little as 5 years or as long as several decades. The night passed quickly, and when the sky gradually brightened the next day, Ling Yaohan removed the surrounding restrictions, put away the invisibility formation, and continued to search for the golden-winged tiger. Just as she was about to fly high into the sky on her sword, a familiar voice called out to her from a distance. "Junior Sister Ling, long time no see. I haven't congratulated you on becoming Master Ning's disciple yet." Ling Yaohan paused what she was doing, turned her head to look at the source of the sound, and saw a heroic woman walking towards her. Chapter 113 Old Things. The person who came was Lin Qingrua, the person who gave Ling Yaohan the invisibility array when she first entered the sect. She was also a disciple of Shen Xinming, the first nascent soul master who presided over the sect entrance examination that year. She had not seen this senior sister since they parted at Chaoyang Peak. Later, she asked her fellow disciples and learned that the other party was not in the sect, so she gradually stopped paying attention to him. Looking at the person walking towards her, Ling Yaohan bowed to her and said with a smile, "Senior Sister Lin has been training outside for the past few years?" Lin Qingrua came closer and nodded. "Yes, I have been in Gulan City for more than 3 years, and I often come here to hunt monsters. Last night, I accidentally heard a fellow Taoist who had returned to the city mention that a cultivator with full spiritual roots had appeared in the ancient Kangmang plain, and I immediately thought of you. But it was already late at night, so I didn't come to disturb your rest, but chose to come here early this morning. By the way, since I have not been back to the sect, the news that you have become Master Ning's disciple was told to me by my master using a specially made jade slip that can transmit sound over thousands of miles. I still remember the first time we met. My junior sister was at the 6th level of Qi training. Now, for years have passed, and she has successfully established a foundation. This speed of cultivation is really beyond the reach of the rest of us. Thinking back to when I first started, it took me 5 full years to perfect my Qi training before I was able to build a foundation. Even so, his cultivation speed is already considered one of the fastest in the sect." Sure enough, everything was just as the master said. Quan's spiritual roots were different from others. To some extent, he could be said to be a person born with destiny. "I haven't asked Junior Sister yet. Are you coming to the Kangmang Ancient Plains for training as well?" "That's right." Ling Yaohan smiled and said, "After building my foundation, I have been staying in the sect to practice magic. I have only come out recently." Hearing this, Lin Qingrua clapped his hands and sighed. "I heard from fellow Taoists who returned to the city yesterday that Junior Sister displayed her divine power in the vast ancient plains. When those Taoist friends were attacked by spiritual consciousness and were unable to resist, I helped them eliminate the threatening monsters and saved many lives." Speaking of this, Ling Yaohan explained, "In fact, that 3rd-level monster came here to seek revenge on me. They were also implicated by me, so I naturally had to do my best to block the attack within my power." After that, Lin Qingrua praised, "You are clear about right and wrong, and you are responsible. I like your personality. In fact, at the beginning, the master wanted to take you as her disciple, but later she took into consideration that you have full spiritual roots, while the master only has fire spiritual roots, and she majored in formation, so there is really little she can teach you. So during the outer sect competition, she took great pains to persuade Ning Jinjuan, who had not left Yinhua Peak for a long time, to come to Lundo Peak. As the master expected, seeing that his junior sister had excellent aptitude, Ning Jinjuan decided to accept her as his disciple. Jinjuan achieved enlightenment through the 5 spiritual roots and experienced countless hardships along the way. She dabbled in the 6 arts of cultivation, including refining equipment, making talismans, formations, alchemy, spiritual plants, and taming beasts. Compared to the master, Master Ning is more suitable to teach my junior sister." Hearing this, Ling Yaohan was shocked. Since she became his apprentice, she had not deliberately inquired about her master's affairs, and she was not clear about her master's spiritual roots. "I didn't expect that it would be the most difficult of the 5 spiritual roots to be promoted." At this time, Lin Qingrua's face was tangled for a moment, and she asked tentatively, "Junior Sister, do you know about Senior Sister Yang?" Hearing this surname, Ling Yaohan thought of someone. She hesitated and said, "Are you talking about Senior Sister Yang Ning Yang? I saw this name in front of a long vacant cave in Yinhua Peak, but my master didn't mention anything related to it to me. Lin Qinghua sighed softly. It's normal that Master Ning doesn't want to talk about sad things. Ling Yaohan hesitated for a moment, then asked carefully, Sister, can you tell me about Senior Sister Yang Ningyi? Of course. Lin Qinghua nodded. Senior Sister Yang has passed away for many years, and I also heard about it from Master. She was the first disciple accepted by Master Ning. After she established her foundation, when she was out of the sect, she met a nascent soul cultivator who had an old grudge against Master Ning. The man recognized Senior Sister Yang as a disciple of Lord Ning, and immediately destroyed Senior Sister Yang's cultivation, sealed all of her 5 senses, and locked her up in an extremely remote and enclosed cave. At that time, Senior Sister Yang's cultivation had been destroyed, and she was no longer able to practice fasting on her own. In addition, she was seriously injured and was much weaker than an ordinary mortal. Due to lack of water and food, she only lasted for 2 days before she died. When Master Ning realized that something was wrong with Senior Sister Yang, the Master happened to be discussing Taoism with Master, so the two of them went out together to look for her. That vicious nascent soul cultivator took away all the treasures from Senior Sister and placed an isolation seal around the cave, making it impossible for Ning Jinjuan and the others to determine Senior Sister's approximate location. In addition, the cave is not on Swan Kju at all, which makes the search more difficult. The Tianzi continent is extremely vast, and by the time Ning Jinjuan and his master found their Senior Sister, 6 full days had passed. Master Ning brought Senior Sister Yang's body back to the sect and used a secret technique to find out the murderer who killed Senior Sister Yang, who was a nascent soul from a big family in Xianqingzhou. Later, that nascent soul was beheaded by the sword of Master Ning, and his family was also wiped out. Because of what happened to Senior Sister Yang, Master Ning never accepted another disciple until Junior Sister Yu appeared. So there is such a hidden story in it. Ling Yaohan suddenly remembered the words engraved on the huge rock standing in front of the empty cave on Yunhua Peak. The road has no end, never give up, and turn the impossible into possible. This Senior Sister should also be a person who is devoted to the Great Way and is not afraid of hardships, but unfortunately she was harmed by the evil way. Senior Sister Lin, do you think it is possible for Senior Sister Yang to become a ghost cultivator and continue to cultivate on the Xianin continent? Perhaps. Lin Qinghua pondered. As long as the obsession is strong enough, and the 3 souls and 7 spirits do not disperse after death, it is possible that they will be drawn to the Xianin continent in the dark. However, the 2 continents cannot communicate with each other, so even if Senior Sister really became a ghost cultivator, we have no way of knowing. Chapter 114, Refining the Tongshan Pagoda. After all, this is a vast, ancient plain. While the two were talking, some blind monsters attacked them directly. Ling Yaohan swung her sword and instantly killed a second-stage, early-stage blood shadow rhino that was approaching. At the same time, Lin Qinghua also took action, holding a silver-white whip and wrapping it around the neck of an ice flame lion that was attacking her. With the circulation of her spiritual power, she threw the beast hard to the ground. With a loud bang, the ice flame lion, which fell to the ground with its 4 legs up in the air, let out an angry roar. Just as he was about to jump up and continue his attack, a flash of light transformed from a sharp cone appeared and pierced into his vitals, ending the life of the ice flame lion. The remaining monsters were overwhelmed by the 2 people's aura and avoided them one after another. At this time, Lin Qinghua continued, Junior Sister Ling, are you here to accept the mission from the Demon Slayer Pavilion? That's right. Ling Yaohan nodded and replied, collect 1,000 fresh golden-winged tiger skins, and we can complete it today. Lin Qinghua hummed, I didn't accept the mission, so let's go find the golden-winged tiger with Junior Sister, and we'll go back to the city together after it's over. Ling Yaohan said yes, and the 2 of them circulated their spiritual power, flew into the air, and began to search for the golden-winged tiger. It wasn't long before the target came into sight. There are more than 200 of them in total. Originally, Ling Yaohan could take them down alone, but now with the joining of the powerful Lin Qinghua, she is even more powerful. The latter was skilled in formations, and he immediately took out a second-order trapping array plate, embedded spirit stones in the corresponding grooves, and threw it towards the center of the beast herd. After the formation was activated, the golden-winged tiger's range of movement was restricted, making it easier for the 2 to hunt. Ling Yaohan held the ice sword in her hand and swung the sword continuously towards the formation, reaping the lives of the monsters. In less than half a cup of tea, all the golden-winged tigers were killed. In this way, together with the 2 batches hunted previously, she has gathered the number required for this mission. After spending some time dealing with the golden-winged tiger's corpse, Ling Yaohan and Lin Qingru returned to Gulan City together. Because it was early morning, there were slightly more monks traveling to and from Guyun than at other times. Lin Qingru has been here for a long time, and her identity is known to everyone. When some cultivators saw Ling Yaohan walking beside her, talking and laughing, they knew the latter's identity from the way they addressed each other. Since then, the news that Piamia Sect had produced a person with full spiritual roots spread in Gulan City and surrounding areas. After returning to the city, the 2 men each pointed out the specific location of their residence, and then went their separate ways. Ling Yaohan came to the demon-slaying pavilion and handed in the processed 1,000 golden-winged tiger skins, and successfully received the mission reward, 5 pieces of gun gold and purple marrow iron each. With these, she can start refining the Tangshan Tower. The Taoist priest who recorded the mission in the pavilion was quite impressed by her. With the cultivation level of the initial stage of foundation building, he went to the vast ancient plain alone to hunt monsters. At first, when he saw her returning to the pavilion, he thought she was going to give up the mission, but the reality turned out to be far beyond his expectations. When he saw the piles of golden-winged tiger skins, he was shocked. Only 2 days had passed since we accepted the mission. Even a small team could not act so quickly. Therefore, he had a new understanding of Ling Yaohan's strength and realized that he might have underestimated her. After Ling Yaohan left, the Taoist came to the giant jade disc outside the pavilion and checked her demon-slaying value, and found that it was as high as 116,000. Now the Taoist no longer had any doubts in his heart, only shock. On the other side, Ling Yaohan returned to her residence in the city with her new reward. After setting up a band around her, she took out the alchemy furnace and began to smelt the materials. When she was at Yinhua Peak before, in addition to practicing magic, her master Ning Shira would occasionally instruct her on the 6 arts of cultivation. There are similarities between refining equipment and refining elixirs. First, the materials are refined to remove impurities. Then they are fused, and finally, a formation that can exert the corresponding power is engraved into them. Although there are only 3 steps, it is not easy to complete them successfully. Ling Yaohan had tried to refine weapons in the past with a decent success rate. In addition, she intended to use it to train herself, so she did not plan to let others do the refining of the Tangshan Tower. After sitting quietly on the cushion for a while to calm her mind, she took out all the golden flame stone, fire molten crystal, purple marrow iron, and gun gold. She sent out a stream of spiritual power to suspend the alchemy furnace in midair. She used her spiritual sense to control the 4 kinds of materials and put them into it. Then she used fire magic to start refining. After completing the first step, she took out the Tangshan pagoda and began to fuse it with the 4 materials. This process was extremely time-consuming, but Ling Yaohan remained focused on it and did not make any mistakes. After about 9 incense sticks, this step was finally completed. The last step is to carve a formation, which is used to encircle the master of Tangshan Tower, and the formation engraved is naturally of this type. The engraving of the formation requires a high level of spiritual awareness. With the help of the Netherworld Soul Pearl, Ling Yaohan encountered some setbacks along the way, but finally completed the engraving. When the re-refining was successful, a strong spiritual light flashed around the Tangshan pagoda, and then returned to calm. This treasure has been upgraded from the original magic weapon to a top-grade spiritual weapon. Chapter 115, Mid-Stage Foundation Building. After the Tangshan Tower was refined, Ling Yaohan waved her sleeves to put it away, and then took out the alchemy and talisman-making materials purchased in Piamia City. In the following period of time, she began to make talismans and refine pills on a large scale. Taking into account the place where she is now, the talismans she drew are all mainly attack-based, such as the Ice Arrow Talisman, Thunder Talisman, Golden Needle Talisman, etc. When there were enough pills and talismans prepared, Ling Yaohan began to meditate and practice. Half a month later, she went to the demon-slaying pavilion again to accept the mission. Now she has no shortage of spirit stones, so she accepts missions that offer various rare treasures as rewards. Although with her current cultivation level at the initial stage of foundation building, it would take a long time before she could reach the stage of dam formation, Ling Yaohan still made plans early on. The selected natural treasures are all very helpful for refining the natal magic weapon. Therefore, the tasks she took on were all very difficult. After everyone learned of her identity, their initial shock at some of her actions gradually turned into something they got used to. Time flies, seasons change, and a year goes by in a flash. During this year, Ling Yaohan spent more than 10 days a month meditating, and the rest of the time fighting with monsters in the vast ancient plains. In this way, her strength increased extremely quickly, and after completing the task for the 12th time, she felt that she was about to break through, so she set up a band around her residence and began to retreat. Since choosing this residence, Zhenling Niange set up a large spirit gathering formation here, which made his cultivation more efficient. After more than a month of seclusion, a huge vortex of spiritual power gradually formed around Ling Yaohan, with Ling Yaohan as the center. All the spiritual energy in Gulan City gathered towards her residence. The monks in the city noticed something was wrong and came to the streets one after another, looking in the direction where the vortex of spiritual energy was converging. Many people recognized that it was Ling Yaohan's residence and started talking about it. Is fellow Taoist Ling about to break through? It seems so, but the momentum of breaking through the middle stage of foundation building is a bit too big. After absorbing the spiritual energy of a city, the cultivators who have formed a pill can only do so much, right? Alas, fellow Taoist Ling has full spiritual roots. The spiritual energy he needs to break through is several times that of ordinary cultivators. From this point of view, it is normal. Everyone was talking about it, unaware that a huge crisis was quietly approaching the city. At this moment, in the vast ancient plain, many cultivators who were hunting monsters on the outermost layer suddenly felt a sense of alarm in their hearts. The next moment, several third-level monsters descended from the sky, and a huge pressure enveloped them. Some astute people noticed something was wrong. Unlike the third-level purple cloud eagle that appeared alone for revenge a year ago, these monsters this time belonged to different races and seemed to be acting in an organized manner. After noticing this, someone immediately shouted, "It's a beast invasion! Retreat quickly! Return to Gulan City!" As these words were spoken, all the monks abandoned their enemies and began to retreat at full speed. At the same time, they took out special smoke bombs and released them high into the sky to inform their fellow monks in Gulan City that the beast tide invasion was about to begin. However, under the pressure of the third-level monster, their evacuation was extremely difficult, and their retreat speed was even slower than that of an ordinary person walking. If we continue like this, sooner or later we will be submerged in the coming tide of beasts. At this moment, several Jindan flew out from the middle area and started fighting with the third-level monster in the air. At the same time, they cast a spell to remove the pressure on everyone. A majestic voice sounded, "Retreat quickly!" The monks knew that this was not the time to express their gratitude, so they all flew towards Gulan City with all their might. After a moment, overwhelming numbers of monsters emerged from the middle area, raising dust and smoke wherever they passed. In Gulan City, Ling Yaohan has successfully broken through, and her cultivation has been successfully promoted to the middle stage of foundation building. When the monks in the city saw the smoke bombs rising outside the city, they knew that the beast tide was coming. Under the order of the city lord, who was in the late nascent soul stage, they all prepared for a fight to the death. At this time, Ling Yaohan removed the blockade around her residence. At that moment, she felt that the solemn and murderous atmosphere in Gulan City was much stronger than before. Sensing something was wrong, she immediately walked out of the courtyard. When she saw her fellow Taoists standing alert with all kinds of spiritual weapons in their hands around the city wall, she understood that the beast invasion had begun. Chapter 116, Beast Invasion. Ling Yaohan flew up on her sword and arrived on the city wall. The monks nearby who were on full alert nodded to her, and then turned their eyes toward the outside of the city. Countless monsters rushed towards this place, and the Jindan that were originally stranded outside took advantage of the last opportunity to retreat towards the direction of the city, and finally all arrived safely on the city wall. The city gate was closed tightly, and the first-level monster at the front was already approaching Gulan City. All the cultivators attacked at the same time, and all kinds of spells and spiritual weapons flashed with light, bombarding the huge group of monsters. In an instant, countless beast howls were heard. First-level monsters were constantly hit, and then their bodies exploded into a ball of blood mist. However, this did not slow down their progress. On the contrary, the monsters that dodged the attacks became more and more violent, as if they were controlled by something, and they just crashed into the city wall without any care. There were constant banging sounds from below, But fortunately, the city walls were equipped with special reinforcements, so the attacks of the first-level monsters could not cause any damage. Ling Yaohan used the extreme shadow wind howl technique and pointed towards the distance. In an instant, 100 storms formed 5 miles away, and with them as the center, they continued to spread outward until they approached the city wall, where their momentum stopped. Countless monsters were swept into the air by the storm, and were killed one after another when their bodies collided with each other. The rest were hit by the wind blades continuously emitted from the storm and cut into pieces. The attack continued. Although the number of first-level monsters was almost exhausted, with the concerted efforts of all the cultivators, their numbers were decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The strong smell of blood spread, filling everyone's nostrils. Not long after, in the distant sky, a swarm of birds formed an arc formation and surrounded Gulan City. These are all second-tier monsters, mainly the gold-eating flying ant, the iron-billed eagle, the rock-swallowing pung, the green-winged bat, and the thousand-illusion bird. At this moment, on the city wall, all the cultivators flew into the air with their spiritual weapons, separated from each other by a distance, and then deployed their defenses, preparing to fight against the attacking second-level monsters. Ling Yaohan did the same. After a moment, the dark group of monsters were approaching. She used the meteor flame technique, and in an instant, flames flew all over the sky, all falling on the largest number of monsters that were closest to her. At the same time, the Five Thunders' Heavenly Heart Righteous method was quietly operating, and suddenly a large dark cloud appeared over the group of monsters. As Ling Yaohan pointed her finger, a bolt of lightning as thick as a thumb struck one of the second-level monsters. The latter was killed instantly and fell to the ground, killing several first-level monsters. Not only that, the remaining lightning power in its body also completely dissipated, and hundreds of monsters nearby suffered the same disaster. After that, as Ling Yaohan continued to perform her actions, second-level monsters kept falling to the ground, repeating the previous situation. The damage she caused to the group of monsters was too great, which attracted the attention of several third-level monsters. However, now is not the right time for them to take action. So these third-level monsters all ordered the younger generation at the peak of the second level in the clan to abandon their original opponents and attack Ling Yaohan together. The situation on the battlefield was ever-changing, and as time went on, casualties among the monks gradually began to occur. This is inevitable. Such wars are always accompanied by bloodshed and sacrifice. One day in the future, when everything is over, those who are still alive will have been tempered in countless battles, and their cultivation will most likely have been further improved. More and more second-level peak monsters launched siege on Yaohan in midair, and all kinds of strange attacks emerged one after another. Among them, the gold-eating flying ants are extremely good at biting treasures. Any magical weapon or spiritual weapon that is bitten by it will immediately lose its spiritual power, so when fighting against it, you can only fight with pure magic. The iron-beaked eagle mainly attacks with its sharp claws and beak, both of which are equivalent to high-grade spiritual weapons. If you are not careful and get caught by it, injury is inevitable. As its name suggests, the rock-swallowing pung likes to eat rocks. When facing an enemy, it can open its mouth and spit out countless pieces of gravel, then control them to combine into different weapons and launch an attack. The green-winged bat is very poisonous. Whether it is the saliva in its mouth, its wings, or the sharp hooks on its claws, they are all highly toxic. Even if it is a cultivator who has established his foundation, if the skin is scratched a little, the poison will immediately seep into the blood, corroding the spiritual energy. When it flows into the dantian, the person being attacked will completely lose the ability to resist. The last species to join the siege was the thousand-illusion bird. This beast was best at illusions, and when facing the enemy, it could conjure up many terrifying monsters out of thin air. These illusory creatures do not have the ability to attack, but as long as they exist around, they can invisibly add a lot of pressure to people. However, Ling Yaohan was quite familiar with formations, and with the formation's spiritual consciousness in place. No matter how many monsters appeared, they would all be dispersed in the next moment, so the threat posed to her by the thousand illusion birds was minimal. At this moment, there were no less than 100 second-level peak monsters surrounding Ling Yaohan. Within a radius of 3 miles, there was a dark cloud covering the area, and lightning struck from time to time, striking one of the monsters. When one died, another would immediately come to take its place without fear of death. This cycle repeated itself, and the number of monsters surrounding her never decreased. When launching an attack that consumes a lot of spiritual energy, Ling Yaohan also needs to devote half of her mind to defense. Fortunately, she was able to use the Yuan move Fuan Kju, and her spiritual power was constantly recovering, supporting her to continue fighting. After the two sides were in a stalemate for a while, she decided to use swordsmanship to completely break a hole in the encirclement. Thinking of this, Ling Yaohan immediately activated the Guishan Jaime sword cannon. While holding the Ningbing sword, she continuously blocked the incoming attacks while swinging hundreds of overlapping sword beams straight ahead. The whole process was completed in one go, without any pause. A moment later, an extremely huge infinite symbol emitting extremely strong pressure formed in midair, and hundreds of overlapping sword beams converged together, with a power comparable to that of a Jindan cultivator. At this moment, all the monsters that were besieging Ling Yaohan were pushed away by a huge force and flew backwards. At the same time, the infinite symbol formed by the sword light fell towards the group of monsters in front. In an instant, countless monsters exploded and turned into ashes. When the sword light dissipated, a large blank area appeared on the nearby battlefield. Chapter 117. Ancient Yuan Sealing Spirit Array. This attack was so powerful that it not only killed countless first-level monsters, but also eliminated thousands of second-level monsters in an instant. Now the third-level monsters at the back could no longer hold back and rushed towards Ling Yaohan at an extremely fast speed. Seeing them taking action, dozens of Jindan on the city wall flew into the air and blocked the monsters, and a more intense battle began. The Jindan battlefield covered a wide area. In order to avoid accidentally hurting the foundation-building cultivators, these Jindans tried every means to lure the third-level monsters away. In this way, the crisis that Ling Yaohan was originally going to face was quietly resolved. At this moment, the empty space created by her sword was once again surrounded by monsters, and she once again plunged into the battle. Time keeps passing, and the number of monsters is so large that it seems endless. Even though the monks tried their best, many of them still slowly approached the city wall, among which the Silver-Horned Ox clan was the largest in number. Each monster of this tribe has 2 horns on its head, which are as hard as the best spiritual weapons, and at this moment they are using them to hit the city wall continuously. Even if the city walls were reinforced, they could not withstand the continuous attacks. After realizing the situation here, Ling Yaohan quickly turned around and came to the nearby area to eliminate the Silver-Horned Bull. Many foundation-building monks acted like her, and the battle circle that had been expanding suddenly shrank and returned to its original state. After a fierce battle, all the silver-horned bulls near this place were killed, and the 100-foot-high city wall was temporarily preserved. At this moment, an extremely majestic voice was heard in Gulan City. All monks listen up and retreat back to the city immediately. When the city lord spoke, everyone naturally acted according to his orders, and Ling Yaohan was no exception. After killing 2,000 illusion birds in front of her with one sword, she flew to the top of the city wall and stood still, casting a spell on the spot and launching a long-range attack on the monster. At this moment, outside Gulan City, most of the cultivators retreated back into the city, leaving only a few who were dragged down by monsters and unable to leave and were fighting desperately. Some of them were rescued by the Jindan who returned along the way and were brought back to the city. There were a few who were unable to hold on until this time and were submerged in the group of monsters. When there were no more cultivators outside the city, a dazzling blue light suddenly appeared around Gulan City, followed by a formation rising on the spot. The azure light instantly enveloped the entire city. Some monsters that rushed towards the city crashed into the light circle, and their bodies instantly became riddled with holes. Then they fell to the ground with a bang, and there was no sound anymore. Nian Gue, who was familiar with formations, told Ling Yaohan that this was a composite formation consisting of a fourth-order killing formation and a defensive formation. That layer of light circle is only for defense for the cultivators in the formation, but for the monsters outside the formation, it is a killing weapon. The moment you touch the aperture, you will be dead if you don't have the defense of a 4th-level monster. However, the accumulation of power before the formation is activated takes a very long time, so it has not been truly activated until now. Not only that, such a powerful formation is comparable to the protective formation of a large sect. Once activated, it will consume a huge amount of various natural treasures and spirit stones. If the resource reserves in Gulan City are insufficient, the formation will not be able to last for too long. Ling Yaohan couldn't help but worry when she learned about this. Judging from the current situation, the beast invasion has just begun and is far from over. She looked around, observing the situation in the city. As the formation rose, the cultivators' tense minds relaxed a lot, and many of them took out healing pills and swallowed them. Those with more serious injuries took the pills and went directly to the city's medical clinic for treatment. At this time, Lin Qingrua flew towards her. Seeing this, Ling Yaohan said bluntly, "Senior Sister Lin, do you know how long this formation can last given the situation in Gulan City?" "I don't know either." Lin Qingrua shook his head and pondered. "I just heard from fellow Daoist fan that this formation was only built 4 years ago. At that time, the last beast tide invasion had just ended. In order to reduce the casualties of the monks, the city lord discussed with the leaders of various forces who took turns to garrison here, and decided to invite talented people who were good at formations to come to Gulan City. It is said that many rare treasures were used as rewards at that time, and it took the skills of more than 30 formation masters to set up this ancient yuan funneling formation. So to be precise, this formation was activated for the first time and used in battle." Chapter 118: Doubts and Speculations. Having said this, Lin Qingrua paused, hesitated for a moment, and added a sentence. "I think I have a good understanding of formations. If a formation like this is to be maintained with spirit stones, they must be at least mid-grade, and the number must be at least over 1 million. And the specific duration depends on the intensity of the attack on the formation." After saying this, Ling Yaohan nodded and said, "No matter what the result is, we can just face it directly when the time comes. Since we were able to repel the beast tide in previous years without a large formation, we will definitely be able to do it this time too." "That's right," Lin Qingrua praised. "Even if the formation can't hold up due to resource problems, we work together and believe we can overcome the difficulties." The two of them looked outside the formation. At that moment, countless first and second level monsters had red eyes and rushed towards the formation's aperture one after another like moths to a flame. Among them were some seriously injured third level monsters. Seeing this, Ling Yaohan frowned slightly. Judging from their state, they are obviously being used as cannon fodder to consume the power of the formation. Only 4th level demon cultivators and above can control 3rd level demon beasts. It seems that they have already set out, but are hiding in the dark and have not come out yet. Most likely, Lin Qingrua's eyes were full of coldness as he looked towards the monsters outside. Every few years, there will be a large-scale beast tide like this, and countless 1st and 2nd level monsters will die. Sometimes I really don't understand where all these monsters come from. Even if they reproduced quickly, in 3 or 4 years, ordinary monsters would not even have made it through their larval stage and would have no fighting power, making it impossible for them to join the beast tide. As far as I know, after the beast tide comes, even if all the 1st and 2nd level monsters are destroyed at the end, the same number of monsters will reappear when the next beast tide comes. It feels like no matter how hard you try, you can never kill them all. Hearing this, Ling Yaohan said thoughtfully, "Perhaps there is something extraordinary deep in the vast ancient plains. For example, treasures, or something else that can speed up the growth of monsters. If that's the case, it's possible." Lin Qingrua sighed. "It's a pity that no one can go to the innermost layer to investigate. Otherwise, if the root cause is destroyed, there may not be beast invasions in the future." After a year in Gulan City, Ling Yaohan had a better understanding of the vast ancient plains and was no longer limited to what he had seen in the Jade Slips. In the innermost layer of the ancient plain, there are not only many monsters above the 3rd level, but once a cultivator approaches that place, his strength will be naturally suppressed. Therefore, even if one has reached the great perfection of the nascent soul and reaches the innermost layer, there is no guarantee that one can escape unscathed. In Ling Yaohan's opinion, the possibility that there is a secret in that place is at least 90%, if not 100%. As time went on, the monks who were recovering from their injuries returned to the city wall. When the formation was in operation, everyone was unable to launch external attacks and could only be on guard at all times and observe the situation outside. 2 full incense sticks have passed since the formation started to operate. There is still no end in sight for the 1st and 2nd level monsters outside. At this time, the original majestic voice sounded again in Gulan City. From now on, 60 cultivators who have some knowledge of the formation will be sent to various nodes in the city. According to the specific formulas I have told them, they will continuously transmit spiritual power to the formation. Those who are willing can go down the wall directly. I will inform you of the node location and the spell through voice transmission. After these words were spoken, Lin Qingrua left first. She was a disciple of Shen and had been practicing formations, so this matter was perfect for her. Ling Yaohan pondered for a moment and chose to walk down the city wall. Judging from the current situation, there is no need to fight with the monsters until the formation is broken. Therefore, it is a good choice to take advantage of this period of time to guard the formation node. Moreover, she has practiced the Yuan move Fuan Kju, and her spiritual power recovers faster, which gives her an advantage over others. As for formations, Nian Gui had taught her a lot before. She couldn't be said to be proficient in them yet, but if she just needed a general understanding of formations, then she would definitely meet the requirements. After her, more than 20 monks came down from the city wall one after another. After about a cup of tea, all the people gathered, including 3 Jindan. At this time, a voice transmission sounded in Ling Yaohan's ears. Go west for 1 mile, then south for half a mile. Then came a series of obscure spells. Not only her, the other 59 people all received the message. Chapter 119 Working Together. Ling Yaohan arrived at the destination according to the message. As for the magic formula that was passed down, although it seemed obscure and difficult to understand at first, careful examination revealed that it had a certain connection with the array patterns and formation prohibitions. After noticing this, Ling Yaohan quickly understood it thoroughly, then formed a seal with her hands and began to transmit spiritual power to the ancient Yuan sealing spirit array through the nodes. Not long after, the remaining 59 people also cast the spell successfully. The attacks from the monsters outside have never stopped and are becoming more and more fierce. As time went on, some cultivators began to run out of spiritual power. In order to continue supplying spiritual power to the formation, they had to keep taking corresponding pills. However, the pills he carried with him were limited after all, and the attacks of the monsters outside the formation seemed endless. If this continues, the situation will become increasingly unfavorable for us. On the city wall, the monks noticed their predicament and walked down the wall one after another, took out pills to replenish their spiritual power, and fed them to them. At this special moment, no one cares about the gains and losses. Some people walked towards where Ling Yaohan was, but she persuaded them to go somewhere else. Because she can make elixirs herself, she has a lot of fulling pills on her. It is no exaggeration to say that the number is almost the same as that of a small medicine shop. From the time we arrived at the node until now, 3 incense sticks of time have passed. During this period, while Ling Yaohan was transmitting spiritual power to the formation, she was also constantly practicing the Yuan move Fuan Kju. The true energy stored in her dantian was always above 90% without much consumption. Therefore, she has never taken any pills. So far, apart from her, only 3 Jindan among the remaining 59 people can do this. All elixirs contain some degree of elixirs. Taking too much at one time will damage your foundation. So in the end, the monks no longer fed elixirs to those who were exhausted, but instead lined up spontaneously and transmitted spiritual power to them one by placing their palms against their backs. Although doing so will result in a great loss of spiritual power in the process, it is the only way at present. There are not many people who have a certain understanding of the formation and can clearly understand the formula. If someone is replaced in the middle, no one can guarantee that the other party can smoothly continue the spiritual power and maintain the operation of the formation. Once this cannot be achieved, if one node lacks spiritual power to maintain it, the corresponding pressure will be spread to the remaining 59 nodes, causing the spiritual power of the others to be consumed faster. This can easily form a vicious cycle, leading to a total collapse in the end. Everyone present is well aware of this, so they will not give up a node until their spiritual power is exhausted or they have no other choice. About 5 incense sticks later, under the increasingly fierce attacks of the monsters outside, at a node near the city gate, a cultivator finally couldn't hold on anymore and fell to the ground with a pale face. Not only him, but all the monks who supplied him with spiritual power were like this. At this moment, Ling Yaohan suddenly realized the problem. At this moment, everyone in the city was consuming spiritual energy to maintain the operation of the formation. Spiritual energy will eventually run out. If the formation is broken, most cultivators will be powerless to resist attacks from monsters. At this moment, in Gulan City, a ray of spiritual light flew towards a formation barrier, where the node for the transmission of spiritual power was originally missing. Ling Yaohan took a closer look and discovered that there were nearly 30,000 medium-grade spirit stones inside. When this spiritual light fell, they, who had been under increased pressure due to the lack of spiritual energy supply to a formation node, instantly realized that everything had returned to normal. About half a cup of tea later, another cultivator at a node could not hold on any longer, and similarly, corresponding spirit stones were provided to fill the gap. During the next 2 incense sticks of time, except for Ling Yaohan and the 3 Jindan, the rest of the people had their spiritual power exhausted, and all the 56 nodes were replaced with spirit stones. In this way, Ling Yaohan also understood the city lord's intention. In any case, the longer the formation can last, the better. When resources are sufficient, let the monks transmit spiritual power to the nodes. If it becomes difficult to maintain, they can directly use spirit stones to make up for it. People whose spiritual power is exhausted can slowly recover it during this period of time. Even if the formation is eventually broken, they will still have enough energy to fight again. However, if we consume the resources first and then send in the monks to replace them when everything is scarce, when we can no longer hold on, that is when the formation will be broken. At that time, the cultivator whose spiritual energy has been greatly depleted will have no choice but to die when faced with overwhelming numbers of monsters. About a cup of tea later, all the spirit stones that replaced the nodes first turned into powder. At this time, a ray of light flashed in the air, and a new batch of spirit stones were replenished again. Not long after, the spirit stones in other nodes were turned into powder one after another, followed by batches of spirit stones being replenished continuously. Ling Yaohan discovered that these spirit stones had to be replaced every 2 incense sticks, and the consumption was quite high. When the Liu family was destroyed, the clan leader Ling Yaohan took out the storage ring from the Liu family treasure pavilion and gave it to her. There were less than 10,000 medium-grade spirit stones in it, and the rest were of low grade. The inventory of a clan is so small, which shows how rare high-level spirit stones are. All spirit stones are dug out from the corresponding mineral veins. The Yunlan realm itself is just a mortal world, so it is destined not to have many mid-grade spirit stone mineral veins. As for the top-quality ones, they are even rarer, and the best-quality ones have never appeared. Judging from the current situation, each node of this ancient Yuan Fengling formation must use at least medium-grade spirit stones to maintain operation. Ling Yaohan judged that there would not be many mid-grade spirit stones left in the city, and perhaps in another 8 to 10 incense sticks of time, they would need to join the battle again. Chapter 1, 20 Demon Cultivator appears. Time passed bit by bit, and after 7 incense sticks, the number of monsters rushing towards the formation suddenly decreased. Just when everyone was wondering whether the number of monsters was about to be extinguished, more than 10 earth-shaking roars came from the depths of the vast ancient plain. At the same time, the numerous 1st to 3rd level monsters outside calmed down and divided into 2 large columns in an orderly manner, leaving a 4-meter wide road. Not long after, the figures of 11 transformed demon cultivators appeared in everyone's sight. Judging from the surface alone, they are not much different from humans. If they can find a way to hide their monstrous demonic aura and stand among the crowd, cultivators will not be able to recognize them with the naked eye. Inside the Shuangguan Huanxi Bell, Mengyu telepathically told Ling Yaohan that among these 11 demon cultivators, only 2 were in the middle stage of the 4th level, and the other 9 were in the early stage of the 4th level. As for the rumored 4th-order late-stage demon cultivators from the Fierce Wind Wolf, Purple Cloud Eagle, and Blue Night Python tribes, they did not show up. At this time, the majestic voice sounded again in Gulan City. This time it was directed at the 3 Jindan and Ling Yaohan who were still using spiritual power to maintain the formation. From now on, stop casting spells. I will use spirit stones to fill the gaps and change the formation. You can use this time to restore your condition to the best. After the words were spoken, the 4 of them responded in unison. Ling Yaohan immediately withdrew her spiritual power. At the same time, a ray of spiritual light flew from afar and landed on the node of the formation in the sky. With the continuous operation of the Yuanmu Fuling Ju, the consumed spiritual power was quickly restored to full. Outside Gulan City, 11 demon cultivators marching in parallel were gradually approaching the city gate. Looking at the large formation covering the entire city, the 4th stage demon cultivator walking in the middle let out a strange laugh. Master He, I haven't seen you for a few years. You come up with something like this. What? Do you think you can stop us with just this formation? As soon as the words came out, A voice that could not be distinguished between joy and anger sounded over Gulan City. Whether you can stop him or not, you will know the answer once you go forward and give it a try. The demon cultivator snorted. Master He, don't think I don't know what you are up to. We won't be fooled. When the power of this formation is exhausted, that will be the day when Gulan City will be destroyed. Ling Yaohan, who had returned to the top of the city wall, felt very strange when she heard this. In previous years when beasts invaded, there was no large formation, and the cultivators always won in the end. This time there is a large formation, and the city's defenses are obviously stronger than in previous years. Why are those demon cultivators so confident that they can break into the city as long as the formation is broken? Could it be? Ling Yaohan suddenly thought of a possibility, and her heart sank. In order to avoid causing panic, she did not speak directly, but instead transmitted her voice to Lin Qinghua beside her and asked, Sister Lin, do you know how many Yuanying seniors have been stationed in Gulan City all year round? Just like what was announced to the public, there are 12 people. Lin Qinghua also chose to transmit his voice. Since I came to Gulan City, I have never seen the Yuanying seniors show up. However, when I was out on missions in the past, I did hear other fellow Taoists mention that the last time the Beast Tide invaded, there were a total of 12 nascent soul seniors who took action. Including the City Lord, there are 3 in the late nascent soul stage, 4 in the middle nascent soul stage, and 5 in the early nascent soul stage. Why did junior sister Ling suddenly ask this? Ling Yaohan was silent for a moment, then said in a voice transmission, listening to what the demon cultivator said just now, his confidence was obvious. In the past, when there was no formation, they were defeated every time, but this time with the formation, they performed like this. In my opinion, this situation is most likely due to a problem with a nascent soul senior, which prevented him from going into battle. If this is true, and those demon cultivators know about it, then there would be a reasonable explanation for their current behavior. As expected, just as she finished speaking, she heard the demon cultivator who had spoken earlier continue to mock outside Gulan City. Master He, looking at the current situation, I'm afraid you haven't told these poor little guys that there are only 3 nascent souls left in Gulan City. Hearing this, the monks were greatly shocked. Many of their faces turned pale instantly, with disbelief in their eyes. The originally quiet city suddenly became noisy. How is that possible? Where are the other 9 seniors? Thinking about it carefully, there is indeed a problem. From the beginning of the war until now, apart from hearing the voice of the city lord, none of the other seniors have seen him. If it were in the past, the seniors would have already stood on the city wall when the demon cultivators appeared. Listen to me, everyone calm down. The demon cultivator is full of lies. How can we believe them? They are taking advantage of the opportunity to disrupt our minds. That's right, taking a step back. Even if this is true, we may not necessarily lose. If those demon cultivators really have the ability to crush us, shouldn't they just attack without saying a word? What they're doing now is nothing more than stalling for time. Everyone talked one after another, and in the end, those who had originally been quite panicked calmed down. Ling Yaohan stood on the city wall, looking at the 11 demon cultivators and countless demon beasts outside the city, and an intuition suddenly arose in her heart. Perhaps this beast tide itself is a big conspiracy. Whether it is a game within a game, or everything is just as we see it, I believe it will be revealed soon. Chapter 121. The Fall of the Nascent Soul. Outside Gulan City. After the demon cultivator finished speaking, he kept observing the reactions of the people in the city. Seeing that the monks had gradually calmed down, he frowned slightly and asked a demon cultivator beside him through voice transmission. Phantom, is your information accurate? Are those old guys really not here? Make sure there is no mistake. Don't worry, it's correct. A demon cultivator with thick eyebrows and big eyes moved his lips slightly and replied in a voice transmission. 2 years ago, I saw them leave the city together and head east. After that, I sent a clone to keep an eye on Gulan City. They really didn't come back, I'm sure of that. Hearing this, the demon cultivator who had spoken earlier secretly breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. There is only 1 late nascent soul stage and 2 early stage cultivators in the city right now. The difference in strength is huge. No matter what schemes and tricks they have, they won't be able to cause any major trouble. At this point, he seemed to have noticed something and immediately concentrated his attention as if to listen. Not only him, but the other 10 demon cultivators all made the same move. Lord Guyun has spoken, asking us to act immediately. This is a matter of life and death for the demon race. and we must take down Gulan City this time. As for this formation, we will attack together and break it open." As soon as he finished speaking, 11 demon cultivators flew over Gulan City at the same time. The monstrous demonic energy immediately dissipated, and more than 10 powerful attacks instantly bombarded the Guyun foamling array. After a violent flash of light, huge tides of spiritual energy spread out one after another. All the monsters that were nearby were affected by this wave, and their bodies exploded into a ball of blood mist. However, the 11 monster cultivators obviously didn't care. They launched another attack before the aftermath had dissipated. The moment the attack landed, the entire formation burst into a dazzling blue light, and then a monk with a fairy-like appearance, a whisk in hand, and long white hair and beard appeared outside the formation. This person was none other than Junmo, the Lord of Gulan City, and the one who had previously communicated with all the cultivators and guarded the nodes of the formation. Seeing him appear, the 11 demon cultivators gave up attacking the formation and rushed towards him. However, this city lord is in the late nascent soul stage, while the demon cultivators are at most in the middle 4th stage. Even though they are larger in number, high-level battles are not won by this means. The next moment, accompanied by a loud bang, all 11 demon cultivators flew backwards and were beaten back to their original forms. It seemed that each of them was seriously injured. When the monks in the city saw this scene, they all became excited at the same time. However, at this moment, a pitch-black claw suddenly appeared from behind Junmo and grabbed his back. If he was caught this time, even if Junmo was in the late nascent soul stage, he would probably be seriously injured on the spot. This is because the aura emanating from the sharp claws has already reached the late 4th stage. At the critical moment, a layer of golden armor emerged from Junmo's body and wrapped him tightly. With a loud bang, the sneak attack from the sharp claws was successfully blocked. At the same time, the figure of the Lord of Sharp Claws also appeared completely in everyone's sight. He was the leader of the Purple Cloud Eagle clan, the one who had previously given orders to the 11 demon cultivators. Along with this monster, there were 2 transformed demon cultivators with powerful auras, namely the leaders of the Fierce Wind Wolf and the Blue Knight Python clan, both of whom were in the late 4th stage. This is the first time they have appeared in a beast tide in hundreds of years. The Lord of Sharp Claws failed in his attack and transformed into a human form. Together with the other 2 demon cultivators, he surrounded Junmo with a sinister look on his face. After today, the demon race will surely embark on a more glorious path. Including you, all the cultivators in Gulan City will become sacrifices on this road. Although surrounded by 3 4th-stage late-stage demon cultivators, Junmo remained calm. After hearing this, he chuckled twice. "It's a pity that your plan is destined to fail." As soon as these words fell, several earth-shaking rumbling noises suddenly came from the depths of the vast ancient plain. The sound was so loud that even the ground began to shake. The earth dragon turned over, and most of the buildings in Gulan City collapsed. Only some attics with special forbidden formations remained intact. On the 100-foot-high city wall, Ling Yaohan steadied her body and looked into the distance. Although she didn't know what had happened in the depths of the vast ancient plain, her intuition told her that it was beneficial to their side. Outside the city, countless monsters fell to the ground with their limbs spread out. The ground on the outermost layer of the vast ancient plain cracked and kept moving to both sides, forming a deep abyss. Many monsters lost their balance and rolled down, disappearing completely. At this moment, several shocked and angry voices were heard above Gulan City. Some human cultivators have sneaked into the depths of the ancient plains, and the inheritance treasure has been destroyed. Damn it, we've fallen into a trap. Retreat quickly. At this moment, the 3 late-stage 4th-order demon cultivators no longer had the intention to besiege Junmo. They just wanted to return to the depths of the ancient plain to check the damage to the inherited treasure. The same was true for the remaining 11 demon cultivators. However, just as they were about to evacuate, strands of white silk quietly wrapped around their bodies, slowing down the pace of the demon cultivators. At the same time, with Junmo as the center, golden light rose up in the sky within a radius of 20 miles. In Gulan City, Ling Yaohan looked at all this, and for some reason, a feeling of sadness welled up in her heart. As time went on, not only she, but other monks also began to feel the same way. Mengyu said in the Xian Guanghuan Si Bell with emotion, "This is a kind of virtual field that is performed at the cost of burning one's lifespan. This city lord intends to sacrifice himself and perish together with these 14 demon cultivators. Her words were soon confirmed, and a series of curses from the demon cultivators were heard in the air. Junmo just smiled indifferently and said, "My lifespan is almost over, so there is no hope for a breakthrough. If I can get rid of all these evils like you, it wouldn't hurt to live a few decades less." As these words came out, countless golden giant swords formed from his surroundings, and above the huge Gulan City, there was only a sea of swords. Ling Yaohan watched the movements above without blinking. Not long after, more than 10 sword lights that covered the sky and the earth flashed from the sea of swords. At the same time, the aura belonging to the 14 demon cultivators gradually disappeared. Half a cup of tea later, the golden light dissipated, the ancient Yuan soul sealing array was shattered, and no figure could be seen in the air anymore. Also disappearing were the countless monsters outside the city. Chapter 122, Leaving the City. In the city lord's mansion, 2 nascent souls who were participating in the battle and were unable to leave due to the control of the formation had grief on their faces. In the Yunlan realm, there has not been a death of a late nascent soul cultivator for many years. The two had known Junmo for many years, and their good friend passed away in one day. Even though they had seen the vicissitudes of life in the past and had anticipated the outcome of today, they still couldn't stop feeling sad when the time came. At this moment, everyone in Gulan City, including Ling Yaohan, was shocked and remained silent for a long time. The battle was won, but it was all at the cost of the sacrifice of a cultivator in the late nascent soul stage. The earthquake has stopped, and a deep abyss spanning thousands of miles has appeared on the outermost layer of the vast ancient plain. In Gulan City, due to the earthquake, the place was in ruins everywhere. Large sections of buildings collapsed and main streets cracked, but fortunately there were no mortals in the city and no one was injured or killed by the earthquake. Not long after, 9 nascent souls came galloping from the depths of the vast ancient plain. They were the ones who went to destroy the demon clan's inherited treasure. After landing at the city gate, several people walked into the city. Although their plan was successful, they did not look happy because the city lord had died. At this moment, 2 nascent souls had already walked out of the city lord's mansion. When they saw the 9 people, they stepped forward and bowed. At this time, the elegant middle-aged man who was walking in front of the 9 people said, "The inherited treasure has not been completely destroyed, but the monsters in the vast ancient plain have been wiped out by us. I believe that within 1,000 years, there will be no more beast tides. As for the more distant future, it is all unknown." Hearing this, the ordinary-looking young man among the 2 hesitated and said, "It is the inheritance treasure of the demon race. Is there no way for us cultivators to completely destroy it?" The middle-aged man shook his head and sighed softly. "I don't know what the core of that thing is made of. My 8 Taoist friends and I have tried every possible way, but we can't damage it at all. With such a big commotion just now, we only damaged the surface, making it temporarily unable to function. When we left, 8 fellow Taoists and I teamed up to set up a 10-layer killing array around us and placed a warning array on the outermost layer. Once any living creature or ghost approaches that place, we will discover it immediately. In addition, the origin of this object itself is unknown. I have a hunch that it does not belong to the Yunlan realm at all." His judgment was reasonable. Among the 9 people, there were 2 in the late nascent soul stage and 4 in the middle nascent soul stage. With such a lineup, it was indeed extraordinary that they remained unscathed even after the joint attack. At this moment, there was a lot of work to be done in Gulan City. After the 11 people talked for a while, they ordered the monks to deal with the affairs of the city. From that day on, most of the attics and courtyards in the city began to be rebuilt. Many monks showed their strengths, and in just 2 days, new attic courtyards were built in Gulan City. Because a deep abyss has formed on the outer layer of the vast ancient plain and the monsters no longer exist, the demon-slaying pavilion will no longer issue missions from now on. On the giant jade disc outside, Ling Yaohan's demon-slaying value was fixed at 7.21 million, ranking 9th. She is the only one who entered the top 10 with foundation building cultivation. When Gulan City returned to its former order, many monks came to the jade disc and recorded the rankings on it with stone carvings as a souvenir. The monsters in the vast ancient plains no longer exist, and after leaving, they will basically never come back here. It won't be long before the drastic changes in this area spread throughout Swan Kju. Without the danger of beast invasion, more and more people will come to settle here. If things continue to develop in this way, Gulan City will eventually become prosperous like other cities. After the city was built and completely restored, Ling Yaohan left with Lin Qingrua. There are still many places on Swan Kju that have not been visited. After some discussion, the two decided to head east. There are many sects and aristocratic families there, and conferences on the 6 arts of cultivation are often held there. It is also a place often chosen by cultivators to discuss and exchange ideas. Chapter 123 alias Yunju. 6 days later, in the eastern part of Swan Kju, Ming'an County of the Great Xia dynasty. The dynasty here was established by monks and has a history of more than 2,000 years. Because it worships Piamia Sect as its main sect, there has not been any major turmoil since its establishment until now. On this day, Ling Yaohan and Lin Qingrua came to Ming'an County. On the way here, they received news that in half a month a large-scale discussion meeting would be held here, focusing on the 6 arts of cultivation. Whether you are a casual cultivator or a disciple from a sect or family, everyone can sign up to participate. However, looking back at past sessions, the participant's cultivation level is basically at the stage of qi training or foundation building, and occasionally a golden elixir would appear, but a nascent soul has never been seen before. Because of this Taoist conference, many monks have been traveling to Ming'an County in recent days, making it very lively. Mortals and monks live together here, with no obvious class distinction. Ling Yaohan and Lin Qingrua chose an inn in the county to stay in, signed up for the conference, and spent some time getting to know the local customs and culture in detail. Half a month passed in peace, and soon it was time for the conference to begin. The person presiding over this meeting was a Jindan de Quan cultivator from the capital of Daxia. Early that morning, the two of them came together to the conference venue, an open-air venue paved with white marble. This place is divided into 6 areas, corresponding to the 6 arts of cultivation. Ling Yaohan signed up to participate in 4 items, namely alchemy, weapon refining, formation, and talisman making. As for spiritual plants and beast taming, she had less exposure to them, so she did not participate. After the discussion, if you win the championship in the event you participated in addition to the spirit stone reward, you can also get a purple crystal jade token. With this jade token, one can go to the capital of Daxia and participate in higher-level discussions. If you can make a name for yourself and obtain the title of master in one of the 6 arts of cultivation, you will not only be rewarded with rare treasures, but many cultivators will also come to you in the future, promising you large sums of money or treasures and asking you to help in the field you are good at. Ling Yaohan has all the spiritual roots, and she has gained a certain reputation in Swan Kju, but this is only in terms of her talent and strength in cultivation. In fact, almost no one in the outside world knew about her talents in alchemy, weapon refining, formation, and talisman making. If you can gain the title of master in a certain area, it will be very convenient for you to travel around in the future. However, she did not intend to be too ostentatious, because if a tree stands out in the forest, it will be destroyed by the wind. So when registering for the conference this time, Ling Yaohan did not use her real name, but chose a pseudonym, Yunju. Although she is quite famous in Swan Kju, except for her fellow disciples, only a few outside cultivators have seen her true appearance, so the possibility of being recognized is basically non-existent. Seeing that she used a pseudonym, Lin Qingrua followed suit and named herself Rome. The Taoist conference was held in 6 areas for 6 days, and the first activity to begin was alchemy. Ling Yaohan came to her seat and sat cross-legged on the cushion. At the command of the person presiding over the meeting, she waved her sleeves to take out the alchemy furnace and began to refine the elixir as required. There are a total of 6 alchemy discussions, and each session requires 3 portions of alchemy materials. The losers will be directly dismissed and are not allowed to disturb other cultivators who are refining alchemy. If anyone violates this rule, the Jindan cultivator presiding over the meeting will take direct action and capture him. There were a total of 292 participants in the first round. They were refining the simplest first-level blood-enriching pill. As long as they successfully refined 1 batch, they could advance to the next level. Ling Yaohan successfully refined all 3 furnaces from calcination, refining, to fusion, and pill condensation. Each step was effortless, and she obtained 30 high-quality pills, including 5 top-grade, 16 high-grade, and 9 mid-grade. The high quality of the finished pills attracted the attention of the Jindan monk, who was in charge of presiding over the conference. At the same time, the crowd watching began to discuss her identity. However, this was the first time Ling Yaohan used the name Yunju, so naturally no one had heard of it. In addition, she did not hide her cultivation level, so many cultivators speculated that she was a disciple from a hidden sect or family who went out to gain experience. Of course, there were also a few sarcastic voices in the crowd, saying that Yunju was just lucky and came across a kind of elixir that she often refined, and that it was not surprising. After 5 incense sticks, the first round of alchemy ended, and 179 people successfully advanced. The second round began immediately. This time it was about refining the first-level Peiyuan pill. Those who successfully refined one furnace and produced medium quality or above pills would advance to the next level. Ling Yaohan also performed stably, and all 3 furnaces were successful. Among the 30 pills obtained, 6 were top grade, 19 were upper grade, and 5 were mid-grade. If the first time was luck, then the fact that the second time was equally outstanding is proof of strength. Now all those sarcastic people fell silent and left the place in shame. Chapter 1: 24 Twists and Turns. The third round requires refining the second-level Blood Lotus pill, which is used for healing. As long as one furnace is successful, you can advance to the next level. At this point, there were only 98 people left. After the Gyan cultivator, who presided over the meeting, announced the start, Ling Yaohan immediately started the furnace and began to refine the elixir according to the original steps. Just like before, all 3 furnaces were successfully refined, but because they were second level, inferior pills appeared in the first furnace. By the time the second furnace was ready, the quality of the pills gradually improved. In the end, there were 3 furnaces of pills, 1 top-grade pill, 9 upper-grade pills, 16 mid-grade pills, and 4 lower-grade pills. Although Ling Yaohan felt that her performance was not good, Gyan, who presided over the meeting, and the onlookers did not think so. In their opinion, the fact that a second-level elixir could have such a success rate and produce a top-grade elixir was already a very good existence among the foundation-building cultivators. From then on, the pseudonym she used, Yunju, was secretly remembered by the monks present and spread throughout Ming'an County. After the third round of alchemy, a total of 43 people advanced to the fourth round. From this stage onwards, the requirements are significantly raised. One has to refine the second-level Xinyuan pill and at least 5 medium-quality ones before being able to advance. Ling Yaohan naturally passed it easily, but this requirement increased the difficulty a little bit for other cultivators. At the end, there were only 11 people left on the field. The fifth round is to refine the second-level rejuvenation pill. After the end, the refined pills will be ranked comprehensively based on quality and quantity. The top 3 will advance to the 6th round. At the beginning, Ling Yaohan keenly discovered the problem when starting the furnace. The spiritual energy contained in the spiritual plant used for alchemy, placed in front of her, was slowly disappearing. Even though spiritual plants will lose spiritual energy if left for a long time, the current situation is definitely not normal. All the alchemy materials were distributed by a Taoist boy who followed the Gyan cultivator. After noticing that there was a problem with the spiritual plant, Ling Yaohan immediately raised his head and looked at the other party. Coincidentally, the Taoist boy's gaze was also looking towards her at this moment. After meeting her sharp gaze, the Taoist boy shrank his neck and retreated behind the Gyan cultivator. Ling Yaohan never let herself suffer in silence. She immediately put down the alchemy furnace, stood up, saluted to the golden elixir cultivator, and then said bluntly, "Senior, my alchemy materials have been tampered with." "Oh?" Gyan, who was presiding over the meeting, was stunned for a moment, then quickly walked forward, picked up the 3 spiritual plants and examined them carefully, his face gradually turning pale. He turned around and glanced sharply at the Taoist boy, who trembled but did not argue. Considering that the other cultivators had already started refining the elixir, the Gyan did not shout at the Taoist boy, but directly took out 3 new materials and handed them to Ling Yaohan. He knew very well that the Taoist boy alone would not have the courage to do such a thing. Judging from Ling Yaohan's previous performance, as long as she continues to perform normally, she will be the leader in alchemy. It was obvious that the Taoist boy was instructed to do this. Thinking of this, the Gyan monk glanced at the remaining 10 cultivators calmly. After a moment, his gaze lingered for a long time on a woman in red and a plain-looking young man in black, and then he withdrew his gaze without saying a word. After 6 incense sticks, the 5th round of alchemy was over. Ling Yaohan's 3 furnaces were all successful, including 4 top-grade pills, 19 upper-grade pills, and 7 mid-grade pills. She ranked first and advanced smoothly. The second and third were the red-dressed woman and black-dressed young man noticed by the Gyan cultivator just now. There was nothing unusual on the faces of the two men, and the 7 eliminated monks showed no other abnormal emotions other than frustration. However, whether it was Ling Yaohan, Jindan who was presiding over the meeting, or the onlookers, they all knew that the only person who would want to tamper with the materials could be a competitor. As for those who do not behave abnormally, it is possible that they are extremely cunning and do not show their emotions on their faces. The Taoist boy who handed over the materials became the focus of everyone's attention because of this incident. No matter what the people present thought, the conference had to continue, and the 6th game would soon begin. The elixir he refined this time was an extremely rare 2nd-level elixir, the soul-cleansing pill. There are 2 main reasons why this pill is rare. First, the recipe is little known, and second, the main materials for refining it are scarce. Soul-purifying grass is needed to refine the soul-purifying pill. It is rumored that this spiritual plant is specially planted and cultivated in a medicine garden in the capital of the Great Xia Kingdom that is used exclusively for refining dynasty pills. As for other places, no one has ever heard of seeing it. This 6th match was obviously a contest of alchemy comprehension. The Jindan monk who presided over the meeting gave the 3 people the recipe for the elixir, and then announced the start of alchemy. Ling Yaohan took a close look at the contents of the pill recipe and discovered that it did not record the order in which the 12 materials needed to refine the soul-cleansing pill should be put into the pill furnace. She needed to figure it out on her own. Recalling what had happened before, she glanced at the other 2 calmly. The man in black frowned, while the woman in red, without even looking at the recipe, started refining the elixir directly on the furnace and set up an isolation band around it to prevent the 2 competitors from looking in. At this time, Jindan, who was presiding over the meeting, also discovered this problem. There was a hint of suspicion in his eyes when he looked at the woman in red. The Taoist boy was someone he brought from the capital. If the woman in red was related to a monk of high status in the capital, then it was possible that the Taoist boy could be coerced, bribed through the other party. Chapter 125 Disciple of a Noble Family. Ling Yaohan withdrew her gaze. Regardless of whether the woman in red knew the content of the 6th test in advance, what she should do most now is to successfully refine the soul-cleansing pill and try her best to improve the quality of the pill. According to her previous experience in alchemy and comparing the medicinal properties of the 12 spiritual plants, she thought for a while, determined the order, and then started to make the elixir. Fortunately, she made the right choice and the first batch was successfully refined. The same thing happened with the 2nd and 3rd furnaces. However, since this elixir used more materials, it was much more difficult to refine than the other 2nd-level elixirs. After Ling Yaohan had finished refining them all, there were no top-grade pills. There were 9 top-grade pills, 18 mid-grade pills, and 3 low-grade pills. As for the woman in red, she refined 1 top-grade pill, 10 mid-grade pills, and 19 low-grade pills. The young man in black clothes failed twice this time, and finally only produced 1 medium-quality pill and 9 low-quality pills. At this point, the winner was decided, and Ling Yaohan successfully won the first place in the alchemy competition. It was now sunset. Jindan, who was presiding over the meeting, announced that the discussion on talismans and Taoism would begin at noon tomorrow. After seeing the winner decided, the onlookers gradually dispersed. The woman in red stood up, looked at Ling Yaohan meaningfully, and then left without saying a word. At this time, the Jindan cultivator took out a purple jade plate engraved with the word Dan, walked up and handed it to Ling Yaohan, and also gave it to the champion, 20,000 low-grade spirit stones. Friend Yunju, I will investigate the problem with the alchemy materials, but it is very likely that this is related to someone in the capital. I can't guarantee that I can give you an explanation, but if I find out anything, I will tell you the truth. Ling Yaohan accepted the jade, token, and spirit stone, nodded and said, I understand. Thank you, senior. She already knew that the woman in red was named Peng Ruyan, and when she returned, she would try every means to find out her background. When they left this place and returned to the inn with Lin Qingra, they accidentally heard some Qigong monks who were having a meal on the first floor whispering. Do you know? Among the cultivators participating in the 6th discussion, except for the leader, Senior Yunju, whose origin is unknown, the other 2 are all disciples from aristocratic families. Oh, tell us quickly, where did you hear this news from? Well, it's a coincidence. A while ago, I went to Fang County for some matters that needed to be dealt with, and happened to see Senior Peng at the Peng clan's land in Shianshu. As for the other senior fan, I saw him in a large medicine shop in Fang County. When I went to buy the elixir from the shopkeeper's address, It was not difficult to tell that the other party was from the Fan family of Fengshan. That's strange. Feng County is very far from Ming'an County, and there is also a Dao conference being held in the county. Why would the two seniors come here to participate? Who knows? Maybe he came to visit an unfamiliar place for some fresh air? The discussion below was still going on, but Ling Yaohan and Lin Qingrua did not continue listening. After entering the house and casually setting up a soundproofing barrier, Lin Qingrua said, "There must be something wrong with what happened today." Judging from Peng Ruyan's previous performance and the meaningful look in her eyes before she left, even if she didn't bribe the Taoist boy, she probably knew the inside story. Ling Yaohan pondered for a moment, took out a map of Swan Kju that she had bought before, used her spiritual power to hold it in the air, and spread it out. "Senior Sister Lin, look at the eastern region of Swan Kju. Nearly 4/5 of the area belongs to the Great Xia dynasty. The capital city of Wanxia is located in the center of the dynasty. Feng County and Ming'an County are one close to the right side of Wanxia City, and the other 3,000 miles away to its left. From the discussions of those cultivators just now, it is not difficult to hear that Feng County will also hold a conference on Taoism. In my opinion, there are only two reasons why those two people came here from afar. Firstly, the competition in Feng County was extremely fierce, and it was impossible for them to win the championship locally, so they came here to try their luck. Secondly, they have someone in the capital, but that person is not omnipotent. Instead, he has limited ability and cannot bribe the people around the person who presides over the Feng County Conference, so they set their sights on other places. After several attempts, he bribed the Taoist boy beside Jindan, who was presiding over the Taoist Conference in Ming'an County, and finally came here. Judging from their performance at the meeting, it is not certain that both of them participated. When refining the elixir at the end, Fan Tang obviously did not know the proportions of the elixir and failed twice in a row. Having said this, Ling Yaohan noticed the commotion outside and immediately stopped talking. A moment later, a sound transmission note flew in and hovered outside the soundproof restriction. Seeing this, Lin Qingrua removed the ban, and the sound transmission note flew in smoothly, hovering around Ling Yaohan. Chapter 126 Midnight Raid. This sound transmission note was sent by the Jindan, who presided over the conference. Ling Yaohan reached out to take it, injected spiritual power into it, and a familiar voice came over. "I have asked the Taoist boy. He was coerced and bribed by a Jindan in the capital to trip up someone who might become Peng Ruyan's competitor at the Dandao conference. As for Fan Tang, as far as I know, he was not involved in this matter. The Shianshu Peng family and the Fengshan Fan family have always been sworn enemies. Fan Tang came here probably to find out Peng Ruyan's purpose and followed her. The two of them had left Ming'an County not long ago. By the way, the golden elixir in the capital is called Jiangyan, and he is an ordinary worshipper of the Longshihi clan, the first family in the dynasty. I am also unable to judge whether this Jindan acted on his own or at the instruction of Longshihi family. In short, if you go to the capital in the future, you must be careful." The voice transmission ended here. Ling Yaohan pondered for a moment and turned his gaze to the map. At this time, Lin Qingrua said, "During the day, I inquired and found out that the capital conference will be held in 2 years. If this was really done by the Longshihi clan, they can reveal their identities when necessary. No matter how powerful the Great Xia dynasty is, it will always respect the Piamia clan as its leader. A mere aristocratic family is nothing to worry about." After saying that, Ling Yaohan nodded and said, "If you really have to go over there, I will deal with you accordingly. If I can practice hard in the next 2 years, I might be able to make further progress." The discussion on talismans on the second day was also divided into 6 sessions. The process went smoothly, and nothing similar to yesterday's incident occurred. Ling Yaohan won the first prize of Fu Dao amid the surprised gazes of the onlookers. However, when the moon was shining brightly at night, an uninvited guest came to Ming'an County. On the second floor of the inn, Ling Yaohan was originally meditating with her eyes closed. When her consciousness sensed something unusual, she immediately restrained her breath and secretly became alert. The next moment, a dark figure broke through the window and slapped her. Realizing that the power of this attack was not great, Ling Yaohan used the Yinjin body protection technique, and a golden light flowed on the palm of her hand, and she blasted towards the person who came. The latter was caught off guard and was hit in the right shoulder by the attack. He flew backwards and hit the wall with a bang. Lin Qingrua from the compartment also rushed over at this time. Seeing that the situation was not good, the man in black blasted 2 dim lights at them in succession, trying to take the opportunity to escape. Ling Yaohan snorted coldly, casually made a spell to cover the dim light, and shot 4 ice arrows at the man in black, nailing him firmly to the wall. A scream came from this man's mouth, alarming everyone in the inn. Some monks with lower cultivation levels sensed something was wrong and hurriedly left the inn. Only those who were still confident in their own strength stayed behind to watch the fun. At this time, the dim light covered by the magic formula slowly turned into the word ni. Ling Yaohan glanced at it, and her expression suddenly changed. "You are from the shadowless palace." She did not lower her voice deliberately. In the inn, the monks who had stayed to watch the fun all changed their expressions after hearing the 3 words shadowless K, and then fled away. The man in black laughed twice. "It seems that you know a lot. A person in the middle stage of foundation building, with such strength, can't be an unknown person. Yunju is a pseudonym, right?" Seeing Ling Yaohan pursed her lips and remained silent. He did not care and continued. "I was tricked by someone. I accepted this mission, so I'm doomed. I have to trick those guys once before I die. Let me remind you, fellow Taoist, that the trouble is not limited to today. Someone in Gulan City has offered a high price to buy your life, and the mission will take 2 years. If I don't go back today, someone stronger will come tomorrow." As these words fell, the man in black spat out large mouthfuls of dirty blood and died. Lin Qingrua stepped forward to check for a moment and said, "He committed suicide by taking poison. It's rare to find a poison that can kill a cultivator instantly. This wank is really cruel. He doesn't take the lives of the monks under his command seriously at all." At this point, she noticed that Ling Yaohan looked strange and immediately stood up and asked, "Junior Sister Ling, what's wrong with you?" Thinking of Ling Yaohan's previous words, she gradually understood. "Junior Sister, do you have an old grudge against wank?" "That's right," Ling Yaohan said bluntly. "It's not just me. The entire Ling family and wank have an irreconcilable hatred, and the things in it cannot be explained in a few words. This is the first time I encounter the forces of wank in Swan Kju. This person came to take Yunju's life, and I have only used this alias not long ago, and have only used it in Ming'an County. Therefore, it is self-evident who is the one who issued the mission at a high price and bought my life." Chapter 127 Discussion. Many monks ran out of the inn, and the noise here quickly spread throughout Ming'an County. The innkeeper went forward to check the situation, and learned that the person from Wank who came to assassinate him was dead. Not only did his expression not relax, but it became even paler. He managed to calm himself down, bowed to the 2 of them, and sighed, "2 seniors. Wank will never give up after failing once." "I understand." Ling Yaohan took out 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, handed them over, and continued. "The inn was damaged because of me. The tables and chairs in the room were also broken. These spirit stones are for compensation." "No, no, no." The shopkeeper said no 3 times, and then explained, "Senior, you misunderstood what I meant. Now that you have been listed as an assassination target by Wank, it is extremely dangerous for you to stay in Ming'an County. No matter how important the Dao Conference is, it is not as important as your own safety." Ling Yaohan smiled and said, "Since they have already targeted me, they will catch up with me no matter where I go." Having said this, she handed the corresponding spirit stone directly to the shopkeeper, and then left the inn with Lin Qingrua. "I'm sorry, I have caused trouble for Senior Sister." Walking on the street, Ling Yaohan was silent for a moment and pondered. "I plan to go outside the county to find a cave and settle down temporarily. Wang's target is not Senior Sister, so when the time comes, Senior Sister, you can find another place to live in the county, and they shouldn't come looking for you." "What are you talking about?" Lin Qingrua pretended to be angry and asked, "Am I the kind of person who abandons my fellow disciples and only cares about my own safety?" "Of course not." Ling Yaohan shook her head and laughed. "I just think some dangers should be avoided if possible. I think I have some means to protect myself, and I can live alone outside, so when the time comes, I won't have any scruples if a fight breaks out." Lin Qingrua frowned. "No matter what, I can't let you go out alone to face danger when I know someone is chasing you. Master will definitely not agree if she knows." Ling Yaohan suddenly remembered something and asked bluntly, "Senior Sister, can you contact Uncle Shin?" Lin Qingrua shook her head. "The distance is too far. I can't take the initiative to contact the Master. It's always the Master who contacts me. In this case, Junior Sister suggests that we should act separately. This will be in our best interests." Ling Yaohan paused, looked at the person beside her, and said carefully, If you are really worried, you can leave here and escape to the direction of the sect. As long as the distance is shortened, it will be possible to contact Uncle Shen. This is the most effective way. Sacrificing in vain is not worth it. Her eyes were full of determination. After more than a year in Gulan City, Lin Xingrua thought she had a certain understanding of this junior sister, and no one could change what was decided. Thinking of this, she nodded helplessly. That's settled then. I'll leave immediately. Wait. Ling Yaohan stopped and said, tomorrow is the array formation discussion, and this is what senior sister signed up for. It won't be too late to leave after you finish participating. Wank sent people over, and although their strength became stronger each time, the previous person was in the middle stage of foundation building, so I guess the next one should be in the late stage of foundation building. It is not difficult for me to deal with people of this level of cultivation, and there is no need for my master or uncle to help. Senior sister has been waiting for many days to discuss the Tao. It would be a pity to miss this opportunity. Ling Yaohan knew very well that for a killer organization like Wank, human lives were equal to resources and treasures. Those who are not on the task list will not be killed if there is no benefit to be gained, so the possibility of them attacking Lin Xingrua is almost zero. Just like that, after her advice, Lin Xingrua finally decided to set off after the discussion on formations was over tomorrow. She chose another inn in the county to stay in, while Ling Yaohan went outside and used the ice sword to casually open up a cave on a nearby mountain. At noon the next day, the discussion on formations began. The news that Ling Yaohan was attacked and killed by the people from Wank last night had spread throughout the county. Today, when the cultivators saw her appearing here in good health, many of them looked at her with a hint of awe. When Wank takes action, there are very few examples of failure. Ling Yaohan can survive an assassination, which shows that her strength is extraordinary. Moreover, even though he knew that he was being hunted by Wank, he still dared to stay in the county and participate in the conference. Such courage is absolutely rare. Chapter 128, Another Attack. Different from making talismans and refining elixirs, the discussion of formations focuses on the refining of formation plates and flags due to venue limitations. These two items are not Ling Yaohan's strengths. She is better at using all kinds of rare materials and treasures to set up a formation on the spot. However, even so, she successfully advanced in the first 4 games, until the 5th game, when she encountered a rather complicated combination of flag refining, which she had never encountered before, so she left with regret. Zhen Ling Yingui originally wanted to help Ling Yaohan, but she decisively refused. In her opinion, such discussions should rely on real ability to win the championship. Relying on external forces will not only be unworthy of the title, but will also easily lead to suspicion and exposure in the future, which is harmful to others and not beneficial to oneself. At sunset, the discussion on formations was over. Since formation plates and flags were Lin Xingrua's strong points, she successfully won the first place. That night, outside Ming'an County, 3 dark figures were rushing towards the cave where Ling Yaohan was. She immediately became alert when she noticed the movement. As early as the beginning of the development of the cave, she had set up a second-level killing formation around it. As soon as the 3 people approached, the formation was activated. As she expected, all the visitors were in the late stage of foundation building. When the formation started, the 3 realized they had fallen into a trap and wanted to evacuate, but it was too late. The battle array was filled with sword lights and danger was lurking on every side. The 3 men resisted for a short while before being killed one after another. What Ling Yaohan didn't expect was that after them, 6 more people followed, and all of them had reached the great perfection of foundation building. The killing formation has been exposed, so the 6 people naturally would not be fooled again. Instead, they dispersed, perfectly circumvented the range of the formation, and surrounded Ling Yaohan. The next moment, the 6 of them attacked together, using all kinds of killing moves to attack her. Ling Yaohan used the technique of black ice to dispel evil spirits, and an extremely thick black ice shield immediately formed around her body. At the same time, she flipped her left hand, took out the Tongxian Tower, activated it, and covered the head of the nearest man in black. The purple light was shining brightly, dazzling the eyes. The latter used all his spiritual power to try to resist the Tongxian Tower, but it was in vain. A moment later, accompanied by a loud bang, a purple pagoda fell to the ground, trapping the target inside the tower and isolating it from the external spiritual energy. At this time, all the killing moves aimed at Ling Yaohan were blocked by the mysterious ice shield and the top-grade defensive spiritual weapon, the plum blossom pleated skirt. The remaining 5 people's expressions changed slightly when they saw Ling Yaohan using the 5 Thunders' heavenly heart righteous method, and they finally guessed her true identity. One of them gritted his teeth and said, Yunju is not your real name. You are the full spiritual root who has become famous in Piamia Sect in recent years. Ling Yaohan replied expressionlessly, so what? Although Guiyun on Tingfeng Island in the Xingyue Sea and that on Swan Kju are both branches of the headquarters, there is not much communication between them. The person in charge of Tingfeng Island did not inform them of the agreement between Ning Qiurua and Guiyun, perhaps out of selfish motives or for other reasons. Of course, given these people's profit-seeking nature, even if they knew, they would probably still do it anyway. After all, the agreement only stated that the Ling family would not be attacked within 300 years, and did not specifically mention the 5 disciples of the Ling family who were practicing outside. In other words, as long as you don't interfere in the affairs of Guiyun Island, it won't be considered a violation of the agreement. After hearing Ling Yaohan admit her identity, the 5 people's expressions became visibly serious. At this point, there is no way to resolve the matter peacefully. Even if the other party is a disciple of a major sect, as long as they can be eliminated cleanly and without leaving any traces, Piamia Sect will have no evidence and can do nothing. Thinking of this, the 5 of them looked at each other and attacked again, this time using some power that did not originally belong to them. Feeling the pressure coming from nearby, Ling Yaohan's eyes narrowed slightly. Talisman? What a big deal! 5 talismans are launched at the same time. At this moment, in front of the 5 people, a shadow of a long sword, a sharp spear, a golden bell, a sharp knife, and a jade ruler rose up, locking her firmly in place. Unable to avoid it, Ling Yaohan held the Ningbing sword and immediately activated the Guishian Jaime Sword Sutra. The next moment, one after another extremely sharp sword beams slashed forward. The 5 talismans on the opposite side were still gathering momentum, and the sword beams were also gathering in the air. An extremely large infinity symbol formed half a foot in front of her. In just a moment, hundreds of sword beams overlapped, and their power grew stronger and stronger, causing the 5 people holding talismans to change color. The next moment, 5 talisman attacks fell at the same time and hit the sword light. A huge tide of spiritual energy formed from the center of the collision and quickly spread to the surrounding areas. Ling Yaohan was carried more than 10 miles away by the aftermath of the collision before she stopped. The black ice shield was completely shattered the moment it came into contact with the aftermath. With the double defense formed by the plum blossom pleated skirt and the golden body protection technique, Ling Yaohan barely blocked the aftermath of the collision. But even so, she inevitably suffered minor injuries. After stopping, she immediately started to practice the Yuanmu Fuling Ju to restore her spiritual power and heal her injuries at the same time. As for the people from Wank, activating the talisman had consumed all their spiritual energy. Faced with the aftermath of this attack, the 5 people were blown away for nearly 40 miles and crashed into a mountainside with a bang. Their internal organs were all displaced, and they died on the spot. As early as when the aftermath was forming, Ling Yaohan quickly took back the Tongxian Tower. The people who were originally trapped in it had no spiritual power to replenish, and they had consumed a lot of it from constantly attacking the pagoda. They were also unable to resist the aftermath of the collision between the 5 talismans and the sword beams. The moment the Tongxian pagoda was removed, the man was knocked flying, knocking down dozens of spiritual trees that were as thick as 2 people could hug together. His bones were shattered, and he died not long after. At this point, all 6 people who had reached the great perfection of the foundation building stage had died. Chapter 129 Plan. The cave that Ling Yaohan had originally opened up had already been shattered by the aftermath, and half of the mountain had also collapsed. The fighting here was so noisy that everyone in Ming'an County was alarmed, but for fear of bringing trouble upon themselves, no one dared to come over for a while. As for Lin Qingrua, as soon as the discussion on the formation ended, he rushed towards the Sect and tried to contact Shinshiming. After recovering from her injuries, Ling Yaohan flew to the unrecognizable corpse, lifted all the storage bags into the air, cleaned them with a cleaning technique, and opened them to take a look. Her original intention was to see if she could find any secret information related to the Shadowless Palace, but in the end she found nothing. Killer organizations like this have internal regulations that prohibit people who go out on missions from carrying anything that could reveal information about their forces. Although there were none of these, there were quite a few spirit stones and elixirs in the storage bag. In addition, There were also a few spiritual weapons of varying qualities. Ling Yaohan took them all out and put them into a storage ring that she seldom used. She then left the place and chose a new mountain farther away to continue opening up the cave. The night passed quickly, and at noon on the second day, people in Ming'an County began to discuss and refine weapons. Ling Yaohan arrived at the conference venue on time, and everyone was surprised to see that she was unharmed. The fact that she opened a cave outside the county after being attacked in the night before was no secret, and anyone interested could find out by asking around. The cultivators knew very well that the big commotion outside last night was closely related to Wank. Many people were guessing that Ling Yaohan was doomed, but they didn't expect that she would appear here alive and well today. What was particularly surprising was the Jindan monk who presided over the meeting. He was naturally aware of Ling Yaohan's experience, but the power of Wank was extremely large, and even if he was at the great perfection of the Golden Core, he was unwilling to provoke them in the slightest. In order to protect himself, he did not show up yesterday or the night before yesterday. Although Ling Yaohan was extremely talented in alchemy and talisman making, and was also good at formations, it was not worth it for him to risk offending Wank and go to rescue her. He also guessed in his heart that this attack was most likely related to people in the capital. A cultivator like him, who was able to accept the task of hosting the conference and go to various counties, was a neutral faction in the capital, and he really didn't want to be labeled as belonging to a certain faction by those people because of his involvement in this matter. However, looking at Ling Yaohan, who came on time to participate in the fourth weapon refining discussion, this Jinan had different thoughts in his mind after the accident. Being able to block Wank's assassinations one after another with his cultivation in the middle stage of foundation building. As long as such a person can survive, he will surely achieve great things in the future. If it comes to the critical moment, it would be fine to lend a helping hand. Unlike alchemy, talisman making, and formation making, weapon refining is a process that takes a very long time, so the result is fixed. The winner will be determined based on a comprehensive evaluation of the power and quality of the final refined weapon, as well as the performance of the refining process. There are a total of 370 participants. Everyone gets the same materials for refining weapons, and what can be refined in the end depends entirely on personal skills. Ling Yaohan planned to refine a flying sword. After getting the materials, she started to extract the impurities without any hesitation. After this step is completed, the various purified materials are then systematically fused in sequence. When it is formed, it will be engraved with a formation that can exert the corresponding power. There was no distraction during the whole process. Inside the Shuangguan Huanxi Bell, Meng Yu was secretly on guard around him. Fortunately, no one from the Shadowless K appeared during the day, so the refining of the weapon went on smoothly. When everything was over, a whole day had passed, and a top-grade silver-white flying sword appeared in front of Ling Yaohan. Due to the materials used, although this flying sword is of the same quality as the ice sword she often uses, its power is slightly weaker. However, the treasures refined in the conference were not hers, so Ling Yaohan did not feel it was a pity. During this period, more than half of the monks had left. Many of them failed in refining weapons and left directly, while others refined lower-quality weapons and knew that they had no chance of becoming the champion. There were originally 370 people participating in this conference, but in the end, only 22 people were left. In addition to Ling Yaohan, there was also a cultivator who had reached the great perfection of the foundation building stage, who had refined a top-grade spiritual weapon. However, not only did the latter take longer to refine, but the power of the spiritual weapon flying knife he refined was also slightly inferior to hers after on-the-spot testing. So in the end, Ling Yaohan became the leader in refining weapons. After receiving the purple jade token with the word Qi engraved on it, and the corresponding spirit stone reward, she did not stay any longer and left Ming'an County directly. At the same time, she sent a sound transmission note to Lin Qingruo, who had already traveled far away, to inform him of the matter. Wank sent people to attack and kill, and the culprit Ling Yaohan would definitely not be let go, so she planned to go to Fang County next. Chapter 130, Shianshu Peng Clan. One day later, Daxia headed to Fang County. A girl in a brown dress and with no visible features was walking on the street, observing the surroundings inconspicuously. This woman is Ling Yaohan, who uses illusion to change her appearance. As for her clothes, it was still the original top-grade spiritual weapon. The current appearance was just a temporary change of style, according to her wishes. What she had to do now was to find out whether Peng Ruyan had returned to the Peng clan. After walking for a while, Ling Yaohan came to a tea house and sat down in the corner. The waiter with a rag on his shoulder came over quickly and asked enthusiastically, "Sir, what do you need?" Seeing that Ling Yaohan did not answer immediately, the waiter added, "Sir, although our shop is small, we have a wide variety of teas. We have many famous teas such as Lushan Yunwu, Guzhu Zisen, Longjing, Fangshan Lia, Biluakun, etc." After saying that, Ling Yaohan smiled and said, "Let's have a pot of Lushan clouds and mist. But I don't have any silver, so I can only pay with spirit stones." The tea house she chose was mostly visited by mortals, but there were also some cultivators, but they were all in the Qi training stage. After hearing this, the waiter immediately became respectful. "So you are the immortal master. Forgive me for my previous offense. Spiritual stones can be used to pay for things. One low-grade spiritual stone can be exchanged for 3,000 taels of silver. But the pot of Lushan Cloud Mist ordered by the immortal master only costs half a tael of silver, and it will take some time to get the change." Ling Yaohan took out a low-grade spirit stone, handed it over, and said with a smile, "No need for change. I want to ask the store owner something." The waiter understood immediately. He hesitated for a moment, lowered his voice, and whispered, "Excuse me for asking. What do you want to know, master? I and the shopkeeper are just mortals, and what we know is really limited." Ling Yaohan's lips moved slightly, and she uttered for words, "Shianshu Peng Clan." She said this via telepathy, so no one in the tea house heard it. However, the waiter obviously didn't know about this. After hearing these 4 words, he instantly broke out in a cold sweat. He subconsciously looked up and looked around. Seeing that no one noticed this place, he whispered with a hint of fear, "This is one of the dominant forces in Feng County. Normally, we dare not even mention it. If the Immortal Master really wants to find out about them, he can try his luck at Yuan on Yuanming Street." "Yuanming Street?" "Yes," the waiter explained. "The street outside is Zhengming Street." After the Immortal Master left the store, he walked straight along Zhengming Street. At the end, there was a road that turned right. "Take this road, turn right at the 3rd fork, and you will see Yuan at a glance. This shop is quite mysterious. I have heard about it from the Immortal Master, who came to the shop before. He said it is a place that specializes in selling all kinds of information. It is quite powerful. Even the 2 local overlords dare not mess with it." Hearing this, Ling Yaohan suddenly realized something. She handed the spirit stone to the waiter and left the tea house directly. After a moment, she arrived in front of Yuan and found that it was indeed a business opened by a cultivator. After walking in, Ling Yaohan asked a few questions indirectly to confirm that what the waiter said was true. After paying 500 low-grade spirit stones, she found out the specific information about the 2 major forces in Feng County. First, the Peng family of Shianshu. The person with the highest cultivation level in the family has reached the great perfection of foundation building. There are a total of 18 foundation building cultivators and more than 200 Qi training cultivators. Including many mortals and servants, the entire tribe has about 9,000 people. Secondly, in the Fengshan Fan family, the person with the highest cultivation level in the family has also reached the great perfection of foundation building. There are a total of 21 foundation building cultivators and more than 300 Qi training cultivators. There are more than 5,000 people in the entire tribe, including mortals. In comparison, the Fengshan Fan family is stronger, and there are fewer mortals in the clan, so they do not like luxury. But the fact is that the Peng family of Shianshu has always suppressed the Fan family of Fengshan. This was because the Peng family often sent women with poor qualifications but good looks in the family to a late Jinan cultivator in Wanxia City as concubines. Over time, this person became the backer of the Peng family in Shianshu. The head of the Fan family disdains to do such things and is unwilling to flatter and please others, so he has no backing. In addition, Ling Yaohan also found out that Peng Ruyan had returned to the Peng clan's territory yesterday at noon, and that she had returned from the direction of Wanxia City, the capital city. To her surprise, manager Yuan saw through her hostility towards the Peng family and hinted that there was a detailed map of the Peng family's territory in the store, which could be purchased for only 100 low-grade spirit stones. Ling Yaohan bought it with the mentality of giving it a try. After opening it for investigation, he found that the map actually marked in detail the specific locations of the secret rooms used by each member of the Peng family for foundation building and cultivation, as well as the residences of more than 200 Qi training practitioners. Not only that, the clan's treasure house, forbidden areas, and some important attics are all marked out. Unless the Peng clan members take the initiative to reveal these secrets, it is basically impossible for others to know them. Closing the map, she cast a suspicious look at the steward, but the other party frankly admitted that when Yuxuan was secretly the property of the Fan family, and that this information was discovered by the clan over the years. As for the rumors about when Yuxuan circulating in the community, they were just spread deliberately by them. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. The manager was a very shrewd man. When Ling Yaohan mentioned Peng Ruyan, she inadvertently revealed a subtle murderous intent, which was caught by him. Therefore, he took advantage of the situation and tricked Peng. Chapter 131 Revenge. After getting the map, Ling Yaohan left when Yuxuan. She did not completely believe what the manager said. The layout of the Peng clan's territory on the map can only be used as a reference. As for the specific situation, she plans to check it out in person. At nightfall, Ling Yaohan hid her body and sneaked into the Peng family. The clan's territory was brightly lit, with chirping sounds coming from several attics, many dancers performing, and musicians playing to liven up the atmosphere. Those sitting in high positions were drinking and chatting with each other, and the table was filled with delicacies from land and sea. Ling Yaohan went to several attics in a row and saw the same scene in all of them. The Peng clan's land does not look like a family of immortals at all, but rather like a royal palace in the secular world. It seems like a group of playboys are eating, drinking, having fun, and living a life of luxury. Ling Yaohan did not find any foundation-building cultivators among these people, nor did she see Peng Ruyan, so she left for the time being and went somewhere else. According to the map, they arrived at a place surrounded by lush pines. It was relatively quiet here, and it was where Peng Ruyan, who was in the middle stage of foundation building, usually practiced. However, after some investigation, she found that the woman was not here. Inside the Shuangguan Huanxi Bell, Meng Yu sensed the situation of the Peng clan's land and then pointed out that the girl was in a cave in the back mountain, where there was also a cultivator who had reached the great perfection of the foundation building stage and a cultivator who had reached the late stage of the foundation building stage. The three of them set up a warning band outside the cave, and they would be discovered once someone got close. However, this matter did not pose a problem for the formation spirit Nian Gui. With its help, Ling Yaohan kept her body hidden and successfully approached the cave that Meng Yu mentioned. As soon as I approached this place, I heard a very intense quarrel coming from inside. The first thing that reached my ears was a slightly hoarse voice. The other party's identity is unknown. You are acting on your own. Aren't you afraid of harming the family? That's not all, but you actually dared to hide it from us after you came back. Next came a female voice with a hint of arrogance. She was Peng Ruyan, who had gone to Ming'an County to participate in the Taoism conference a few days ago. It's not a big deal. Is it worth your anger? A cough sounded. Ruyan, my uncle is angry. Don't talk back. You were indeed wrong in this matter. In the past, except for the clan leader and uncles, no one else was allowed to contact that senior directly. You broke the rules this time, and luckily that senior didn't blame you. Otherwise, the entire Peng family would be in big trouble. Peng Ruyan said disapprovingly, my uncle must know what kind of personality that senior has. As long as I say something nice to him, he won't get angry. Then again, are you willing to accept this? The Jindans who presided over the assessments in various counties were all unyielding, and the Taoist children following them were all their confidants and could not be bribed. The only one was the one from Ming'an County. The Taoist boy who originally followed him died in an accident 2 months ago, and the newly selected Taoist boy happened to have the handle in the hands of that senior. What a rare opportunity. It was a pity that Yunju saw through it halfway. Otherwise, after eliminating a strong opponent, the championship would definitely be mine in the end. Only if I win the first prize can I continue to participate in Wanxia City's Taoism conference in 2 years, and then I will have the opportunity to gain the appreciation of more powerful people. By then, the entire Peng family will benefit greatly from it, and the Fan family, which is a thorn in their side, can be easily eliminated. Since Yunju is blocking my way, shouldn't I get rid of him with the help of Senior Jiang? But the question is, did you succeed? The hoarse voice asked. Wang sent out 3 groups of people, but they all failed. According to what you said, the other party is just an unknown cultivator in the middle stage of foundation building. How could he have such ability? You have to know that the last group of people were 6 people who had reached the great perfection of foundation establishment. Even they failed. Do you think that Yunju is as simple as you see on the surface? So what if it wasn't her? Peng Ruyan suddenly raised her voice. The one who wanted to kill her was from Wang. No matter how hard she tries, she won't know that it was me who did it in secret. Really? But I know it. A voice like a ghost in the dark night sounded in the cave, startling the three people so much that they jumped up on the spot. Who? Peng Ruyan was tense. She looked around, but didn't see anyone. The restrictions were not triggered either, so she shrieked. Who are you? Stop playing tricks and get out of here. At this time, the other two foundation-building masters were already on guard, but they all had a bad premonition in their hearts. Combined with the sudden words just spoken, both of them felt a sinking feeling in their hearts. The owner of the hoarse voice, the old man who had reached the great perfection of foundation establishment, asked, "Is it fellow Taoist Yunju? The younger generation is ignorant and has made a big mistake, which has offended fellow Taoists. Why don't you come out and meet me, and I will let her apologize to you." Although he said so, he had secretly prepared himself to take action. Once he saw someone coming out, he would immediately kill the person. Ling Yaohan, who was hiding in the dark, almost laughed out of anger when she heard this. He sent someone to assassinate him, and he wanted to get away with it with a simple apology? Thinking of this, she took action directly. The ice sword flashed through the air, instantly breaking Peng Ruyan's defense and slitting her throat. The latter covered her neck in disbelief, but couldn't stop the blood from flowing out. After a moment, the woman fell straight back, hit the ground with a bang, and died. Ruyan! The remaining two foundation-building cultivators each shouted, but it was hard to tell how sad they were. Only fear was heard in their voices. Judging from the power of the attack just now, they knew that they were no match for the newcomer, so they waved their hands to remove the surrounding restrictions and wanted to escape. At this moment, two sword beams flashed in succession, accompanied by several plop sounds, and the two men fell to the ground, completely dead. After killing three people in a row, Ling Yaohan put away all the storage bags and was about to leave when she suddenly noticed something unusual. Looking at the black energy gradually gathering on Peng Ruyan's body, she understood everything. Your obsession is strong enough that you want to become a ghost cultivator. It's a pity that you won't have this opportunity. As she said this, Ling Yaohan spread out her right palm, and a fist-sized flame, glowing purple, instantly appeared and fell towards Peng Ruyan's body. The next moment, a scream was heard from it. Under the burning of the purple void sky fire, the black gas dissipated instantly, and the entire corpse turned into ashes. From then on, Peng Ruyan was completely destroyed and lost the possibility of becoming a ghost cultivator. As for the other two people, just in case, Ling Yaohan also used the purple void sky fire to burn their bodies. Only after confirming that there was no problem did she leave the cave. Chapter 132. Reactions from all sides. At this moment, the lights in the Peng clan's territory were still on, and no one knew what was happening in the back mountain for a while. The disciple who discovered the problem first was the disciple who was guarding the soul lamps. He had been dozing off, and when he woke up, he was horrified to find that 3 of the soul lamps belonging to the elders who had built their foundation were extinguished. At that moment, he thought he had seen it wrong and rubbed his eyes quickly. After confirming that this was the fact, he let out a strange cry and stumbled to the patriarch's residence. His action was so huge that the disciples who were originally immersed in a life of luxury and decadence were all alarmed and ran out one after another to ask the reason. After learning that 3 foundation-building masters in the clan had died, the faces of these people, which had been slightly red due to their indulgence in alcohol and sex, lost their color in an instant and tremblingly followed the person guarding the soul lamp to the clan leader's residence. In their understanding, the one with the highest level of cultivation in the clan, who had reached the great perfection of foundation establishment, had died. The only one who could bring them a sense of security now was the clan leader Fang, who was in the late stage of foundation establishment. On the other side, after Ling Yaohan eliminated 3 people, she began to look for the remaining 15 foundation-building cultivators according to the map. As long as the Peng family knew a little about Peng Ruyan's recent whereabouts and what she had done, it would be easy for them to guess who had killed the 3 of them, so Ling Yaohan planned to strike first. Ever since she used illusion to change her appearance, the people from Wank seemed to have lost track of her for a while, and no monks came to hunt her down today. In fact, Lin Xingrua had already contacted Shen Xinming, and Ling Yaohan's master Ning Shura also knew that his beloved disciple was being hunted. At this moment, the golden elixir sent by Wank was being grabbed by Ning Shura's collar and held in his right hand like a chicken, looking as if he had lost all hope in life. The 3 of them were now rushing towards the corresponding Wank stronghold. Wanxia City was destined to be restless tonight. In the Peng clan's territory, Ling Yaohan first approached the clan leader Fang. At this moment, The other party has learned of the drastic changes in the tribe and is organizing people to search everywhere. At the same time, they activate the tribe protection formation, hoping to catch all the attackers in one fell swoop. The disciples who had originally been greedy for pleasure now followed Fang, trembling with fear, trying to stay as close to him as possible, as if this would make them safer. Ling Yaohan showed up directly, and her sudden appearance in mid-air startled everyone. The timid one fell to the ground, his lips trembling, and he tried to crawl away. Fang had already put up a defense and was on guard. When he was about to call the remaining foundation-building clansmen over, a golden sword light flashed in the air. He belatedly reached out to touch his neck and saw blood on his hands out of the corner of his eye. He tried to open his mouth, but only a hoarse sound came out. Then he fell backwards to the ground with a thud, closed his eyes, and lost consciousness. When the remaining disciples saw their leader being beheaded by the enemy with a single sword strike, they wailed and fled in all directions. At this moment, dozens of attacks flew towards Ling Yaohan from all directions. After realizing the situation, she immediately used the mysterious ice to warm up the evil technique. A 3-foot-thick mysterious ice shield formed around her body, blocking all attacks. The prone disciples who were fleeing below were hit by the aftermath, vomited blood, fell to the ground, and lost consciousness. Ling Yaohan waved her sleeves, rolled up several hurricanes, and attacked the 14 foundation-building cultivators who were coming from afar. At the same time, the Tangshan Tower was taken out immediately and covered 2 of them. In the Fang clan's territory, countless buildings collapsed, and there were constant rumbling sounds. At this moment, the entire Fang County was alarmed. The manager of One Yushuan had already walked out of the shop. Feeling the noise coming from the Fang clan's territory, he felt disbelief in his heart, but more of it was joy. The more unlucky the Fang family is, the more beneficial it is for the Fan family. Thinking of this, he closed the door of the shop and rushed to his family's land, ready to report to the clan leader what had happened today. At this moment in Fang County, all forces, big and small, were communicating with each other, asking what had happened. The night, which had seemed relatively quiet overall, gradually became noisy, and the atmosphere became increasingly tense. Chapter 133, Annihilation. A fierce battle was taking place within the Fang family's territory. 2 foundation-building masters were trapped under the Tangshan Tower, and the remaining 12 people surrounded Ling Yaohan with murderous looks on their faces. The clan protection formation has been activated, and they are working together to control the formation to deal with the invading enemies. At this moment, layers of white mist suddenly appeared in the air, and then the entire ground surged like waves. In an instant, large sections of buildings collapsed, and even the nodes of the clan protection formation were completely destroyed. The one who made the move was the formation spirit Niangui. The formation that had just been raised was shattered with a loud bang. Before the 12 people could come to their senses, they were hit by the attack launched by Ling Yaohan. They flew backwards like a kite with a broken string and crashed into the broken walls that had become a ruin. More than 10 sword lights flashed in the dark night and slashed the 12 people who were already seriously injured, ending their lives. After that, Ling Yaohan pointed at the Tangshan Tower, which suddenly rose into the air. Covered by the purple light, the figures of 2 people who were trapped in it and had exhausted their spiritual power appeared. Ling Yaohan gathered her fingers together with her right hand and swung it downwards. 2 sharp arrows made of ice were instantly shot out, piercing through the hearts of the 2 men. At this point, all the foundation-building members of the Fang family have perished. As for the remaining Qi cultivating disciples, a small number were buried under the collapsed buildings, while most of them were affected by the aftermath of the battle and died. Ling Yaohan circled over the Fang family's land and eliminated the few remaining cultivators. As for the surviving mortals, she did not care. From the hands of these people, which are obviously inconsistent with their ages, it can be seen that they are all long-term workers employed by the Fang family. Because their residence was simple and in a very remote place, the damage they suffered just now was minimal. In such a family, they are often beaten and scolded and have no sense of belonging to the Fang family. From the eyes of these survivors, Ling Yaohan not only felt a sense of relief at having survived the calamity, but also a sense of relief at having finally broken free from control. A moment later, she went to the location of the Fang family's treasury as indicated on the map and took away all the family's treasures. Now is not the time to take a closer look. Ling Yaohan always remembers that the Fang family is related to Gulan City, and she cannot stay here for long. Before leaving, She specifically reminded the mortals who had not yet left to get away from this place as soon as possible. After she left, these people looked at her receding back and thanked her silently in their hearts. Originally, they had no freedom at all in the Peng family. They also often went hungry. If they made the slightest mistake in their daily life, they would die immediately. It would be fine if they just killed the person, but some monks in the Peng family loved to torture their servants with all kinds of torture, and they enjoyed it. The more glorious those people are in their daily lives, the more miserable the servants are. Now that this clan has been destroyed, in addition to feeling relieved, they also feel a sense of relief. Seeing those who had bullied them on a daily basis falling in a pool of blood one by one. The resentment that had been pent up for years all dissipated at this moment. At the same time, some deep-rooted ideas slowly began to change. It turns out that some high-ranking immortal masters are completely powerless to fight back when they meet someone more powerful than them. In the face of death, he begged for mercy with all his might, behaved in a hideous manner, and performed even worse than these mortals. After this incident, they were much less respectful of the monks. On the other side, in the Fan clan's territory in Fengshan, the head of the Fan family and a group of elders have been paying attention to the movements on the other side since a loud noise was heard from the Peng clan's territory. The moment they learned that the Peng family had been destroyed, everyone was shocked. After a long time, Patriarch Fan looked at the person standing next to him and asked with a hint of disbelief. When she, is it true that the woman you saw during the day only has the cultivation level of the middle stage of foundation building? That's what I sensed. It's also possible that she used some kind of treasure to conceal her cultivation level. But bone age cannot be faked. I can tell that she is very young, with a bone age of less than 20 years. The person who answered was manager Wen Yuxuan, but his appearance was very different from that during the day. He had changed from a white-haired old man to a serious middle-aged man. After receiving this answer, Patriarch Fan sighed and said, "From the time the Peng family's protective formation was activated to the time it was completely broken, the entire process lasted less than 6 breaths. You have to know that this formation was set up by the Gyan in Gulan City. I really can't believe that a foundation-building person can have such ability. Alas, I just hope that the other party's target is only the Peng family. They should have been happy that their mortal enemy was destroyed, but the person who did it was too strong. Now that the situation is unclear, they can only worry." Ling Yaohan, who was the focus of everyone's discussion, had already left Fang County. The Peng family's backer is a Jindan cultivator. With her current strength, she cannot confront him head-on and has to make long-term plans. As she was thinking this, a very familiar voice suddenly sounded in her ears. Chapter 134 Xiantian Qingting. The one who sent the message was Ling Yaohan's master Ning Qirao. She, Shen Shiming, and Lin Qingrao went to Gulan City and eliminated the Wang stronghold in the city. Peng's backer, the late Jindan cultivator Jiang Yan, had been killed by Ning Qirao. This man was originally an ordinary priest of the Longshihe clan, the first family of the dynasty. After the incident, the Longshihe clan quickly distanced themselves from the incident and removed him from his position as priest. After investigation, it was discovered that this incident was indeed done by Jiang Yan alone and had nothing to do with the Longshihe family. When Ling Yaohan received the news, she was surprised and a little touched. I originally thought that it would take a lot of effort to deal with that Jindan, and I could only suppress my hatred temporarily and take revenge in the future when my strength increased. I didn't expect that my master and the others had already settled the matter for me. Due to her childhood experiences, Ling Yaohan is strong-willed in everything. When encountering danger or difficulty, the first thing she thinks of is not to ask for help from her master, but to try her best to overcome it with her own abilities. The current situation was truly a pleasant surprise for her. Half a cup of tea later, Ling Yaohan successfully met up with her master in Gulan City. After a year, Ning Qirao felt very pleased to see that his beloved disciple had improved his skills through training outside. The great Xia dynasty worships Piamia sect as its leader. Now that 2 nascent souls have arrived in the sect, the dynasty's leader has personally gone out of the palace to find them and treat them with the highest etiquette. However, both Ning Qirao and Shen Shiming disliked luxury. They declined the invitation to visit the palace and left Gulan City with their apprentices. After that, the news of Ling Yaohan's alias Yunju spread throughout the city. The news spread further and further, and later on, it even reached Ming'an County. When they learned that Yunju, who participated in the discussion conference that day, was the genius with all spiritual roots from Piamia Sect, Everyone was shocked, but also had the idea that it should be so. After all, it is extremely rare to find a cultivator who is proficient in 4 of the 6 arts of cultivation and whose cultivation level is far superior to that of his peers. After Ling Yaohan left Wanxia City, she followed her master back to Piamia Sect. She experienced the beast invasion in Gulan City and then the Taoist conference in Ming'an County. Along the way, she saw a lot of vicissitudes of life. After returning to the sect, after a while, you can start to retreat and try to break through the late stage of foundation building. As for the Taoism conference to be held in Wanxia City 2 years later, Ling Yaohan planned to let everything take its course. If she could make it, she would attend. If not, she would just give up. Her alias has been exposed. Now when she goes to Wanxia City, she will be recognized immediately and become the focus of everyone's attention. This is not what she intended. Piamia Sect's Yunhua Peak. After Ling Yaohan returned to the cave, the first thing she did was to check the dead vines planted on the spiritual soil. When she broke through to the Qi training stage, the dry vine began to show a glimmer of life, and now the originally dry vine has turned green. After staring at the green vine for a while, she reached out and touched it as if possessed by a ghost. The moment she touched the green vine, she felt a tingling sensation at her fingertips. Is what's going on? Ling Yaohan retracted her right hand and looked at the blood gushing out of her index finger. She immediately circulated her with spiritual power to restore it. After that, she looked at Qing Tung with a hint of caution on her face. As a foundation-building cultivator who also practices body refining techniques, he actually had his finger cut by a piece of green vine that had no thorns on the surface. This situation was extremely abnormal no matter how you looked at it. Ling Yaohan was about to observe it carefully, when at this moment, a 16-word mantra suddenly appeared in her sea of consciousness. Xiantian Qingting, an innate treasure, the master of all trees, with infinite creation. When she heard the news, she stood there in a daze for a long time before she came to her senses and looked at the green vines planted in the spiritual soil, with obvious surprise on her face. Mengyu noticed something unusual in the Xian Guanghuan Sea bell and asked with concern, "What's wrong? Is there something wrong with this green vine?" Ling Yaohan calmed down and asked carefully, "Have you heard of the name of Xiantian Qingting?" After he finished speaking, Mengyu was silent for a moment, then appeared in the cave with an expression of disbelief on his beautiful face. She pointed at the withered vine that had regained its vitality and said in disbelief, "Don't tell me. This little thing is the Xiantian Qing vine?" Seeing Mengyu's big reaction, Ling Yaohan had a guess in her mind. Just now, a piece of information appeared in my sea of consciousness. It is indeed about Xiantian Qingting. You reacted so strongly. Could it be that this thing is related to... Halfway through her words, Mengyu already knew what he meant, and she let out a long sigh. My master once mentioned that the treasure that was fought over by many powerful beings in the spirit world and led to the destruction of the Tianling sect was called Xiantian Qingting. I have never seen it, nor do I know what it looks like, but I am very familiar with the name. Chapter 135 yang reincarnation Ches. It turns out that this thing has such a great origin. From the previous 16-character mantra, Ling Yaohan knew that this item had an extraordinary origin, but she had no specific idea. Now that she knew that this green vine was actually a treasure that all the powerful beings in the spiritual world were fighting for, she was filled with shock for a moment. Mengyu looked at this piece of Xiantian green ivy with a very complicated expression. I don't know if this is the only one in the world. If so, it is the indirect cause of the destruction of the Tianling sect. But then again, it is those powerful people at the top who are attracted by the precious treasures and ultimately cause the downfall of the sect. Do you know what the Xiantian Qingting is used for? Ling Yaohan shook her head. Apart from the 16-character mantra, there are no other hints. After receiving this answer, Mengyu pondered. Initially, this vine had been in a dead state. It was only after your cultivation level was promoted that it regained its vitality. Combined with the previous situation, it shows that the Xiantian green ivy has already recognized you as its master. You don't know its purpose now, perhaps because your cultivation is still low. Speaking of which, from the time I met you until now, you have encountered quite a few strange things. The dead vine at that time has now unveiled its mysterious veil. What remains is the white chess piece obtained in Shangyun Market, the mysterious old man who gave the white chess piece to me, and the little girl in the shop, all of which are mysteries that have yet to be solved. That's right. Ling Yaohan had calmed down at this moment. She waved her sleeves to take out the white chess piece and said thoughtfully, I have only used this thing once since I got it, and its specific effect is still unknown. When we encountered a second-level phantom snake at the bottom of Yiyang Lake, this white chess piece looked ordinary on the surface, but it could kill the snake instantly when it hit its head. She held the white chess piece in her hand and observed it for a while, but still found nothing. She was about to put it into her storage bag when a ray of light suddenly appeared on the white chess piece. Out of an instinctive defensive reaction, Ling Yaohan subconsciously threw it away. Coincidentally, the white chess piece hit the Xiantian green ivy. Ling Yaohan let out a low cry. Although she knew that the green vine was a rare treasure and would not be easily damaged, she couldn't help but worry when she knew the power of the white chess pieces. The next moment, something happened that surprised her and Mengyu. The moment the white chess piece touched the Xiantian green ivy, it merged into it without any warning. Then the green ivy began to grow at a speed visible to the naked eye, and only stopped when it was half a meter high. At the same time, a chessboard emitting a hazy glow appeared next to Qingting. There is nothing on the chessboard except a white piece. Looking at the changes before her eyes, Ling Yaohan felt extremely surprised. She tried to slowly approach the Xiantian Qingting and did not encounter any resistance. After carefully observing the chessboard that appeared out of thin air for a while, she sensed it for a moment and did not sense any danger, so she stretched out her right hand and tried to touch it. It feels cool to the touch like warm jade. Just as she was about to take it completely in her hands, the entire chessboard along with the white pieces suddenly turned into a stream of light and flew into her dantian. Ling Yaohan's expression changed slightly, and she hurried to check her own condition. Mengyu, who was standing not far away, also became nervous at this moment, fearing that this thing would bring about bad influence. "How is it? Is everything all right?" "It's okay." Ling Yaohan, who had figured out the situation, shook her head and smiled. "This is a treasure. It's called Yin Yang Reincarnation Chess. It is just a prototype now, and will be improved as my cultivation level increases." "I'm glad you're okay." Mengyu was completely relieved, and then asked curiously, "This name sounds like a very powerful treasure. What is its specific function?" Ling Yaohan opened her mouth slightly and uttered two words, soul stealing. Chapter 136, Late Stage of Foundation Building. Mengyu repeated, "Soul stealing?" "That's right," Ling Yaohan explained. "When the yin-yang reincarnation chess is gradually perfected, white and black pieces will appear on the chessboard at the same time. The white piece is yang, representing killing. The black piece is yin, representing extinction. The two pieces together form a yin-yang fish, which can capture the souls of all things." "It's so powerful." Mengyu sighed first, then pondered. "I am getting more and more curious about the identity of the old man who gave the white chess piece. It can deceive everyone's perception, allowing a store to appear quietly in the market and be seen by you. Judging from the previous situation, there is obviously some connection between Baiqi and Xiantian Qingting. It's just that you exchanged this piece of dry vine with a qi-cultivating monk during the barter session of the auction. When you met the old man, you hadn't participated in the auction yet. Could it be that he had the ability to foresee the future and knew that the Xiantian Qingting would eventually fall into your hands? So he gave the white chess piece to you as an opportunity." Maybe. When talking about this, Ling Yaohan couldn't help but think of the rumor that leaked from the Tianji Sect. After a while, she decided, "After I have achieved Dan formation and become strong enough, I will go to Chikang's Hao. The Tianji Sect is in this continent. That rumor has harmed many people. I will definitely find out who spread it when the time comes." After he finished speaking, Mengyu nodded in agreement, and then he said thoughtfully, "With your current level of cultivation, it shouldn't take you more than 10 years to form a pill." Ling Yaohan did not comment on this. "Let the cultivation process take its course, but no matter what, I will go to Chikang's house sooner or later." Having said this, she waved her sleeves, and a dazzling array of treasures instantly appeared in the cave. This is the treasury of the Peng family in Shianshu. Now that she has some free time, Ling Yaohan plans to sort it out carefully. Those that you don't need can be sold at the market. Most of these treasures are magical instruments, spiritual instruments, and some more common natural treasures. Altogether, there are more than 60 million low-quality spirit stones, and only about 2,000 mid-quality ones. Compared with the Lu family of Guiyun Island, it is not even a little bit inferior. But this is normal. The former is a family with 6 Jinan masters, while the person with the highest cultivation level in the latter family is only at the great perfection of foundation building. Ling Yaohan had no use for the magic weapon, and as for the spiritual weapon, none of them were top quality and could not be used, so she put them all into an empty storage bag and would deal with them when she had free time. As for the natural treasures, all of them are kept. Although they are not needed now, there may be opportunities to use them in the future. After sorting the Peng family's treasures into different categories and putting them away, Ling Yaohan calmed down and began to go into seclusion for a long time, preparing to break through his cultivation. Spring goes and autumn comes, and 2 years pass in the blink of an eye. On this day, there was a sudden surge of wind and clouds on Yinhua Peak. In Piamia Sect, most of the spiritual energy began to gather towards this peak in an orderly manner. This phenomenon attracted the attention of many disciples in the sect. When they learned the direction where the spiritual energy was gathering, everyone guessed who caused this strange phenomenon. Someone sighed, "He's about to break through again." The full spiritual roots really can't be explained by common sense. Someone argued, although that is true, one's own efforts are also very important. Since Master Ling joined the sect, except for taking missions and going out, he has spent all his time in cultivation. 2 years ago, after returning from an experience abroad, I began to retreat, during which I may have experienced many hardships. We can only see the results, but have no idea of the process, so we should not make any rash conclusions. Talent is important, but if you don't practice and just play around, then even the best talent is wasted. As soon as he finished speaking, a disciple agreed. That's absolutely right. In the Yunlan realm, since the records began, each of the 4 seniors with full spiritual roots who ascended to heaven had gone through countless hardships before reaching that step. Cultivation is never achieved overnight. Throughout history, there have been many people with outstanding talents, but very few have made it to the end. The vast majority of them are just like everyone else. They are either greedy for pleasure, or greedy for power, or obsessed with love. They are willing to risk their lives for others, making a name for themselves and becoming a laughingstock. If you ask me, what's the point of such a person practicing Taoism? It's just a waste of resources. Being able to possess spiritual roots and become a cultivator is an extremely lucky thing, but you should cherish it. In the mundane world, among 10,000 children, only 1 or 2 can have their spiritual roots detected. As a cultivator, you should aim for longevity. Which of the predecessors who successfully ascended to the spirit world in the past did not do so? That's right. Only in this way can the sect move towards a more powerful state step by step. Master Ling is like this, wholeheartedly devoted to the Tao. We should also follow his example. As these words were spoken, there were waves of responses from the sect, and the enthusiasm of the disciples to practice reached an unprecedented high. On Yinhua Peak, a huge vortex of spiritual power has already formed, and rich spiritual energy is pouring down into the cave where Ling Yaohan is. At this moment, her dantian was overflowing with true essence, and the excess spiritual energy began to continuously wash through her meridians. At a certain moment, the dantian expanded several times with a bang, and the spiritual energy that was originally accumulated in the meridians poured into the dantian again, continuously transforming into true energy. The whole process lasted for half a day, and then the vortex of spiritual energy on Yinhua Peak slowly dissipated, and Ling Yaohan's cultivation in the late stage of foundation building was completely consolidated. Chapter 137, An Unexpected Surprise. After successfully breaking through, Ling Yaohan stopped practicing and unexpectedly discovered that the Xiantian Qing vine had grown a little taller. Looking at this thing, she was in trouble for a moment. Now the Xiantian green ivy was still in the cave and would not be discovered by anyone. But one day, when it grows to be almost as tall as the cave, it will break through the top and grow outwards. By then, it will be difficult for others not to notice the existence of the green vine. What a pity! It would be great if there were treasures like the mustard seed space. I can't store this Xiantian green ivy in my storage bag, so I can't take it with me when I go out for training. As Ling Yaohan was thinking this, a strange spell suddenly appeared in her sea of consciousness. She could sense that this spell was related to the Xiantian green ivy, so she memorized it and tried to practice it. The next moment, a green spiritual light formed around her and enveloped the Xiantian green ivy. The latter began to shrink at a speed visible to the naked eye, and finally turned into a stream of light and flew towards her right arm. Ling Yaohan immediately lifted up the corresponding sleeve and found a half-foot-long green vine pattern on her forearm. She tried to stretch out her left hand and gently touched the pattern. The next moment, She disappeared from where she was and appeared in an unknown place. The first thing that came into view was the Xintian green ivy that had just disappeared, and then there was a chaotic world. Looking at all this in front of her, Ling Yaohan had a glimmer of understanding. It turns out that the Xintian green ivy has its own space, and it is a chaotic space that can be continuously upgraded as the cultivation level of the person who recognizes the master increases. This is really a pleasant surprise. The spiritual energy here is rich. I can practice here in the future. Taking into account the loud noise caused by her previous advancement in cultivation, Ling Yaohan did not stay in the chaotic space for long in case someone came over at this moment. With a thought, she reappeared in the cave where she usually practiced. At this moment, the sound transmission shell made a slight movement. Ling Yaohan took it out and heard the congratulations from Ling Yue and the other three. In recent years, everyone has been devoted to cultivation and rarely sees each other. The 5 people contacted each other through the sound transmission shell and agreed to have a small gathering at Wuluwa Peak 2 days later. Wuluwa Peak is the mountain where Ling Yue's master Wu Yi is located. This Jindan elder is easygoing, loves lively places, and has accepted many disciples. On weekdays, his disciples and friends would choose this mountain to gather together. After this matter was settled, there were more and more sound transmission notes flying in from outside the door. Without exception, they were all the voices of congratulations from the Sect's direct disciples. Ling Yaohan went back to each one, and by the time everything was settled, a day had passed. The next day, she went to the Shangyun market and sold many of the magical weapons and spiritual tools she had acquired over the past few years that she no longer needed, in exchange for spiritual stones. After some consideration, she kept a few magical weapons that had not yet recognized a master and that she thought were quite powerful, ready to give to 4 of her fellow tribesmen when the time came. They have not yet established their foundation. Ling Yue is now at the 9th level of Qi training, Ling Bin is at the 8th level, Ling Fu and Ling Pingza are both at the 7th level. The agreed time soon arrived, and Ling Yaohan arrived at Wu, a peak 2 incense sticks in advance. Ling Yue had already made all the preparations and was waiting here. When she saw her coming, she hurriedly went to greet her with a smile on her face. Although they hadn't seen each other for a long time, the two didn't feel strange at all. After greeting each other, Ling Yue took Ling Yaohan to sit on the carefully decorated swing and chatted for a while. With Ling Yaohan's current level of cultivation, she can tell at a glance that her elder sister's foundation is solid. Thinking of the other parties worshipping Wu Yi as her master, she carefully asked, "After becoming my clan sister's disciple, is everything going well?" Ling Yue nodded. "Although I am only a nominal disciple now, my master often instructs and teaches me, and he has mentioned more than once that as long as I build my foundation, he will immediately accept me as his personal disciple. All the senior brothers and sisters treated me very well, but I think a big part of the reason they did so was because of Sister Yaohan. Up to now, the master has accepted 10 disciples as his own, and there are 46 registered disciples including me. The other registered disciples and senior brothers and sisters are usually very polite to me except me. There was nothing special about me, and it was easy to guess why they treated me this way. In fact, it is quite good this way. I can practice peacefully. No one will make things difficult for me, and no one dares to pick a fight with me. All this is thanks to Sister Yaohan. In short, I have lived a smooth life over the years. Apart from practicing on weekdays, I listen to the master's teachings, and sometimes I go on missions with my senior brothers and sisters. Of course, due to my cultivation level, I just played a supporting role on every mission and couldn't play much of a role. When I succeed in building my foundation one day, I will be able to display my abilities." Hearing this, Ling Yaohan seemed to realize something. She looked up into the distance and saw Ling Bin, Ling Fu, and Ling Pingza rushing towards here. Ling Yue followed her gaze and also spotted the 3 people. She immediately stood up and went over to greet them. Not long after that, the 5 of them gathered together and talked about some interesting things they had experienced in the past few years. Ling Yue prepared a lot of spiritual food and spiritual wine. They had not yet started fasting, so the spiritual food was delicious and the spiritual wine was fragrant, which made people's appetites wet. Ling Yaohan also tasted some. After the meal, several people sat on the ground. Ling Yaohan took out 8 top-grade magic weapons that she had selected in advance and gave 2 to each of them in front of the 4 people's extremely surprised gazes. Top-grade magic weapons are rare treasures for Qi cultivating monks. Obtaining one can greatly improve one's strength, let alone 2. The 4 of them put away the magic weapons they had obtained, their hearts filled with emotion. At the same time, they also secretly made up their minds that no matter what happened in the future, they would stand firmly on Ling Yaohan's side and never waver. Chapter 138, Dynasty Visitors. After the small gathering, the 5 people separated and devoted themselves to their daily practice again. In the blink of an eye, another half-month has passed, and the Gulan City conference is about to begin. On this day, a worshipper from the Great Xia dynasty came to the outside of Piamia Sect. His cultivation was in the middle stage of the nascent soul. As soon as this person appeared, he stated his purpose. He was entrusted by Wang Chao to invite Ling Yaohan to attend the conference. Upon hearing the news, Ling Yaohan was quite surprised. She obviously did not expect that the Great Xia dynasty would specially send a nascent soul priest to the sect. In this way, it would be difficult for her to refuse. Otherwise, she would leave everyone with the impression that she was arrogant and conceited. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but frown. It is unknown what the purpose of the Great Xia dynasty was in doing this. Was he simply sending his nascent soul here to apologize for the previous pursuit by Wang? Or was there another purpose behind it? Ling Yaohan's doubts were answered after she met her master. Ning Yaohan, dressed in black, stood on the top of the mountain and told Ling Yaohan something she had never heard of. In the eastern part of Swan Kju, where the Great Xia dynasty is located, there is an ancient tomb of great size and history named Huanyue. The core area of the Huanyue ancient tomb is located beneath the capital city of Wanxia. This time, the Great Xia dynasty sent a cultivator in the middle stage of the nascent soul. Its real purpose was not to attend the Dao discussion conference. For the entire dynasty, this was an insignificant matter. Their original intention was to invite you to visit the Huanyue ancient tomb after the discussion meeting. Hearing this, Ling Yaohan had many doubts in her heart. Master, is there anything unusual about this fantasy moon tomb? Although the Great Xia dynasty was mainly based on the clan, there were also many talented people in the dynasty. I am only at the late stage of foundation building, and my strength may be acceptable among the same level, but compared with the seniors of Jindan Yuanying, I am far behind. Why do they insist on inviting me to the ancient tomb? Ning Yaohan turned around and explained. There is indeed something unusual about the fantasy moon tomb, where dangers and opportunities coexist. To enter this tomb, the level of your cultivation is secondary. The most important thing is to know thunder magic. The reason they invited you is because they heard that you are proficient in thunder magic. When you were training, you went to Gulan City and spent more than a year fighting with monsters. Many cultivators there knew your fighting methods. You know, many people worship you as an idol. After the beast invasion was resolved, they left Gulan City one by one and told their friends a lot about you. Therefore, the news that you were proficient in a very powerful thunder method spread, and the Great Xia dynasty got the news, which is why Yuanying personally invited you today. In fact, they invited more than just you. They tried their best to invite all the cultivators who were proficient in thunder magic from Xinqing continent and the other 4 continents. The Fantasy Moon Tomb opens once every 800 years. This was not opened by the people of the dynasty, but was a spontaneous action that occurred as the ancient tomb stretched over time. If we ignore it, the things in the ancient tomb will escape and endanger the whole continent, so a monk must go in and deal with it. Ran out of the ancient tomb? Ling Yaohan looked puzzled. She asked tentatively, could it be a zombie? Ning Yaohan shook her head and said, zombies like Yaan and won't come out on their own initiative. They are bone-eating poisonous ants that thrive on Yaan energy, but like to eat blood. Normally, there are restrictions around the ancient tomb and they cannot get out, but every 800 years, the restrictions will weaken and they will take the opportunity to escape from the ancient tomb. The strange fire of thunder magic is the nemesis of this thing. A cultivator who possesses the strange fire is hard to come by, so the Great Xia dynasty focused on seeking cultivators who are proficient in thunder magic. It is up to you to decide whether to go on this trip or not. No matter what choice you make, I will fully support you. With me here, no one dares to say anything. Ling Yaohan pondered for a moment, then asked carefully. Master just said that there are both opportunities and dangers in the Huanyue ancient tomb. I wonder what exactly this opportunity refers to. Ning Yaohan said slowly. This kind of extremely Yaan place is prone to the emergence of soul-nourishing trees. In addition, there are some treasures formed by the gathering of Yaan energy, which are beneficial to cultivators, such as ancient pearls, Yaan gathering stones, etc., which are needed for the refining of some special magic weapons. Of course, if you can tame the zombies inside and make them recognize you as their master, then it will be a great help to your future practice. The sect does not reject zombies that have recognized their master. The sect's Grand Elder has a hairy zombie that is equivalent to the nascent soul stage. Hearing this, Ling Yaohan already had a plan. She said, "Disciple has decided to go." If for no other reason, she couldn't miss this opportunity, simply because there was a possibility that the soul-nourishing tree might appear inside. Chapter 139 Eve. The Fantasy Moon Ancient Tomb will be opened in 7 days, and the Tao Discussion Conference will be held tomorrow. Therefore, after Ling Yaohan made up her mind, she did not stay in the sect for long, but directly followed the nascent soul cultivators who came here from the Great Xia dynasty and rushed to Wanxia City. The Yuaning brought her directly to the palace and stopped in front of a loft specially used to entertain distinguished guests. Ling Yaohan's identity is no longer a secret, and she did not use the name Yunju this time. As soon as the two landed, several palace maids came to greet them. The nascent soul cultivator waved them away and personally took Ling Yaohan to a well-planned residence. Before leaving, the man hesitated again and again, but finally asked the questions in his mind. "I wonder if Master Ning has informed little friend Ling of the details of this trip?" Ling Yaohan nodded and said bluntly, "Master mentioned it. It is related to the Huanyue ancient tomb. If the dynasty invites me, I will enter the tomb on the day it is opened." Hearing this, the man finally felt relieved. "It is a blessing for Daxia that young Master Ling has chosen to go. I will report this to His Majesty immediately." After the nascent soul cultivator left, Ling Yaohan came to the corresponding residence. After some observation, she found that there were more than 30 people living in this attic. As for the level of cultivation, the lowest is in the middle stage of foundation building, and the highest is in the late stage of golden elixir. Except for her who is a special case with full spiritual roots, all the others who are proficient in thunder magic are cultivators with thunder spiritual roots. After understanding the general situation, she returned to the house. The walls are covered with pearls, the room is full of gorgeous embroidery, and the floor is paved with gold bricks. The inside is divided into 2 rooms, the inner and outer rooms, separated by a pearl curtain that hangs straight to the ground. The curtain is covered with a layer of purple crystal gauze, and it looks hazy and like a dream. There were tables, chairs, and bookshelves in the outer room, and 6 luminous pearls were inlaid on each of the surrounding beams and pillars. Behind the curtain was a rosewood bunk bed with carvings of dragons and phoenixes on it, which looked extremely well crafted. There was not a speck of dust on the ground. Shortly after the nascent soul cultivator left, 6 palace maids in Confucian robes and long skirts came to the door and stood on both sides, waiting for instructions. Ling Yaohan naturally didn't need anyone to serve her. She moved lightly, pushed open the door, and kindly told the 6 people that they didn't need to wait here and could leave on their own. Time passed quickly, and at sunset, the palace maids who had left earlier appeared again, and this time each of them brought a plate of spiritual food. Ling Yaohan was already fasting and didn't need to eat. She wanted to refuse directly, but the leading maid seemed to have guessed what she was going to say and explained crisply. "Your Majesty has specifically instructed that these spiritual meals are all made from 2nd-level monster meat and spiritual fruits. They have undergone multiple processing steps and do not contain any fishy impurities. They have the effect of nourishing the body." Hearing this, Ling Yaohan stopped what she was about to say and let them put the meal on the table. After the 6 people left, she confirmed that the meal was fine, tried to taste it, and found that it was exactly as the palace maid had said before. Not only is it delicious, no matter whether it is meat or spiritual fruit, the moment you put it in your mouth, a rich spiritual energy will emanate from it and flow into your limbs and bones. After finishing the spiritual meal, about 2 incense sticks later, the palace maid who had left earlier came back and took away the dishes and chopsticks. The night passed quickly, and at dawn the next day, Ling Yaohan left the attic and came to the venue of the discussion meeting. The Taoism conference in Wanxia City lasted for 3 days, with only 36 participants in each event. Alchemy and talisman making are on the first day, and weapon refining is on the second afternoon. Ling Yaohan performed steadily, and under the watchful eyes of the public, she successfully took first place in all 3 discussions and obtained the corresponding title of master, and her abilities were recognized by the outside world. From now on, whether it is opening up corresponding industries or accepting invitations to help others make pills, talismans, or weapons for a fee, there will be no obstacles. The discussion conference came to an end, and Ling Yaohan returned to the attic where she was temporarily staying. The day before the Huanyue ancient tomb was opened, she and the rest of the people in the attic received a message and went to meet the great Xiao Emperor. Xiahou Yin. This person is a cultivator in the late nascent soul stage and also the person with the highest cultivation level in the Great Xia dynasty. However, Ling Yaohan had heard people mention that the emperor was nearing the end of his life, and even if the royal family had top-grade longevity pills, he could only last for 100 years at most. When the group entered the hall, Xiahou Yin was standing beside the dragon throne with his hands behind his back, wearing a black dragon robe, and he looked majestic without even showing any anger. Faced with a cultivator in the late nascent soul stage, no one dared to be negligent, and everyone stepped forward to greet him respectfully. Not long after, Xiahou Yin slowly said, "I called you here because I have something to explain in detail about the Huanyue ancient tomb." He turned around, glanced at everyone, and emphasized, "This matter is extremely important, and it happened suddenly recently. You must keep in mind what I say next, otherwise if something goes wrong, no one will be able to bear the consequences." Xiahou Yin's tone was very serious. As soon as he finished speaking, all the cultivators, including Ling Yaohan, responded in unison, concentrating their attention and listening to the other party's next words. Chapter 140, Phantom Moon Tomb. Xiahou Yin took in everyone's expressions, and when he saw that they took it seriously, he continued. Just yesterday, the center area of the Huanyue ancient tomb collapsed for some unknown reason. In the center of the collapse, there is a purple crystal coffin, and inside it lies the master of the fantasy moon tomb. Now the coffin is missing, and the owner of the ancient tomb is also missing. Having said this, Xiahou Yin waved his sleeves, and a map about 10 feet long appeared in the air. In the center of the map, an area about a foot long was covered by a ball of red light. This is the map of the ancient tomb. You must keep it in mind. Remember, after entering the ancient tomb, you cannot approach the area covered by red light on the map. After the words fell, everyone responded respectfully. Not long after, a handsome man asked, "Your Majesty, if the bone-eating poisonous ants enter this area, will we just sit there and do nothing?" Xiahou Yin nodded and explained. There are no living creatures in the area covered by the red light. Once the bone-eating poisonous ants enter this area, you don't need to take any action. They will disappear on their own. This is a sudden incident yesterday. We have not yet found out what happened to the collapsed area, so you must not go near it tomorrow to avoid causing an unknown chain reaction. After these words were spoken, everyone responded respectfully again. The monk had a photographic memory, so as long as he read the map carefully without missing anything, he would be able to remember the contents. The specific information on the large and small tomb passages, various mechanisms, prohibitions, and formations are marked in detail. After 2 incense sticks, the map was taken back by Xiahou Yin, and everyone said goodbye and left the hall. From morning till night, a day passed in the blink of an eye, and soon it was time to open the ancient tomb. The entrance is in a courtyard 20 miles outside the palace. This was originally a place in Gulan City that was rented exclusively for cultivators. Now that it has become the entrance to an ancient tomb, it has naturally been listed as a restricted area. Except for Ling Yaohan and her group, no other cultivators are allowed to enter. The Great Xia dynasty put a lot of thought into dealing with the issue of the ancient tomb, including Ling Yaohan. 72 cultivators proficient in thunder magic gathered from the 5 continents of Tianzi continent. 7 days ago, when Ling Yaohan came here, she only saw more than 30 people. In fact, half of them were still on the way and had not yet arrived at the palace. A middle-stage, nascent soul priest from Xia will enter the ancient tomb with them. This person is the one who brought Ling Yaohan to the palace 7 days ago. His name is Qiao Zhongyi. The ancient tomb was opened at noon, but in order to be fully prepared, everyone arrived here early in the morning. As time went on, the huge courtyard began to be filled with fog, which was caused by the negative energy from underground escaping outwards. Fortunately, restrictions have been set up around the courtyard, and the dark fog will not spread in Gulan City. Ling Yaohan secretly made herself alert, ready to respond to any emergency at any time. At one point, the entire ground made a loud cracking sound. At this time, Qiao Zhongyi gave an order, and 73 people, including him, tiptoed and flew into the air together. At the same time, the sound of huge rocks moving was heard, and the ground originally paved with glauconite suddenly opened up into an abyss with a diameter of 2 meters. Qiao Zhongyi's resonant voice rang out, "The entrance is open. Everyone follow me in." As soon as he finished speaking, he took the lead and rushed down like a stream of light. Under the gloomy fog, the entrance looked like the bloody mouth of an ancient ferocious beast, waiting for the group to fall into its trap. Ling Yaohan suppressed the uneasiness in her heart and followed everyone into the ancient tomb. Opportunities are sought in danger. Although it is dangerous, she still wants to give it a try. Moreover, she has already agreed to it, and now that the arrow is on the string, there is no time to regret. According to the map, the entrance to the ancient tomb is 31 miles away from the collapsed area. For a cultivator, it can be reached by flying. So, after everyone entered the tomb, they all slowed down at the same time. While waiting for the entrance to open, the 72 people had made an agreement to enter the tomb and split into 4 groups to encircle and suppress the bone-eating poisonous ants from the southeast, northwest, northeast, and southwest directions. 18 people in each direction will be selected by drawing lots. Ling Yaohan drew the one to move forward southward. The highest level cultivators in her team were those who had reached the great perfection of foundation building, a total of 6. Then there were 9 in the late foundation building stage, including her, and finally 3 in the middle foundation building stage. Among the 72 people, there are 8 Jinan cultivators, but none of them was drawn to the south, so the team Ling Yaohan is in is apparently the weakest. After everyone entered the ancient tomb, a team quickly gathered together and, led by a one-eyed young man, began to move south. The tomb passage here was quite narrow and could only accommodate one person, so the 18 people lined up in a row, with each person half a zhang apart. Ling Yaohan was in the 7th position in the team. On the way, they encountered dozens of bone-eating poisonous ants, which were blasted to death by them with thunder as soon as they appeared. After walking for about half a cup of tea, Ling Yaohan suddenly realized something was wrong. She paused and carefully sensed with her spiritual sense and blurted out, "There is one person missing in the team." Chapter 141 Mutation. As these words fell, everyone's heart sank. After a while, the woman who was walking in the 2nd position and wearing a long dress with narrow sleeves said, "The one who disappeared is Daoist friend Wang Chong, who was walking at the end. Daoist Gu is closest to Daoist Wang. Have you noticed anything unusual?" No, Gu Songhai's expression was extremely solemn at this moment. "To be honest with you, I really don't know when fellow Daoist Wang disappeared. And before fellow Daoist Ling discovered this, I could always sense fellow Daoist Wang's aura. This is weird. A living person disappeared for no reason, and we didn't even notice it." Yu pondered for a moment, then looked at Ling Yaohan and tried to ask, "Fellow Daoist Ling is in the front position. How did you find out about this?" "I just had a sudden impulse and had a bad feeling." Ling Yaohan glanced at everyone and asked, "Do you remember what happened when you encountered the bone-eating poisonous ants before?" "Of course I remember." Gu Songhai continued, "I met him at the first fork in the road. At that time, there happened to be a dead body lying on the road. At this point, he combined the markings on the map and gradually discovered something was wrong. Not only him, but others also reacted. The one-eyed young man who led the team decided, the tail of the team has become the head of the team. Let's go back and take a look immediately." No one objected to this, and soon the group of 17 returned to the place where they encountered the bone-eating poisonous ants. There was nothing there, not even a dead body. Ling Yaohan looked at the scene and said word by word, "Bone-eating poisonous ants, dead bodies blocking the road, taboos for living people, the cycle of life begins again." If I'm not mistaken, that fellow Taoist accidentally touched the dried corpse that was the center of the formation and was trapped in an unknown formation, separated from us. As for the aura that has always existed, it should be caused by the special conditions of the ancient tomb itself. Yu looked around and thought, is there any way to find the other party? This ancient tomb is very large and one person is missing right after we enter it. This is not a good sign. Ling Yaohan shook her head. Fellow Daoist Wang is no longer in this tomb passage. That formation has the effect of moving. It is extremely difficult to find him in this intricate ancient tomb. At this time, the one-eyed young man who was leading the group sighed, "I hope that Brother Wang is safe and sound. Let's go. Everyone must be careful on the road ahead." The mystery was temporarily solved, and the group continued to walk inside the tomb passage. Not long after, a buzzing sound came from the front. Then a large black cloud appeared in everyone's sight. If you look closely, you can see that the black clouds are made up of thumb-sized flying ants. The leader immediately launched an attack. It's a swarm of bone-eating poisonous ants attack. As these words were spoken, everyone who was already on guard fired their lightning spells at the ant colony. Although the tomb passage is narrow, it is 2 meters high, so the magic spells cast will not accidentally injure teammates. Seeing that the ant colony was growing larger and larger, Ling Yaohan flew directly into the air, gave up using ordinary thunder magic, and instead performed the Five Thunders' heavenly hard orthodox method. In an instant, a dark cloud appeared above the black cloud formed by the ant colony. As Ling Yaohan pointed her finger forward, a lightning bolt as thick as a thumb instantly struck the ant colony. There was a crackling sound, followed by a strong smell of burning, and groups of bone-eating poisonous ants turned into charcoal and fell to the ground. The force of this attack was so great that the remaining 16 people all looked at it in awe. After that, as Ling Yaohan continued to cast spells, several more lightning bolts struck, and the originally huge ant colony began to decrease at a speed visible to the naked eye. Half a cup of tea later, the black cloud disappeared, and all the invading bone-eating poisonous ants were destroyed. Ling Yaohan lowered her body and practiced the Yuanmu Fuling Ju to quickly recover the consumed spiritual power. The rest of the people took out pills and swallowed them to replenish their spiritual power. After adjusting for a while, the group continued to move forward. When passing the fifth fork in the road, the tomb passage became wider, but from this point on, there was a row of mummies standing on each side, wearing armor and holding spears. Under their helmets were brown skeletons, which looked quite creepy. Mengyu warned from within the Xian Guang Huan Si bell. Be careful, this stretch of road is unusual. I don't know if it's an illusion, but for a moment I seem to sense the presence of my kind. Ling Yaohan was on full alert, and at the same time telepathically replied, I understand. I will be extremely careful. Not long after, the one-eyed young man in the lead suddenly stopped where he was without any warning. Murongyu, who was walking in the second place, was puzzled and asked, Friend Shang, what's wrong? After she finished speaking, there was no response from the young man, so she took a few steps forward, ready to check what had happened. At this moment, a teeth-grinding sound of breaking bones was heard, and the one-eyed young man's head turned 180 degrees, facing everyone, and a line of blood and tears flowed from his right eye that was not covered by the black cloth. Chapitre 142 sous la destruction. Seeing this scene, Murongyu jumped up in shock and subconsciously took action. A bolt of lightning struck the young man, who did not dodge or evade, and was directly knocked away. When he fell to the ground, he was already dead. His head, which had been rotated 180 degrees, returned to its original shape, and the blood and tears on his face disappeared completely. Seeing this, Murongyu was stunned for a moment. I didn't mean to kill him. She turned around and wanted to explain to everyone, but at this moment, a black shadow jumped out from the corpse of the one-eyed young man and rushed towards her. Ling Yaohan noticed something unusual, and her eyes focused. She directly blasted out a bolt of lightning, striking the black shadow. Murongyu was startled, thinking that the attack was directed at her. She was about to fight back, but when she was about to make a hand gesture, she realized something was wrong and quickly stopped. The thunder passed by and hit the black shadow, and a sharp and piercing sound rang out in the tomb passage. Except for Ling Yaohan, who was protected by the Netherworld Soul Orb, the other 15 people were all stabbed into consciousness by the sudden sound of ghosts crying and wolves howling. Murongyu, still in shock, looked at the dark shadow that had faded a lot and was fleeing towards the depths of the tomb passage with a pale face, and asked in surprise, What is this? It is a residual soul that still has the ability to possess another body. Ling Yaohan quickly chased after the black shadow and shouted, This beast has been injured by the thunder spell and his strength has been greatly reduced. We can't let him escape, otherwise when he recovers, he will definitely come back to retaliate against us. By then, Brother Shang's fate may be repeated among us. After hearing this, the 15 people reacted, endured the pain in their minds, and hurriedly chased in the direction the black shadow fled. On the way, they encountered hundreds of bone-eating poisonous ants, all of which were killed in one blow by Ling Yaohan, who was leading the way and using full power. Inside the Shuangguan Huanxi bell, Mengyu had been guiding Ling Yaohan. She had a special sense for her own kind. Although the black shadow kept circling in the tomb passage, Ling Yaohan never lost it under its guidance, and her 15 teammates followed her from a distance. Not long after, she came to a tomb. After the black shadow fled to this place, it stopped and entered the coffin in the center. Ling Yaohan clasped her hands together and used thunder magic to set up a layer of restriction around the coffin. After that, she spread out her right hand, and a fist-sized flame suddenly appeared in her palm. Just as he was about to burn the coffin, an extremely terrified voice came from inside. Purple void skyfire? Wait, let's talk it over. Just let me go. I will tell you everything you want to know. Ling Yaohan sneered, not moved at all. The strange fire in her hand fell on the coffin in an instant under her control. The next moment, a shrill scream was heard from it, and in just a moment, the black shadow and the entire coffin turned into ashes. A remnant soul like this, which harmed a cultivator silently, clearly had ill intentions. There is no credibility at all in what he said. What he said just now was just an attempt to delay time and wait for an opportunity to escape.